Canto 1. Guyon encountereth Britomart. Fair Florimel is chaste. Duessa's trains and Malacastes' champions are defaced. He famous Briton prince and fairy knight, after long ways and perilous pains endured, howing their weary limbs to perfect plight, restored, and sorry wounds right well recurred, of the fair Alma greatly were procured, to make their languor sojourn and abode. But when thereto they might not be allured, from seeking praise, and deeds of arms abroad, they courteous congé took, and forth together yode. But the captured Acrasia he sent, because of trowel long, a nigher way, with a strong guard, all rescue to pruent, and her to fairy court safe to connuay, that her for witness of his hard assay, unto his Faerie Queene he might present. But he himself betook another way, to make more trial of his hardiment, and seek adventures, as he with Prince Arthur went. Long so they trowelled through wasteful ways, where dongers dwelt, and perils most did won, to hunt for glory and renowned praise. Full many countries they did hour on, from the prising to the setting sun, and many hard adventures did achieve, of all the which they honour you are one, seeking the weak oppressed to relieve, and to recure right for such, as wrong did grow. At last as through an open plain they yode, they spied a knight, that towards pricked fair, and him beside an aged squire there rode, that seemed to couch vendor his shield threesquare, as if that age bade him that burden spare, and yield it those, that stouter could it wield. He them espying, gone himself prepare, and on his arm address his goodly shield, that bore a lion passant in a golden field, which seeing good Sir Guyon, dear besought, the Prince of Grace, to let him run that turn. He grunt, then the Faerie quickly rout his poignant spear, and sharply gone to spurn his foamy steed, whose fiery feet did burn the verdant grass, as he thereon did tread. Ne did the other back his foot return, but fiercely forward came withouten dread, and bent his dreadful spear against the other's head. They bene met, and both their points areared. But Guyon drowsed so furious and fell, that seemed both shield and plate it would horiude. Nathless it bore his foe not from his cell, but made him stagger, as he were not well. But Guyon's self, ere well he was aware, nigh a spear's length behind his crupper fell. Yet in his fall so well himself he bare, that mischance his life and limbs did spare. Great shame and sorrow of that fall he took, for neuer yet, sith warlike arms he bore, and shewering spear in bloody field first shook, he found himself dishonoured so sore. Ah, gentlest knight, that your armour bore, let not thee grow dismounted to ha been, and brought to ground, that neuer wast before. For not thy fault, but secret power unseen, that spear enchanted was, which laid thee on the green. But weenst thou what wight thee o'erthrow? Much greater grief and shamefuller regret, for thy hard fortune than thou wouldst renew, that of a single damsel thou wert met, on equal plain, and there so hard beset. Ewan the famous Britomart it was, whom strange adventure did from Britain fet, to seek her lower, lo fare sought alas, whose image she had seen in Venus' looking glass. Full of disdainful wrath, he fierce prose, for to revenge that foule reproachful shame, and snatching his bright sword began to close with her on foot, and stoutly forward came. Die rather would he, than endure that same, which when his palmer saw, he gone to fear, his toward peril and towered blame, which by that new rencounter he should rear. For death sate on the point of that enchanted spear, and hasting towards him gone fair persuade, not to provoke misfortune, nor to wean his spear's default to mend with cruel blade. For by his mighty science he had seen The secret virtue of that weapon keen, that mortal puissance mote not withstand. Nothing on earth mote always happy been. Great hazard were it, and a duenture fond, to lose long gotten honor with one you'll hond. By such good means he him discounselled from prosecuting his rewing rage. And eke the prince like treaty handled his wrathful will with reason to assuage. And laid the blame, not to his carriage, but to his starting steed, that swore it aside. And to the ill prurience of his page, that had his furnitures not firmly tied. So is his angry courage fairly pacified. Thus reconcilement was between them knit, through goodly temperance, and affection chaste. And either vowed with all their power and wit, to let not others' honor be defaced, of friend or foe, who you or it embased. Na arms to bear against the other's side, in which accord the prince was also placed. And with that golden shen of concord tied, so goodly all agreed, they forth Eifer did ride. O goodly sage of those antique times, in which the sword was seruent to right, when not for malice and contentious crimes, but all for praise, and proof of manly might. The martial brood accustomed to fight. Then honor was the meed of victory. And yet the vanquished had no despite. Let later age that noble vse ennui. Vile rancor to avoid, and cruel circuitry. Long they thus trowled in friendly wise, through countries waste, and eke well edified, seeking adventures hard, to exercise their puissance, whilome full sternly tried. At length they came into a forest wide, whose hideous horror and sad trembling sound full griesly seemed, therein they long did ride. Yet tract of lewing creatures none they found. Saw bears, lions, and bulls, which roamed them around. All suddenly out of the thickest brush, upon a milk-white palfrey all alone, a goodly lady did forby them rush, whose face did see me as clear as crystal stone, and eke through fear as white as whale's bone. Her garments all were wrought of beaten gold, and all her steed with tinsel trappings shone, which fled so fast, that nothing mote him hold, and scarce them leisure gay, her passing to behold. Still as she fled, her eye she backward threw, as fearing you'll, that pursued her fast. And her fair yellow locks behind her flew, loosely dispersed with puff of Uri blast. All as a blazing star doth Faerie outcast his hairy beams, and flaming locks dispread, at sight whereof the people stand aghast. But the sage wizard tells, as he has read, that it importunes death and doleful drerit. So as they gazed after her a while, lo, where a griesly foster forth did rush, breathing out beastly lustre to defile. His tyrelling eyed he fiercely forth did push, through thick and thin, both o'er bank and bush, in hope her to attain by hook or crook, that from his gory sides the blood did gush. Large were his limbas, and terrible his look, and in his clownish hand a sharp boar spear he shook, which outrage when those gentle knights did see, full of great ennui and fell jealousy. They stayed not to Oz, who first should be, but all spurred after fast, as they mote fly, to rescue her from shameful villainy. The prince and Guyon equally bilieu, herself pursued, in hope to win thereby most goodly meed, the fairest dame Aliu. But after the foule foster Timaeus did strive, the whiles fair Britomart, whose constant mind would not so lightly follow beauty's chase, ne rect of ladies lo, did stay behind, and them awaited there a certain space, to weet if they would turn back to that place. But when she saw them gone, she forward went, as lay her irony, through that perilous pace, with steadfast courage and stout hardiment. Ne you'll thing she feared, any you'll thing she meant, At last as nigh out of the wood she came. A stately castle far away she spied, to which her steps directly she did frame. That castle was most goodly edified, and placed for pleasure nigh that forest side. But fair before the gate a spacious plain, mantled with green, itself did spreaden wide, on which she saw 6 knights, that did darraign fierce battle against one, with cruel might and main. Mainly they all attempts upon him laid, and sore beset on every side around. That nigh he breathless grew, yet not dismayed. Newer to them yielded foot of ground. All had he lost much blood through many a wound, but stoutly dealt his blows, and every way, to which he turned in his wrathful stound, made them recoil, and fly from dread decay, that none of all the 6 before him durst essay. Like dastard curs, that howling at a bay, the salvage beast embossed in weary chase, dare not adventure on the stub-born prey, ne bite before, but roam from place to place, to get a snatch, when turned is his face. In such distress and doubtful party, when Britomart him saw, she ran apace unto his rescue, and with earnest cry, bade those same 6 forbear that single enemy. But to her cry they list not lend an ear, nor aught the more their mighty strokes surcease, but gathering him round about more near, their direful rancor rather did encrease, till that she rushing through the thickest press, perforce disparked their compacted gyre, and soon compelled to hearken to peace. Though gone she mildly of them to inquire the cause of their dissension and outrageous ire. Whereto that single knight did answer a frame. These 6 would me enforce by oddies of might, to change my lief, and lo another dame, that death me liefer were, than such despite. So to wrong to yield my rested right. For I lo one, the truest one on ground, na list me change. She errant damsel hight, for whose dear sake full many a bitter stound I ha endured, and tasted many a bloudy wound. Certes, said she, then bene ye 6 to blame, to wean your wrong by force to I justify. For knight to loe his lady were great shame, that faithful is, and better were to die. All loss is less, and less the infamy, then loss of lo to him, that lose but one. Ne may lo be compelled by mastery. For soon as mastery comes, sweet lo anon taketh his nimble wings, and soon away is gone. Then spake one of those 6, there dwelleth here, within this castle wall a lady fair, whose serene bowtie hath no luing pair. Thereto so bounteous and so debonair, that noyer any mote with her compare. She hath ordained this law, which we approve, that every knight, which doth this way repair, in case he ha no lady, nor no lo, shall dove to her cerus noyer to remo. But if he ha a lady or a lo, then must he her forego with foule defame, or else with versus by dint of sword approve, that she is fairer than our fairest dame, as did this knight, before ye hither came. Pretty, said Britomart, the choice is hard. But what reward had he, that hour came? He should adjuanced be to high regard. Said they, and ha our ladies lo for his reward. Therefore a reed sir, if thou ha a lo. Lo ha I sure, quoth she, but lady none. Yet will I not fro mine own lo remo. Ne to your lady will I cerus done. But wreak your wrongs wrought to this knight alone, and pro his cause. With that her mortal spear, she mightily entered towards one, and down him smote, ere well aware he were. Then to the next she rode, and down the next did bear. Ne did she stay, till 3 on ground she laid, that none of them himself could rear again. The 4th was by that other knight dismayed. All were he weary of his former pain, that now there do but 2 of 6 remain. Which 2 did yield, before she did them smite. Ah, said she then, now may ye all see plain, that truth is strong, and true lo most of might, that for his trusty Seraounce doth so strongly fight. Too well we see, said they, and pro too well, our faulty weakness, and your matchless might. For thy, fair sir, yours be the damosel, which by her own law to your lot doth light, and we your liege men faith do you plight. So underneath her feet their swords they marred, and after her besought, well as they might, to enter in, and reap the due reward. She grunt, and then in they all together fared. Long were it to describe the goodly frame, and stately port of Castle Ioius. For so that castle hight by commune name, where they were entertained with courteous and comely glee of many gracious fair ladies, and of many a gentle knight, who through a chamber long and spacious eftsoons them brought into their lady's sight. That of them cleaped was the Lady of Delight. But for to tell the sumptuous array of that great chamber, should be labour lost. For lewing wit, I ween, cannot display the royal riches and exceeding cost of Uri pillar and of Uri post, which all of purest bullion framed were, and with great pearls and precious stones embossed, that the bright glister of their beams clear did sparkle forth great light, and glorious did appear. These stronger knights through passing, forth were led into an inner realm, whose royalty and rich prurience might neath be read. Mote princes' place beseems so decked to be, which stately manner when as they did see the image of superfluous rioties, exceeding much the state of mean degree, they greatly wondered, whence so sumptuous guise might be maintained, and each gone diversely duise. The walls were round about apparelled with costly clothes of arras and of Tyre, in which with cunning hand was portrait the lue of Venus and her paramour, the fair Adonis, turned to a floor, a work of rare Duesse, and wondrous wit. First did it shew the bitter baleful store, which her assayed with many a Pharaoh fit, when first her tender heart was with his bowtie smit. Then with what sleights and sweet allurements she enticed the boy, as well that art she knew, and wooed him her paramour to be. Now making girlands of each floor that grew, to crown his golden locks with honor due. Now leading him into a secret shade, from his Beauperez, and from bright Hohen's view, where him to sleep she gently would persuade, or bathe him in a fountain by some court glade. And whilst he slept, she o'er him would spread her mantle, coloured like the starry skies, and her soft arm lave underneath his head, and with ambrosial kisses bathe his eyes. And whilst he bathed, with her two crafty spies, she secretly would search each dainty limb, and throw into the well sweet rosemaries, and fragrant violets, and pances trim. And ewer with sweet nectar she did sprinkle him. So did she steal his heedless heart away, and Ioid his lute in secret nespide. But for she saw him bent to cruel play, to hunt the saluage beast in forest wide, dreadful of donger, that mote him betide. She oft and oft advised him to refrain from chase of greater beasts, whose brutish pride mote breed him scath and wares, but all in vain. For who can shun the chance, that destiny York doth ordain? Lo, where beyond he lieth languishing, deadly injured of a great wild boar, and by his side the goddess growling makes for him endless moan, and Euremore with her soft garment wipes away the gore, which stains his snowy skin with hateful hew. But when she saw no help might him restore, him to a dainty flower she did transmute, which in that cloth was wrought, as if it luily grew. So was that chamber clad in goodly wise, and round about it many beds were dight, as whilome was the antique world's guise. Some for timely ease, some for delight. As pleased them to vse, that vse it might. And all was full of damsels. And of squires. Dancing and rueling both day and night. And swimming deep in sensual desires. And Cupid still amongst them kindled lustful fires. And all the while sweet music did die wide. Her looser notes with Lydian harmony. And all the while sweet birds thereto applied. Their dainty lays and dulcet melody. Carolling of low and iolity. That wonder was to hear their trim consort. Which when those knights beheld, with scornful eye. They stained such lascivious disport. And loathed the loose demeanour of that wanton sort. Thence they were brought to that great lady's view. Whom they found sitting on a sumptuous bed. That glistered all with gold and glorious shew. As the proud Persian queens accustomed. She seemed a woman of great bounty. And of rare beauty. Sowing that askance. Her wanton eyes, ill signs of womanhead. Did roll too highly, and too often glance. Without regard of grace, or comely eminence. Long work it were, and needless to do eyes. Their goodly entertainment and great glee. She caused them be led in courteous wise. Into a bower, disarmed for to be. And cheered well with wine and spicery. The Redcrosse knight was soon disarmed there. But the brow maid would not disarmed be. But onely vented vp her flambriere. And so did let her goodly visage to appear. As when fair Cynthia, in darksome night, is in a noyous cloud enveloped. Where she may find the substance thin and light. Breaks forth her silver beams, and her bright head. Discowers to the world discomfited. Of the poor troweler, that went astray. With thousand blessings she is arrayed. Such was the bow tie and the shining ray. With which fair Britomart gay light into the day. And eke those six, which lately with her fought. Now were disarmed, and did themselves present. Into her view, and company even sought. For they all seemed courteous and gent. And all six brethren, born of one parent. Which had them trained in all civility. And goodly taught to tilt and tournament. Now were they liegemen to this lady free. And her knights sorrow sought, to hold of her in fee. The first of them by name Gardante hight. A illy person, and of comely view. The second was Parlante, a bold knight. And next to him Iacant did and so. Bashiant did himself most courteous shew. But fierce Bacchante seemed too fell and keen. And yet in arms Noctante greater grew. All were fair knights, and goodly well beseen. But to fair Britomart they all but shadows been. For she was full of amiable grace. And manly terror mixed therewithal. That as the one stirred vp affection's base. So each other did men's rash desires appall. And hold them back, that would in error fall. As he, that hath espied a vermeil rose. To which sharp thorns and burrs the way forestall. Dare not for dread his hardy hand expose. But wishing it far off, his idle wish doth lose. Whom when the lady saw so fair a wight. All ignorant of her contrary sex. For she her weened a fresh and lusty knight. She greatly gone enamoured to wex. And with vain thoughts her false fancy vex. Her fickle heart conceived hasty fire. Like sparks of fire, which fall in splendor flecks. That shortly brent into extreme desire. And ransacked all her veins with passion entire. Eftsoon she grew to great impatience. And into terms of open outrage bruised. That plain discoured her incontinence. Ne recked she, who her meaning did mistrust. For she was joined all to fleshly lust. And poured forth in sensual delight. That all regard of shame she had discussed. And meet respect of honor put to flight. So shameless beauty soon becomes a loathy sight. Fair ladies, that to look captured are. And chaste desires do nourish in your mind. Let not her fault your sweet affections mar. Ne blot the bounty of all womankind. 'Mongst thousands good one wanton dame to find. Amongst the roses grow some wicked weeds. For this was not to lo, but lust inclined. For lo does always bring forth bounteous deeds. And in each gentle heart desire of honor breeds. Not so of lo this looser dame did skill. But as a coal to kindle fleshly flame. Joining the bridle to her wanton will. And treading vendor foot her honest name. Such lo is hate, and such desire is shame. Still did she rue at her with crafty glance. Of her false eyes, that at her heart did aim. And told her meaning in her countenance. But Britomart dissembled it with ignorance. Supper was shortly dight and down they sat. Where they were serrued with all sumptuous fare. Whiles fruitful Ceres, and Laius fat. Poured out their plenty, without spite or spare. Not wanted there, that dainty was and rare. And I the cups their banks did o'erflow. And I between the cups, she did prepare. Way to her lo, and secret darts did throw. But Britomart would not such guileful message know. So when they slaked had the fervent heat of appetite with meats of ewery sort, the lady did fair Britomart entreat her to disarm, and with delightful sport to loose her warlike limbs and strong effort. But when she mote not thereunto be won, for she her sex vendor that strange purport did vse to hide, and plain apparence shone. In plainer wise to tell her gruance she begun. And all attempts discoured her desire. With sighs, and sobs, and plaints, and piteous grief. The outward sparks of her in burning fire. Which spent in vain, at last she told her brief. That but if she did lend her short relief. And do her comfort, she mote algates die. But the chaste damsel, that had noyer prief. Of such malengin and fine forgery. Did easily below her strong extremity. Full easy was for her to ha belief. Who by self-feeling of her feeble sex. And by long trial of the inward grief. Wherewith imperious lo her heart did vex. Could judge what pains do luing hearts perplex. Who means no guile, beguiled soonest shall. And to fair semblance doth light faith annex. The bird, that knows not the false fowler's call. Into his hidden net full easily doth fall. For thy, she would not in discourteous wise. Scorn the fair offer of good will professed. For great rebuke it is, lo to despise. Or rudely stain a gentle heart's request. But with fair countenance, as beseemed best. Her entertained. Nathless she inly deemed. Her lo too light, to woo a wandering guest. Which she misconstruing, thereby esteemed. That from like inward fire that outward smoke had steamed. Therewith a while she her flit fancy fed. Till she mote win fit time for her desire. But yet her wound still inward freshly bled. And through her bones the false instilled fire. Did spread itself, and venomy close inspire. Though were the tables taken all away. And ewery knight, and ewery gentle squire. Gone choose his dame with Bosciamani gay. With whom he meant to make his sport and courtly play. Some fell to dance, some fell to hazardry. Some to make lo, some to make merriment. As diverse wits to diverse things apply. And all the while fair Malacasta bent her crafty engines to her close intent. By this th eternal lampes, wherewith high Ioue doth light the lower world, were half spent. And the moist daughters of huge Atlas strow into the ocean deep to dry you their weary drow. High time it seemed then for Uri white them to betake unto their kindly rest. Eftsoon's long waxen torches wherein light unto their bowers to Guiden Uri guest. Though when the Britoness saw all the rest all waited quite, she gone herself despoil. And safe commit to her soft feathered nest. Where through long watch and late days weary toil She soundly slept, and careful thoughts did quite assoil. Now when as all the world in silence deep ishroded was, and Uri mortal white was drowned in the depth of deadly sleep. Fair Malicasta, whose engriud sprite could find no rest in such perplexed plight, lightly arose out of her weary bed, and vendor the black vele of guilty night, her with a scarlet mantle covered, that was with gold and ermines fair enveloped. Then panting soft, and trembling Uri eyant her fearful feet towards the bower she moved, where she for secret purpose did appoint to lodge the warlike maiden wisely lewd. And to her bed approaching, first she prud whether she slept or wacked, with her soft hand. She softly felt, if any member mould, and lent her wary ear to understand. If any puff of breath, or signa of sense she fanned, which when as none she fond, with easy shift, for fear least her wares she should abrade, embroidered quilt she lightly vp did lift, and by her side herself she softly laid, of Uri finest fingers touch afraid. Ne any noise she made, any word she spake, but inly sight. At last the royal maid out of her quiet slumber did awake, and chonged her weary side, the better ease to take, where feeling one close couched by her side, she lightly leapt out of her filed bed, and to her weapon ran, in min to gride the loathed leechar. But the dame half dead, through sudden fear and ghastly drerit, did shriek aloud, that through the house it rung, and the whole family therewith aided, rashly out of their roused couches sprung, and to the troubled chamber all in arms did throng. And those 6 knights that ladies' champions, and eke the Redcrosse knight ran to the stound, half armed and half narmed, with them atons, where when confusedly they came, they found their lady lying on the senseless ground. On each other side, they saw the warlike maid, all in her snow-white smock, with locks boned, threatening the point of her onging blade, that with so troublous terror they were all dismayed. About their lady first they flocked around, whom howling laid in comfortable couch. Shortly they reared out of her frozen swound, and afterwards they gone with foul reproach to stir vp strife, and troublous contect brock. But by ensample of the last day's loss, none of them rashly durst to her approach, ne in so glorious spoil themselves emboss her succored eke the champion of the bloody cross. But one of those 6 knights, Gardante hight, drew out a deadly bow and arrow keen, which forth he sent with felonious despite, and fell intent against the virgin sheen. The mortal steel stayed not, till it was seen to gore her side. Yet was the wound not deep, but lightly raised her soft silken skin, that drops of purple blood thereout did weep, which did her lily smock with stains of vermeil steep, wherewith enragged she fiercely at them flew, and with her flaming sword about her laid, that none of them foule mischief could eschew, but with her dreadful strokes were all dismayed. Here, there, and Uri whereabout her swayed, her wrathful steel, that none mote abide, and eke the Redcrosse knight gave her good aid, ironing foot to foot, and side to side, that in short space their foes they haw quite terrified. Though when as all were put to shameful flight, the noble Bertomardis her arrayed, and her bright arms about her body dight. For nothing would she langer there be stayed, where so loose life, and so gentle trade, was VSD of knights and ladies seeming gent. So eerily ere the gross earth's grassy shade was all dispersed out of the firmament, they took their steeds, and forth po their irony went. Canto 2. The Redcrosse knight to Britomart describeth Artegall, the wondrous murhour, by which she in low with him did fall. Ere ha I cause, in men highest blame to find. That in their proper praise two party all be. And not indifferent to womankind. To whom no share in arms and chivalry. They do impart, any make in memory. Of their brow jests and prowess martial. Scarce do they spare to one or two or three. Realm in their writs, yet the same writing small. Does all their deeds deface, and dims their glories all. But by record of antique times I find. That women wont in wars to bear most sway. And to all great exploits themselves inclined. Of which they still the girland bore away. Till Anuius men fearing their rules decay. Gone coin straight laws to curb their liberty. Yet sit they warlike arms ha laid away. They ha excelled in arts and policy. That now we foolish men that praise gin eke tienwi. Of warlike puissance in ages spent. Be thou fair Britomart, whose praise I write. But of all wise dome be thou precedent. O sovereign queen, whose praise I would endite. Endite I would as dew tide doth excite. But my rhymes too rude and rugged are. When in so high an object they do light. And striving, fit to make, I fear do mar. Thyself thy praises tell, and make them known fare. She trowling with Guyon by the way. Of sundry things fair purpose gone to find. Tabridge their irony long, and lingering day. Mongst which it fell into that faery's mind. To ask this Briton maid, what then could wind. Brought her into those parts, and what inquest. Made her dissemble her disguised kind. Fair lady she him seemed, like Lady Dreist. But fairest knight Aliu. When armed was her breast. Thereat she sighing softly, had no power. To speak a while, any ready answer make. But with heart-thrilling throbs and bitter store. As if she had a fewer fit, did quake. And Eury dainty limba with horror shake. And Ewer and anon the rosy red. Flashed through her face, as it had been a flake. Of lightning, through bright Hohen fulmined. At last the passion past she thus him answered. Fair sir, I let you weet, that from the hour I taken was from Norse's tender pap. I ha been trained VP in warlike store. To toss in spear and shield, and to affrap. The warlike rider to his most mishap. Sit hence I loathed ha my life to lead. As ladies wont, in pleasure's wanton lap. To finger the fine needle and nice thread. Me lure were with point of foeman's spear be dead. All my delight on deeds of arms is set. To hunt out perils and adventures hard. By sea, by land, whereso they may be met. Only for honor and for high regard. Without respect of riqueza or reward. For such intent into these parts one came. Withouten compasse, or withouten card. Far fro my native soil, that is by name. The greater Britain, here to seek for praise and fame. Fame blazed hath, that here in faery London. Do many famous knights and ladies won. And many strange adventures to be fond. Of which great worth and worship may be won. Which I to pro, this voyage ha begun. But mote I weet of you, right courteous knight. Tidings of one, that hath to me done. Late foule dishonor and reproachful spite. The which I seek to wreak, and Artegall he hight. The word gone out, she back again would call. As her repenting so to ha missayed. But that he at VP taking ere the fall. Her shortly answered. Fair Martial maid. Certes ye misosed been, teeth braid. A gentle knight with so knightly blame. For weet ye well of all, that you are played. At tilt or tourney, or like warlike game. The noble Artegall hath ewer borne the name. For thy great wonder were it, if such shame should ewer enter in his bounteous thought. Or ewer do, that mote desiruin blame. The noble courage noyer weena thought. That maiden worthy of itself be thought. Therefore, fair damsel, be ye well aware. Least that too foray ye ho your sorrow sought. You and your countray both I wish welfare. And honour both, for each of other worthy are. The royal maid walks inly wondrous glad. To hear her laws so highly magnified. And I oid that you or she affixed had. Her heart on knights so goodly glorified. How you or finely she it feigned to hide. The lewing mother, that 9 beneaths did bear. In the dear closet of her painful side. Her tender babe, it seeing safe appear. Doth not so much rejoice, as she rejoiced are. But to occasion him to further talka. To feed her humour with his pleasing style. Her list in strifeful terms with him to balky. And thus replied, how you were, sir, ye file. Your courteous tongue, his praises to compile. It ill beseems a knight of gentle sort. Such as ye ha him boasted, to beguile. A simple maid, and work so heinous tort. In shame of knighthood, as I largely can report. Let be therefore my vengeance to dissuade. And read, where I that faitor false may find. Ah, but if reason fair might you persuade. To slake your wrath, and mollify your mind. Said he, perhaps ye should it better find. For hardy thing it is, to wean by might. That man to hard conditions to bind. Or you or hope to match in equal fight. Whose prowess paragon saw noyer lewing white. Ne soothlik is it easy for to read. Where now on earth, or how he may be found. For he any wonneth in one certain stead. But restless walketh all the world around. I doing things, that to his fame redound. Defending ladies' cause, and orphans' right. Whereso he hears, that any doth confound. Them comfortless. Through tyranny or might. So is his sovereign honour raised to Hohen's height. His feeling words her feeble sense much pleased. And softly sunk into her molten heart. Heart that is inly hurt, is greatly eased. With hope of thing, that may allega his smart. For pleasing words are like to magic art. That doth the charmed snake in slumber lay. Such secret ease felt gentle Britomart. Yet list the same efforce with feigned gainsay. So discord oft in music makes the sweeter lay. And said, Sir Knight, these idle terms forbear. And sith it is neath to find his haunt. Tell me some marks, by which he may appear. If chance I him encounter perillant. For pretty one shall other slay, or daunt. What shape, what shield, what arms, what steed, what stead. And whatso else his person most may vaunt. All which the Redcrosse knight to point ard. And him in Uri part before her fashioned. Yet him in Uri part before she knew. How Ur list her now her knowledge feign. Sith him whilome in Britain she did view. To her reuled in a mere hour plain. Whereof did grow her first engraft pain. Whose root and stalk so bitter yet did taste. That but the fruit more sweetness did contain. Her wretched days in dolour she mote wast. And yield the prey of low to loathsome death at last. By strange occasion she did him behold. And much more strangely gone to lo his sight. As it in books hath written been of old. In de Hubarth that now South Wales is hight. What time King Rience reigned, and dealed right. The great magician Merlin had devised. By his deep science, and hell-dreaded might. A looking glass, right wondrously aguized. Whose virtues through the wide world soon were solemnized. It virtue had, to shew in perfect sight. What ewer thing was in the world contained. Betwixt the lowest earth and Hohen's height. So that it to the looker appertained. What ewer foe had wrought, or friend had feigned. Therein discovered was, any aught mote pa. No aught in secret from the same remained. For thy it round and hollow shaped was. Like to the world itself, and seemed a world of glass. Who wonders not, that reads so wondrous work? But who does wonder, that has read the Torah? Wherein th Egyptian Phao long did lurk. From all men's view, that none might her discover. Yet she might all men view out of her bower. Great Ptolemy it for his leman's sake. It builded all of glass, by magic power. And also it impregnable did make. Yet when his lure was false, he with a piece it brake. Such was the glassy globe that Merlin made. And gave to King Rience for his guard. That noyer foes his kingdom might enuade. But he it knew at home before he hard tidings thereof, and so them still debarred. It was a famous present for a prince. And worthy work of infinite reward. That treasons could bewray, and foes connuence. Haply this realme, had it remained ewer since. One day it fortuned, fair Britomart, into her father's closet to repair. For nothing he from her resurrect apart. Being his only daughter and his heir. Where when she had espied that mere hour fair. Herself a while therein she viewed in vain. Though her awising of the virtues rare. Which thereof spoken were, she gone again. Her to bethink of, that mote to herself pertain. But as it falleth, in the gentlest hearts. Imperious Lo hath highest set his throne. And tyrannizeth in the bitter smarts. Of them. That to him buxom are and prone. So thought this maid, as maidens vse to done. Whom fortune for her husband would allot. Not that she lusted after any one. For she was pure from blame of sinful blot. Yet wist her life at last must link in that same knot. Eftsoons there was presented to her eye. A comely knight, all armed in complete wise. Through whose bright ventail lifted VP on high. His manly face, that did his foes agonize. And friends to terms of gentle truce entice. Looked forth. As Phoebus' face out of the east. Betwixt two shady mountains doth arise. Portly his person was, and much increased. Through his heroic grace, and honorable jest. His crest was coored with a couchant hound. And all his armor seemed of antique mold. But wondrous massy and assured sound. And round about it fretted all with gold. In which there written was with ciphers old. Achilles' arms. Which Artegall did win. And on his shield a noloped soonfold. He bore a crowned little ermine. That decked the azure field with her fair poldred skin. The damsel well did view his personage. And liked well, any further fastned not. But went her way. Any her guilty age. Did ween, where's, that her lucky low tea. Lay hidden in the bottom of the pot. Of hurt wist most domger doth redound. But the false archer, which that arrow shot. So slyly, that she did not feel the wound. Did smile full smoothly at her weetless woeful stound. Thenceforth the feather in her lofty crest. Ruffed of low, gone lowly to a whale. And her proud portance, and her princely jest. With which she erst triumphed, now did quail. Sad, solemn, sour, and full of fancies fryly. She walks. Yet wist she neither how, nor why. She wist not, silly maid, what she did ail. Yet wist, she was not well at ease purdy. Yet thought it was not low, but some melancholy. So soon as night had with her pallid hew. Defast the bowtie of the shining sky. And reft from men the world's desired view. She with her Norse adown to sleep did lie. But sleep full far away from her did fly. Instead thereof sad sighs, and sorrows deep. Kept watch and ward about her warily. That not she did but wail, and often steep. He dainty couch with tears, which closely she did weep. And if that any drop of slumbering rest did chance to still into her weary sprite. When feeble nature felt herself oppressed. Straightway with dreams, and with fantastic sight. Of dreadful things the same was put to flight. That oft out of her bed she did a start. As one with view of ghastly fiends affright. Though gone she to renew her former smart. And think of that fair visage, written in her heart. One night, when she was tossed with such rest. Her aged nurse, whose name was Glossy Height, feeling her leap out of her loathed nest, betwixt her feeble arms her quickly cate, and down again in her warm bed her dight. Ah, my dear daughter, my dearest dread! What then could fit, said she, what you'll plight? Hath thee oppressed, and with sad dreary head chonged thy luily chair, and luing made thee dead? For not of not these sudden ghastly fears all night afflict thy natural repose, and all the day, when as thine equal pairs their fit disports with fair delight thou chose, thou in dull corners doest thyself enclose, ne tastest prince's pleasures, any doest spread abroad thy fresh youth's fairest flower, but lose both leaf and fruit, both too timely shed, as one in wilful bale for you are buried. The time, that mortal men their weary cares do lay away, and all wild beasts do rest, and Uri eke his course forbears. Then doth this wicked Yule thee infest, and Ryu with thousand throbs thy thrilled breast, like an huge Etna of deep engulfed grief. Sorrow is heaped in thy hollow chest, whence forth it breaks in sighs and anguish rife, as smoke and sulphur mingled with confused strife. Ay me, how much I fear, least lo it be. But if that lo it be, as sure I read by no insignias and passions, which I see, be it worthy of thy race and royal seed, then I owe by this most sacred head of my dear foster child, to ease thy grief, and win thy will, therefore away do dread. For death nor donger from thy due relief shall me debar, tell me therefore my leafest leaf. So howling said, her twixt her arms twain she straitly strained, and called tenderly. And Uri trembling eyant, and Uri vain she softly felt, and rubbed busily, to do the frozen cold away to fly. And her fair dewy eyes with kisses dear she oft did bath, and oft again did dry. And Ur her importuned, not to fear to let the secret of her heart to her appear. The damsel paused, and then thus fearfully, Ah nurse, what needeth thee to eke my pain? Is not enough, that I alone do die? But it must doubled be with death of twain. For not for me but death there doth remain. O daughter dear, said she, despair no whit. For noyer sore, but might a salue obtain. That blinded God, which hath ye blindly smit. Another arrow hath your lower's heart to hit. But mine is not, quoth she, like others' wound, for which no reason can find remedy. Was noyer such, but mote the like be found, said she, and though no reason may apply, salue to your sore, yet look in higher sty. Then reasons reach, and oft hath wonders dawn. But neither God of low, nor God of sky can do, said she, that, which cannot be done. Things oft impossible, quoth she, see me, ere begone. These idle words, said she, do not assuage my stub-born smart, but more annoyance breed. For no swall fire, no swall rage. It is, O nurse, which on my life doth feed, and sucks the blood, which from my heart doth bleed. But since thy faithful zeal lets me not hide my crime, if crime it be, I will it read. Nor prince, nor pair it is, whose lo hath gried my feeble breast of late, and launched this wound wide. Nor man it is, nor other luing wight. For then some hope I might to me draw. But only shade and semblant of a knight, whose shape or person yet I noyer saw, hath me subjected to lose cruel law. The same one day, as me misfortune led, I in my father's wondrous mirror saw, and pleased with that seeming goodly head. Then where's the hidden hook with bait I swallowed? Sit hens it hath in fixed faster hold within my bleeding bowels, and so sore now rankleth in this same fryly fleshly mould. That all mine entrails flow with poisonous gore. And vulsur groweth daily more and more. Ne can my running sore find remedy, other than my hard fortune to deplore, and languish as the leaf fall'n from the tree, till death make one end of my days and misery. Daughter, said she, what need ye be dismayed? Or why make ye such monster of your mind? Of much more than could thing I was afraid. Of filthy lust, contrary even to kind. But this affection nothing strange I find. For who with reason can you I repro? To lure the semblant pleasing most your mind. And yield your heart, whence ye cannot remove. No guilt in you, but in the tyranny of law. Not so Arabian myrrh did set her mind. Nor so did Byblis spend her pining heart. But lewd their nature flesh against all kind. And to their purpose veest wicked art. Yet played Pasiphae a more monstrous part. That lewd a bull, and learned a beast to be. Such shameful lusts who loathes not, which depart from course of nature and of modes tie. Sweet lo such Ludens bands from his fair company. But thine my dear, welfare thy heart my dear. Though strange beginning had, yet fixed is. On one, that worthy may perhaps appear. And certes seemes bestowed not Amos. Ioe thereof ha thou an eternal bliss. With that pleading on her elbow weak. Her alabaster breast she soft did kiss. Which all that while she felt to pant and quake. As it an earthquake were, at last she thus bespake. Belle dame, your words do work me little ease. For though my love be not so lewdly bent as those ye blame, yet may it not appease my raging smart, any ought my flame relent. But rather doth my helpless grief augment. For they, how you are shameful and unkind, yet did possess their horrible intent. Short end of sorrows they thereby did find. So was their fortune good, though wicked were their mind. But wicked fortune mine, though mine be good, can ha no end, nor hope of my desire. But feed on shadows, whiles I die for food. And like a shadow wex, whiles with entire affection, I do languish and expire. I fonder, then Cephasus foolish child, who howing viewed in a fountain sheer. His face, was with the lure thereof beguiled. I fonder lo a shade, the bodie Faerie exiled. Not like, quoth she, for that same wretched boy was of himself the idle paramour. Both lo and lower, without hope of Ioe. For which he faded to a watery floor. But better fortune thine, and better hour, which loosed the shadow of a warlike knight. No shadow, but a bodie hath in power. That bodie, wheresoe'er that it light, may learned be by ciphers, or by magic might. But if thou may with reason yet repress the growing yule, ere its strength ha got, and the abandoned holy do possess, against it strongly strive, and yield thee not, till thou in open field adown be smote. But if the passion master thy fryly might, so that needs lo or death must be thy lot, then I owe to thee, by wrong or right, to compasse thy desire, and find that lewd night. Her cheerful words much cheered the feeble sprite of the sick virgin, that her down she laid in her warm bed to sleep, if that she might. And the old woman carefully displayed the clothes about her round with bussy aid, so that at last a little creeping sleep surprised her sense, she therewith well apaid. The drunken lampy down in the oil did steep, and set her by to watch, and set her by to weep. Eerily the morrow next, before that day, his Ioia's face did to the world rewheel. They both prose and took their ready way unto the church, their prayers to appeal, with great devotion, and with little zeal, for the fair damsel from the holy hearse. Her lusic heart to other thoughts did steal, and that old dame said many an idle verse, Out of her daughter's heart fond fancies to reverse. Returned home, the royal infant fell into her former fit, for why, no power nor guidance of herself in her did dwell. But aged nurse her calling to her bower had gathered rue, and sawine, and the flower of camphor, and calamint, and dill, all which she in a earthen pot did pour, and to the brim with cold wood did it fill, and many drops of milk and blood through it did spill. Then taking thrice 3 hairs from off her head, them trebly breaded in a threefold lace, and round about the pot's mouth, bound the thread, and after howling whispered a space certain sad words, with hollow voice and bass. She to the Virgin said, thrice said she it, come daughter come, come, spit pon my face. Spit thrice pon me, thrice pon me spit. Knew a number for this business is most fit. That said, her roundabout she from her turned. She turned her contrary to the sun. Thrice she her turned contrary, and returned. All contrary, for she the right did shun. And ewer what she did, was straight from dawn. So thought she to vndo her daughters Lu. But Lu, that is in gentle breast begone. No idle charms so lightly may remove. That well can witness, who by trial it does pro. Na aught it mote the noble maid all. Na slake the fury of her cruel flame. But that she still did waste, and still did wail. That through long languor, and heart-burning brame, she shortly like a pine ghost became, which long hath waited by the Stygian strand. That when old Glossy saw, for fear least blame of her miscarriage should in her be fond, she wist not how to amend, nor how it to withstand. Canto 3. Merlin bewrays to Britomart the state of Artegall, and shews the famous progeny, which from them springen shall. Most sacred fire, that burnest mightily. In lewing breasts, I kindled first above. Amongst eternal spheres and lamping sky. And thence poured into men, which men call low. Not that same, which doth base affections move. In brutish minds, and filthy lust inflame. But that sweet fit, that doth true bowtie low. And choseth virtue for his dearest dame. Whence spring all noble deeds and neuer dying fame. Well did antiquity a god thee deem. That ere mortal minds hast so great might. To order them, as best to thee doth see me. And all their actions to direct aright. The fat all-purpose of divine foresight. Thou doest effect in destined descents. Through deep impression of thy secret might. And stirredst VPTH heroes high intents. Which the late world admires for wondrous monuments. But thy dread darts in none do triumph more. Ne brower proof in any, of thy power. Shew dst thou, then in this royal maid of yore. Making her seek and known paramour. From the world's end. Through many a bitter store. From whose 2 loins thou afterwards did raise. Most famous fruits of matrimonial bower. Which through the earth ha spread their lewing praise. That fame in trump of gold eternally displays. Begin then, O my dearest sacred dame. Daughter of Phoebus and of memory. That doest ennoble with immortal name. The warlike worthies, from antiquity. In thy great volume of eternity. Begin, O Clio. And recount from hence. My glorious Surain's goodly onstry. Till that by due degrees and long pretense. Thou ha at lastly brought into her excellence. Full many ways within her troubled mind. Old Glossy cast, to cure this lady's grief. Full many ways she sought, but none could find. Nor herbs, nor charms, nor counsel. That is chief. And choicest medicine for sick heart's relief. For thy great care she took, and greater fear. Least that it should her turn to foule reprief. And sore reproach. When so her father dear should of his dearest daughter's hard misfortune hear. At last she her awest, that he, which made that mere hour, wherein the sick damosel so strangely viewed her strange lower's shade. To weet, the learned Merlin, well could tell Vendor what coast of Hoenn the man did dwell, and by what means his lo might best be wrought. For though beyond the Afric Ismal, or Indian Peru he were, she thought him forth through infinite endure to ha sought. Forthwith themselves disguising both in strange and base attire, that none might them bewray. To Meridunum, that is now by change of name Caermerdin called, they took their way. There the wise Merlin whilome wont, they say, to make his one love underneath the ground, in a deep deleu, far from the view of day, that of no lewing wight he mote be found. When so he counselled with his sprites encompassed round. And if thou ewer happen that same way to trowel, go to see that dreadful place. It is an hideous hollow caw, they say. Vendor a rock that lies a little space from the swift berry, tumbling down apace emongst the woody hills of Dinur. But dare thou not, I charge, in any case, to enter into that same baleful bower, for fear the cruel fiends should thee where's door. But standing high aloft, low lay thine ear, and there's such ghastly noise of iron shens and brass and cauldrons thou shalt rumbling hear, which thousand sprites with long enduring pains do toss, that it will stun thy feeble brains. And oftentimes great groans, and gruous downs, when too huge toil and labour them constrains. And oftentimes loud strokes, and ringing sounds, from Vendor that deep rock most horribly rebounds. The cause some say is this, a little while before that Merlin died, he did intend a brassen wall in compass to compile about Caermerdin, and did it commend unto these sprites, to bring to perfect end. During which work the Lady of the Lake, whom long he lewd, for him in hast did send, who thereby forced his workmen to forsake them bound till his return, their labour not to slake. In the meantime through that false lady's train he was surprised, and buried Vendor beer. Newer to his work returned again, nathless those fiends may not their work forbear, so greatly his commandment they fear. But there do toil and trowel day and night, until that brassen wall they vp do rear. For Merlin had in magic more insight than ewer him before or after lewing wight. For he by words could call out of the sky both sun and moon, and make them him obey. The land to sea, and sea to mainland dry. And darksome night he eke could turn to day. Huge hosts of men he could alone dismay, and hosts of men of meanest things could frame, when so him list his enemies to fray. That to this day for terror of his fame, the fiends do quake, when any him to them does name. And sooth, men say that he was not the son of mortal sire, or other lewing wight, but wondrously begotten, and begone by false illusion of a guileful sprite, on a fair lady non, that whilome hight Matilda, daughter to Pubidius, who was the lord of Matherwall by right, and cousin to King Ambrosius, whence he endued was with skill so meruellus. They here arguing, stayed a while without, ne durst adventure rashly into wend, but of their first intent gone make new doubt, for dread of donger, which it might portend. Until the hardy maid, with Lota friend, first entering the dreadful mage there found, deep busied bout work of wondrous end, and writing strange characters in the ground, with which the stubborn fiends he to his sorrows bound. He not was moved at their entrance bold, for of their coming well he wist afore, yet list them bid their business to unfold, as if aught in this world in secret store were from him hidden, or known of yore. Then Glossy thus, let not it thee offend, that we thus rashly through thy darksome door, where's ha pressed, for either fat all end, or other mighty cause versus two did hither send. He bade tell on, and then she thus began. Now ha 3 moons with borrowed brother's light, thrice shined fair, and thrice seemed dim and wan. Sith a sore Yule, which this virgin bright tormenteth, and doth plonge in doleful plight. First rooting took, but what thing it mote be, or whence it sprung, I cannot read aright. But this I read, that but if remedy thou her afford, full shortly I her dead shall see. Therewith th enchanter softly gone to smile at her smooth speeches, weeting inly well that she to him dissembled womanish guile. And to her said, Belle dame, by that ye tell, more need of leechcraft hath your damosel than of my skill, who help may ha elsewhere. In vain seeks wonders out of magic spell. Old woman walks half blank, those words to hear, and yet was loath to let her purpose plain appear. And to him said, if any leech's skill, or other learned means could ho redrest this my dear daughter's deep engraft ill, certes I should be loath thee to molest. But this sad Yule, which doth her infest, doth course of natural cause far exceed, and housed is within her hollow breast, that either seems some cursed witch's deed, or Yule sprite, that in her doth such torment breed. The wizard could no longer bear her board, but bursting forth in laughter, to her said, Glossy, what needs this colorable word to cloak the cause, that hath itself bewrayed? Nay, fair Bertomardis, thus arrayed, more hidden are, than sun in cloudy valley, whom thy good fortune, howling fate obeyed, hath hither brought, for succor to appeal, the which the powers to thee are pleased to reveal. The doubtful maid, seeing herself descried, was all abashed, and her pureuary into a clear carnation sudden dyed, as fair Aurora rising hastily doth by her blushing tell, that she did lie all night in old Tithonus' frozen bed, whereof she seems ashamed inwardly. But her old Norse was not disheartened, but vauntage made of that, which Merlin had ard, and said, Sith then thou knowest all our grief, for what doest not thou know, of grace I pray, pity our plaint, and yield versus meet relief. With that the prophet still a while did stay, and then his spy-right thus gone forth display. Most noble virgin, that by fat all lore hast learned to lo, let no with thee dismay the hard begin, that meets thee in the door, and with sharp fits thy tender heart oppresseth sore. For so must all things excellent begin, and eke enrooted deep must be that tree, whose big embodied branches shall not lin, till they to Hohen's height forth stretched be. For from thy womb a famous progeny shall spring, out of the ancient Trojan blood, which shall reweave the sleeping memory of those same antique Peres, the Hohen's brood, which Greece and Asian rewers stained with their blood. Renowned kings, and sacred emperors, thy fruitful offspring, shall from thee descend. Brow captains, and most mighty warriors, that shall their conquests through all lands extend, and their decayed kingdoms shall amend. The feeble Britons, broken with long war, they shall preer, and mightily defend against their foreign foe, that comes from Faerie, till Neursal peace compound all Sul Yar. It was not, Britomart, thy wandering eye, glancing wares in charmed looking glass, but the straight course of humanly destiny, led with eternal providence, that has guided thy glance, to bring his will to pass. Na is thy fate, any is thy fortune ill, to lo the prowest knight, that ewer was. Therefore submit thy ways to his will, and do by all due means thy destiny fulfill. But read, said Glossy, thou magician, What means shall she out-seek, or what ways take? How shall she know, how shall she find the man? Or what needs her to toil, sith fates can make way for Themselus, their purpose to partake? Then Merlin thus: Indeed the fates are firme, and may not shrink, though all the world do shake. Yet aught men's good endures them confirm, and guide the heavenly causes to their constant term. The man whom Hoans ha ordained to be the spouse of Britomart, is Artegall. He wonneth in the land of Faerie, yet is no fairy born, any sib at all. To Elfies, but sprung of seed terrestrial, and whilome by false fairies stolen away. Whiles yet in infant cradle he did crawl. No other to himself is known this day, but that he by an Elfie was gotten of a Fae. But sooth he is the son of Gorlois, and brother to Cater Cornish king, and for his warlike feats renowned is, from where the day out of the sea doth spring, until the closure of the Uning. From thence, him firmely bound with faithful band, to this his native soil thou back shalt bring, strongly to aid his country, to withstand the power of foreign paynims, which innuade thy land. Great aid thereto his mighty puissance, and dreaded name shall jew in that sad day, where also proof of thy proud valiance thou then shalt make, to increase thy lowers prey. Long time ye both in arms shall bear great sway, till thy wombs burden thee from them do call, and his last fate him from thee take away. Two wraith cut off by practice criminal, of secret foes, that him shall make in mischief fall, where thee yet shall he low for memory of his late puissance, his image dead, that luing him in all activity, to thee shall represent. He from the head of his cousin Constantius without dread shall take the crown, that was his father's right, and therewith crown himself in each other's stead. Then shall he issue forth with dreadful might, against his Saxon foes in bloody field to fight, like as a lion, that in drowsy caw hath long time slept, himself so shall he shake, and coming forth, shall spread his banner brow. O you ear the troubled south, that it shall make the warlike Mercians for fear to quake. Thrice shall he fight with them, and twice shall win, but the third time shall fair accordance make. And if he then with victory can lin, he shall his days with peace bring to his earthly inn. His son, hight Vortipor, shall him succeed in kingdom, but not in felicity. Yet shall he long time war with happy speed, and with great honor many battles try. But at the last to th importunity of froward fortune shall be forced to yield. But his son Malgo shall full mightily avenge his father's loss, with spear and shield, and his proud foes discomfit in victorious field. Behold the man, and tell me Britomart, if I more goodly creature thou didst see, how like a giant in each manly part bears he himself with portly majesty, that one of th old heroes seems to be. He the 6 islands, comprovincial, in ancient times to Great Brittany, shall to the same reduce, and to him call their sundry kings to do their homage surall. All which his son Careticus awhile shall well defend, and Saxons' power suppress, until a stronger king from known soil, arraying him with multitude oppress. Great Gormund, howling with huge mightiness, Ireland subdued, and therein fixed his throne. Like a swift otter, fell through emptiness, shall ourswim the sea with many one of his Noruzes, to assist the Britons' phone. He in his fury all shall outrun, and Holy Church with faithless hands deface, that thy sad people truly fordon shall to the Veetmost mountains fly apace. Was ne'er so great wast in any place, nor so foul outrage done by lewing men. For all thy cities they shall sack and race, and the green grass, that groweth, they shall bren. That ewen the wild beast shall dy in sterid den. Whiles thus thy Britons do in languor pine. Proud Etheldred shall from the north arise. Sarrowing ambitious will of Augustine. And passing D with hardy enterprise. Shall back repulse the valiant Brockwell twice. And Bangor with massacred martyrs fill. But the third time shall rue his foolhard eyes. For Cadwon pitying his people's ill. Shall stoutly him defeat, and 1,000 Saxons kill. But after him, Cadwallon mightily. On his son Edwin all those wrongs shall wreak. Ne shall avail the wicked sorcery. Of false Pelite, his purposes to break. But him shall slay, and on a gallows bleak. Shall Juth enchanter his venhappy hire. Then shall the Britons, late dismayed and weak. From their long vassalage gin to respire. And on their paynim foes oinge their rankled ire. Ne shall he yet his wrath so mitigate. Till both the sons of Edwin he ha slain. Offric and Osric, twins unfortunate. Both slain in Betelve pon Laburn plain. Together with the king of Lothian. Hight Aidan, and the king of Orkney. Both iant partakers of the fat all pain. But Penda, fearful of like destiny. Shall yield himself his liegeman, and swear fealty. Him shall he make his fat all instrument. Tafflick the other Saxons subdued. He marching forth with fury insolent. Against the good King Oswald, who endued. With hewenly power, and by angels rescued. All holding crosses in their hands on high. Shall him defeat withouten bloud and brood. Of which, that field for endless memory. Shall Huon field be called to all posterity. Where at Cadwallon wroth, shall forth Isso. And an huge host into Northumber lead. With which he godly Oswald shall subdue. And crown with martyrdom his sacred head. Whose brother Oswin, daunted with like dread. With price of silver shall his kingdom buy. And Penda, seeking him adown to tread. Shall tread adown, and do him foully die. But shall with gifts his lord Cadwallon pacify. Then shall Cadwallon die, and then the reign. Of Britons eke with him a taunts shall die. Ne shall the good Cadwallader with pain. Or power, be habilit to remedy. When the full time prefixed by destiny. Shall be expurred of Britain's regiment. For Hoenn itself shall their success envy. And them with plagues and murrains pestilent. Consume, till all their warlike puissance be spent. Yet after all these sorrows, and huge hills. Of dying people, during 8 years' space. Cadwallader not yielding to his ills. From Armoric, where long in wretched case. He lewd, returning to his native place. Shall be by vision stayed from his intent. For Hoenns ha decreed, to displace. The Britons, for their sins due punishment. And to the Saxons urge their government. Then woe, and everlasting woe. Be to the Briton babe, that shall be born. To Leoa in thraldom of his father's foe. Late king, now capture, late lord, now forlorn. The world's reproach, the cruel victor's scorn. Banished from princely bower to wasteful wood. Oh, who shall help me to lament, and mourn? The royal seed, the antique Trojan blood. Whose empire langer here, than ewer any stood. The damsel was full deep impassioned. Both for his grief, and for her people's sake. Whose future woes so plain he fashioned. And sighing sore, at length him thus bespake. Ah, but will Hoenn's fury noyer slake? Nor vengeance huge relent itself at last? Will not long misery late mercy make? But shall their name for ewer be defaced? And quite from of earth their memory be rast? Nay, but the term, said he, is limited. That in this thraldom Britons shall abide. And the highest revolution measured. That they as strongers shall be notified. For twice 400th years shall be supplied. ere they to former rule restored shall be, and their importune fates all satisfied. Yet during this their most obscurity, their beams shall oft break forth, that men them fair may see. For Roderick, whose surname shall be great, shall of himself a brow ensample shew, that Saxon kings his friendship shall entreat, and Howell Dha shall goodly well endue the Saluage mines with skill of highest and true. Then Griffith Conan also shall VP rear his dreaded head, and the old sparks renew of Nashu courage, that his foes shall fear, least back again the kingdom he from them should bear. Ne shall the Saxons lose all peaceably enjoy the crown, which they from Britons won. First ill, and after ruled wickedly. For ere 200 years be full outrun, there shall a raw and far from rising sun, with his wide wings upon them fiercely fly, and bid his faithless chickens hour on the fruitful plains, and with fell cruelty in their avenge tread down the victor's circuitry. Yet shall a third both these, and thine subdue. There shall a lion from the seaboard wood of Neustria come roaring, with a crew of hungry whelps, his batalus bold brood, whose claws were newly dipped in cruddy blood, that from the Danisk tyrant's head shall rend serped crown, as if that he were wood, and the spoil of the Count Ray conquered. Amongst his young ones shall die wide with bounty head. Though when the term is full accomplished, there shall a spark of fire, which hath long while been in his ashes raked VP, and hid, be freshly kindled in the fruitful isle of Mona, where it lurked in exile, which shall break forth into bright burning flame, and reach into the house, that bears the style of royal majesty and sovereign name. So shall the Briton bloud their crown again reclaim. Thenceforth eternal Nyan shall be made between the nations different afore, and sacred peace shall wooingly persuade the warlike minds, to learn her goodly lore, and Sul arms to exercise no more. Then shall a royal virgin reign, which shall stretch her white rod o'er the Belgic shore, and the great castle smite so sore withal, that it shall make him shake, and shortly learn to fall. But yet the end is not there Merlin stayed, as our common of the spirit's power, or other ghastly spectacle dismayed, that secretly he saw, yet note discover, which Sudian fit, and half-ecstatic stir. When the two fearful women saw, they grew greatly confused and behower. At last the fury passed, to former Hew. He turned again, and cheerful looks as erst did shew. Then, when them selus they well instructed had, of all, that needed them to be inquired, they both conceiving hope of comfort glad, with lighter hearts to their home returned, where they in secret council close conspurred, how to effect so hard an enterprise, and to possess the purpose they desired. Now this, now that twixt them they did do's, and diverse plots did frame, to mask in strange disguise. At last the Norse in her foolhardy wit conceived a bold do's, and thus bespake. Daughter, I deem that counsel I most fit, that of the time doth due adjuvantage take. Ye see that good King Vither now doth make strong war upon the Paynim brethren, hight Octa and Oza, whom he lately brake, beside Caer Verolame, in victorious fight, that now all Brittany doth burn in arms bright, that therefore not our passage may impeach. Let versus in feigned arms our selus disguise, and our weak hands, whom need new strength shall teach, the dreadful spear and shield to exercise. Nesertes' daughter that same warlike wise, I ween, would you misseem, for ye bene tall, and large of limba, tiachiu and hard emprise. No aught ye want, but skill, which practise small, will bring, and shortly make you a maid martial. And sooth, it ought your courage much inflame. To hear so often, in that royal house, from whence to none inferior ye came, bards tell of many women valorous, which ha full many feats adventurous performed, in paragon of proudest men, the bold Bunduca, whose victorious exploits made Rome to quake, stout Gendolen, renowned Martia, and redoubt Emmeline, and that, which more than all the rest may sway, late days and sample, which these eyes beheld, in the last field before Manuia, which Vither with those foreign pagans held, I saw a Saxon virgin, the which felled great Fulfin thrice upon the Bloudy plain, and had not Carados her hand withheld from rash revenge, she had him surely slain. Yet Carados himself from her escaped with pain. Ah Red, quoth Britomart, how is she hight? Fair Angela, quoth she, men do her call no whit less fair, than terrible in fight. She hath the leading of a martial, and mighty people, dreaded more than all the other Saxons, which do for her sake. And lo, Themselus of her name Angles call. Therefore fair infant her ensample make. Unto thyself, and equal courage to thee take. Her hearty words so deep into the myd of the young damsel Suinca, that great desire of warlike arms in her forthwith they tyd, and generous stout courage did inspire, that she resolute, weeding to her sire, adjuentraus knighthood on herself to don, and counselled with her Norse, her maid's attire, to turn into a massy habergeon, and bade her all things put in readiness anon. Old woman not, that needed, did omit, but all things did conveniently purue. It fortuned, so time their turn did fit, a band of Britons riding on foray, few days before, had gotten a great prey of Saxon goods, amongst the which was seen a goodly armour, and full rich array, which longed to Angela, the Saxon queen, all fretted round with gold, and goodly well beseen. The same, with all the other ornaments, King Rience caused to be hanged high in his chief church, for endless monuments of his success and glad full victory, of which herself auising readily, in tuning late old Glossy thither led, fair Britomart, and that same armory, down taking, her therein apparelled, well as she might, and with brow baldric garnished. Beside those arms there stood a mighty spear, which bladed made by magic art of yore, and vsd the same in batel I to beer, sith which it had been here preserved in store, for his great virtues prode long afore. For Neuer white so fast in cell could sit, but him perforce to the ground it bore. Both spear she took, and shield, which hung by it. Both spear and shield of great power, for her purpose fit. Thus when she had the virgin all arrayed, another harness, which did hang thereby, about herself she dight, that the young maid she might in equal arms accompany, and as her squire attend her carefully, though to their ready steeds they clomb full light, and through back ways, that none might them espy, coored with secret cloud of silent night. Themselus they forth connuade, and passed forward right. Ne rested they, till that to Faerie London they came, as Merlin them directed late, where meeting with this Redcrosse knight, she fond of divers things discourses to dilate, but most of Artegall, and his estate. At last their ways so fell, that they mote part. Then each to other well affectionate friendship professed with feigned heart. The Redcrosse knight diurst, but forth rode Britomart. Canto 4. Bold Marinelle of Britomart is thrown on the rich strand. Fair Florimel of Arthur is long followed, but not fond. VV here is the antique glory now become, that whilome wont in women to appear. Where be the brow achievements done by some? Where be the battles, where the shield and spear? And all the conquests, which them high did rear? That matter made for famous poets' verse. And boastful men so oft abashed to hear. Bene they all dead, and laid in doleful hearse. Or done they onely sleep, and shall again rewerse. If they be dead, then woe is me therefore. But if they sleep, oh let them soon awake. For all too long I burn with envy sore. To hear the warlike feats, which Homer spake. Of bold Penthesilea, which made a lake. Of Greekish Bloud so oft in Troyan plain. But when I read, how stout Deborah strake. Proud Sisera, and how Camil hath slain. The huge Orsilochus, I swell with great disdain. Yet these, and all that else had puissance, cannot with noble Britomart compare. Oswell for glory of great valiance. As for pure chastity and virtue rare. That all her goodly deeds do well declare. Well worthy stock, from which the branches sprong. That in late years so fair a blossom bear. As thee, O Queen, the matter of my song. Whose lineage from this lady I dear you along. Who went through speeches with the Redcrosse knight. She learned had th estate of Artegall. And in each point herself informed aright. A friendly league of lo perpetual. She with him bound, and congé took withal. Then he forth on his irony did proceed. To seek adventures, which mote him befall. And win him worship through his warlike deed. Which always of his pains he made the chiefest meed. But Britomart kept on her former course. Newer doffed her arms, but all the way. Grew pensive through that amorous discourse. By which the Redcrosse knight did erst display. Her lower's shape, and chulrus array. 1,000 thoughts she fashioned in her mind. And in her feigning fancy did portray. Him such, as fittest she for look could find. Wise, warlike, personable, courteous, and kind. With such self-pleasing thoughts her wound she fed. And thought so to beguile her grues smart. But so her smart was much more grues bred. And the deep wound more deep ignored her heart. That naught but death her dolour mote depart. So forth she rode without repose or rest. Searching all lands and each remotest part. Following the guidance of her blinded guest. Till that to the sea coast at length she her addressed. There she alighted from her lightfoot beast. And sitting down upon the rocky shore. Bade her old squire vlace her lofty creast. Though howling viewed a while the surges hoar. That gainst the craggy cliffs did loudly roar. And in their raging circuitry disdained. That the fast earth affronted them so sore. And their during cuities restrained. Thereat she sighed deep. And after thus complained. Huge sea of sorrow, and tempestuous grief. Wherein my feeble bark is tossed long. Far from the hoped haven of relief. Why do thy cruel billows beat so strong? And thy moist mountains each on others throng. Threatening to swallow vp my fearful life. Oh, do thy cruel wrath and spiteful wrong at length allay, and stint thy stormy strife. Which in these troubled bowels reigns, and raggeth rife. For else my feeble vessel crashed, and cracked. Through thy strong buffets and outrageous blows. Cannot endure, but needs it must be racked. On the rough rocks, or on the sandy shallows. The wiles that Louis steers, and fortune rows. Lo my lewd pilot hath a restless mind. And fortune boatswain no assurance knows. But saily withouten stars gainst tide and wind. How can they other do, sith both are bold and blind? Thou God of winds, that reignest in the seas. That reignest also in the continent. At last blow vp some gentle gale of ease. The which may bring my ship, ere it be rent. Into the gladsome port of her intent. Then when I shall myself in safety see. A table for eternal monument. Of thy great grace, and my great Jeopardy. Great Neptune, I owe to hallow to thee. Then sighing softly sore, and inly deep, she shut vp all her plaint in priui grief. For her great courage would not let her weep, till that old glossy gone with sharp reprieve, her to restrain, and jew her good relief. Through hope of those, which Merlin had her told, should of her name and nation be chief, and fetch their being from the sacred mould of her immortal womb, to be in Hoenn enrolled. Thus as she her recomforted, she spied where Faerie away one all in armour bright, with hasty gallop towards her did ride. Her dolour soon she ceased, and on her dight her helmet, to her courser mounting light, her former sorrow into Suddian wrath, both coos and passions of distroubled sprite. Conurating, forth she beats the dusty path. Lue and despite a taunts her courage kindled hath, as when a foggy mist hath overcast the face of Hoenn, and the clear air engrossed. The world in darkness dwells, till that at last the watery south wind from the seaboard coast, blowing, doth disperse the vapour lost, and pours itself forth in a stormy shore. So the fair Britomart howling disclosed her cloudy care into a wrathful store. The mist of grief dissolute, did into vengeance power. Eftsoons her goodly shield addressing fair, that mortal spear she in her hand did take, and to battle did herself prepare. The night approaching, sternly her bespake. Sir Knight, that doest thy voyage rashly make, by this forbidden way in my despite, ne doest by others' death ensample take. I read thee soon retire, whiles thou hast might, lest afterwards it be too late to take thy flight. Thrilled with deep disdain of his proud threat, she shortly thus, fly they, that need to fly. Words fear in babes. I mean not thee entreat to passe, but maugre thee will passe or dy. Ne lenger stayed for each other to reply, but with sharp spear the rest made dearly known. Strongly the strange knight ran, and sturdily strook her full on the breast, that made her down decline her head, and touch her crupper with her crown. But she again him in the shield did smite, with so fierce fury and great puissance, that through his three-square scutcheon pursing quite, and through his mailed hauberk, by mischance, the wicked steel through his left side did glance. Him so transfixed she before her bore, beyond his croup, the length of all her lance, till sadly sousing on the sandy shore, he tomb led on an heap, and wallowed in his gore. Like as the sacred ox, that careless stands, with gilden horns, and flowry girlands crowned, proud of his dying honour in dear bands, whiles altars fume with frankincense around, all suddenly with mortal stroke astound, doth growling fall, and with his streaming gore, disdains the pillars, and the holy groaned, and the fair flores, that decked him afore. So fell proud Marinelve upon the precious shore. The Martial maid stayed not him to lament, but forward rode, and kept her ready way. Along the strand, which as she Ouyer went, she saw a best road all with rich array of pearls and precious stones of great assay, and all the growl mixed with golden ore. Whereat she wondered much, but would not stay for gold, or pearls, or precious stones and hour. But them despised all, for all was in her power. Whiles thus he lay in deadly stonishment, tidings hereof came to his mother's ear. His mother was the black-browed Cymoënt, the daughter of great Nereus, which did bear this warlike son to an earthly pair, the famous Dumorin, who on a day, finding the nymph asleep in secret where, as he by chance did wander that same way, was taken with her low, and by her closely lay. There he this knight of her begot, whom born she of his father Marinel did name, and in a rocky caw as white forlorn, Long time she fostered VP, till he became a mighty man at arms. And mickle fame did get through great adventures by him done. For neuer man he suffered by that same rich strawn to trowel, whereas he did one. But that he must do battle with the sea nymph's son. 100 knights of honorable name he had subdued and them his vassals made. That through all fairy London his noble fame now blazed was, and fear did all innuade. That none durst passen through that perilous glade. And to adjuvance his name and glory more. Her sea god sire she dearly did persuade. Tendo her son with treasure and rich store. Buoy all the sons, that were of earthly wombs abore. The god did grunt his daughter's dear demand. To dun his nephew in all riches flow. Eftsoons his heaped wows he did command. Out of their hollow bosom forth to throw. All the huge treasure, which the sea below had in his greedy gulf devoured deep. And him enriched through the overthrow. And wrecks of many wretches, which did weep. And often wail their wealth, which he from them did keep. Shortly upon that shore there heaped was exceeding riches and all precious things. The spoil of all the world, that it did paw. The wealth of Th East, and Pompa of Persian kings. Gold, amber, uri, pearls, ouches, rings. And all that else was precious and dear. The sea to him voluntary brings. That shortly he a great lord did appear. As was in all the London of Faerie, or elsewhere. Thereto he was a doughty dreaded knight. Tried often to the scath of many dear. That none in equal arms him matchen might. The which his mother seeing, gone to fear. Least his two haughty hardines might rear some hard mishap. In hazard of his life. For thy she often counselled to forbear the bloody battle, and to stir VP strife. But after all his war, to rest his weary knife. And for his more assurance, she inquired. One day of Proteus by his mighty spell. For Proteus was with prophecy inspurred. Her dear son's destiny to her to tell. And the sad end of her sweet Marinelle. Who through foresight of his eternal skill. Bade her from womankind to keep him well. For of a woman he should ha much ill. A virgin strange and stout him should dismay, or kill. For thy she gave him warning every day. The lure of women not to entertain. A lesson too hard for lewin clay. From lewin course of nature to refrain. Yet he his mother's lore did well retain. And ewer from fair ladies lo did fly. Yet many ladies fair did oft complain. That they for lieu of him would algates die, who so list for him, he was Lou's enemy. But who can deceive his destiny? Or ween by warning to avoid his fate? That when he sleeps in most security, and safest seems, him soonest doth amati. And findeth due effect or soon or late. So feeble is the power of fleshly arm. His mother bade him women's love to hate. For she of woman's force did fear no harm. So weening to ha armed him, she did quite disarm. This was that woman, this that deadly wound. That Proteus prophesied should him dismay. The which his mother vainly did expound. To be heart-wounding lo, which should assay. To bring her son to his last decay. So tickle be the terms of mortal state. And full of subtle sophisms, which do play. With double senses, and with false debate. Taproud of known purpose of eternal fate. Too true the famous Marinelle it found. Who through late trial, on that wealthy strand. Inglorious now lies in senseless swooned. Through holy stroke of Bretomardis hand. Which when his mother dear did understand. And holy tidings heard, whereas she played. Amongst her watery sisters by a pond. Gathering sweet daffodillies, to ha made. Gay girlands, from the sun their foreheads fair to shade. Eftsoons both flores and girlands far away. She flung, and her fair dewy locks urent. To sorrow huge she turned her former play. And game saw mirth to gruest dreriment. She threw herself down on the continent. No word did speak. But lay as in a swoon. Whiles all her sisters did for her lament. With yelling outcries, and with shrieking soon. And Eury one did tear her girland from her crown. Soon as she vp out of her deadly fit. Arose, she bade her chariot to be brought. And all her sisters, that with her did sit. Bade eke attance their charades to be sought. Though full of bitter grief and pensive thought. She to her wagon clomb all the rest. And forth together went, with sorrow fraught. The wows obedient to their behest. Them yielded ready passage, and their rage surceased. Great Neptune stood amazed at their sight. Whiles on his broad round back they softly slid. And eke himself mourned at their mournful plight. Yet wist not what their wailing meant, yet did. For great compassion of their sorrow. Bid his mighty waters to them buxom be. Eftsoons the roaring billows still abid. And all the griesly monsters of the sea. Stood gaping at their gate, and wondered them to see. A team of dolphins wronged in array. Drew the smooth chariot of sad Simoant. They were all taught by Triton, to obey. To the long reins, at her commandment. As swift as swallows, on the wows they went. That their broad flaggy fins no foam did rear. Na bubbling roundel they behind them sent. The rest of other fishes drawn ware. Which with their finny oars the swelling sea did shear. Soon as they ben arrived upon the brim. Of the rich strand, their charades they forlore. And let their temmed fishes softly swim. Along the margent of the foamy shore. Lest they their fins should bruise. And cerbate sore. Their tender feet upon the stony ground. And coming to the place, where all in gore. And cruddy blowed and wallowed they found. The luckless Marinel, lying in deadly swound. His mother swoon thrice, and the third time. Could scarce recurred be out of her pain. Had she not been doid of mortal slime. She should not then ha been relied again. But soon as life recurred had the reign. She made so piteous moan and dear wayment. That the hard rocks could scarce from tears refrain. And all her sister nymphs with one consent. Supplied her sobbing breeches with sad compliment. Dear image of myself, she said, that is. The wretched son of wretched mother born. Is this thine high advancement, oh, is this? Th immortal name, with which thee yet born. Thy grandsire Nereus promised to adorn. Now liest thou of life and honor reft. Now liest thou a lump of earth forlorn. None of thy late life memory is left. Ne can thy irrevocable destiny be weft. Fond Proteus, father of false prophecies. And they more fond, that credit to thee due. Not this the work of woman's hand awis. That so deep wound through these dear members dry you. I feared lo, but they that lo do lioa. But they that die, do neither lo nor hate. Nathless to thee thy folly I forjure. And to myself, and to accursed fate. The guilt I do ascribe, dear wisdom bought too late. Oh, what avails it of immortal seed? To been Iberd and Neuer born to die. For better I it deem to die with speed. Than waste in woe and wailful misery. Who dies the veatmost dolour doth abide. But who that lose, is left to wail his loss. So life is loss, and death felicity. Sad life worse than glad death, and greater cross. To see friends growa, the dead the growa self to engross. But if the Hoans did his days ennui. And my short bliss maligny, yet mote they well. Thus much afford me, ere that he did die. That the dim eyes of my dear Marinel. I mote ha closed, and him bed farewell. Sith other offices for mother meet. They would not grunt. Yet maugre them farewell, my sweetest sweet. Farewell my sweetest son, sith we no more shall meet. Thus when they all had sorrowed their fill, they softly gone to search his griesly wound. And that they might him handle more at will, they him disarmed, and spreading on the ground their watchet mantles fringed with sinew around, they softly whipped away the gelly blood from teach orifice, which howling well bound. They poured in surain balm, and nectar good. Good both for earthly medicine, and for humanly food. Though when the lily-handed Liagor, this Liagor whilome had learned skill in leech's craft, by great Apollo's lore, sith her whilome upon high Pindus hill, he lewd, and at last her womb did fill with humanly seed, whereof wise Paean sprong. Did feel his pulse, she knew there stayed still some little life his feeble sprites among, which to his mother told, despair she from her flung. Though vp him taking in their tender hands, they easily into her charret bear. Her team at her commandment quiet stands, whiles they the course into her wagon rear, and strow with Flores the lamentable bier. Then all the rest into their coaches climb, and through the brackish wows their passage she are. Upon great Neptune's neck they softly swim, and to her watery chamber swiftly carry him. Deep in the bottom of the sea, her bower is built of hollow billows heaped high, like to thick clouds, that thread a stormy shore. And vaught all within, like to the sky, in which the gods do dwell eternally. There they him laid an easy couch well dight, and sent in haste for Tryphon, to apply salves to his wounds, and medicines of might. For Tryphon of sea gods the surain leech is hight. The whiles the nymphs sit all about him round, lamenting his mishap and hoary plight. And oft his mother viewing his wide wound, cursed the hand, that did so deadly smite her dearest son, her dearest heart's delight. But none of all those curses our took the warlike maid, th sample of that might. But fairly well she thrived, and well did brook her noble deeds, any her right course for aught forsook. Yet did false Archimage her still pursue, to bring to passe his mischievous intent. Now that he had her singled from the crew of courteous knights, the prince, and fairy gent, whom laid in chase of bowtie excellent, she left pursuing that same foster strong, of whose foule outrage they impatient, and full of fiery zeal, him followed long, to rescue her from shame, and to revenge her wrong. Through thick and thin, through mountains and through plains, those two great champions did a taunts pursue the fearful damsel, with incessant pains, who from them fled, as light-foot hare from view of hunter swift, and scent of hounds true. At last they came into a double way, where, doubtful which to take, her to rescue, themselves they did dispart, each to essay whether more happy were, to win so goodly prey. But Timaeus, the prince's gentle squire, that lady's love to his lord forlent, and with proud ennui, and indignant ire, after that wicked foster fiercely went. So being they three sundry ways abent. But fairest fortune to the prince befell, whose chance it was, that soon he did repent, to take that way, in which that damosel was fled afore, afraid of him, as fiend of hell. At last of her far off he gained view. Then gone he freshly prick his foamy steed, and ewer as he nigher to her drew, so more he did increase his speed, and of each turning still kept wary heed. Aloud to her he oftentimes did call, to doe away vain doubt, and needless dread. Full unwild to her he spake, and oft let fall many meek words, to stay and comfort her withal. But nothing might relent her hasty flight, so deep the deadly fear of that foule swain was erst impressed in her gentle sprite. Like as a fearful dewy, which through the rain of the wide air her way does cut amain. Howing Faerie off espied a tassel gent, which after her his nimble wings doth strain. Doubleth her haste for fear to be forhent, and with her pinions close the liquid firmament. With no less haste, and eke with no less dread, that fearful lady fled from him, that meant to her no ill thought, nor ill deed. Yet former fear of being foully shent carried her forward with her first intent. And though oft looking backward, well she viewed herself freed from that foster insolent, and that it was a knight, which now her sowed. Yet she no less the knight feared, than that villain rude. His vencouth shield and strong arms her dismayed, whose like in fairy London were seldom seen. That fast she from him fled, no less afraid than of wild beasts if she had chased been. Yet he her followed still with courage keen, so long that now the golden Hesperus was mounted high in top of Hohen sheen, and warned his other brethren Ioius to light their blessed lamps in Iou's eternal house. All suddenly dim walks the dampish air, and griesly shadows coored Hohen bright, that now with thousand stars was decked fair, which when the prince beheld, a lothful sight, and that perforce, for want of langer light, he mote surcease his suit, and lose the hope of his long labour, he gone foully white. His wicked fortune, that had turned aslope, and cursed night, that reft from him so goodly scope. Though when her ways he could no more descry, but to and fro at disaventure strayed, like as a ship, whose lodestar suddenly coored with clouds, her pilot hath dismayed. His wearisome pursuit perforce he stayed, and from his lofty steed dismounting low, did let him forage. Down himself he laid upon the grassy ground, to sleep a throw. The cold earth was his couch, the hard steel his pillow. But gentle sleep enured him any rest. Instead thereof sad sorrow, and disdain of his hard hap did vex his noble breast. And thousand fancies bet his idle brain. With their light wings, the sights of semblance vain. Oft did he wish, that lady fair mote be his Faerie Queene, for whom he did complain. Or that his Faerie Queene were such, as she. And you hasty knight he blamed bitter lie. Knight thou foule mother of annoyance sad, sister of hoary death, and Norse of woe, which wast begotten Hohen, but for thy bad and brutish shape thrust down to hell below, whereby the grim flood of Cocytus slow. Thy dwelling is in Herebus black house. Black Herebus thy husband is the foe of all the gods, where thou gracious half of thy days doest lead in horror hideous. What had th eternal Maker need of thee? The world in his continual course to keep, that doest all things deface, any lettest see the bowtie of his work. Indeed in sleep, the slothful body, that doth look to steep his lustless limbas, and drown his baser mind, doth praise thee oft, and oft from Stygian deep caies thee, his goddess in his error blind, and great Dame Nature's handmaid, cheering Eury kind. But well I wot, that to an holy heart thou art the root and nurse of bitter cares, breeder of new, renewer of old smarts. Instead of rest thou lendest railing tears, instead of sleep thou sendest troublous fears, and dreadful visions, in the which alieu the dreary image of sad death appears. So from the weary spirit thou doest dry you desired rest, and men of happiness deprive. Vendor thy mantle black there hidden lie, light shining theft, and traitorous intent, abhorred bloodshed, and vile felony, shameful deceit, and donger imminent, foule horror, and eke hellish derriment. All these I wot in thy protection be, and light do shone, for fear of being shent. For light alike is loathed of them and thee. And all that lewdness do hate the light to see. For day discovers all dishonest ways. And sheweth each thing, as it is indeed. The praises of high God he fair displays. And his large bounty rightly doth aid. Day's dearest children be the blessed seed. Which darkness shall subdue, and hoen win. Truth is his daughter, he her first did breed. Most sacred virgin, without spot of sin. Our life is day, but death with darkness doth begin. Oh, when will day then turn to me again? And bring with him his long-expected light? O Titan, haste to rear thy Iolius wain. Speed thee to spread abroad thy beams bright. And chase away this too long lingering night. Chase her away, from whence she came, to hell. She it is, that hath me done despite. There let her with the damned spirits dwell. And yield her room today, that can it girn well. Thus did the prince that weary night outwear. In restless anguish and unquiet pain. And eerily, ere the morrow did prear. His dewy head out of the ocean main. He vp arose, as half in great disdain. And clomb to his steed. So forth he went. With holy look and lumpish pace, that plain. In him bewrayed great grudge and maltalent. His steed eke seemed to apply his steps to his intent. Canto 5. Prince Arthur hears of Florimel. 3 fosters Timea's wound. Belphoebe finds him almost dead. And Riorethe out of sound. Vivi onder it is to see, in diverse minds. How joyously Lud doth his pageants play. And shews his power in variable kinds. The baser wit, whose idle thoughts alway are wont to clove unto the lowly clay. It stirreth vp to sensual desire. And in lewd sloth to wast his careless day. But in brow sprite it kindles goodly fire. That to all high desert and honor doth aspire. Ne suffereth it from comely idleness. In his free thought to build her sluggish nest. Ne suffereth it thought of gentleness. Ewer to creep into his noble breast. But to the highest and the worthiest. Lifteth it vp. That else would lowly fall. It lets not fall, it lets it not to rest. It lets not scarce this prince to breath at all. But to his first poor suit him forward still doth call. Who long time wandered through the forest wide. To find some issue thence, till that at last. He met a dwarf, that seemed terrified. With some late peril, which he hardly passed. Or other accident, which him aghast. Of whom he asked, whence he lately came. And whither now he trowled so fast. For sore he swat, and running through that same thick forest, was bescratched, and both his feet nigh lame. Panting for breath, and almost out of heart. The dwarf him answered, Sir, ill mote I stay. To tell the same. I lately did depart. From Faerie court, where I ha many a day. Served a gentle lady of great sway. And high accompted throughout all elfin land. Who lately left the same, and took this way. Her now I seek. And if ye understand. Which way she fared hath, good sir tell out of hand. What Mr. White, said he, and how arrayed? Royally clad, quoth he, in cloth of gold. As meetest may beseem a noble maid. Her fair locks in rich circlet be enrolled. A fairer white did noyer sun behold. And on a palfrey rides more white than snow. Yet she herself is whiter manifold. The surest signa, whereby ye may her know, is, that she is the fairest white aliu. I trow. Now certes swain, said he, such one I ween. Fast flying through this forest from her fo. A foule ill ford foster, I ha seen. Herself, well as I might, I rescued though. But could not stay. So fast she did forego. Carried away with wings of speedy fear. Ah, dearest God, quoth he, that is great woe. And wondrous ruth to all, that shall it hear. But can ye read, sir, how I may her find, or where? Purdy me lure were to we tend that. Said he, then ransom of the richest knight. Or all the good that you are yet I gat. But froward fortune, and too forward night. Such happiness did, maulger, to me spite. And fro me reft both life and light atone. But dwarf Ariad, what is that lady bright? That through this forest wandereth thus alone. For of her error strange I haw great ruth and moan. That lady is, quoth he, whereso she be, the bounteous virgin, and most debonair. That you er luing I ween did see. Lose none this day, that may with her compare. In steadfast chastity and virtue rare. The goodly ornaments of bow tie bright. And is yclept Florimel the fair. Fair Florimel belud of many a night. Yet she lose none but one, that Marinel is hight. A sea nymph son, that Marinel is hight. Of my dear dame is lewd dearly well. In other none, but him, she sets delight. All her delight is set on Marinel. But he sets not at all by Florimel. For ladies lo his mother long ago. Did him, they say, forewarn through sacred spell. But fame now flies, that of a foreign foe. He is slain, which is the ground of all our woe. Few days there be, since he, they say, was slain. And four, since Florimel the court forwent. And vowed ne'er to return again. Till him aliu or dead she did enuent. Therefore, fair sir, for lo of knighthood gent. And honour of true ladies, if ye may. By your good counsel, or bold hardiment. Or succour her, or me direct the way. Do one, or other good, I you most humbly pray. So may ye gain to you full great renown. Of all good ladies through the world so wide. And haply in her heart find highest realm. Of whom ye seek to be most magnified. At least eternal meed shall you abide. To whom the prince. Dwarf, comfort to thee take. For till thou tidings learn, what her betide. I hear all thee ne'er to forsake. Ill wears he arms, that nil them vse for ladies' sake. So with the dwarf he back returned again. To seek his lady, where he mote her find. But by the way he greatly gone complain. The one of his good squire late left behind. For whom he wondrous pensive grew in mind. For doubt of donger, which mote him betide. For him he lewd above all mankind. Howing him true and faithful you are tried. And bold, as you are squire that waited by night's side. Who all this while full hardly was assayed. Of deadly donger, which to him betid. For whiles his lord pursued that noble maid. After that foster fowl he fiercely rid. To bene onged of the shame, he did. To that fair damsel, him he chased long. Through the thick woods. Wherein he would ha hid. His shameful head from his avengement strong. And oft him threatened death for his outrageous wrong. Nathless the villain sped himself so well. Whether through swiftness of his speedy beast. Or knowledge of those woods, where he did dwell. That shortly he from donger was released. And out of sight escaped at the least. Yet not escaped from the due reward. Of his bad deeds, which daily he increased. Ne ceased not, till him oppressed hard. The holy plague, that for such leechhours is prepared. For soon as he was vanished out of sight. His coward courage gone emboldened be. And cast tienge him of that foul despite. Which he had borne of his bold enemy. Though to his brethren came, for they were three. Gracious children of one graceless sire. And to them complained, how that he had vist bene of that foolhardy squire. So them with bitter words he stirred to bloudy ire. Forthwith themselves with their sad instruments. Of spoil and murder they gone arm by lieu. And with him forth into the forest went. To wreak the wrath, which he did erst rewew. In their stern breasts. On him which late did dry you. Their brother to reproach and shameful flight. For they had vowed, that noyer he alieu. Out of that forest should escape their might. Vile rancor their rude hearts had filed with such despite. Within that wood there was a court glade. Forby a narrow ford, to them well known. Through which it was neath for wight to wade. And now by fortune it was o'erflown. By that same way they knew that squire of known. Mote Aldgates passé. For thy, Themselus they set. Therein await, with thick woods o'ergrown. And all the while their malice they did whet. With cruel threats, his passage through the ford to let. It fortuned, as they dewised had. The gentle squire came riding that same way. Vnweeting of their wile and treason bad. And through the ford to Pawson did essay. But that fierce foster, which late fled away. Stoutly forth stepping on the further shore. Him boldly bade his passage there to stay. Till he had made amends, and full restore. For all the damage, which he had him done afore. With that at him a curing dart he threw. With so fell force and villainous despite. That through his habergeon the forkhead flew. And through the linked mails empierced quite. But had no power in his soft flesh to bite. That stroke the hardy squire did sore displease. But more that him he could not come to smite. For by no means the high bank he could cease. But labored long in that deep ford with vain disease. And still the foster with his long boar spear. Him kept from landing at his wished will. A known one sent out of the thicket near. A cruel shaft, headed with deadly ill. And feathered with an unlucky quill. The wicked steel stayed not, till it did light. In his left thigh, and deeply did it thrill. Exceeding grief that wound in him impite. But more that with his foes he could not come to fight. At last through wrath and vengeance making way. He on the bank arrived with mickle pain. Where the third brother him did sore assay. And drow at him with all his might and main. A forest bill, which both his hands did strain. But warily he did avoid the blow. And with his spear requited him again. That both his sides were thrilled with the throw. And a large stream of blood out of the wound did flow. He tumbling down, with gnashing teeth did bite. The bitter earth, and bade to let him in. Into the baleful house of endless night. Where wicked ghosts do wail their former sin. Though gone the battle freshly to begin. For nathemore for that spectacle bad. Did each other to their cruel vengeance blin. But both attempts on both sides him bestad. And load upon him laid, his life for to ha had. Though when that villain he ouized, which late. Affrighted had the fairest Florimel. Full of fear's fury, and indignant hate. To him he turned, and with rigor fell. Smote him so rudely on the panicle. That to the chin he cleft his head in twain. Down on the ground his carcass growling fell. His sinful soul with desperate disdain. Out of her fleshly firm fled to the place of pain. That seeing now the onely last of three. Who with that wicked shaft him wounded had. Trembling with horror, as that did foresee. The fearful end of his avengement sad. Through which he follow should his brethren bad. His bootless bow in feeble hand caught. And therewith shot an arrow at the lad. Which faintly fluttering, scarce his helmet rout. And glancing fell to ground, but him annoyed not. With that he would ha fled into the wood. But to me as him lightly hourhent. Right as he entreing was into the flood. And strook at him with force so violent. That headless him into the ford he sent. The carcass with the stream was carried down. But th head fell backward on the continent. So mischief fell upon the meaner's crown. They three be dead with shame, the squire lose with renown. He lose, but take small ioe of his renown. For of that cruel wound he bled so sore. That from his steed he fell in deadly swoon. Yet still the blood forth gushed in so great store, that he lay wallowed all in his own gore. Now God thee keep, thou gentlest squire Aliu. Else shall thy luing lord thee see no more. But both of comfort him thou shalt deprive, and eke thyself of honour, which thou didst achieve. Providence humanly posseth luing thought, and doth for wretched men's relief make way. For lo great grace or fortune thither brought comfort to him, that comfortless now lay. In those same woods, ye well remember may, how that a noble huntress did one. She, that base braggadocio did affray, and made him fast out of the forest run. Belle Phoebe was her name, as fair as Phoebus' son. She on a day, as she pursued the chase of some wild beast, which with her arrows keen she wounded had, the same along did trace, by tract of bloud, which she had freshly seen, to haw besprinkled all the grassy green, by the great pursue, which she there pursued. Well hoped she the beast injured had been, and made more haste, the life to haw borrowed. But her expectation greatly was disowed. Shortly she came, whereas that woeful squire, with bloud deformed, lay in deadly swound, in whose fair eyes, like lamps of quenched fire, the Christ all humour stood congealed round. His locks, like faded lows fallen to ground, nodded with bloud, in bounches rudely ran. And his sweet lips, on which before that stound the bud of youth to blossom fair began, spoiled of their rosy red, were waxen pale and wan. Saw noyer luing I more hoy sight, that could ha made a rock of stone to rue, or reue in twain, which when that lady bright, besides all hope with melting eyes did view, all suddenly abashed she chonged hew, and with stern horror backward gone to start. But when she better him beheld, she grew full of soft passion and wanted smart. The point of pity pierced through her tender heart. Meekly she bowed down, to weet if life yet in his frozen members did remain, and feeling by his pulses beating rife, that the weak soul her seat did yet retain, she cast to comfort him with bussy pain. His double-folded neck she reared bright, and rubbed his temples, and each trembling vein. His mailed haberion she did vendite, and from his head his holy burgonet did light. Into the woods thenceforth in haste she went, to seek for harbies, that mote him remedy. For she of harbies had great intendiment, taught of the nymphy, which from her infancy her nursed had in true nobility. There, whether it diween tobacco were, or panacea, or polygony, she found, and brought it to her patient dear, who all this while lay bleeding out his heart bloud near the souraine weed betwixt two marbles plain. She pounded small, and did in pieces bruise, and then atween her lily hands twain, into his wound the use thereof did screws, and round about, as she could well it vise, the flesh therewith she suppled and did steep, tabate all spasm, and soak the swelling bruise. And after howing searched the int use deep, she with her scarf did bind the wound fro cold to keep. By this he had sweet life recurred again, and groaning inly deep, at last his watery eyes, drizzling like dewy rain, he vp gone lift toward the azure skies, from whence descend all hopeless remedies. Therewith he sight, and turning him aside, the goodly maid full of diunities, and gifts of humanly grace he by him spied, her bow and gilden quire lying him beside. Mercy dear Lord, said he, what grace is this, that thou hast shewed to me sinful wight, to send thine angel from her bower of bliss, to comfort me in my distressed plight? Angel, or goddess do I call thee right? What sorrows may I do to thee meet, that hast from darkness me returned to light, and with thy humanly salus and medicines sweet, hast dressed my sinful wounds? I kiss thy blessed feet, Thereat she blushing said, Ah gentle squire! Nor goddess I, nor angel, but the maid, and daughter of a woody nymphy, Desire. No Cerus, Butthy safety in aid. Which if thou gain, I shall be well apaid. We mortal wights, whose loos and fortunes be to commune accidents still open laid, are bound with commune bond of frailty, to succour wretched wights, whom we captured see. By this her damsels, which the former chase, had undertaken after her, Ariud, as did Belphoebe, in the Bloudy place, and thereby deemed the beast had been a deprived of life, whom late their lady's arrow reued. For the Bloudy tract they follow fast, and Ury one to run the swiftest striode. But two of them the rest far hour past, and where their lady was, Ariud at the last. Where when they saw that goodly boy, with blood defouled, and their lady dress his wound, they wondered much, and shortly understood how him in deadly case their lady found, and rescued out of the hoy stound. Eftsoons his warlike courser, which was strayed Faerie in the woods, whiles that he lay in swooned. She made those damsels search, which being stayed, they did him set thereon, and forth with them connuade. Into that forest Faerie they thence him led, where was their dwelling, in a pleasant glade, with mountains round about enurond, and mighty woods, which did the valley shade, and like a stately theatre it made, spreading itself into a spacious plain, and in the midst a little rewer played, amongst the pumy stones, which seemed to plain, with gentle murmur, that his course they did restrain. Beside the same a dainty place there lay, planted with myrtle trees and laurels green, in which the birds song many a luily lay, of God's high praise, and of their loos sweet teen, as it an earthly paradise had been, in whose enclosed shadow there was pight a fair pavilion, scarcely to be seen, the which was all within most richly dight, that greatest princes luing it mote well delight. Thither they brought that wounded squire, and laid in easy couch his feeble limbs to rest. He rested him a while, and then the maid his ready wound with better solues new dressed. Daily she dressed him, and did the best his grues hurt to garish, that she might, that shortly she his dolour hath redressed, and his foulée sore reduced to fair plight. It she reduced, but himself destroyed quite. O foolish physique, and unfruitful pain, that heals one and makes another wound. She his hurt thigh to him recurred again, but hurt his heart, the which before was sound, through an wary dart, which did rebound from her fair eyes and gracious countenance. What boodies at him from death to be bound, to be captured in endless durance of sorrow and despair without elegance. Still as his wound did gather, and grow whole, so still his heart walks sore, and health decayed. Madness to saw apart, and lose the whole. Still when as he beheld the hewenly maid, whiles daily plaisters to his wound she laid, so still his malady the more increased, the whiles her matchless bowtie him dismayed. Ah God, what other could he do at least, but lo so fair a lady, that his life released? Long while he strow in his courageous breast, with reason do the passion to subdue, and lull for to dislodge out of his nest. Still when her excellencies he did view, her sovereign bounty, and celestial hew, the same to look he strongly was constrained. But when his mean estate he did renew, he from such hardy boldness was restrained, and of his luckless lot and cruel lo thus plained. Unthankful wretch, said he, is this the meed, with which her sovereign mercy thou doest quite? Thy life she sowed by her gracious deed, but thou doest wean with villainous despite, to blot her honour, and her hewenly light. Die rather, die, than so disloyally Deem of her high desert, or see me so light. Fair death it is to shun more shame, to dy. Die rather, dy, than you le disloyally. But if to le disloyalty it be, shall I then hate her, that from death's door me brought? Ah, faerie be such reproch fro me. What can I less do, than her le therefore? Sith I her due reward cannot restore. Die rather, die, and dying do her sorrow. Dying her sorrow, and luing her adore. Thy life she gay, thy life she doth desire. Die rather, die, than you from her sorrow swearu. But foolish boy, what boodies thy sorrow base? To her, to whom the hoans do sorrow and so. Thou a mean squire, of meek and lowly place. She humanly born, and of celestial hew. How then? Of all lo taketh equal view. And doth not highest God vouchsafe to take the low and sorrows of the basest crew? If she will not, die meekly for her sake. Die rather, die, than you so fair lo forsake. Thus warred he long time against his will, till that through weakness he was forced at last to yield himself unto the mighty ill, which as a victor proud, gone ransack fast his inward parts, and all his entrails wast. That neither blood in face, nor life in heart it left, but both did quite dry vp, and blast. As pursing luin, which the inner part of every thing consumes, and calcineth by art. Which seeing fair belle Phoebe, gone to fear, least that his wound were inly well not healed, or that the wicked steel empoisoned were. Little she weened, that lo he close concealed. Yet still he wasted, as the snow congealed, when the bright sun his beams thereon doth beat. Yet noyer he his heart to her reyield, but rather chose to die for sorrow great, than with dishonorable terms her to entreat. She gracious lady, yet no pains did spare, to do him ease, or do him remedy. Many restoratues of virtues rare, and costly cordiales she did apply, to mitigate his stub-born malady. But that sweet cordial, which can restore a lo sick heart, she did to him envy. To him, and to all th worthy world for lore. She did envy that sovereign salue, in secret store. That dainty rose, the daughter of her morn. More dear than life she tendered, whose floor the girland of her honor did adorn. Ne suffered she the midday's scorching power, ne the sharp northern wind thereon to shore. But lapped vp her silken lows most chire, when so the froward sky began to lower. But soon as calmed was the Christ all air, she did it fair dispread, and let to flourish fair. Eternal God in his almighty power, to make ensample of his humanly grace. In paradise whilome did plant this floor, whence he it fetched out of her native place, and did in stock of earthly flesh and race, that mortal men her glory should admire. In gentle lady's breast, and bounteous race of womankind it fairest floor doth spire, and beareth fruit of honor and all chaste desire. Fair imps of bowtie, whose bright shining beams adorn the world with like to humanly light, and to your wiles both royalties and realmies subdue, through conquest of your wondrous might. With this fair floor your goodly girlands dight, of chastity and virtue virginal, that shall embellish more your bowtie bright, and crown your heeds with humanly coronal, such as the angels wear before God's tribunal. To your fair cellus a fair ensample frame, of this fair virgin, this belle Phoebe fair, to whom in perfect lo, and spotless fame of chastity none luing may compare. Ne poisonous envy iously can impair the praise of her fresh flowering maidenhead. For thy, she standeth on the highest stair of th honorable stage of womanhead, that ladies all may follow her ensample dead, in so great praise of steadfast chastity. Nathless she was so courteous and kind. Tempered with grace, and goodly modesty. That seemed those two virtues strove to find the higher place in her heroic mind. So striving each did other more augment. And both increased the praise of womankind. And both increased her bowtie excellent. So all did make in her a perfect complement. Canto 6. The birth of fair belle Phoebe and of Amrit is told. The gardens of Adonis fraught with pleasures manifold. VVL may I ween, fair ladies, all this while. Ye wonder, how this noble damosel so great perfections did in her compile. Sith that in Saluage forest she did dwell. So far from court and royal citadel. The great schoolmistress of all courtesy. Seemeth that such wild woods should far expel all soul of sage and gentility. And gentle sprite deform with rude rusticity. But to this fair belle Phoebe in her birth, the Hoans so forable were and free, looking with mild aspect upon the earth. In th horoscope of her natio that all the gifts of grace and chastity on her they poured forth of plenteous horn. Iue laughed on Venus from his serene sea. And Phoebus with fair beams did her adorn. And all the graces rocked her cradle being born. Her birth was of the womb of morning dew. And her conception of the Iolius prime. And all her whole creation did her shew. Pure and unspotted from all loathly crime. That is ingenerate in fleshly slime. So was this virgin born, so was she bred. So was she trained VP from time to time. In all chaste virtue, and true bounty head. Till to her due perfection she was ripened. Her mother was the fair Chrysogone, the daughter of Amphisa, who by race a fairy was, born of high degree. She bore belle Phoebe, she bore in like case fair Amoretta in the second place. These two were twins. And twixt them two did share the heritage of all celestial grace. That all the rest it seemed they robbed bare. Of bounty, and of bowtie, and all virtues rare. It were a goodly story, to declare. By what strange accident fair Chrysogone conceived these infants, and how them she bare. In this wild forest wandering all alone. After she had 9 months fulfilled and gone. For not as other women's commune brood. They were enwombed in the sacred throne of her chaste body, nor with commune food. As other women's babes, they sucked vital blood. But wondrously they were begot, and bred. Through influence of Th Hoan's fruitful ray. As it in antique books is mentioned. It was upon a summer's shiny day. When Titan fair his beams did display. In a fresh fountain, far from all men's view. She bathed her breast, the boiling heat tla. She bathed with roses red, and violets blue. And all the sweetest flores, that in the forest grew. Till faint through irksome weariness, adown. Upon the grassy ground herself she laid. To sleep, the whiles a gentle slumbering swoon. Upon her fell all naked bare displayed. The sunbeams bright upon her body played. Being through former bathing mollified. And pierced into her womb, where they embayed. With so sweet sense and secret power inspied. That in her pregnant flesh they shortly fructified. Miraculous may see me to him, that reads. So strange and sample of conception. But reason teacheth that the fruitful seeds of all things luing, through impression of the sunbeams in moist complexion. Do life conceive and quick ned are by kwnd. So after Nilu's inundation. Infinite shapes of creatures men do fwnd. Informed in the mud, on which the sun hath shwnd. Great Father he of generation. Is rightly called, th author of life and light. And his fair sister for creation. Ministreth matter fit, which tempered right. With heat and humor, breeds the lewing white. So sprong these twins in womb of Chrysogone. Yet wist she not thereof, but sore affright. Wondered to see her belly so blown. Which still increased, till she her term had full outgone. Whereof concealing shame and foule disgrace. All but her guiltless conscience her cleared. She fled into the wilderness a space. Till that unwieldy burden she had reared. And shunned dishonor, which as death she feared. Where weary of long trowel. Down to rest. Herself she set, and comfortably churred. There a sad cloud of sleep her hour kissed. And seized Eury's sense with sorrow sore oppressed. It fortuned, fair Venus howing lost. Her little son, the winged god of Lul. Who for some light displeasure, which him crossed. Was from her fled, as flit as Iere dewy. And left her blissful bower of Audiobook. So from her often he had fled away. When she for aught him sharply did reproach. And wandered in the world in strange array. Disguised in thousand shapes, that none might him bewray. Him for to seek, she left her hewenly house. The house of goodly forms and fair aspects. Whence all the world dearest the glorious. Features of bow tie, and all shapes select. With which high God his workmanship hath decked. And searched Eury way, through which his wings had borne him, or his track she mote detect. She promised kisses sweet, and sweeter things. Until the man, that of him tidings to her brings. First she him sought in court, where most he feast. Whilome to haunt, but there she found him not. But many there she found, which sore accused his falsehood, and with foule infamous blot. His cruel deeds and wicked wiles did spot. Ladies and lords she Eury where mote hear. Complaining. How with his empoisoned shot. Their woeful hearts he wounded had wilier. And so had left them languishing twixt hope and fear. She then the cities sought from gate to gate. And Eury one did ask, did he him see? And Eury one her answered, that too late. He had him seen, and felt the cruel tie. Of his sharp darts and what artillery. And Eury one threw forth reproaches rife. Of his mischievous deeds, and said, that he was the disturber of all soul life. The enemy of peace, and author of all strife. Then in the country she abroad him sought. And in the rural cottages inquired. Where also many plaints to her were brought. How he their heedless hearts with love had fired. And his false venom through their veins inspired. And eke the gentle shepherd swains, which sat keeping their fleecy flocks, as they were hired. She sweetly heard complain, both how and what her son had to them done, yet she did smile thereat. But when in none of all these she him got, she gone our eyes, where else he mote him hide. At last she her bethought, that she had not yet sought the saluage woods and forests wide, in which full many lewely nymphs abide, mongst whom might be that he did closely lie, or that the lure of some of them him tied. For she thither cast her course to apply, to search the secret haunts of Dian's company. Shortly into the wasteful woods she came, whereas she found the goddess with her crew, after late chase of their embroidered game, sitting beside a fountain in a rue, some of them washing with the liquid dew. From off their dainty limbas the dusty sweat and soil which did deform their lewely hew. Others lay shaded from the scorching heat. The rest upon her person gay attendants great. She howing hung upon a bough on high. Her bow and painted quire had then last. Her silver buskins from her nimble thigh. And her lank loins girt, and breasts embraced. After her heat the breathing cold to taste. Her golden locks, that late in tresses bright, embreaded were for hindring of her haste. Now loose about her shoulders hung dight. And were with sweet ambrosia all besprinkled light. Soon as she Venus saw behind her back, She was ashamed to be so loose surprised. And walks half wroth against her damsels slack. That had not her thereof before ouized. But suffered her so carousely disguised. Be o'ertaken. Soon her garments loose. Gathering, in her bosom she comparized. Well as she might, and to the goddess rose. Whiles all her nymphs did like a girland her enclose. Goodly she gone fair Cytherea greet. And shortly asked her, what cause her brought into that wilderness for her meat. From her sweet bowers, and beds with pleasures fraught. That sudden change she strange adventure thought. To whom half weeping, she thus answered. That she her dearest son Cupido sought. Who in his frowardness from her was fled. That she repented sore, to how him angered. Thereat Diana gone to smile, in scorn. Of her vain plaint, and to her scoffing said. Great pity sure, that ye be so forlorn. Of your gay son, that does ye so good aid. To your disports, ill mote ye bene paid. But she was more ingriud, and replied. Fair sister, ill beseems it to braid. A doleful heart with so disdainful pride. The like that mine, may be your pain another tide. As you in woods and wanton wilderness. Your glory set, to chase the saluage beasts. So my delight is all in ioifulness. In beds, in bowers, in banquets, and in feasts. And ill becomes you with your lofty creasts. To scorn the Ioe. That Ioue is glad to seek. We both are bound to follow Hohen's behests. And tend our charges with obeisance meek. Spare, gentle sister, with reproach my pain to eke. And tell me, if that ye my son ha heard. To lurk amongst your nymphs in secret wise. Or keep their cabins, much I am afeard. Lest he like one of them himself disguise. And turn his arrows to their exercise. So may he long himself full easy hide. For he is fair and fresh in face and dew eyes. As any nymph, let not it be annoyed. So saying Eury nymph full narrowly she aid. But Phoebe therewith sore was angered. And sharply said, Go dame, go seek your boy. Where you him lately left, in Mars his bed. He comes not here, we scorn his foolish Ioe. Ne lend we leisure to his idle toy. But if I catch him in this company. By Stygian lake I vow, whose sad annoy. The gods do dread, he dearly shall abide. I'll clip his wanton wings. That he no more shall fly. Whom when as Venus saw so sore displeased. She inly sorry was, and gone relent. What she had said, so her she soon appeased. With sugrid words and gentle blandishment. Which as a fountain from her sweet lips went. And welled goodly forth. That in short space. She was well pleased, and forth her damsels sent. Through all the woods, to search from place to place. If any tract of him or tidings they mote trace. To search the god of Lo, her nymphs she sent. Throughout the wandering forest everywhere. And after them herself eke with her went. To seek the fugitiue, both far and near. So long they sought. Till they ariad were. In that same shady court, whereas lay. Fair Chrysogone in slambry trance whilera. Who in her sleep, a wondrous thing to say. Where's had borne two babes, as fair as springing day. Where's she them conceived, where's she bore. She bore withouten pain, that she conceived. Withouten pleasure, any her need implore. Lucina's aid, which when they both perceived. They were through wonder nigh of sense borrowed. And gazing each on other, not bespake. At last they both agreed, her seeming good. Out of her holy swoon not to awake. But from her lewing side the tender babes to take. VP they them took, each one a babe took. And with them carried, to be fostered. Dame Phoebe to a nymph her babe betook. To be brought in perfect maidenhead. And of herself her name Belle Phoebe read. But Venus hers thence Faerie away connuade. To be brought in goodly womanhead. And in her little Lew's stead, which was strayed. Her Amoretta called, to comfort her dismayed. She brought her to her Iolius paradise. Where most she wons, whe she on earth does dwell. So fair a place, as nature can devise. Whether in Paphos, or Cithron hill. Or it in Cnidus be, I wot not well. But well I wot by trial, that this same. All other pleasant places doth excel. And called is by her lost lower's name. The garden of Adonis, Faerie renowned by fame. In that same garden all the goodly flowers. Wherewith Dame Nature doth her beautify. And decks the girlands of her paramours. Are fetched, there is the first seminary. Of all things, that are born to Leoa and die. According to their kins. Long work it were. Here to account the endless progeny. Of all the weeds, that bud and blossom there. But so much as doth need, must needs be counted here. It sited was in fruitful soil of old. And girt in with 2 walls on either side. The one of iron, the other of bright gold. That none might thorough break, nor ouer stride. And double gates it had, which opened wide. By which both in and out men moten pa. One fair and fresh, the other old and dried. Old Genius the porter of them was. Old Genius, the which a double nature has. He letteth in, he letteth out to wend. All that to come into the world desire. 1,000,000 naked babes attend. About him day and night, which do require. That he with fleshly weeds would them attire. Such as him list, such as eternal fate. Ordained hath, he clothes with sinful mire. And sendeth forth to Leoa in mortal state. Till they again return back by the hinder gate. After that they again return been. They in that garden planted be again. And grow afresh, as they had noyer seen. Fleshly corruption, nor mortal pain. Some 1,000 years so done they there remain. And then of him are clad with other hew. Or sent into the chongful world again. Till thither they return, where first they grew. So like a wheel around they run from old to new. Ne needs their gardener to set, or sow. To plant or prune, for of their own accord. All things, as they created were, do grow. And yet remember well the mighty word. Which first was spoken by Almighty Lord. That bade them to increase and multiply. Ne do they need with water of the ford. Or of the clouds to moisten their roots dry. For in Themsalo's eternal moisture they imply. Infinite shapes of creatures there are bred. And vencuth forms, which none yet ewer knew. And ewery sort is in a sundry bed. Set by itself, and ranked in comely rue. Some fit for reasonable souls and do. Some made for beasts. Some made for birds to wear. And all the fruitful spawn of fishes hew. In endless ranks along enwronged were. That seemed the ocean could not contain them there. Daily they grow, and daily forth are sent. Into the world, it to replenish more. Yet is the stock not lessened, nor spent. But still remains in everlasting store. As it at first created was of yore. For in the wide womb of the world there lies. In hateful darkness and in deep horror. An huge eternal chaos, which supplies. The substances of nature's fruitful progenies. All things from thence do their first being fetch. And borrow matter, whereof they are made. Which when as for me and feature it does catch. Becomes a body, and doth then enuade. The state of life, out of the greasely shade. That substance is etern, and bedeth so. No when the life decays, and for me does fade. Doth it consume, and into nothing go. But chonged is, and often altered to and fro. The substance is not chonged, nor altered. But only for me an outward fashion. For Yueri substance is conditioned to change her hew, and sundry forms to don. Meet for her temper and complexion. For forms are variable and decay. By course of kind, and by occasion. And that fair flower of bowtie fades away, as doth the lily fresh before the sunny ray. Great enemy to it, and to all the rest, that in the garden of Adonis springs, is wicked Time, who with his scYth ad rest, does mow the flowering herbs and goodly things, and all their glory to the ground down flings, where they do wither, and are foully marred. He flies about, and with his flaggy wings, beats down both lows and buds without regard. Newer Pittai may relent his malice hard. Yet Pittai often did the gods relent, to see so fair things marred, and spoiled quite. And their great mother Venus did lament the loss of her dear brood, her dear delight. Her heart was pierced with Pittai at the sight. When walking through the garden, them she spied. Yet no te she find redress for such despite. For all that lose, is subject to that law. All things decay in time, and to their end do draw. But were it not, that time their troubler is, all that in this delightful garden grows, should hap pi be, and ha immortal bliss. For here all plenty, and all pleasure flows. And sweet lo gentle fits amongst them throws. Without fell rancor, or fond jealousy. Frankly each paramour his leman knows. Each bird his mate, any does ennui. Their goodly merriment, and gay felicity. There is continual spring, and harvest there. Continual, both meeting at one time. For both the boughs do laughing blossoms bear. And with fresh colors deck the wanton prime. And eke taunts the hoey trees they climb, which see me to labor vendor their fruits load. The whiles the iolious birds make their pastime. Amongst the shady lows, their sweet abode. And their true lose without suspicion tell abroad. Right in the midst of that paradise, there stood a stately mount, on whose round top a gloomy gruy of myrtle trees did rise, whose shady boughs sharp steel did noyer lop. Nor wicked beasts their tender buds did crop, but like a girland compassed the height. And from their fruitful sides sweet gum did drop, that all the ground with precious daub bedight. Threw forth most dainty odors, and most sweet delight. And in the thickest court of that shade, there was a pleasant arbor, not by art, but of the tree's own inclination made, which knitting their rank branches part to part, with wanton yew twine entrailed athwart, and eglantine, and caprifol among, fashioned a bow within their inmost part, that nether Phoebus' beams could through the throng, nor Aeolus' sharp blast could work them any wrong. And all about grew Yueri sort of flower, to which sad lowers were transformed of yore. Fresh hyacinthus, Phoebus' paramour, and dearest lo, foolish Narcisse, that likes the watery shore. Sad amaranthus, made a flower but late. Sad amaranthus, in whose purple gore me seems I see Aminta's wretched fate, to whom sweet poet's verse hath joy endless date. There won't fair Venus often to Enoi, her dear Adonis Iolaus company, and reap sweet pleasure of the wanton boy. There yet, some say, in secret he does ly, lapped in flores and precious spicery, by her hid from the world, and from the skill of Stygian gods, which do her low envy. But she herself, when you are that she will, possesseth him, and of his sweetness takes her fill. And sooth it seems they say, for he may not. For you are die, and you are buried be. In baleful night, where all things are forgot. All be he subject to mortality. Yet is etern immutability. And by succession made perpetual. Transformed oft, and chonged diversely. For him the father of all forms they call. Therefore needs mote he Leoa, that luing jus to all. There now he lueth in eternal bliss, Ioing his goddess, and of her Enioid. Ne feareth he henceforth that foe of his, which with his cruel tusk him deadly cloyed. For that wild boar, the which him once annoyed, she fearmally hath imprisoned for aye, that her sweet lo his malice mote avoid. In a strong rocky caw, which is they say, hoen underneath that mount, that none him losen may. There now he lose in everlasting Ioe, with many of the gods in company, which thither haunt, and with the winged boy, sporting himself in safe felicity, who when he hath with spoils and cruelty ransacked the world, and in the woeful hearts of many wretches set his triumphs high, thither resorts, and laying his sad darts aside, with fair Adonis plays his wanton parts, and his true look fair Psyche with him plays. Fair Psyche to him lately reconciled, after long troubles and meet brays, with which his mother Venus her rewiled, and eke himself her cruelly exiled. But now in steadfast low and happy state, she with him lose, and hath him born a child. Pleasure, that doth both gods and men agrate. Pleasure, the daughter of Cupid and Psyche late. Hither great Venus brought this infant fair, the younger daughter of Chrysogone, and to Psyche with great trust and care committed her, if fostered to be, and trained VP in true femininity, who no less carefully her tendered than her own daughter Pleasure, to whom she made her companion, and her lessoned in all the lore of low and goodly womanhead, in which when she to perfect ripeness grew, of grace and bowtie noble paragon, she brought her forth into the world's view, to be th ensample of true low alone, and lodestar of all chaste affection, to all fair ladies, that dolioa on ground. To Faerie Court she came, where many one admired her goodly hour, and found his feeble heart wide launched with Lou's cruel wound. But she to none of them her Lou did cast, saw to the noble knight Sir Scudamore, to whom her luing heart she linked fast. In faithful Lou, t abide for you or more, and for his dearest sake endured sore trouble of an heinous enemy, who her would forced to haw for lore. Her former low, and steadfast loyalty, as ye may elsewhere read that rueful history. But well I ween, ye first desire to learn, what ended to that fearful damosel, which fled so fast from that same foster stern, whom with his brethren Timaeus slew, befell. That was to weet, the goodly Florimel, who wandering for to seek her lower dear, her dearest Marinelle, into misfortune fell, as ye did hear, and from Prince Arthur fled with wings of idle fear. Canto 7. The witches sawn lose Florimel. She flies, he feigns to die. Saturaine soused the squire of dames from giants' tyranny, like as an hind forth singled from the herd, that hath escaped from a ravenous beast, yet flies away of her own feet afeard, and eury leaf, that shaketh with the least murmur of wind, her terror hath increased. So fled fair Florimel from her vain fear, long after she from peril was released. Each shade she saw, and each noise she did hear, did see me to be the same, which she escaped whilier. All that same evening she in flying spent, and all that night her course continued. Ne did she let dull sleep once to relent, nor weariness to slack her hast, but fled. You are alike, as if her former dread were hard behind, her ready to arrest, and her white palfrey howling conquered. The maestering reins out of her weary rest, perforce her carried, where you or he thought best. So long as breath, and habile puissance, did Nashu courage to him supply, his pace he freshly forward did adjuance, and carried her beyond all Ioparty. But not that wanteth rest, can long abide. He howing through incessant trowel spent. His force, at last perforce adown did ly. Na foot could further move, the lady gent. Thereat was Sudian strook with great astonishment. And forced Teolite, on foot mote Allgates fair. A troweler wanted to such way. Need teacheth her this lesson hard and rare. That fortune all in equal launce doth sway. And mort all miseries doth make her play. So long she trowelled, till at length she came to an hill aside, which did to her bewray a little valley, subject to the same. All covered with thick woods, that quite at hour came. Through the tops of the high trees she did descry a little smoke, whose vapour thin and light, reeking aloft, rolled to the sky. Which, cheerful signet did send to her sight. That in the same did one some lewing white. Eftsoons her steps she thereunto applied. And came at last in weary wretched plight. Unto the place, to which her hope did guide. To find some refuge there, and rest her weary side. There in a gloomy hollow glen she found a little cottage, built of sticks and reeds. In homely wise, and walled with sods around. In which a witch did dwell, in loathly weeds. And wilful want, all careless of her needs. So choosing solitary to abide. Far from all neighbours, that her dullish deeds and hellish arts from people she might hide. And hurt far off known, whom ewer she annoyed. The damsel there arraying entrade in. Where sitting on the floor the hag she found. Bussy, as seemed, about some wicked gin. Who soon as she beheld that Sudian stound. Lightly started from the dusty ground. And with fell look and hollow deadly gaze. Stared on her awhile. As one astound. Ne had one word to speak, for great amaze. But showed by outward signs, that dread her sense did daze. At last turning her fear to foolish wrath. She asked, what doel had her thither brought? And who she was, and what wanted path had guided her, and welcomed, and sought. To which the damsel full of doubtful thought. Her mildly answered. Beldame be not wroth. With silly virgin by adventure brought. Into your dwelling, ignorant and loath. That crow but round to rest, while tempest erblo th. With that adown out of her Christ all eyne. Few trickling tears she softly forth let fall. That like two orient pearls, did purely shine. Upon her snowy cheek. And therewithal. She sighed soft, that none so bestial. Nor saluage heart, but ruth of her sad plight. Would make to melt, or piteously appall. And that vile hag, all were her whole delight. In mischief, was much moved at so piteous sight. And gone recomfort her in her rude wise. With womanish compassion of her plaint. Wiping the tears from her suffused eyes. And bidding her sit down, to rest her faint. And weary limbs awhile. She nothing quaint. Nor disdainful of so homely fashion. Sith brought she was now to so hard constraint. Sate down upon the dusty ground anon. As glad of that small rest, as bird of tempest gone. Though gone she gather vp her garments rent. And her loose locks to dight in order do. With golden wreath and gorgeous ornament. Whom such when as the wicked hag did view. She was astonished at her humanly hew. And doubted her to deem an earthly wight. But or some goddess, or of Dian's crew. And thought her to adore with humble sprite. T'adore things so divine as beauty, were but right. This wicked woman had a wicked son. The comfort of her age and weary days. A lacy lord, for nothing good to don. But stretched forth in idleness always. Ne ewer cast his mind to coet praise. Or ply himself to any honest trade. But all the day before the sunny rays. He verses to slug, or sleep in slothful shade. Such laziness both lewd and poor taunts him made. He coming home at winter time, there found the fairest creature, that he ever saw, sitting beside his mother on the ground. The sight whereof did greatly him adaw, and his base thought with terror and with awe. So inly smote, that as one, which had gazed on the bright sun wears, doth soon withdraw his feeble eyne, with too much brightness dazed. So stared he on her, and stood long while amazed. Softly at last he gone his mother ask, what Mr. White that was, and whence dear you'd that in so strange disguisement there did mask, and by what accident she there areaed. But she, as one nigh of her wits deprived, with naught but ghastly looks him answered, like to a ghost, that lately is reüd from Stygian shores, where late it wandered. So both at her, and each at other wondered. But the fair virgin was so meek and mild, that she to them vouchsafed to embase her goodly port, and to their senses vilt her gentle speech applied, that in short space she grew familiar in that desert place. During which time, the churl through her so kind and courteous vse conceived affection base, and cast to lure her in his brutish mind. No lure, but brutish lust, that was so beastly tinned. Closely the wicked flame his bowels brent, and shortly grew into outrageous fire. Yet had he not the heart, nor hardiment, as to her to veter his desire. His Katie thought durst not so high aspire, but with soft sighs, and louisly semblances, he weened that his affection entire she should aread, many resemblances to her he made, and many kind remembrances. Oft from the forest wildings he did bring, whose sides empurpled were with smiling red, and oft young birds, which he had taught to sing his mistress praises, sweetly caroled. Girlands of flowers sometimes for her fair head he fine would dight. Sometimes the squirrel wild he brought to her in bands, as conquered to be her thrall, his fellow servant vilt. All which, she of him took with countenance meek and mild. But past a while, when she fit season saw, to lo that desert mansion, she cast in secret wise herself thence to withdraw, for fear of mischief, which she did forecast, might by the witch or by her son compassed her weary palfrey closely, as she might now well recurred after long repast. In his proud furnitures she freshly dight his late miswandered ways now to remeasure right. And eerily ere the dawning day appeared, she forth iswed, and on her irony went. She went in peril, of each noise afeard, and of each shade, that did itself present. For still she feared to be hourhent of that vile hag, or her while son, who when too late awaking, well they kent that their fair guest was gone, they both begone to make exceeding moan, as they had been even done. But that lewd lower did the most lament for her depart, that ewer man did hear. He knocked his breast with desperate intent, and scratched his face, and with his teeth did tear his rugged flesh, and rent his ragged hair. That his sad mother seeing his sore plight, was greatly woebegone, and gone to fear, least his frily senses were emperished quite, and look to frenzy turned, sith lo is frantic height. All ways she sought, him to restore to plight. With herbs, with charms, with cudgel, and with tears. But tears, nor charms, nor herbs, nor counsel might assuage the fury, which his entrails tears. So strong is passion, that no reason hears. Though when all other help she saw to fail, she turned herself back to her wicked leers, and by her dullish arts thought to prule, to bring her back again, or work her fin all bale. Eftsoons out of her hidden caw she called an hideous beast, of horrible aspect, that could the stoutest courage ha appalled. Monstrous mishapped, and all his back was specked With thousand spots of colours K intellect. Thereto so swift, that it all beasts did paw. Like Neuer yet did Lewing I detect. But likest it to an hyena was. That feeds on women's flesh, as others feed on gras. It forth she called, and gay it straight in charge. Through thick and thin her to pursue apace. No once to stay to rest, or breath at large. Till her he had attained, and brought in place. Or quite dowered her beauty's scornful grace. The monster swift as word, that from her went forth in hast, and did her footing trace. So sure and swiftly, through his perfect scent. And passing speed, that shortly he her hour hent. Whom when the fearful damsel nigh espied. No need to bid her fast away to fly. That VGLY shape so sore her terrified. That it she shunned no less, than dread to die. And her flit palfrey did so well apply his nimble feet to her concealed fear. That whilst his breath did strength to him supply. From peril free he her away did bear. But when his force gone fail, his pace gone wex are. Which when as she pursued, she was dismayed. At that same last extremity full sore. And of her safety greatly grew afraid. And now she gone approached to the sea shore. As it befell, that she could fly no more. But yield herself to spoil of greediness. Lightly she leaped, as a wight for lore. From her dull horse, in desperate distress. And to her feet betook her doubtful sickerness. Not half so fast the wicked Mira fled. From dread of her reewing father's hand. Nor half so fast as saw her maidenhead. Fled fearful Daphne on Theaegean strand. As Florimel fled from that monster yond. To reach the sea. Ere she of him were rout. For in the sea to drown herself she fond. Rather than of the tyrant to be caught. Thereto fear gave her wings, and need her courage taught. It fortuned, high God did so ordain. As she aeried on the roaring shore. In mind to leap into the mighty main. A little boat lay hoeing her before. In which there slept a fisher old and poor. The whiles his nets were drying on the sand. Into the same she leapt, and with the oar. Did thrust the shallop from the floating strand. So safety found at sea, which she found not at land. The monster ready on the prey to cease. Was of his forward hope deceived quite. Ne durst essay to wade the perilous seas. But greedily long gaping at the sight. At last in vain was forced to turn his flight. And tell the idle tidings to his dame. Yet to avenge his dullish despite. He set upon her palfrey tired lame. And slew him cruelly, ere any rescue came. And after howing him embowelled. To fill his hellish gorge, it chanced a night. To passay that way, as forth he trowled. It was a goodly swain, and of great might. As ewer man that bloudy field did fight. But in vain shows, that wont young knights bewitch. And courtly Cerusses took no delight. But rather Ioi to be, than see men sitch. For both to be and see me to him was labour lich. It was to weet the good Sir Satyrane. That roamed abroad to seek adventures wild. As was his wont in forest, and in plain. He was all armd in rugged steel Vinfilda. As in the smoky forge it was compilled. And in his scutcheon bore a satyr's head. He coming present, where the monster Vilda. Upon that milk-white palfrey's carcass fed. Into his rescue ran. And greedily him sped. There well perceived he, that it was the horse. Whereon fair Florimel was wont to ride. That of that fiend was rent without remorse. Much feared he, least aught did ill betide. To that fair maid, the flower of women's pride. For her he dearly lewd, and in all his famous conquests highly magnified. Besides her golden girdle, which did fall from her in flight, he found, that did him sore appall. Full of sad fear, and doubtful agony. Fiercely he flew upon that wicked fiend. And with huge strokes, and cruel battery, him forced to low his prey. For to attend himself from deadly donger to defend. Full many wounds in his corrupted flesh he did engrow, and much blood did spend. Yet might not do him die, but I more fresh. And fierce he still appeared, the more he did him thresh. He wist not, how him to despoil of life, na how to win the wished victory. Sith him he saw still stronger grow through strife, and himself weaker through infirmity. Greatly he grew enraged, and furiously, hurling his sword away, he lightly leapt upon the beast, that with great cruelty roared, and raged to be vendor kept. Yet he perforce him held, and strokes upon him hept, as he that strives to stop a Suddian flood, and in strong banks his violence enclose, forceth it swell above his wonted mood, and largely o'erflow the fruitful plain, that all the country seems to be amain, and the rich furrows float, all quite fordone. The woeful husbandman doth load complain, to see his whole year's labor lost so soon, for which to God he made so many an idle boon. So him he held, and did through might amadi. So long he held him, and him bet so long, that at the last his fierceness gone abate, and meekly stoop unto the victor strong, who to avenge the implacable wrong, which he supposed done to Florimel, sought by all means his dolour to prolong. Sith dint of steel his carcass could not quell, his maker with her charms had framed him so well. The golden rib band, which that virgin wore, about her splendor wast, he took in hand, and with it bound the beast, that load did roar. For great despite of that unwonted band, yet dared not his victor to withstand, but trembled like a lamb, fled from the prey, and all the way him followed on the strand, as he had long been learned to obey. Yet ne'er learned he such sorrows, till that day. Thus as he led the beast along the way, he spied far off a mighty giantess, fast flying on a courser dappled grey, from a bold knight, that with great hardiness her heart pursued, and sought for to suppress. She bore before her lap a doleful squire, lying athwart her horse in great distress, fast bound in hand and foot with cords of wire, whom she did mean to make the thrall of her desire. Which when as Satyrane beheld, in hast, he left his captured beast at liberty, and crossed the nearest way, by which he cast her to encounter, ere she passed by. But she the way shunned nathemore for thy, but forward galloped fast, which when he spied, his mighty spear he couched warily, and at her ran, she howling him descried, herself to fight addressed, and threw her load aside, like as a goshawk, that in foot doth bear, a trembling culure, howling spied on height, an eagle, that with plumy wings doth shear the subtle air, stooping with all his might, the quarry throws to ground with fell despite, and to the battle doth herself prepare. So ran the gontess into the fight, her fiery eyes with furious sparks did stare, and with blasphemous banners high God in pieces tear. She caught in hand an huge great iron mace, wherewith she many had of life deprived, but ere the stroke could seize his aimed place, his spear amidst her sun-broad shield aeried, yet nathemore the steel asunder rewed, all with a beam in bigness like a mast, na her out of the steadfast saddle dryed, but glancing on the tempered metal, brast, in thousand shewers, and so forth beside her passed. Her steed did stagger with that puissant stroke, but she no more was moved with that might, than it had lighted on an aged oak, or on the marble pillar, that is pight, upon the top of Mount Olympus height, for the brow youthly champions to essay, with burning chariot wheels it nigh to smite. But who that smites it, mars his ioious play, and is the spectacle of ruinous decay. Yet therewith sore enragged, with stern regard, her dreadful weapon she to him addressed, which on his helmet martelled so hard, that made him low incline his lofty crest, and bowed his battered visor to his breast, wherewith he was so stunned, that he enote ride, but reeled to and fro from east to west, which when his cruel enemy espied, she lightly to him a dioin side to side, and on his collar laying puissant hand, out of his wowering seat him plucked perforce him plucked, unable to withstand, or help himself, and laying thwart her horse, in loathly wise like to a carrion course, she bore him fast away, which when the knight, that her purse wed, saw with great remorse, he near was touched in his noble sprite, and gone encrease his speed, as she increased her flight, whom when as nigh approaching she espied, she threw away her burden angrily, for she list not the battle to abide, but made herself more light, away to fly. Yet her the hardy knight pursued so nigh, that almost in the back he oft her strake, but still when him at hand she did espy, she turned, and semblance of fair fight did make, but when he stayed, to flight again she did her take. By this the good Sir Saturain gone wake, out of his dream, that did him long in trance, and seeing none in place, he gone to make exceeding moan, and cursed that cruel chance, which reft from him so fair a jouissance. At length he spied, whereas that woeful squire, whom he had rescued from captivance of his strong foe, lay tomb-led in the mire, unable to arise, or foot or hand to stir, to whom approaching, well he mote pursue, in that foule plight a comely personage, and louisly face, made fit for to deceive, Fryly lady's heart with lose consuming rage. Now in the blossom of his freshest age, he reared him VP, and loosed his iron bands, and after gone inquire his parentage, and how he fell into that giant's hands, and who that was, which chased her along the lands. Then trembling yet through fear, the squire bespake, that Gontess Arganti is behight, a daughter of the Titans which did make war against Hoenn, and heaped hills on height, to scale the skies, and put Ioue from his right. Her sire Typhoeus was, who mad through mirth, and drunk with blood of men, slain by his might, through incest, her of his own mother earth, whilome begot, being but half-twin of that birth. For at that birth another babe she bore, to weet the mighty Oliphant, that wrought great wreak to many errant knights of yore, and many hath to foule confusion brought. These twins, men say, a thing far passing thought, whiles in their mother's woman clothes they were, ere they into the lightsome world were brought. In fleshly lust were mingled both ifer, and in that monstrous wise did to the world appear. So lewd they ewer after in like sin, gainst nature's law, and good behower. But greatest shame was to that maiden twin, who not content so foully to door her nature flesh, and stain her brother's bower, did wallow in all other fleshly mire, and suffered beasts her body to defloor. So what she burned in that lustful fire, yet all that might not slake her sensual desire. But ere all the count ray she did wrong, to seek young men, to quench her flaming thirst, and feed her fancy with delightful chaunge, whom so she fittest finds to sorrow her lust. Through her main strength, in which she most doth trust, she with her brings into a secret isle, where in eternal bondage die he must, or be the vassal of her pleasures vile, and in all shameful sort himself with her defile. Me seely wretch she so at vantage caught, after she long in wait for me did lie, and meant to her prison to ha brought. her loathsome pleasure there to satisfy. That 1,000 deaths me lure were to die. Then break the vow, that to fair Cambel I plighted ha, and yet keep steadfastly. As for my name, it mistreth not to tell. Call me the squire of dames that me beseemeth well. But that bold knight, whom ye pursuing saw, that Countess, is not such, as she seemed, but a fair virgin, that in martial law, and deeds of arms above all dames is deemed, and above many knights is eke esteemed. For her great worth, she paladine is hight. She you from death, you me from dread redeemed. Nay any may that monster match in fight. But she, or such as she, that is so chaste a wight. Her well beseems that quest, quoth Satyrane. But Red, thou squire of dames, what vow is this, which thou upon thyself hast lately ta'en? That shall I you recount, quoth he, Ewis. So be ye pleased to pardon all amiss. That gentle lady, whom I loin sorrow, after long suit and weary soruisis, did ask me, how I could her lo desero, and how she might be sure, that I would noyer swearo. I glad by any means her grace to gain, bade her command my life to saw, or spill. Eftsoon she bade me, with incessant pain, to wander through the world abroad at will, and ewery where with my power or skill, I might do service to gentle dames, that I the same should faithfully fulfill, and at the 12 Beneath's end should bring their names and pledges, as the spoils of my victorious games. So well I to fair ladies service did, and found such favour in their luing hearts, that ere the year his course had compassed, 300 pledges for my good desarts, and thrice 300 thanks for my good parties, I with me brought, and did to her present, which when she saw, more bent to eke my smarts, than to reward my trusty true intent. She gone for me does a gruous punishment, to weet, that I my trowel should resume, and with like labour walk the world around, ne ewer to her presence should presume, till I so many other dames had found, the which, for all the suit I could propound, would me refuse their pledges to afford, but did abide for ewer chaste and sound. Ah gentle squire, quoth he, tell at one word, how many foundst thou such to put in thy record? Indeed sir knight, said he, one word may tell. All, that I ewer found so wisely stayed. For only 3 they were disposed so well. And yet 3 years I now abroad ha strayed, to find them out. Mote I, then laughing said, the knight, inquire of thee, what were those 3? The which thy proffered courtesy denied? Or ill they seemed sure always to be? Or brutishly brought VP, that newer did fashion see? The first which then refused me, said he, certes was but a common courtesan, yet flat refused to ha ado with me, because I could not do her many a eyen. Thereat full heartily laughed Satyrane. The second was an holy nun to chose, which would not let me be her chapelaine, because she knew, she said, I would disclose her counsel, if he should her trust in me repose. The third a damsel was of low degree, whom I in Countray cottage found by chance. Full little weened I, that chastity had lodging in so mean a maintenance. Yet was she fair, and in her countenance dwelt simple truth in seemly fashion. Long thus I wooed her with due observance, in hope to my pleasure to ha one, but was as faerie at last, as when I first begun. Safe her, I noyer any woman found, that chastity did for itself embrace, but were for other causes fear may and sound, either for want of handsome time and place, or else for fear of shame and foul disgrace. Thus am I hopeless ewer to attain my lady's low, in such a desperate case. But all my days am like to wast in vain, seeking to match the chaste with th chaste lady's train. Purdy, said Saturaine, thou squire of dames. Great labour fondly hast thou hent in hand. To get small thanks, and therewith many blames. That may amongst Alcides' labours stand. Thence back returning to the former land. Where late he left the beast, he hour came. He found him not, for he had broke his band. And was returned again to his dame. To tell what tidings of fair Florimel became. Canto 8. The which creates a snowy lady. Like to Florimel. Who wronged by Carl by Proteus sowed. Is sought by Paridel. So oft as I this history record. My heart doth melt with mere compassion. To think, how causeless of her own accord. This gentle damsel, whom I wrote upon. Should plunged be in such affliction. Without all hope of comfort or relief. That sure I ween, the hardest heart of stone. Would hardly find to aggravate her grief. For misery crowes rather mercy, than reprieve. But that accursed hag, her hostess late. Had so enrankled her malicious heart. That she deserved th abridgment of her fate. Or long enlargement of her painful smart. Now when the beast, which by her wicked art. Late forth she sent, she back returning spied. Tied with her broken girdle, it apart. Of her rich spoils, whom he had erst destroyed. She weaned, and wondrous gladness to her heart applied. And with it running hastily to her son. Thought with that sight him much to horror. Who thereby deeming sure the thing is done. His former grief with fury fresh renewed. Much more than erst, and would ha all gates renewed. The heart out of his breast, forsith her dead. He surely dempt, himself he thought deprived. Quite of all hope. Wherewith he long had fed. His foolish malady, and long time had misled. With thought whereof, exceeding mad he grew. And in his rage his mother would ha slain. Had she not fled into a secret mew. Where she was wont her sprites to entertain. The maisters of her art, there was she fain. To call them all in order to her aid. And them conniurve pon eternal pain. To counsel her so carefully dismayed. How she might heal her son. Whose senses were decayed. By their adieus, and her own wicked wit. She there devised a wondrous work to frame. Whose like on earth was noyer framed yet. That in nature self ennoyed the same. And grudged to see the counterfeit should shame. The thing itself. In hand she boldly took. To make another like the former dame. Another Florimel, in shape and look. So loyally and so like, that many it mistook. The substance, whereof she the body made. Was purest snow in massy mould congealed. Which she had gathered in a shady glade. Of the Riphean hills, to her revealed. By errant sprites. But from all men concealed. The same she tempered with fine mercury. And virgin wax, that noyer yet was sealed. And mingled them with perfect vermily. That like a luily sanguine it seemed to the eye. Instead of eyes 2 burning lampies she set. In cellular sockets, shining like the skis. And a quick mooing spirit did air it. To stir and roll them, like a woman's eyes. Instead of yellow locks she did douse. With golden wire to woe her curled head. Yet golden wire was not so yellow thrice. As Florimel's fair hair, and in the stead. Of life, she put a sprite to rule the carcass dead. A wicked sprite fraught with fawning guile. And fair resemblance above all the rest. Which with the prince of darkness fell some while. From Hohen's bliss and everlasting rest. Him needed not instruct, which way were best. Himself to fashion likest Florimel. Na how to speak, any how to vse his jest. For he in counterfeasance did excel. And all the wiles of women's wits knew passing well. Him shaped thus, she decked in garments gay. Which Florimel had left behind her late. That whoso then her saw, would surely say, it was herself, whom it did imitate. Or fairer than herself, if aught Aldgate might fairer be. And then she forth her brought to her son, that lay in feeble state, who seeing her gone straight vepstart, and thought she was the lady self, whom he so long had sought. Though fast her clipping twixt his arms twain, extremely ioed in so happy sight, and soon forgot his former sickly pain. But she, the more to see me such as she hight, coyly rebutted his embracement light, yet still with gentle countenance retained enough to hold a full in vain delight. Him long she so with shadows entertained, as her creatress had in charge to her ordained, till on a day, as he disposed was to walk the woods with that his idol fair, her to disport, and idle time to paw in th open freshness of the gentle air. A night that way there chanced to repair. Yet knight he was not, but a boastful swain, that deeds of arms had ewer in despair. Proud braggadocio, that in vaunting vain his glory did repose, and credit did maintain. He seeing with that chorle so fair a wight, decked with many a costly ornament, much maruled thereat, as well he might, and thought that match a foul disparagement. His blouty spear eftsoons he boldly bent against the silly clown, who dead through fear fell straight to ground in great astonishment. Villain, said he, this lady is my dear. Die, if thou it gainsay, I will away her bier. The fearful churl durst not gainsay, nor doe, but trembling stood, and yielded him the prey, who finding little leisure her to woo, on Trompart's steed her mounted without stay, and without rescue led her quite away. Proud man himself then braggadocio deemed, and next to none, after that happy day, being possessed of that spoil, which seemed the fairest wight on ground, and most of men esteemed. But when he saw himself free from poor Zuda, he gone make gentle purpose to his dame, with terms of lule and lewdness dissolute. For he could well his glozing speeches frame to such vain vices, that him best became. But she thereto would lend but like regard, as seeming sorry, that she ewer came into his power, that veest her so hard to row her honor, which she more than life preferred. Thus as they two of kindness treated long, there them by chance encountered on the way an armed knight, upon a courser strong, whose trampling feet upon the hollow lay, seemed to thunder, and did nigh affray that capon's courage, yet he looked grim, and feigned to char his lady in dismay, who seemed for fear to quake in every limb, and her to saw from outrage, meekly prayed him. Fiercely that stranger forward came, and nigh approaching, with bold words and bitter threat, bade that same boaster, as he mote, on high, to low to him that lady for excheat, or bide him betel without further treat. That challenge did too peremptory see me, and filed his senses with abashment great. Yet seeing nigh him I a party extreme, he it dissembled well, and light seemed to esteem, saying, thou foolish knight, that weenst with words to steal away, that I with blows ha won, and brought through points of many perilous swords. But if thee list to see thy courser ron, or pro thyself, this sad encounter shon, and seek else without hazard of thy head, at those proud words that other knight begon to wex exceeding wroth, and him ard to turn his steed about, or sure he should be dead. Sith then, said braggadocio, needs thou wilt thy days abridge, through proof of puissance. Turn we our steeds, that both in equal tilt may meet again, and each take happy chance. This said, they both a furlong's mountenance returned their steeds, to run in ewen race. But braggadocio with his blouty lance Once howing turned, no more returned his face. But left his lute to loss, and fled himself apace. The knight him seeing fly, had no regard. Him to Porso, but to the lady rode. And howing her from Trompart lightly reared. Upon his courser set the Louisly load. And with her fled away without abode. Well weened he, that fairest Florimel. It was, with whom in company he yode. And so herself did always to him tell. So made him think himself in Hoenn, that was in hell. But Florimel herself was faret away. Driven to great distress by fortune strange. And taught the careful mariner to play. Sith late mischance had her compelled to change the land for sea. At Randon there to wrong. Yet there that cruel Queen Auengeress. Not satisfied so faret her to estrange. From courtly bliss and wonted happiness. Did heap on her new woes of weary wretchedness. For being fled into the fisher's boat. For refuge from the monster's cruel tie. Long so she on the mighty main did float. And with the tide drow forward carelessly. For air was mild, and cleared was the ski. And all his winds Dan Aeolus did keep. From stirring VP their stormy enmity. As pitying to see her wail and weep. But all the while the fisher did securely sleep. At last when drunk with drowsiness, he woke. And saw his drower Dryu along the stream. He was dismayed, and thrice his breast he stroke. For meruel of that accident extreme. But when he saw that blazing beauty's beam. Which with rare light his boat did beautify. He maruled more, and thought he yet did dream. Not well awacked, or that some ecstasy. Assotted had his sense, or dazed was his eie. But when her well ouizing, he perceived. To be no vision, nor fantastic sight. Great comfort of her presence he conceived. And felt in his old courage new delight. To gin awake, and stir his frozen sprite. Though rudely asked her. How she thither came. Ah, said she, Father, I note read aright. What hard misfortune brought me to the same. Yet am I glad that here I now in safety am. But thou good man, sith faret in sea we be. And the great waters gin apace to swell. That now no more we can the mainland see. Ha care, I pray, to guide the cockboat well. Least worse on sea than versus on land befell. Thereat old man did not but fondly grin. And said, his boat the way could wisely tell. But his deceitful eyes did noyer lin. To look on her fair face, and mark her snowy skin. The sight whereof in his congealed flesh. Infixed such secret sting of greedy lust. That the dry withered stalk it gone refresh. And kindled heat, that soon in flame forth bruised. The driest wood is soonest burnt to dust. Rudely to her he leapt, and his rough hand. Where ill became him, rashly would ha thrust. But she with angry scorn him did withstand. And shamefully reproud for his rudeness fond. But he, that noyer good nor mainers knew. Her sharp rebuke full little did esteem. Hard is to teach an old horse amble true. The inward smoke, that did before but steam. Broke into open fire and rage extreme. And now he strength gone out of to his will. Forcing to do, that did him foul misseem. Beastly he threw her down. Any card to spill. Her garments gay with scales of fish, that all did fill. The silly virgin strow him to withstand. All that she might, and him in vain rewilled. She struggled strongly both with foot and hand. To saw her honor from that villain vilt. And cried to Hoenn, from humane help exiled. O ye brow knights, that boast this lady's low. Where be ye now, when she is nigh defiled? A filthy wretch? Well may she you repro. Of falsehood or of sloth, when most it may be how. But if that thou, Sir Saturn, didst weet. Or thou, Sir Periger, her sorry state. How soon would ye assemble many a fleet? To fetch from sea, that ye at land lost late. Torres, cities, kingdoms ye would ruinate. In your avengement and dispiteous rage. No aught your burning fury mote abate. But if Sir Calidore could it presage, no luing creature could his cruelty assuage. But sith that none of all her knights is nigh, see how the hoens of voluntary grace, and souraign forward towards chastity, do succor send to her distressed case. So much high God doth innocence embrace. It fortuned, whilst thus she stifly strow, and the wide sea importuned long space. With shrilling shrieks, Proteus abroad did ruay, along the foamy wows drying his finny drow. Proteus is shepherd of the seas of yore, and hath the charge of Neptune's mighty herd. An aged sire with head all frory hoar, and sprinkled frost upon his dewy beard, who when those pitiful outcries he heard, through all the seas so ruefully resound, his chariot swift in haste he thither stirred, which with a team of scaly forecas bound, was drawn upon the wows, that foamed him around. And coming to that fisher's wandering boat, that went at will, withouten carda or sail, he therein saw that irksome sight, which smote deep indignation and compassion frail into his heart at once. Straight did he hail the greedy villain from his hoped prey, of which he now did very little fail. And with his staff, that dryuse his herd astray, him bet so sore, that life and sense did much dismay. The whiles the piteous Lady VP did rise, ruffled and foully rayed with filthy soil, and blood-red face with tears of her fair eyes. Her heart nigh broken was with weary toil, to saw herself from that outrageous spoil. But when she looked VP, to weet, what wight had her from so infamous fact assoiled, for shame, but more for fear of his grim sight, down in her lap she hid her face, and loudly shright, herself not soused yet from donger dread, she thought, but chonged from one to other fear, like as a fearful partridge, that is fled from the sharp hawke, which her attached near, and fowls to ground, to seek for succor thar. Whereas the hungry spaniel she does spy, with greedy yaws her ready for to tear. In such distress and sad perplexity was Florimel, when Proteus she did see thereby. But he endured with speeches mild, her to recomfort, and a courage bold, bidding her fear no more her foeman Vilda, nor doubt himself, and who he was, her told. Yet all that could not from affright her hold, ne to recomfort her at all prevailed. For her faint heart was with the frozen cold benumbed so inly, that her wits nigh failed, and all her senses with abashment quite were quailed. Her VP betwixt his rugged hands he reared, and with his frory lips full softly kissed, whiles the cold icicles from his rough beard dropped adown upon her yewy breast. Yet he himself so busily addressed, that her out of astonishment he wrought, and out of that same fisher's filthy nest, remowing her, into his chariot brought, and there with many gentle terms her fair besought. But that old leechar, which with bold assault that bowtie durst presume to violate, he cast to punish for his heinous fault. Then took he him yet trembling sith of late, and tied behind his chariot, to aggravate the virgin, whom he had abused so sore. So dragged him through the wows in scornful state, and after cast him VP, upon the shore. But Florimel with him to his bower he bore. His bower is in the bottom of the main, vender a mighty rock, gainst which do row the roaring billows in their proud disdain, that with the angry working of the waw, therein is eaten out an hollow caw, that Seame's rough mason's hand with engines keen had long while laboured it to engrow. There was his one, any luing white was seen, saw one old nymph, hight Panope to keep it clean, Thither he brought the sorry Florimel, and entertained her the best he might. And Panoper entertained eke well, as an immortal mote a mortal wight, to win her liking to his delight. With flattering words he sweetly wooed her, and offered fair gifts to allure her sight. But she both offers and the offerer despised, and all the fawning of the flatterer. Daily he tempted her with this or that, and noyer suffered her to be at rest. But more she him refused flat, and all his feigned kindness did detest. So firmely she had sealed vp her breast. Sometimes he boasted, that a god he hight, but she a mortal creature lewd best. Then he would make himself a mortal wight, but then she said she lewd none, but a fairy knight. Then like a fairy knight himself he dressed, for shape on him he could endue. Then like a king he was to her expressed, and offered kingdoms to her in view, to be his leman and his lady true. But when all this he nothing saw cruel, with harder means he cast her to subdue, and with sharp threats her often did assail. So thinking for to make her stubborn courage quail, to dreadful shapes he did himself transform. Now like a giant, now like to a fiend, then like a centaur, then like to a storm, raging within the wows, thereby he weaned her will to win to his wished end. But when with fear, nor for, nor withal, he else could do, he saw himself esteemed. Down in a donjon deep he let her fall, and threatened there to make her his eternal thrall. Eternal thraldom was to her more lief than loss of chastity, or change of lieu. Die had she rather in tormenting grief, than any should of falseness her reproach, or looseness, that she lightly did remove. Most virtuous Virgin, glory be thy meed, and crown of heavenly praise with saints above, where most sweet hymns of this thy famous deed are still amongst them song, that far my remes exceed. Fit song of angels carolled to be. But yet whatso my feeble muse can frame, shall be to adjuance thy goodly chastity, and to enroll thy memorable name in th heart of honorable dame, that they thy virtuous deeds may imitate, and be partakers of thy endless fame. It irks me, lo thee in this woeful state, to tell of Saturaine, where I him left of late, who howling ended with that squire of dames a long discourse of his adventures vain, the which himself, then ladies more defames, and finding not th hyena to be slain, with that same squire, returned back again to his first way. And as they forward went, they spied a knight fair pricking on the plain, as if he were on some adventure bent. And in his port appeared manly hardiment. Sir Saturaine him towards did address, to weet, what wight he was, and what his quest. And coming nigh, eftsoons he gone to Jess, both by the burning heart, which on his breast he bare, and by the colours in his crest. That Paradel it was, though to him yode, and him saluting, as beseemed best. Gone first inquire of tidings fareie abroad, and afterwards, on what adventure now he rode. Who thereto answering, said, the tidings bad, which now in Faerie Court all men do tell, which turned hath great mirth, to mourning sad, is the late ruin of proud Marinell, and sudden parture of fair Florimel, to find him forth, and after her are gone all the brown knights, that done in arms excel, to salgard her, wandered all alone. Amongst the rest my lot, worthy, is to be won. Ah gentle knight, said then Sir Saturaine, thy labour all is lost, I greatly dread, that hast a thankless sorrows on thee tiny, and offerest sacrifice to the dead. For dead, I surely doubt, thou mayst ariad henceforth for Florimel to be, that all the noble knights of Maidenhead, which her odd aired, may sore repent with me, And all fair ladies may for you sorry be. Which words when Artegall had heard, his hew. Gone greatly changed, and seemed dismayed to be. Then said, Fair sir, how may I ween it true? That ye do tell in such uncertainty? Or speak ye of report, or did ye see? Ist cause of dread, that makes ye doubt so sore. For purty else how moted you be? That your hand should dare for to a more. Her noble bloud. The Hoans such cruelty abhor. These eyes did see, that they will you rue. Thaw seen, quoth he, when as a monstrous beast. The palfrey, whereon she did trowel, slew. And of his bowels made his bloudy feast. Which speaking token sheweth at the least her certain loss, if not her sure decay. Besides, that more suspicion increased. I found her golden girdle cast astray, disdained with debt and bloud, as relic of the prey. I me, said Artegall, the signifies be sad. And but God turn the same to good soothsay. That lady's safety is sore to be drad. Yet will I not forsake my forward way, till trial do more certain truth bewray. Fair sir, quoth he, well may it you succeed. No long shall Saturaine behind you stay. But to the rest, which in this quest proceed, my labour adda, and be partaker of their speed. Ye noble knights, said then the squire of dames. Well may ye speed in so praiseworthy pain. But sit the sun now gins to slake his beams in dewy vapours of the western main, and lose the team out of his weary wain. Mote not mislike you also to abate your zealous hast, till morrow next again. Both light of Hoan, and strength of men relate. Which if ye please, to yonder castle turn your gate. That counsel pleased well. So all Ifer forth marched to a castle them before, where soon arraying, they restrained were. Of ready entrance, which ought more to errant knights be commune, wondrous sore. Thereat displeased they were. Till that young squire gone them inform the cause, why that same door was shut to all, which lodging did desire. The which to let you weet, will further time require. Canto 9. Malbecco will no strange knights host. For puish jealousy. Artegall giasts with Britomart. Both shew their onstry. Are redoubted knights, and honourable dames. To whom I lule all my labours end. Right sore I fear, least with worthy blames. This odious argument my rhymes should shend. Or ought your goodly patience offend. Wiles of a wanton lady I do write, which with her loose incontinence doth blend the shining glory of your sovereign light, and knighthood foul defaced by a faithless knight. But noyer let thn sample of the bad offend the good, for good by paragon of Yule, may more notably be rad. As white seemies fairer, mocked with black atone. No all are shamed by the fault of one. For lo in Hoan, whereas all goodness is, amongst the angels, a whole legion of wicked sprites did fall from happy bliss. What wonder then, if one of women all did miss? Then listen lordings, if ye list to weet the cause, why Saturaine and Artegall mote not be entertained, as seemed meet, into that castle, as that squire does tell. Therein a cankered crabbed carle does dwell, that has no skill of court nor courtesy, ne cares, what men say of him ill or well. For all his days he drowns in priuity, yet has full large tulioa, and spend at liberty. But all his mind is set on mucky pelf, to hoard vp heaps of Yule gotten mass, for which he others wrongs, and wrecks himself. Yet is he linked to a luily lasse, whose beauty doth her bounty far surpasse, the which to him both far of nequal years, and also far of like conditions has. For she does ioe to play amongst her pairs, and to be free from hard restraint and jealous fears. But he is old, and withered like hay. Then fit fair Lady Sarus to supply the priui guilt whereof makes him alway suspect her truth, and keep continual spy upon her with his other blinked eye. Ne suffereth he resort of luing white approach to her, any keep her company, but in close bar her muse from all men's sight. Depried of kindly Ioe and natural delight. Malbecco he, and hell Lenore she hight. Unfitly yocked together in one team. That is the cause, why Noyer any knight is suffered here to enter, but he see me such, as no doubt of him he need misdeem. Thereat Sir Satyrane gone smile, and say, extremely mad the man I surely deem. That weens with watch and hard restraint to stay a woman's will, which is disposed to go astray. In vain he fears that, which he cannot shun. For who wots not, that woman's subtleties can goelen Argus, when she list misdon. It is not iron bands, nor 100 eyes, nor brassen walls, nor many wakeful spies, that can withhold her wilful wandering feet. But fast good will with gentle courtesies, and timely Sarus to her pleasures meet, may her perhaps contain, that else would all gates fleet. Then is he not more mad, said Paridel, that hath himself unto such Sarus sold, in doleful thraldom all his days to dwell. For sure a fool I do him firmely hold, that lose his fetters, though they were of gold. But why do we do's of others ill, whiles thus we suffer this same dotard old to keep verses out, in scorn of his own will, and rather do not ransack all, and himself kill? Nay, let verses first, said Satyrane, entreat the man by gentle means, to let verses in, and afterwards affray with cruel threat, ere that we to force it do begin. Then if all fail, we will by force it win, and eke reward the wretch for his misprise, as may be worthy of his heinous sin. That counsel pleased, then Paridel did rise, and to the castle gate approached in quiet wise. Whereat soft knocking, entrance he deserred. The good man's self, which then the porter played, him answered, that all were now returred unto their rest, and all the keys connuade unto their maester, who in bed was laid, that none him durst awake out of his dream, and therefore them of patience gently prayed. Then Paridel began to change his theme, and threatened him with force and punishment extreme. But all in vain, for not mote him relent. And now so long before the wicket fast, they wait, that the night was forward spent, and the fair welkin foully hourcast, gone blowen vp a bitter stormy blast, with shower and hail so horrible and dread, that this fair many were compelled at last to fly for succor to a little shed, the which beside the gate for swine was ordered. It fortuned, soon after they were gone, another knight, whom tempest thither brought, came to that castle, and with earnest moan, like as the rest, late entrance dear besought, but like so as the rest he prayed for naught, for flatly he of entrance was refused. Sorely thereat he was displeased, and thought, how to avenge himself so sore a bust, and ewer more the carl of courtesy accust, but to oid th intolerable store, he was compelled to seek some refuge near, and to that shed, to shroud him from the shore, he came, which full of guests he found wilier, so as he was not let to enter there. Whereat he gone to wex exceeding wroth, and swore, that he would lodge with them ifer, or them dislodge, all were they lief or loath, and so defeat them each, and so defeat them both. Both were full loath to lo that needful tent, and both full loath in darkness to debate. Yet both full lief him lodging to haul lent, and both full lief his boasting to abate. But chiefly Paridel his heart did grate, to hear him threaten so despitefully, as if he did a dog to cannel rate, that durst not bark, and rather had he dy. Then when he was defeed, in coward corner ly. Though hastily remounting to his steed, he forth issoed, like as a boisterous wind, which in earth's hollow cause hath long been hid, and shut vp fast within her prisons blind, makes the huge element against her kind to moo, and tremble as it were aghast, until that it an isso forth may find. Then forth it breaks, and with his furious blast confounds both land and seas, and skis doth hourcast. Their steel-head spears they strongly couched, and met together with impetuous rage and force, that with the terror of their fierce affrat they rudely drow to ground both man and horse, that each a while lay like a senseless corse. But Paridel sore bruised with the blow could not arise, the counterchange to scourse, till that young squire him reared from below. Then drew he his bright sword, and gone about him throw. But Satyrane forth stepping, did them stay, and with fair Traitae pacified their ire. Then when they were accorded from the fray, against that castle's lord they gone conspire, to heap on him due vengeance for his hire. They bene agreed, and to the gates they go, to burn the same with unquenchable fire, and that courteous Carl their commune foe, to do foul death to die, or wrap in gruous woe. Malbecco seeing them resolute indeed, to flame the gates, and hearing them to call for fire in earnest, ran with fearful speed, and to them calling from the castle wall, besought them humbly, him to bear withal, as ignorant of Seruant's bad abuse, and slack attendance to a stronger's call. The knights were willing all things to excuse, though not belude, and in tross late did not refuse. They ben I brought into a comely bower, and Serud of all things that mote needful be, yet secretly their host did on them lower, and welcomed more for fear, than charity. But they dissembled, what they did not see, and welcomed Themselus, each gone dight, their garments wet, and weary armor free, to dry themselves by Vulcan's flaming light, and eke their lately bruised parts to bring in plight, and eke that stronger knight amongst the rest, was for like need enforced to disarray, though when as veiled was her lofty crest, her golden locks, that were in tramels gay, bounden, did themselves adown display, and rout to her heels, like sunny beams, that in a cloud their light did long time stay. Their vapor vaded, shew their golden gleams, and through the percent air shot forth their azure streams. She also doffed her holy haberion, which the fair feature of her limbs did hide, and her well-plighted frock, which she did one, to tuck about her short, when she did ride. She low let fall, that flowed from her lank side, down to her foot, with careless modesty. Then of them all she plainly was espied, to be a woman white, than wist to be the fairest woman white, that you or I did see. Like as Minerva, being late returned from slaughter of the Jaunts conquered, where proud Encelade, whose wide nocethrals burned with breathed flames, like to a furnace red, transfixed with the spear, down tomb led dead, from top of Haemus, by him heaped high, hath loosed her helmet from her lofty head, and her Gorgonian shield gins to tie from her left arm, to rest in glorious victory, which when as they beheld, they smitten were with great amazement of so wondrous sight, and each on other, and they all on her, stood gazing, as if sudden great affright had them surprised. At last ouizing right, her goodly personage and glorious hew, which they so much mistook, they took delight in their first error, and yet still anew, with wonder of her beauty fed their hungry view. Yet note their hungry view be satisfied, but seeing still the more desert to see, and ewer fearmally fixed did abide. in contemplation of divinity. But most they meruale, at her jewelry. And noble prowess, which they had a proud. That much they feigned to know, who she mote be. Yet none of all them her thereof amood. Yet Uri won her licked, and Uri won her lewd. And Paradell though partly discontent with his late fall, and foul indignity, yet was soon won his malice to relent, through gracious regard of her fair eye, and knightly worth, which he too late did try, yet tried did adore. Supper was dight. Then they Malbecco prayed of courtesy, that of his lady they might ha the sight, and company at meat, to do them more delight. But he to shift their curious request, gone causen, why she could not come in place her crazed health, her late recourse to rest, and humid yuning ill for sick folks' case. But none of those excuses could take place. No would they eat, till she in presence came. She came in presence with right comely grace, and fairly them saluted, as became, and showed herself in all a gentle courteous dame. They sate to meat, and Satyrane his chaunce was her before, and Paradell beside. But he himself sate looking still askance gainst Britomart, and Ewer closely aid Sir Satyrane, that glances might not glide. But his blind eye, that side Paradell, all his demesne from his sight did hide. On her fair face so did he feed his fill, and sent close messages of lure to her at will. And Ewer and anon, when none was ware, with speaking looks, that close embassage bore. He rode at her, and told his secret care, for all that art he learned had of yore. No was she ignorant of that lewd lore, but in his eye his meaning wisely read, and with the like him answered Euremore. She sent at him one fiery dart, whose head empoisoned was with priui lust, and jealous dread. He from that deadly throw made no defense, but to the wound his weak heart opened wide. The wicked engine through false influence passed through his eyes, and secretly did glide into his heart, which it did sorely gride. But nothing new to him was that same pain, ne pain at all, for he so oft had tried the power thereof, and lewd so oft in vain. That thing of course he counted, low to entertain. Thenceforth to her he sought to intimate his inward grief, by means to him well known. Now Bacchus fruit out of the silver plate he on the table dashed, as our thrown, or of the fruitful liquor our flown, and by the dancing bubbles did divine, or therein right to let his low be shown, which well she read out of the learned line, a sacrament profane in mystery of wine. And when so of his hand the pledge she rout, the guilty cup she feigned to mistake, and in her lap did shed her idle draught, shewing desire her inward flame to slake. By such close signas they secret way did make unto their wills, and one eye's watch escape. Two eyes him needeth, for to watch and wake. Who lowers will deceive. Thus was the ape, by their fair handling, put into Malbecco's cape. Now when of meats and drinks they had their fill, purpose was moved by that gentle dame unto those knights adventurous, to tell of deeds of arms, which to them became. And Uri won his kindred, and his name. Then Paradell, in whom a kindly pride of gracious speech, and skill his words to frame, abounded, being glad of so fit tide, him to commend to her, thus spake, of all well aid. Troy, that art now not, but an idle name, and in thine ashes buried low dost lie, though whilome far much greater than thy fame, before that angry gods, and cruel sky, upon thee heaped a direful destiny. What boots it boast thy glorious descent, and fetch from Hoenn thy great genealogy, sith all thy worthy praises being blent, thereof spring hath embased, and later glory shent. Most famous worthy of the world, by whom That war was kindled, which did Troy inflame. And stately Torres of Ilion whilome, brought into baleful ruin, was by name Sir Paris far renowned through noble fame, who through great prowess and bold hardiness from Lacedaemon fetched the fairest dame that ewer Greece did boast, or knight possess, whom Venus to him gave for meed of worthiness. Fair Helene, flower of bowtie excellent, and girland of the mighty conquerors, that madest many ladies dear lament the holy loss of their brow paramours, which they far off beheld from Troyan terraces, and saw the fields of fair Scamander strown with carcasses of noble warriors, whose fruitless lewes were vendor furrow sown, and Xanthus' sandy banks with blood all hour flown. From him my lineage I dear you aright, who long before the 10 years' siege of Troy, whiles yet on Ida he a shepherd hight, on Faerie Queene got a Louisly boy, whom for remembrance of her past Ioe, she of his father Paris did name, who, after Greeks did Priam's realme destroy, gathered the Trojan relics sowed from flame, and with them sailing thence, to the Isle of Paros came. That was by him called Paros, which before hight Nausa, there he many years did reign, and built Nausicaa by the Pontic shore, the which he dying left next in remain to Paridas his son, from whom I Paridel by kin descend. But for fair ladies' love, and glory's gain, my native soil ha left, my days to spend in sowing deeds of arms, my lose and labour's end. When as the noble Britomart heard tell of Trojan wars, and Priam's city sacked, the rueful story of Sir Paridel, she was impassioned at that piteous act, with zealous envy of Greeks' cruel fact, against that nation, from whose race of old she heard, that she was lineally extract. For noble Britain sprung from Trojans bold, and Troynuant was built of old Troy ashes cold. Then sighing soft a while, at last she thus, O lamentable fall of famous town, which reigned so many years victorious, and of all Asia bore the sovereign crown, in one sad night consumed, and thrown down. What stony heart, that hears thy hapless fate, is not empierced with deep compassion, and makes ensample of man's wretched state, that flowers so fresh at morn, and fades at evening late? Behold, sir, how your pitiful complaint hath found another partner of your pain. For nothing may impress so dear constraint as country's cause, and commune foes' disdain. But if it should not grue you, back again to turn your course, I would to hear desire what to Aeneas fell, sith that men sane. He was not in the city's woeful fire consumed, but did himself to safety retire. Anchises' son begot of Venus fair, said he, out of the flames for safeguard fled, and with a remnant did to sea repair, where he through fat all era long was led, full many years, and weetless wandered from shore to shore, amongst the Lybic sands, ere rest he found. Much there he suffered, and many perils passed in foreign lands, to saw his people sad from victor's vengeful hands. At last in Latium he did argue, where he with cruel war was entertained, of th inland folki, which sought him back to dry you, till he with old Latinus was constrained to contract wedlock, so the fates ordained. Wedlock contract in blood, and eke in blood. Accomplished, that many dear complained. The Reuel slain, the victor through the flood escaped hardly praised his wedlock good. Yet after all, he victor did surreu, and with Latinus did the kingdom part. But after when both nations gone to strive into their names the title to connuart, his son Iulus did from thence depart, with all the warlike youth of Troyans bloud, and in long Alba plast his throne apart. where fair it flourished. And long time it stowed. Till Romulus renewing it, to Rome removed. There, said Britomart, afresh appeared the glory of the later world to spring. And Troy again out of her dust was reared, to sit in second seat of Surain king. Of all the world vendor her gurning. But a third kingdom yet is to arise, out of the Trojans scattered of spring. That in all glory and great enterprise, both first and second Troy shall dare to equalize. It Troynuant is height, that with the wows of wealthy Thames washed is along, upon whose stub-born neck, whereat he rouse with roaring rage, and sore himself does throng, that all men fear to tempt his billows strong. She fast Ned hath her foot, which stands so high, that it a wonder of the world is song. In foreign landis, and all which passen by, beholding it from far, do think it threats the sky. The Trojan brute did first that city found, and Highgate made the mere thereof by west, and Outward gate by north, that is the bound. Toward the land, 2 reuers bound the rest. So huge a scope at first him seemed best, to be the compasse of his kingdom's seat. So huge a mind could not in lesser rest. Nay, in small meres contain his glory great. That Albion had conquered first by warlike feat. Ah, fairest lady knight, said Paridel. Pardon I pray my heedless oversight. Who had forgot, that whilome I heard tell. From aged Nieman, from my wits bene light. Indeed he said, if I remember right, that of the antique Trojan stock, there grew another plant, that rout to wondrous height. And far abroad his mighty branches threw into the veetmost angle of the world he knew. For that same brute, whom much he did adjuance in all his speech, was Seleucus his son, whom howling slain, through luckless arrows glossy, he fled for fear of that he had misdone, or else for shame, so foul reproach to shun. And with him led to sea in youthly train, where weary wandering they long time did won, and many fortunes proud in th ocean main, and great adouchures found, that now were logged to Seine. At last by fat all course they Dryuan were, into an island spatious and broad, the furthest north, that did to them appear, which after rest they seeking far abroad, found it the fittest soil for their abode, fruitful of all things fit for lewing food, but wholly wast, and void of people's trode. Saw an huge nation of the Gonts brood, that fed on lewing flesh, and drunk men's vital blood, whom he through weary wars and labours long subdued with loss of many Britons bold, in which the great Gomagog of strong Coroneus, and Coulin of Debon old, were o'erthrown and laid on th earth full cold, which quaked vendor there so hideous mass. A famous history to be enrolled in everlasting monuments of brass, that all the antique worthies' merits far did passe. His work great Troynuant, his work is eke fair Lincoln, both renowned far away, that who from east to west will endlong seek, cannot 2 fairer cities find this day, except Cleopolis, so heard I say. Old Nieman. Therefore, sir, I greet you well, your Count Ray kin, and you entirely pray of pardon for the strife, which late befell betwixt verses both known. So ended Paridel. But all the while, that he these speeches spent, upon his lips hung fair Dame Helenor, with vigilant regard, and due attent, fashioning worlds of fancies euremore, in her fryly wit, that now her quite forlore, the whiles wears away her wondering eye, and greedy ears her weak heart from her bore, which he pursuing, ewer priuli. In speaking, many false belgards at her let fly. So long these knights discoursed joyously of strange affairs, and noble hardiment, which they had passed with mickle eye party, That now the humid night was far forth spent. And hewenly lampies were half an deal ibrant. Which old man seeing well. Who too long thought. Ewery discourse and ewery argument. Which by the hours he measured, besought them go to rest. So all unto their bowers were brought. Canto 10. Paradel rappeth Helenor. Malbecco her purse wes. Finds amongst satyrs, whence with him. To turn she doth refuse. He moro next, so soon as Phoebus' lamp. Bewrayed had the world with early light. And fresh aurora had the shady damp. Out of the goodly Hohen amud quite. Fair Britomart and that same fairy knight. Prose. Forth on their irony for to wend. But Paradel complained, that his late fight with Britomart, so sore did him offend. That ride he could not, till his hurts he did amend. So forth they fared, but he behind them stayed. Maulger his host, who grudged gruously to house a guest, that would be needs obeyed. And of his own him left not liberty. Might wanting measure moeth circuitry. Two things he feared, but the third was death. That fierce young man's unruly mastery. His money, which he lewd as lewing breath. And his fair wife, whom honest long he kept neath. But patience perforce he must abby. What fortune and his fate on him will lay. Fond is the fear, that finds no remedy. Yet warily he watcheth Uri way. By which he feareth you'll happen may. So you'll thinks by watching to pruent. Ne doth he suffer her, nor night, nor day. Out of his sight herself once to absent. So doth he punish her and eke himself torment. But Paradel kept better watch, than he. A fit occasion for his turn to find. False lo, why do men say, thou canst not see? And in their foolish fancy feign thee blind. That with thy charms the sharpest sight doest bind. And to thy will abuse? Thou walkest free. And sayest Uri secret of the mind. Thou sayest all, yet none at all sees thee. All that is by the working of thy deity. So perfect in that art was Paradel. That he Malbecco's halfan eye did wile. His halfan eye he wiled wondrous well. And Helenor's both eyes did eke beguile. Both eyes and heart attance, during the while. That he there soyerned his wounds to heal. That Cupid's self it seeing, close did smile. To weet how he her lure away did steal. And bade, that none their Ioia's treason should reveal. The learned lower lost no time nor tide. That least avantage mote to him afford. Yet bore so fair a sally, that none espied his secret drift, till he her laid aboard. When so in open place, and commune board, he fortuned her to meet, with commune speech. He courted her, yet bate Uri word. That his gentle host enote him appeach. Of vile gentleness, or hospitage's breach. But when apart, if you were her apart. He found, then his false engines fast he plied. And all the slights embosomed in his heart. He sighed, he sobbed, he swooned, he pretty died. And cast himself on ground her fast beside. Though when again he him bethought to Leoa. He wept, and wailed, and false laments belied. Saying, but if she mercy would him jo. That he mote algates die. Yet did his death forjo. And otherwhiles with amorous delights. And pleasing toys he would her entertain. Now singing sweetly, to surprise her sprites. Now making lays of Lo and Lower's pain. Bransels, ballads, virelays, and verses vain. Oft purposes, oft riddles he doest. And thousands like, which flowed in his brain. With which he fed her fancy, and enticed. To take to his new Lo, and Lo her old despised. And Uri where he might, and Uri while. He did her serus dutiful, and sowed. At hand with humble pride, and pleasing guile. So closely yet, that none but she it viewed. Who well perceived all, and all endured. Thus finally did he his false nets dispread, with which he many weak hearts had subdued. Of yore, and many had alike misled. What wonder then, if she were likewise carried? No fort so fensible, no walls so strong, but that continual battery will renew, or daily siege through dispurulence long. And lack of rescues will to parley dry you. And peace, that from to parley will jew, will shortly yield itself, and will be made the vassal of the victors will bile you. That stratagem had oftentimes essayed this crafty paramour, and now it plain displayed. For through his trains he her entrapped hath, that she her love and heart hath wholly sold to him, without regard of gain, or scath, or care of credite, or of husband old, whom she hath vowed to dub a fair cuckold. Not once but time and place, which shortly she devised hath, and to her lower told. It pleased well. So well they both agree. So ready ripe to ill women's counsels be. Dark was the evening, fit for Lower's stealth. When chanced Malbecco Bussy be elsewhere, she to his closet went, where all his wealth lay hid, thereof she countless summes did rear, the which she meant away with her to bear. The rest she fyred for sport, or for despite. As Helene, when she saw aloft appear the Trojan flames, and reached to Hohen's height, did clap her hands, and Ioed at that doleful sight. This second Helene, fair Dame Helenor, the whiles her husband ran with sorry haste to quench the flames, which she had tinned before, laughed at his foolish labor spent in waste, and ran into her Lower's arms right fast, where straight embraced, she to him did cry, and call aloud for help, ere help were past. For lo that guest would bear her forcibly, and meant to rowish her, that rather had to dy. The wretched man hearing her call for aid, and ready seeing him with her to fly, in his disquiet mind was much dismayed. But when again he backward cast his eye, and saw the wicked fire so furiously consume his heart, and scorch his idol's face, he was therewith distressed joyously. No wist he how to turn, nor to what place. Was noyer wretched man in such a woeful case. I went to him she cried, to her he turned, and left the fire, lo money hour came. But when he marked, how his money burned, he left his wife. Money did lo disclaim. Both was he loath to lose his lewd dame, and loath to lo his liefest pelf behind. Yet sith he enote saw both, he sowed that same, which was the dearest to his donghill mind, the god of his desire, the Ioe of misers blind. Thus whilst all things in troublous uproar were, and all men bussy to suppress the flame, the lewing couple need no rescue fear, but leisure had, and liberty to frame their purposed flight, free from all men's reclam. And night, the patroness of Lustelth fair, gave them safe conduct, till to end they came. So bene they gone a fear, a wanton pair of lowers loosely knit, where list them to repair, soon as the cruel flames aslaked were. Malbecco seeing, how his loss did lie out of the flames, which he had quenched whilera, into huge wows of grief and jealousy, full deep implonged was, and drowned nigh, twixt inward duel and felonious despite. He rowed, he wept, he stamped, he load did cry, and all the passions, that in man may light, did him a suppress, and vex his cadieu sprite. Long thus he chawed the cut of inward grief, and did consume his gall with anguish sore. Still when he mused on his late mischief, then still the smart thereof increased more, and seemed more gruous than it was before. At last when sorrow he saw booted not, ne grief might not his lo to him restore. He gone does, how her he rescue mought, 10,000 ways he cast in his confused thought. At last resoloing, like a pilgrim poor, to see, her forth, where so she might be fond, and bearing with him treasure in close store. The rest he lows in ground, so takes in hand, to seek her endlong, both by sea and London. Long he her sought, he sought her far and near, and ewery where that he mote understand. Of knights and ladies any meetings were, and of each one he met, he tidings did inquire. But all in vain, his woman was too wise ewer to come into his couch again, and he too simple ewer to surprise the illy Paradell, for all his pain. One day, as he forepassed by the plain, with weary pace, he far away espied a couple, seeming well to be his twain, which hoed close vendor a forest side, as if they lay in wait, or else themselves did hide. Well weened he, that those the same mote be, and as he better did their shape eyes, him seemed more their manner did agree. For one was armed all in warlike wise, whom, to be Paradell he did duise, and other all icled in garments light, discoloured like to womanish disguise. He did resemble to his lady bright, and ewer his faint heart much earned at the sight. And ewer fain he towards them would go, but yet durst not for dread approachin nie, but stood aloof, weeting what to do, till that pricked forth with loose extremity. That is the father of foul jealousy. He closely nearer crept, the truth to weet, but, as he nigher drew, he easily might cern, that it was not his sweetest sweet, ne yet her bel amour, the partner of his sheet. But it was scornful braggadocio, that with his seruant trompart hour'd there, sith late he fled from his too earnest foe, whom such when as Malbecco spied clear, he turned back, and would ha fled arear, till trompart ronning hastily, him did stay, and bade before his sovereign lord appear. That was him loath, yet durst he not gainsay, and coming him before, low lauded on the lay. The boaster at him sternly bent his brow, as if he could ha kiled him with his luke, that to the ground him meekly made to bow. An awful terror deep into him strook, that you remember of his body quook. Said he, thou man of naught, what doest thou here? Unfitly furnished with thy bag and book, where I expected one with shield and spear, to prove some deeds of arms upon an equal pair. The wretched man at his imperious speech was all abashed, and low prostrating, said, Good sir, let not my rudeness be no breach unto your patience, any be ill apaid. For I where's this way by fortune strayed, a silly pilgrim dryuan to distress, that seek a lady, there he sudden stayed, and did the rest with gruous sighs suppress, while tears stood in his eyes, few drops of bitterness. What lady, man? Said Trompart, take good heart, and tell thy grief, if any hidden lie. Was no your better time to shew thy smart? Then now, that noble succor is thee by. That is the whole world's commune remedy. That cheerful word his weak heart much did cheer, and with vain hope his spirits faint supply. That bold he said, O most redoubt pair, vouchsafe with mild regard a wretch's case to hear. Then sighing sore, it is not long, said he, sith I enioid the gentlest dame Aliu, of whom a knight, no knight at all perdee, but shame of all, that doe for honor strive, by treacherous deceit did me deprive. Through open outrage he her bore away, and with foul force to his will did drive, which all good knights, that arms do bear this day, are bound for to revenge, and punish if they may. And you most noble lord, that can and dare redress the wrong of miserable wight, cannot employ your most victorious spear in better quarrel, than defense of right, and for a lady gainst a faithless knight. So shall your glory be advanced much. And all fair ladies magnify your might. And eke myself, Alba I simple such. Your worthy pain shall well reward with guerdon rich. With that out of his bouget forth he drew great store of treasure, there with him to tempt. But he on it looked scornfully askew, as much disdaining to be so misdempt, or a warmonger to be basely nemped. And said, thy offers base I greatly loath, and eke thy words uncourteous and unkempt. I tread in dust thee and thy money both. That, were it not for shame, so turned from him wroth. But Trompart, that his master's humour knew, in lofty looks to hide an humble mind, was inly tickled with that golden view, and in his ear him rounded close behind. Yet stooped he not, but lay still in the wind, waiting adjuvantage on the prey to cease. Till Trompart lowly to the ground inclined, besought him his great courage to appease, and pardon simple man, that rash did him displease. Biggie looking like a doughty dowspear. At last he thus, thou clod of vilest clay, I pardon yield, and with thy rudeness bear. But weet henceforth, that all that golden prey, and all that else the vain world vaunten may, I loath as down, any deem my due reward. Fame is my meed, and glory virtue's prey. But minds of mortal men are muchel marred, and mowed amiss with massy mucks meet regard. And more, I grunt to thy great misery. Gracious respect, thy wife shall back be sent. And that vile knight, who ewer that he be, which hath thy lady reft, and knighthood shent, by Sanglemort my sword, whose deadly dent the blood hath of so many thousands shed. I swear, ere long shall dearly it repent. Ne he twixt Hohen and earth shall hide his head. But soon he shall be found, and shortly done be dead. The foolish man thereat walks wondrous blithe, as if the word so spoken, were half done. And humbly thanked him 1,000 sith, that had from death to life him newly won. Though forth the boaster marching, brow begone, his stolen steed to thunder furiously, as if he Hohen and hell would hour on, and all the world confound with cruelty. That much Malbecco ioed in his iolity. Thus long they three together trowiled, through many a wood, and many an Vencuth way, to seek his wife, that was Faerie wandered. But those two sought not, but the present prey, to weet the treasure, which he did bewray, on which their eyes and hearts were wholly set, with purpose, how they might it best betray. For sit the hour, that first he did them let, the same behold, therewith their keen desires were wet. It fortuned as they together fared, they spied, where Artegall came pricking fast, upon the plain, the which himself prepared, to just with that brow stronger knight a cast, as on a duenture by the way he passed. Alone he rode without his paragon, for howing filter bells, her VP he cast to the wide world, and let her fly alone. He knew beclogged, so had he serried many one. The gentle lady, loose at random left, the greenwood long did walk, and wander wide, at wild adventure, like a forlorn weft, till on a day the satyrs her espied, straying alone withouten groom or guide. Her VP they took, and with them home her led, with them as housewife ewer to abide, to milk their goats, and make them cheese and bread. And ewery one as commune good her handled, that shortly she Malbecco has forgot. And eke Sir Artegall, all were he dear, who from her went to seek another lot, and now by fortune was arried here, where those two guilers with Malbecco were. Soon as the old man saw Sir Artegall, he fainted, and was almost dead with fear. No word he had to speak, his grief to tell, but to him lauded low, and greeted goodly well, and after asked him for Lenore. I take no keep of her, said Artegall. She wonneth in the forest there before. So forth he rode, as his adventure fell. The whiles the boaster from his lofty cell feigned to alight, something amiss to mend. But the fresh swain would not his leisure dwell, but went his way, whom when he passed kenned. He vp remounted light, and after feigned to wend. Pretty nay, said Malbecco, shall ye not? But let him pass as lightly, as he came. For little good of him is to be got, and mickle peril to be put to shame. But let Virtuous go to seek my dearest dame, whom he hath left in yonder forest wild. For of her safety in great doubt I am, least saluage beasts her person ha despoiled. Then all the world is lost, and we in vain ha toiled. They all agree, and forward them addressed. Ah but, said crafty Trompart, weet ye well, that yonder in that wasteful wilderness huge monsters haunt, and many dangers dwell. Dragons, and minotaurs, and fiends of hell, and many wild woodmen, which rob and rend. All trowlers, therefore aduse ye well, before ye enterprise that way to wend. One may his irony bring too soon to you'll end. Malbecco stopped in great astonishment, and with pale eyes fast fixed on the rest. Their council crowd, in danger imminent. Said Trompart, you that are the most oppressed with burden of great treasure, I think best here for to stay in safety behind. My lord and I will search the wide forest. That counsel pleased not Malbecco's mind, for he was much afraid, himself alone to find. Then is it best, said he, that ye doe low your treasure here in some security, either fast closed in some hollow grow, or buried in the ground from a party, till we return again in safety. As for Virtuous too, least doubt of Virtuous ye ha. Hence far away we will blindfolded lie. Ne priui beven to your treasures growe. It pleased, so he did, then they march forward brow. Now when amid the thickest woods they were, they heard a noise of many bagpipes shrill, and shrieking hubbubs them approaching near, which all the forest did with horror fill. That dreadful sound the boaster's heart did thrill with such amazement, that in haste he fled. Ne ewer looked back for good or ill, and after him eke fearful Trompart sped. The old man could not fly, but fell to ground half dead. Yet afterwards close creeping, as he might, he in a bush did hide his fearful head. The idly satyrs, full of fresh delight, came dancing forth, and with them nimbly led fair Lenore, with girlands all bespread, whom their May lady they had newly made. She proud of that new honor, which they read, and of their Louisly fellowship full glad. Danced Louisly, and her face did with a laurel shade. The silly man that in the thicket lay saw all this goodly sport, and grid sore. Yet durst he not against it do or say, but did his heart with bitter thoughts more to see the kindness of his Lenore. All day they danced with great lustied, and with their horned feet the green grass wore. The whiles their gots upon the browses fed, till drooping Phoebus gone to hide his golden head. Though vp they gone their merry pipes to truss, and all their goodly herds did gather round. But Eury satire first did jew a bussy to Lenore, so busses did abound. Now gone the humid vapor shed the ground, with pearly daw, and earth's gloomy shade did dim the brightness of the welkin round. That Eury bird and beast a warned made to shrewd Themselos, whiles sleep their senses did enuade. Which when Malbecco saw, out of his bush, upon his hands and feet he crept full light, and like a goat amongst the goats did rush, that through the help of his fair horns on height, and misty damp of misconceiving night, and eke through likeness of his goddish beard, he did the better counterfeit aright. So home he marched amongst the horned herd, that none of all the satyrs him espied or heard. At night, when all they went to sleep, he viewed. Whereas his lewely wife amongst them lay, embraced of a satyr rough and rude, who all the night did mind his iolius play. 9 times he heard him come aloft ere day, that all his heart with jealousy did swell. But yet that night's ensample did bewray, that not for naught his wife them lewd so well. When one so oft a night did ring his matins bell, so closely as he could, he to them crept. When weary of their sport to sleep they fell, and to his wife, that now full soundly slept, he whispered in her ear, and did her tell, that it was he, which by her side did dwell, and therefore prayed her wake, to hear him plain, as one out of a dream not waked well. She turned her, and returned back again, yet her for to awake he did the more constrain. At last with irksome trouble she upbraid, and then perceiving, that it was indeed her old Malbecco, which did her braid, with looseness of her low, and loathly deed, she was astonished with exceeding dread, and would ha whacked the satyr by her side. But he her prayed, for mercy, or for meed, to sought his life, and he let him be descried. But hearken to his lore, and all his counsel hide. Though gone he her persuade, to loathe that lewd and loathsome life, of God and man abhorred, and home return, where all should be renewed, with perfect peace, and bands of fresh accord. And she received again to bed and board, as if no trespasse ewer had been a done. But she had all refused at one word, and by no means would to his will be won, but chose amongst the iely satyrs still to one. He wooed her, till day spring he espied, but all in vain, and then turned to the herd, who butted him with horns on Uri side, and trode down in the det, where his hoar beard was foully dight, and he of death afeared. Early before the Hohen's fairest light, out of the ruddy east was fully reared. The herds out of their folds were loosed quite, and he amongst the rest crept forth in sorry plight. So soon as he the prison door did paw, he ran as fast, as both his feet could bear. And Neuer looked, who behind him was Nescarzili, who before, like as a bear, that creeping close, amongst the hews to rear. And Honi cum, the wakeful dog's espy, and him assailing, sore his carcass tear, that hardly he with life away does fly. Ne stays, till safe himself he see from Ioparty. Ne stayed he, till he came to the place, where late his treasure he entombed had, where when he found it not, for Trompart base, had it purloined for his maester bad. With extreme fury he became quite mad, and ran away, ran with himself away, that who so strangely had him seen bestad, with vepstart hair, and staring eyes dismay, from limbo lake him late escaped sure would say. High Ouer hillis and Ouer dales he fled, as if the wind him on his winges had borne. Ne bank nor bush could stay him, when he sped. His nimble feet, as treading still on thorn. Grief, and despite, and jealousy, and scorn, did all the way him follow hard behind. And he himself loathed so forlorn, so shamefully forlorn of womankind, that as a snake, still lurked in his wounded mind. Still fled he forward, looking backward still. Ne stayed his flight, nor fearful agony, till that he came to a rocky hill. Ouer the sea, suspended dreadfully, that lewing creature it would terrify, to look adown, or poured to the height. From thence he threw himself despiteously, all desperate of his fordamned sprite, that seemed no help for him was left in lewing sight. But through long anguish, and self-murdering thought, he was so wasted and forpent quite, that all his substance was consumed to naught, and nothing left, but like an airy sprite, that on the rocks he fell so flit and light, that he thereby received no hurt at all, but chanced on a craggy cliff to light, whence he with crooked claws so long did crawl, that at the last he found a caw with entrance small. Into the same he creeps, and thenceforth there, resolute to build his baleful mansion, in dreary darkness, and continual fear, of that rock's fall, which ewer and anon threats with huge ruin him to fall upon, that he dare noyer sleep, but that one eye still ope he keeps for that occasion. Newer rests he in tranquillity. The roaring billows beat his bars so boisterously. Newer is he wont on aught to feed, but toads and frogs, his pasture poisonous, which in his cold complexion do breed a filthy bloud, or humour rancorous, matter of doubt and dread suspicious, that doth with cureless care consume the heart, corrupts the stomach with gall vicious, crosscuts the lure with internal smart, and doth transfix the soul with death's eternal dart. Yet can he noyer die, but dying lose, and doth himself with sorrow new sustain, that death and life attends to him jus, and painful pleasure turns to pleasing pain. There dwells he ewer, miserable swain, hateful both to himself, and ewery white, where he through priory grief, and horror vain, is waxen so deformed, that he has quite forgot he was a man, and jealousy is height. Canto 11. Britomart chased Oliphant, finds Scudamore distressed, assays the house of Bizarane, where loose spoils are expressed. O hateful hellish snake, what fury first brought thee from baleful house of Proserpine, wherein her bosom she thee long had nursed, and fostered VP with bitter milk of Tyne. Foul jealousy, that turnest Ludywene to Iwaless dread, and makes the lewing heart with hateful thoughts to languish and to pine, and feed itself with self-consuming smart. Of all the passions in the mind thou vilest art, O let him far be banished away, and in his stead let Lo for ewer dwell. Sweet Lo, that doth his golden wings embay in blessed nectar, and pure pleasures well, untroubled of vile fear, or bitter fell. And ye fair ladies, that your kingdoms make in hearts of men, them govern wisely well, and of fair Britomart ensample take. That was as true in Lo, as turtle to her make, who with Sir Satyrane, as erst ye read, forth riding from Malbecco's hostless house, far off espied a young man, the which fled from an huge gaunt, that with hideous and hateful outrage long him chased thus. It was that Oliphant, the brother dear of that Argante vile and vicious, from whom the squire of dames was reft whilera. This all as bad as she, and worse, if worse aught were. For as the sister did in feminine and filthy lust exceed all womankind, so he surpassed his sex masculine in beastly vse that I did ewer find, whom when as Britomart beheld behind the fearful boy so greedily perso, she was emued in her noble mind, temploy her puissance to his rescue, and pricked fiercely forward, where she him did view. No was Sir Satyrane her far behind, but with like fierceness did enso the chase, whom when the giant saw, he soon resigned his former suit, and from them fled apace. They after both, and boldly bade him base, and each did strive the other to outgo, but he them both outran a wondrous space, for he was long, and swift as any roe, and now made better speed, to escape his feared foe. It was not Satyrane, whom he did fear, but Britomart the flower of chastity, for he the power of chaste hands might not bear, but always did their dread encounter fly, and now so fast his feet he did apply, that he has gotten to a forest near, where he is shrouded in security. The wood they enter, and search Uri where they search diurously, so both die-whited were. Fair Britomart so long him followed, that she at last came to a fountain Shiar, by which there lay a knight all wallowed upon the grassy ground, and by him near his habergeon, his helmet, and his spear. A little off, his shield was rudely thrown, on which the winged boy in colours clear depainted was, full easy to be known. And he thereby, where Ewart in field was shown, his face upon the ground did growling ly, as if he had been a slumbering in the shade, that the brow maid would not for courtesy out of his quiet slumber him abraid, nor see me too suddenly him to enuade. Still as she stood, she heard with grues throb him groan, as if his heart were pieces made, and with most painful pangs to sigh and sob. That pity did the virgin's heart of patience rob. At last forth breaking into bitter plaints, he said, O sovereign Lord that sitt'st on high, and reign'st in bliss amongst thy blessed saints, how sufferest thou such shameful cruelty, so long wreaked of thine enemy? Or hast thou, Lord, of good men's cause no heed? Or doth thy eyes sleep, and silent ly? What booteth then the good and righteous deed, if goodness find no grace, nor righteousness no meed? If good find grace, and righteousness reward, why then is Amrit in Cadiu band? Sith that more bounteous creature neuer fard on foot, upon the face of lewing land? Or if that humanly Iestis may withstand the wrongful outrage of righteous men, why then is Bizarane with wicked hand suffered, these soon beneath stay in secret den? My lady and my love so cruelly to pen. My lady and my love is cruelly penned in doleful darkness from the view of day, whilst deadly torments do her chaste breast rend, and the sharp steel doth renew her heart in tway. All for she Scudamore will not deny. Yet thou vile man, vile Scudamore art sound. Ne canst her aid, any canst her foe dismay. Unworthy wretch to tread upon the ground, for whom so fair a lady feels so sore a wound. There an huge heap of singulfs did oppress his struggling soul, and swelling throbs impeach his faltering tongue with pangs of dreariness, choking the remnant of his plaintive speech, as if his days were come to their last reach. Which when she heard, and saw the ghastly fit, threatening into his life to make a breach, both with great ruth and terror she was smit, fearing least from her cage the weary soul would flit. Though stooping down she him would light, who therewith somewhat starting, vp gone Luke, and seeing him behind a stronger knight, whereas no lewing creature he mistook, with great indignance he that sight forsook, and down again himself disdainfully abiecting th earth with his fair forehead strook, which the bold virgin seeing, gone apply fit medicine to his grief, and spake thus courtsly. Ah, gentle knight, whose deep concealed grief well seems to exceed the power of patience. Yet if that humanly grace some good relief you send, submit you to high providence, and you were in your noble heart propense, that all the sorrow in the world is less than virtue's might, and value's confidence. For who nil bide the burden of distress, must not here think to Leoa, for life is wretchedness. Therefore, fair sir, do comfort to you take, and freely read, what wicked felon so hath outragged you, and thralled your gentle make. Perhaps this hand may help to ease your woe, and wreak your sorrow on your cruel foe. At least it fair endure will apply. Those feeling wards so near the quick did go, that vp his head he reared easily, and leaning on his elbow, these few wards let fly. What boots it plain, that cannot be redressed? And sow vain sorrow in a fruitless ear? Sith power of hand, nor skill of learned breast, no worldly price cannot redeem my dear out of her thraldom and continual fear. For he the tyrant, which her hath in ward. By strong enchantments and black magic leer. Hath in a dungeon deep her close embarred. And many dreadful fiends hath pointed to her guard. There he tormenteth her most terribly. And day and night afflicts with mortal pain. Because to yield him lo she doth deny. Once to me yold. Not to be yold again. But yet by torture he would her constrain. Lo to conceal in her disdainful breast. Till so she do, she must in duel remain. Ne may by luing means be thence relist. What boots it then to plain, that cannot be redressed? With this sad hers all of his holy stress. The warlike damsel was impassioned sore. And said, Sir Knight, your cause is nothing less. Then is your sorrow, certes if not more. For nothing so much pity doth implore. As gentle ladies' helpless misery. But yet, if please ye listen to my lore. I will with proof of last extremity. Delire her fro thence, or with her for you dy. Ah gentlest knight Aliu, said Scudamore. What huge heroic magnanimity dwells in thy bounteous breast? What couldst thou more? If she were thine, and thou as now am I. Oh spare thy happy days, and them apply. To better boot, but let me die, that ought. More is more loss, one is enough to dy. Life is not lost, said she, for which is bought. And less renown, that more than death is to be sought. Thus she at length persuaded him to rise. And with her wend, to see what new success mote him befall upon new enterprise. His arms, which he had vowed to disprofess, she gathered VP and did about him dress. And his 400 steed to him got. So forth they both eifer make their progress. And march not past the mountenance of a shot. Till they arried, whereas their purpose they did plot. There they dismounting, drew their weapons bold. And stoutly came to the castle gate. Whereas no gate they found, them to withhold. Nor ward to wait at morn and yawning late. But in the porch, that did them sore amadi. A flaming fire, immixed with smouldry smoke. And stinking sulphur. That with griesly hate. And dreadful horror did all in trance choke. Enforced them their forward footing to rebuke. Greatly thereat was Britomart dismayed. Ne in that stound wist, how herself to bear. For donger vain it were, to ha essayed. That cruel element, which all things fear. Ne none can suffer to approach him near. And turning back to Scudamore, thus said. What monstrous enmity provoke we here? Foolhardy as earth's children, the witch made. Battle against the gods. So we a god inuade. Donger without discretion to attempt. Inglorious and beastlike is, therefore Sir Knight. Ariad what course of you is safest dempt. And how we with our foe may come to fight. This is, quoth he, the dolorous despite. Which erst to you I plained, for neither may this fire be quenched by any wit or might. Ne yet by any means remood away. So mighty be enchantments, which the same do stay. What is there else, but cease these fruitless pains? And lull me to my former languishing. Fair Amrit must dwell in wicked shens. And Scudamore here die with sorrowing. Pretty not so, said she, for shameful thing. It were to abandon noble jouissance. For shew of peril, without venturing. Rather let try extremities of chance. Then enterprised praise for dread to dissonance. Therewith resolute to pro her veatmost might. Her ample shield she threw before her face. And her sword's point directing forward right. Assailed the flame, the which eftsoons gay place. And did itself die wide with equal space. That through she passed. As a thunderbolt. Perceth the yielding air, and doth displace the soaring clouds into sad shores emolt. So to her yelled the flames, and did their force revolt. whom when as Scudamore saw past the fire, safe and untouched, he likewise gone assay, with greedy will, and envious desire, and bade the stub-born flames to yield him way. But cruel Mulciber would not obey his threatful pride, but did the more augment his mighty rage, and with imperious sway him forced, maulger, his fierceness to relent, and back retire, all scorched and pitifully brent. With huge impatience he inly swelt, more for great sorrow, that he could not paw, than for the burning torment, which he felt, that with fell woodness he effierst was, and wilfully him throwing on the gra, did beat and bounce his head and breast full sore. The whiles the championess now entreed has the veetmost realm, and past the foremast door, the veetmost realm, abounding with all precious store. For round about, the walls I clothed were with goodly arras of great majesty, wowen with gold and silka so close and near, that the rich metal lurked priorly, as feigning to be hid from envious eye. Yet here, and there, and ewery where's, it showed itself, and shone willingly, like a discolored snake, whose hidden snares through the green gra his long bright burnished back declares. And in those tappets wherein fashioned many fair portraits, and many a fair feat, and all of low, and all of lusty head, as seemed by their semblant did entreat, and eke all Cupid's wars they did repeat, and cruel battles, which he whilome fought, gainst all the gods, to make his empire great, besides the huge massacres, which he wrought, on mighty kings and gezzers, into thraldom brought. Therein was writ, how often thundering Ioue had felt the point of his heart-piercing dart, and lowing Hohen's kingdom, here did rue, in strange disguise, to slake his scalding smart. Now like a ram, fair Helle to peruart, now like a bull, Europa to withdraw. Ah, how the fearful lady's tender heart did loyally see me to tremble, way she saw the huge seas vendor her to obey her Sarouant's law. Soon after that into a golden shore himself he chonged fair Danae to view, and through the roof of her strong brassen tore, did rain into her lap and honey dew. The whiles her foolish guard, that little knew of such deceit, kept Thiron door fast barred, and watched, that none should enter nor isso. Vain was the watch, and bootless all the ward, when as the god to golden Hew himself transfarred, then was he turned into a snowy swan, to win fair Leda to his loyally trade. O wondrous skill, and sweet wit of the man, that her in daffodillies sleeping made, from scorching heat her dainty limbas to shade, whiles the proud bird ruffing his feathers wide, and brushing his fair breast, did her inuade. She slept, yet twixt her eyelids closely spied how towards her he rushed, and smiled at his pride. Then showed it, how the bane Semele, deceived of jealous did require to see him in his sovereign majesté, armd with his thunderbolts and lightning fire, whence dearly she with death bought her desire. But fair Alcmena better match did make, Ioing his low in likeness more entire. 3 nights in one, they say, that for her sake he then did put her pleasures languor to partake. Twice was he seen in soaring eagle's shape, and with wide wings to beat the buxom air. Once, when he with Astery did scape. Again, when as the Trojan boy so fair he snatched from Ida hill, and with him bare. Wondrous delight it was there to behold how the rude shepherds after him did stare, trembling through fear, lest down he fallen should, and often to him calling, to take surer hood. In satyr's shape Antiope he snatched, and like a fire, when he Aegean essayed, a shepherd, when Mnemosyne he catched, and like a serpent to the Thracian maid, Whiles thus on earth great Ioue these pageants played. The winged boy did thrust into his throne. And scoffing, thus to his mother said. Lo now the Hollins obey to me alone. And take me for their Ioue, whiles Ioue to earth is gone. And thou, fair Phoebus, in thy colours bright, wast there enwowen, and the sad distress, in which that boy thee plunged, for despite that thou beradest his mother's wantonness, when she with Mars was maint in Ioefulness. For thy he thrilled thee with a leaden dart, to love fair Daphne, which thee lewd less. Less she thee lewd, than was thy eyes desart. Yet was thy lure her death, and her death was thy smart. So look'st thou the lusty hyacinth. So look'st thou the fair Caranus dear. Yet both are of thy hapless hand extinct. Yet both in Flores Dulioa, and Luthi beer. The one a ponce, the other a sweet brare. For grief whereof ye mote ha luily seen. The god himself rending his golden hair. And breaking quite his gerland ewer green. With other signas of sorrow and impatient teen. Both for those two, and for his own dear son. The son of Clymene he did repent. Who bold to guide the chariot of the sun. Himself in 1,000 pieces fondly rent. And all the world with flashing fear brent. So like, that all the walls did see me to flame. Yet cruel Cupid, not herewith content, forced him eftsoons to follow other game. And lure a shepherd's daughter for his dearest dame. He lewd Issy for his dearest dame. And for her sake her cattle fed a while. And for her sake a cowherd vile became. The seruant of Admetus cowherd vile. Whiles that from Hoenn he suffered exile. Long were to tell each other luily fit. Now like a lion, hunting after spoil. Now like a stag, now like a falcon flit. All which in that fair Eris was most luily writ. Next to him was Neptune pictured. In his diween resemblance wondrous like. His face was rugged, and his hoary head dropped with brackish daw. His three-forked pike he sternly shook, and therewith fierce did strike. The raging billows, that on Uri side they trembling stood, and made a long broad dike, that his swift chariot might ha passage wide, which four great hippodames did draw in Temawai's tide. His sea-horses did see me to sport amain, and from their nostrils blow the briny stream, that made the sparkling wows to smoke again, and flame with gold, but the white foamy cream did shine with silver, and shoot forth his beam. The god himself did pensy see me and sad, and hung adown his head, as he did dream. For Priui lo his breast empierced had. No aught but dear by Saltus I could make him glad. He lewd eke if Amedia dear. And Aeolus fair daughter Arn hight. For whom he turned himself into a stare. And fed on fodder, to beguile her sight. Also to win Deucalion's daughter bright. He turned himself into a dolphin fair. And like a winged horse he took his flight. To Snakelock Medusa to repair. On whom he got fair Pegasus, that flitteth in the air. Next Saturn was, but who would ewer ween? That sullen Saturn ewer ween to Lo. Yet Lo is sullen, and Saturn-like seen. As he did for Erigone at Pro. That to a centaur did himself transmo. So pruded eke that gracious god of wine. When for to compasse Philyra's hard Lo, he turned himself into a fruitful vine. And into her fair bosom made his grapes decline. Long were to tell the amorous essays. And gentle pangs, with which he maked meek. The mighty Mars, to learn his wanton plays. How oft for Venus, and how often eke. For many other nymphs he sore did shriek. With womanish tears. And with warlike smarts. Priuli moistening his horrid cheek. There was he painted full of burning darts. And many wide wounds launched through his inner parts. Ne did he spare, so cruel was the Elfie. His own dear mother, why should he so? Ne did he spare some time to prick himself, that he might taste the sweet consuming woe, which he had wrought to many others moe, but to declare the mournful tragedies, and spoils, wherewith he all the ground did strow. More eth to number, with how many eyes. High ho and behold sad Lour's nightly furies. Kings, queens, lords, ladies, knights and damsels gent, were heaped together with the vulgar sort, and mingled with the rascal rabblement, without respect of person or of port, to shew Dan Cupid's power and great effort. And round about a border was entrailed, of broken bows and arrows shewed short, and a long bloudy rewer through them railed, so luily and so like, that luing sense it failed. And at the upper end of that fair round, there was an altar built of precious stone, of passing value, and of great renown, on which there stood an image all alone, of massy gold, which with his own light shone, and wings it had with sundry colours dight, more sundry colours, than the proud Powone bears in his boasted fan, or iris bright, when her discoloured bow she spreads through Hoen's height. Blindfold he was, and in his cruel fist a mortal bow and arrows keen did hold, with which he shot at random, when him list. Some headed with sad lead, some with pure gold. Ah man beware, how thou those darts behold. A wounded dragon vendor him did ly, whose hideous tail his left foot did enfold, and with a shaft was shot through either eye, that no man forth might draw, any no man remedy. And underneath his feet was written thus: Canto the victor of the gods this be. And all the people in that ample house did to that image bow their humble knee, and oft committed foul idolatry. That wondrous sight fair Britomart amazed, ne seeing could her wonder satisfy, but ewer more and more upon it gazed, the whiles the passing brightens her frily senses dazed. Though as she backward cast her bussy eye, to search each secret of that goodly stead, the door thus written she did spy. Be bold, she oft and oft it read, yet could not find what sense it figured, but whatso were therein or writ or meant. She was no whit thereby discouraged from prosecuting of her first intent, but forward with bold steps into the next room went. Much fairer than the former was that room, and richlier by many parties arrayed. For not with arras made in painful loom, but with pure gold it all was o'erlaid, wrought with wild antiques, which their follies played in the rich metal, as they luing were. 1,000 monstrous forms therein were made, such as falsehood doth oft upon him wear. For lo in 1,000 monstrous forms doth oft appear. And all about, the glistering walls were hung with warlike spoils, and with victorious praise of mighty conquerors and captains strong, which were whilome captured in their days to cruel lo, and wrought their own decays. Their swords and spurs were broke, and hauberks rent, and their proud girlands of triumphant bays trodden in dust with fury insolent, to shew the victor's might and merciless intent. The warlike maid beholding earnestly the goodly ordinance of this rich place, did greatly wonder any could satisfy her greedy eyes with gazing a long space. But more she meruailed that no footings trace, nor white appeared, but wasteful emptiness, and solemn silence all that place. Strange thing it seemed, that none was to possess so rich prurience, any them keep with carefulness. And as she looked about, she did behold how that same door was likewise writ. Be bold, and where be bold. That much she mussed, yet could not construe it by any riddling skill, or commune wit. At last she spied at that room's per end another iron door, on which was writ, Be not too bold, whereto though she did bend her earnest mind, yet wist not what it might intend. Thus she there waited until eventide. Yet luing creature none she saw appear. And now sad shadows gone the world to hide from mortal view, and wrap in darkness dray are. Yet nude she dee off her weary arms, for fear of secret donger, and let sleep oppress her holy eyes with nature's birdie endear. But drew herself aside in sickerness, and her well-pointed weapons did about her dress. Canto 12. The mask of Cupid, and th enchanted chamber are displayed, whence Britomart redeems fair Amoret, through charms decayed. T-ho when as cheerless night occurred had fair Hoen with an Nursal cloud, that Uri white dismayed with darkness sad, in silence and in sleep themselves did shroud. She heard a shrilling trumpet sound aloud, signa of nigh battle, or got victory. Not therewith daunted was her courage proud, but rather stirred to cruel enmity, expecting Ur, when some foe she might descry. With that, an hideous storm of wind arose, with dreadful thunder and lightning atwixt, and an earthquake, as if it straight would lose the world's foundations from his center fixed. A direful stench of smoke and sulphur mixed ensued, whose noyance filed the fearful stead, from the 4th hour of night until the 6th. Yet the bold Britoness was not idered, though much emud, but steadfast still pursued. All suddenly a stormy whirlwind blew throughout the house, that clapped Uri door, with which that iron wicket open flew, as it with mighty lures had been a tore, and forth issued, as on the ready floor of some theatre, a grow personage, that in his hand a branch of laurel bore, with comely hour and countenance sage, icled in costly garments, fit for tragic stage. Proceeding to the midst, he still did stand, as if in mind he somewhat had to say, and to the vulgar beckoning with his hand, in signa of silence, as to hear a play. By Louisly actions he gone bewray some argument of matter passioned, which done, he back retired soft away, and passing by, his name discowered, ease, on his robe in golden letters ciphered. The noble maid, still standing all this viewed, and marveled at his strange intendiment. With that a Ioia's fellowship issued, of minstrels, making goodly merriment, with wanton bards, and rhymers impudent, all which together sung full cheerfully a lay of Lou's delight, with sweet consent. After whom marched a Ioli company, in manner of a masque, in ranged orderly, the whiles a most delicious harmony, in full strange notes was sweetly heard to sound, that the rare sweetness of the melody the feeble senses wholly did confound, and the frily soul in deep delight nigh drowned. And when it ceased, shrill trumpets loud did bray, that their report did far away rebound. And when they ceased, it gone again to play, the whiles the maskers marched forth in trim array. The first was Fancy, like a Louisly boy, of rare aspect, and bow tie without pair, matchable either to that imp of Troy, whom Ioue did lure, and chose his cup to beer. Or that same dainty lad, which was so dear to great Alcides, that when as he died, he wailed womanlike with many a tear. And Uri wood, and Uri valley wide, he filed with Hylas name. The nymphs eke Hylas cried. His garment neither was of silka nor say, but painted plumes, in goodly order dight, like as the sunburnt Indians do array their tawny bodies, in their proudest plight. As those same plumes, so seemed he vain and light, that by his gait might easily appear. For still he fared as dancing in delight, and in his hand a windy fan did bear, that in the idle air he mowed still here and there. And him beside marched amorous Desire, who seemed of riper years, than other swain. Yet was that other swain this elder's sire. And gay him being, commune to them twain. His garment was disguised very vain. And his embroidered bonnet sat awry. Twixt both his hands few sparks he close did strain. Which still he blew, and kindled busily. That soon they life concealed, and forth in flames did fly. Next after him went Doubt, who was icled in a discoloured coat, of strange disguise. That at his back a broad capucho had. And sloes dependent Albanese wise. He looked askew with his mistrustful eyes. And nicely trode. As thorns lay in his way. Or that the floor to shrink he did awes. And on a broken reed he still did stay. His feeble steps, which shrunk, when hard therein he lay. With him went Donger, clothed in ragged weed. Made of bear's skin, that him more dreadful made. Yet his own face was dreadful, and he did need strange horror, to deform his griesly shade. A net in one hand, and a rusty blade. In other was, this mischief, that mishap. With one his foes he threatened to enuade. With other he his friends meant to enwrap. For whom he could not kill, he practised to entrap. Next him was Fear, all armed from top to toe. Yet thought himself not safe enough thereby. But feared each shadow moving to and fro. And his own arms when glittering he did spy. Or clashing heard, he fast away did fly. As ashes pale of Hew. And wingy healed. And Euremore on Donger fixed his eye. Gainst whom he always bent a brazen shield. Which his right hand narmed fearfully did wield. With him went Hope in rank, a handsome maid. Of cheerful look and luily to behold. In silken samite she was light arrayed. And her fair locks were wowen VP in gold. She alway smyled, and in her hand did hold an holy water sprinkle, dipped in diao. With which she sprinkled fors manifold. On whom she list, and did great liking show. Great liking to many, but true lo to few. And after them dissemblance, and suspect. Marched in one rank, yet in vnequal pair. For she was gentle, and of mild aspect. Courteous to all, and seeming debonair. Goodly adorned, and exceeding fair. Yet was that all but painted, and purloined. And her bright brows were decked with borrowed hair. Her deeds were forged, and her words false coined. And always in her hand 2 clues of silka she twind. But he was foulé, ill-for'd, and grim. Vendor his eyebrows looking still askance. And Ewer as dissemblance laughed on him. He lowered on her with dongerous eyeglance. Shewing his nature in his countenance. His rolling eyes did noyer rest in place. But walked each where, for fear of hid mischance. Holding a lattice still before his face. Through which he still did peep, as forward he did pace. Next him went Grief, and Fury matched Eifer. Grief all in sable sorrowfully clad. Down hanging his dull head, with holy share. Yet inly being more, than seeming sad. A pair of pincers in his hand he had. With which he pinched people to the heart. That from thenceforth a wretched life they lad. In wilful languor and consuming smart. Dying each day with inward wounds of dolour's dart. But Fury was full ill apparelled. In rags, that naked nigh she did appear. With ghastly looks and dreadful drerit. For from her back her garments she did tear. And from her head oft rent her snarled here. In her right hand a firebrand she did toss. About her head, still roaming here and there. As a dismayed deer in chase embossed. Forgetful of his safety, hath his right way lost. After them went Displeasure and Pleasance. He looking lompish and full sullen sad. And hanging down his holy countenance. She cheerful fresh and full of eyance glad. As if no sorrow she any felt any dread. That ill-matched pair they seemed to be. An angry wasp one in a vial had. Other in hers and honey lady be. Thus marched these 6 couples forth in fair degree. After all these there marched a most fair dame. Led of 2 grisy villains, one despite. The other cleaped cruelty by name. She doleful lady, like a dreary sprite. Called by strong charms out of eternal night. Had death's own image figured in her face. Full of sad signas, fearful to looing sight. Yet in that horror showed a seemly grace. And with her feeble feet did move a comely pace. Her breast all naked, as net ivory. Without adorn of gold or silver bright. Wherewith the craftsman wants it beautify. Of her due honor was despoiled quite. And a wide wound therein, O rueful sight. Entrenched deep with knife accursed keen. Yet freshly bleeding forth her fainting sprite. The work of cruel hand, was to be seen. That dyed in sanguine red her skin all snowy clean. At that wide orifice her trembling heart was drawn forth, and in silver basin laid. Quite through transfixed with a deadly dart. And in her blood yet steaming fresh embayed. And those 2 villains, which her steps stayed. When her weak feet could scarcely her sustain. And fading vital powers gone to fade. Her forward still with torture did constrain. And more increased her consuming pain. Next after her the winged god himself. Came riding on a lion Ravenous. Taught to obey the menage of that Elfie. That man and beast with power imperious. Subdueth to his kingdom tyrannous. His blindfold eyes he bade a while venbind. That his proud spoil of that same dolorous fair dame he might behold in perfect kind. Which seen, he much rejoiced in his cruel mind. Of which full proud, himself VP rearing high. He looked round about with stern disdain. And did survey his goodly company. And marshalling the you'll ordered train. With that the darts which his right hand did strain. Full dreadfully he shook that all did quake. And clapped on high his colored winges twain. That all his many it afraid did make. Though blinding him again, his way he forth did take. Behind him was reproach, repentance, shame. Reproach the first, shame next, repent behind. Repentance feeble, sorrowful, and lame. Reproach despiteful, careless, and unkind. Shame most ill-forward, bestial, and blind. Shame lowered, repentance sight, reproach did scood. Reproach sharp stings, repentance whips and wind. Shame burning irons in her hand did hold. All 3 to each like, yet all made in one mold. And after them a rude confused rout. Of persons flocked, whose names is hard to read. Amongst them was stern strife, and anger stout. Quiet care, and fond and thrifty head. Lewd loss of time, and sorrow seeming dead. Inconstant change. And false disloyalty. Consuming riotous, and guilty dread. Of humanly vengeance, faint infirmity. Vile poverty, and lastly death with infamy. There were full many like maladies. Whose names and natures I note redden well. So many as there be fantasies. In wowering women's wit, that none can tell. Or pains in low, or punishments in hell. All which disguised marched in masking wise. About the chamber with that damosel. And then returned, howling marched thrice. Into the inner room, from whence they first did rise. So soon as they were in, the door straightway fast locked, dryuen with that stormy blast. Which first it opened, and bore all away. Then the brow made, which all this while was plast. In secret shade, and saw both first and last. Iswed forth, and went unto the door. To enter in, but found it locked fast. It vain she thought with rigorous prore. For to a force. When charms had closed it afore. Where force might not avail, their sleights and art. She cast to VSE, both fit for hard emprise. For thy, from that same room not to depart. Till morrow next, she did herself allies. When that same mask again should forth arise. The morrow next appeared with Ioius Char, calling men to their daily exercise. Then she, as morrow fresh, herself did rear. Out of her secret stand, that day for to outwear. All that day she outwore in wandering. And gazing on that chamber's ornament. Till that again the second evening. Her coored with her sable vestiment. Wherewith the world's fair bow tie she hath blent. Then when the second watch was almost past. That brassen door flew open, and in went. Bold Britomart, as she had late forecast. Neither of idle shoes, nor of false charms aghast. So soon as she was entreed, round about. She cast her eyes, to see what was become. Of all those persons, which she saw without. But lo, they straight were vanished all and some. No lewing white she saw in all that room. Saw that same woeful lady. Both whose hands were bounden fast, that did her ill become. And her small wast girt round with iron bands. Into a brassen pillar, by the which she stands. And her before the vile enchanter sate. Figuring strange characters of his art. With lewing bloud he those characters rate. Dreadfully dropping from her dying heart. Seeming transfixed with a cruel dart. And all perforce to make her him to lure. Ah, who can lure the worker of her smart? 1,000 charms he formerly did pro. Yet 1,000 charms could not her steadfast heart remove. Soon as that virgin night he saw in place. His wicked books in hast he o'erthrow. Not caring his long labours to deface. And fiercely running to that lady true. A murderous knife out of his pocket drew. The which he thought. For villainous despite. In her tormented body to embroil. But the stout damsel to him leaping light. His cursed hand withheld, and masted his might. From her, to whom his fury first he meant. The wicked weapon rashly he did wrest. And turning to herself his fell intent. Where's it strook into her snowy chest. That little drops empurpled her fair breast. Exceeding wroth therewith the virgin grew. All but the wound were nothing deep impressed. And fiercely forth her mortal blade she drew. To do him the reward for such vile outrage due. So mightily she smote him, that to ground. He fell half dead. Next stroke him should ha slain. Had not the lady, which by him stood bound. Sternly to her called to abstain. From doing him to disprosium. For else her pain. Should be remediless, sith none but he. Which wrought it, could the same recure again. Therewith she stayed her hand, loath stayed to be. For life she him ennued, and longed revenge to see. And to him said, Thou wicked man, whose meed? For so huge mischief, and vile villainy. Is death, or if that aught do death exceed. Be sure, that naught may saw thee from to dy. But if that thou this dame do presently. Restore to her health. And former state. This do and Leoa, else die undoubtedly. He glad of life, that looked for death but late. Did yield himself right willing to prolong his date. And rising VP, gone straight to our Luke. Those cursed lows, his charms back to reverse. Full dreadful things out of that baleful book. He read, and measured many a sad verse. That horror gone the virgin's heart to purse. And her fair locks VP stared stiff on end. Hearing him those same bloudy lines rehearse. And all the while he read, she did extend. Her sword high ear him, if aught he did offend. Anon she gone pursue the house to quake. And all the doors to rattle round about. Yet all that did not her dismayed make. Nor slack her threatful hand for Donger's doubt. But still with steadfast eye and courage stout. Abode, to weet what end would come of all. At last that mighty shen, which round about her tender waist was wound, adown gone fall. And that great brassen pillar broke in pieces small. The cruel steel, which thrilled her dying heart, fell softly forth, as of his own accord. And the wide wound, which lately did dispart her bleeding breast, and reuen bowels gored, was closed vp, as it had not been a board. And eury part to safety full sound, as she were noyer hurt, was soon restored. Though when she felt herself to be bound, and perfect whole, prostrate she fell to the ground. Before fair Britomart, she fell prostrate, saying, "A noble knight, what worthy meed can wretched lady, quit from woeful state, yield you in lieu of this your gracious deed? Your virtue's self her own reward shall breed, you an immortal praise, and glory wide, which I your vassal, by your prowess freed, shall through the world make to be notified. And goodly well adjuance, that goodly well was tried." But Britomart prearing her from ground, said, "Gentle dame, reward enough I ween, for many labours more, than I ha found. This, that in safety now I ha you seen, and mean of your deliverance ha been. Henceforth fair lady comfort to you take, and put away remembrance of late teen. Instead thereof know, that your looing make hath no less grief endured for your gentle sake." She much was churred to hear him mentioned, whom of all looing wights she looed best. Then laid the noble championess strong hand upon th enchanter, which had her distressed so sore, and with foule outrages oppressed. With that great shen, wherewith not long ago he bound that piteous lady prisoner, now relist himself she bound, more worthy to be so, and capture with her led to wretchedness and woe. Returning back, those goodly rooms, which erst she saw so rich and royally arrayed, now vanished utterly, and clean submerged she found, and all their glory quite decayed. That sight of such a change her much dismayed. Thenceforth descending to that peerless porch, those dreadful flames she also found delayed, and quenched quite, like a consumed torch, that erst all entrees wont so cruelly to scorch. More easy isso now, than entrance late she found, for now that famed dreadful flame, which chalked the porch of that enchanted gate, and passage barred to all, that thither came, was vanished quite, as it were not the same. And gay her low at pleasure forth to passe. Th enchanter self, which all that fraud did frame, to ha first the lure of that fair lasse, seeing his work now wasted deep angried was. But when the victoress ariad there, where late she left the pensive Scudamore, with her own trusty squire, both full of fear, neither of them she found where she them lore. Thereat her noble heart was astonished sore. But most fair Amrit, whose gentle sprite, now gone to feed on hope, which she before conceived had, to see her own dear knight, being thereof beguiled was filed with new affright. But he sad man, when he had long in dread awaited there for Britomart's return, yet saw her not nor signa of her good speed, his expectation to despair did turn, misdeeming sure that her those flames did burn. And therefore gone at duise with her old squire, who her dear norslings lost no less did mourn, thence to depart for further aid to inquire, where let them wend at will, whilst here I do respire. Stanzas in 1590 replaced in 1596 with others. At last she came to the place, where late she left Sir Scudamore in great distress, twixt dolour and despite half desperate, of his lose succour, of his own redress, and of the hardy Britomart's success. There on the cold earth him now thrown she found, in wilful anguish, and dead holiness. And to him called, whose voices no one sound. Soon as he heard, himself he reared light from ground. There did he see, that most on earth him eyed. His dearest Lo, the comfort of his days, whose too long absence him had sore annoyed, and wearied his life with dull delays. Straight he started from the loathed lays, and to her ran with hasty eagerness, like as a deer, that greedily embays in the cool soil, after long thirstiness, which he in chase endured hath, now nigh breathless. Lightly he clipped her twixt his arms twain, and straightly did embrace her body bright. Her body, late the prison of sad pain, now the sweet lodge of low and dear delight. But she fair lady our common quite, of huge affection, did in pleasure melt, and in sweet ravishment poured out her sprite. No word they spake, nor earthly thing they felt, but like two sensile stalks in long embracement dwelt. Had ye them seen, ye would ha surely thought that they had been that fair hermaphrodite, which that rich Romain of white marble wrought, and in his costly bath caused to be sight. So seemed those two, as grown together quite, that Britomart half and wine there be, L.S.E. was much impassioned in her gentle sprite, and to herself oft wished like happiness. In vain she wished, that fate annulled let her yet possess. Thus do those lowers with sweet counterwail, each other of Lu's bitter fruit despoil. But now my team begins to faint and fail, all waxen weary of their ironal toil. Therefore I will their sweaty yokes assoil, at this same furrow's end, till a new day. And ye fair swains, after your long turmoil, now cease your work, and at your pleasure play. Now cease your work. Tomorrow is an holy day. Book 4. The Legend of Cambel and Telamond, or of Friendship. The rugged forehead that with grow foresight welds kingdoms' causes, and affairs of state. My looser rhymes, I wot, doth sharply white, for praising Lo, as I ha done of late, and magnifying Lower's dear debate, by which fryly youth is oft to folly led, through false allurement of that pleasing bait, that better were in virtues discipled, then with vain poems weeds to ha their fancies fed. Such ones ill judge of Lo, that cannot Lo, nay in their frozen hearts feel kindly flame. For they ought not think known repro, ne natural affection faultless blame. For fault of few that ha bust the same. For it of honor and all virtue is the root, and brings forth glorious flores of fame, that crown true lowers with immortal bliss. The meed of them that Lo, and do not Leoa amiss, which who so list look back to former ages, and call to count the things that then were done, shall find, that all the works of those wise sages, and brow exploits which great heroes won, in Lo were either ended or begun. Witness the father of philosophy, which to his Critias, shaded oft from sun, of Lo full many lessons did apply, the which these stoic censors cannot well deny. To such therefore I do not sing at all, but to that sacred saint my Faerie Queene, in whose chaste breast all bounty natural, and treasures of true Lo enlocked been, buoy all her sex that ewer yet was seen. To her I sing of Lo, that loeth best, and best is lewd of all aliu I ween. To her this song most fitly is addressed, the Queen of Lo, and Prince of Peace fro hohen blessed, which that she may the better deign to hear. Do thou dread infant, Venus dearling dewy, from her high spirit chase imperious fear, and vse of awful majesty remove, instead thereof with drops of melting Lo, dawed with ambrosial kisses, by thee gotten, from thy sweet smiling mother from above. Sprinkle her heart, and haughty courage soften, that she may hark to Lo, and read this lesson often. Canto 1. Fair Britomart sows amrit. Duessa discord breeds. twixt Scudamore and Blandamore. Their fight and warlike deeds. O. F. Lowers' sad calamities of old. Full many piteous stories do remain. But none more piteous ewer was ye told than that of Amrit's heart-binding shen. And this of Florimell's worthy pain. The dear compassion of whose bitter fit my softened heart so sorely doth constrain, that I with tears full oft do pit tie it, and oftentimes do wish it noyer had been a writ. For from the time that Scudamore her bought, in perilous fight, she noyer ioed day. A perilous fight when he with force her brought. From 20 knights. That did him all assay. Yet fairly well he did them all dismay. And with great glory both the shield of Lugh, and eke the lady's self he brought away. Whom howing wedded as did him behow. A new Vnonoan mischief did from him remove. For that same vile enchanter busy ran. The very self same day that she was wedded. Amidst the Bredale feast, whilst Uri man, surcharged with wine, were heedless and ill-headied. All bent to mirth before the bride was bedded. Brought in that mask of Lugh which late was shown. And there the lady ill of friends bested it. By way of sport, as often masks is known. Canoe-eyed quite away to Luing white Vnonoan. So in months he so her kept in bitter smart. Because his sinful lust she would not sorrow. Until such time as noble Britomart released her, that else was like to steru. Through cruel knife that her dear heart did carew. And now she is with her upon the way. Marching in Luili wise, that could deseru. No spot of blame, though spite did oft assay. To blot her with dishonor of so fair a prey. Yet should it be a pleasant tale, to tell. The diures sage and demenure daint. That each to other made, as oft befell. For Amrit right fearful was and faint. Lest she with blame her honor should addint. That Uri word did tremble as she spake. And Uri Luke was coy, and wondrous quaint. And Uri Limba that touched her did quake. Yet could she not but courteous countenance to her make. For well she wist, as true it was indeed, that her Lugh's lord and patroni of her health, right well deserted as his due full meed. Her Lugh, her Sarus, and her veetmost wealth. All is his iously, that all freely delf. Nathless her honor dearer than her life. She sought to saw, as thing resolute from stealth. Die had she lure with enchanter's knife. Then to be false in Lugh, professed a virgin wife. Thereto her fear was made so much the greater. Through fine abusion of that Briton maid. Who for to hide her feigned sex the better. And mask her wounded mind, both did and said. Full many things so doubtful to be weighed. That well she wist not what by them to guess. For other wiles to her she purpose made. Of Lugh, and other wiles of lustfulness. That much she feared his mind would grow to some excess. His will she feared. For him she surely thought to be a man, such as indeed he seemed. And much the more, by that he lately wrought. When her from deadly thraldom he redeemed. For which no Sarus she too much esteemed. Yet dread of shame, and doubt of foul dishonor, made her not yield so much, as due she deemed. Yet Britomart attended duly on her. As well became a knight, and did to her all honor. It so befell one evening, that they came into a castell, lodged there to be. Where many a knight, and many a Luili dame, was then assembled, deeds of arms to see. Amongst all which was none more fair than she. That many of them mowed to eye her sore. The custom of that place was such, that he, which had no Lugh nor lemon there in store, should either win him one, or lie without the door. Amongst the rest there was a Ioli knight, who being asked for his Lugh, owed that fairest Amrit was his by right. And off-read that to Iustify a load. The warlike virgin seeing his so proud and boastful Calange, vexed in my wrath. But for the present did her anger shrowed. And said, her lo to lose she was full loath. But either he should neither of them haw, or both. So forth they went, and both together justed. But that same younker son was o'erthrown. And made repent, that he had rashly lusted. For thing lawful, that was not his own. Yet since he seemed valiant, through known. She that no less was courteous than stout. Cast out a salue. That both the custom shown. Were kept, and yet that night not locked out. That seemed full hard to accord two things so far in doubt. The seneschal was cowed to deem the right. Whom she required, that first fair Amrit. Might be to her allowed, as to a knight. That did her win and free from challenge set. Which straight to her was yielded without let. Then since that strange knight's love from him was quitted. She claimed that to herself, as lady's debt. He as a knight might honestly be admitted. So none should be outshut, sith all of lose were fitted. With that her glistering helmet she then laced. Which doffed, her golden locks, that were VP bound. Still in a knot, to her heels down traced. And like a silken veil in compasse round. About her back and all her body wound. Like as the shining ski in summer's night. What time the days with scorching heat abound. Is creasted all with lines of fiery light. That it prodigious seems in common people's sight. Such when those knights and ladies all about. Beheld her, all were with amazement smit. And every one gone grow in secret doubt. Of this and that, according to each wit. Some thought that some enchantment feigned it. Some, that Bellona in that warlike wise. To them appeared, with shield and armor fit. Some, that it was a mask of strange disguise. So diversely each one did sundry doubts does. But that young knight, which through her gentle deed, was to that goodly fellowship restored. 10,000 thanks did yield her for her meed. And doubly our common, her Audiobooks. So did they all their former strife accord. And eke fair Amrit now freed from fear. More frank affection did to her afford. And to her bed, which she was wont forbear. Now freely drew, and found right safe assurance thar. Where all that night they of their lose did treat. And hard adventures twixt themselves alone. That each the other gone with passion great. And griefful pity privately bemoan. The morrow next so soon as Titan shone. They both prose, and to their ways them dight. Long wandered they, yet noyer met with none. That to their wiles could them direct aright. Or to them tidings tell, that mote their hearts delight. Lo thus they rode, till at the last they spied. Two armed knights, that toward them did pace. And eke of them had riding by his side. A lady, seeming in so far a space. But ladies none they were. All be in face. And outward shew fair semblance they did bear. For vendor mask of bow tie and good grace. Vile treason and foul falsehood hidden were. That mote to none but to the wary wise appear. The one of them the false Duessa hight. That now had chonged her former wanted hew. For she could Dion so many shapes in sight. As ewer could chameleon colors new. So could she forge all colors, saw the true. The other no whit better was than she. But that such as she was, she plain did shew. Yet otherwise much worse, if worse might be. And daily more offensive to each degree. Her name was mother of debate. And all dissension, which doth daily grow. Amongst friendly men, that many a public state. And many a private oft doth overthrow. Her false Duessa who full well did know. To be most fit to trouble noble knights. Which hunt for honor, raised from below. Out of the dwellings of the damned sprites. Where she in darkness wastes her cursed days and nights. Hard by the gates of hell her dwelling is. There whereas all the plagues and harms abound, which punish wicked men, that walk amiss. It is a darksome below Faerie vendor ground, with thorns and barren breaks inurend round, that none the same may easily outwin. Yet many ways to enter may be found, but none to issue forth when one is in. For discord harder is to end than to begin. And all within the ruin walls were hung with ragged monuments of times forepast, all which the sad effects of discord sung. There were rent robes, and broken sceptres plast, altars defiled, and holy things defaced, dishired spears, and shields a-torn in twain, great cities ransacked, and strong castles rast, nations captured, and huge armies slain. Of all which ruins there some relics did remain. There was the signa of antique Babylon, of fat all Thebes, of Rome that reigned long, of sacred Salem, and sad Ilion, for memory of which on high there hung the golden apple, 'cause of all their wrong, for which the three fair goddesses did strive. There also was the name of Nimrod strong, of Alexander, and his princes few, which shard to them the spoils that he had got alieu. And there the relics of the drunken fray, the which amongst the Lapithes befell, and of the bloody feast, which sent away so many centaurs' drunken souls to hell, that vendor great Alcides' fury fell, and of the dreadful discord, which did drive the noble Argonauts to outrage fell, that each of life sought others to deprive, all mindless of the golden fleece, which made them strive, and eke of private persons many mo, that were too long a work to count them all. Some of sworn friends, that did their faith forego. Some of born brethren, proved natural. Some of dear lowers, foes perpetual. Witness their broken bands there to be seen. Their girlands rent, their bowers despoiled all. The monuments whereof their biding been, as plain as at the first, when they were fresh and green. Such was her house within, but all without, the barren ground was full of wicked weeds, which she herself had sown all about, now grown great, at first of little seeds, the seeds of ill wards, and factious deeds, which when to ripeness do they grow and are, bring forth an infinite increase, that breeds tumultuous trouble and contentious yar, the which most often end in bloodshed and in war. And those same cursed seeds do also sorrow to her for bread, and yield her lewing food. For life it is to her, when others stare through mischievous debate, and deadly fiat, that she may suck their life, and drink their blood, with which she from her childhood had been fed. For she at first was born of hellish brood, and by infernal furies nourished, that by her monstrous shape might easily be read. Her face most foul and filthy was to see, with squinted eyes contrary ways intended, and loathly mouth, meet a mouth to be, that naught but gall and venom comprehended, and wicked words that God and man offended. Her lying tongue was in two parts divided, and both the parts did speak, and both contended. And as her tongue, so was her heart decided, that noyer thought one thing, but doubly still was guided. Als as she double spake, so heard she double, with matchless ears deformed and distort, filed with false rumors and seditious trouble, bred in assemblies of the vulgar sort, that still are led with Uri light report. And as her ears so eke her feet were oddie, and much like, one long, the other short, and both misblast, that when one forward yode, the other back retired, and contrary trode. Likewise gnequal were her hands twain, that one did reach, the other pushed away, that one did make, the other marred again, and sought to bring all things to decay, whereby great riches gathered money a day, she in short space did often bring to naught, and their possessors often did dismay. For all her studi was and all her thought. How she might overthrow the things that concord wrought. So much her malice did her might surpass. That unth almighty self she did maligny. Because to man so merciful he was. And to all his creatures so benign. Sith she herself was of his grace indign. For all this world's fair workmanship she tried. Unto his last confusion to bring. And that great golden shen quite to die wide. With which it blessed concord hath together tied. Such was that hag, which with Duessa rode. And sarrowing her in her malicious vse. To hurt good knights, was as it were her bawd. To sell her borrowed bow tie to abuse. For though like withered tree, that wanteth use. She old and crooked were, yet now of late. As fresh and fragrant as the flower de luce. She was become, by change of her estate. And made full goodly iance to her newfound mate. Her mate he was a illy youthful knight. That bore great sway in arms and chivalry. And was indeed a man of mickle might. His name was Blandamore, that did descry. His fickle mind full of inconstancy. And now himself he fitted had right well. With two companions of like quality. Faithless Duessa, and false Artegall. That whether were more false, full hard it is to tell. Now when this gallant with his goodly crew. From Faerie espied the famous Britomart. Like knight adventurous in outward view. With his fair paragon, his conquests part. Approaching nigh, eftsoons his wanton heart. Was tickled with delight. And jesting said. Lo there Sir Artegall, for your desart. Good Lucy presents you with yond Luili maid. For pity that ye want a fellow for your aid. By that the Luili pair drew nigh to Hond. Whom when as Artegall more plain beheld. Albe in heart he like affection fond. Yet mindful how he late by one was felled. That did those arms and that same scutcheon weld. He had small lust to buy his lo so dear. But answered, Sir him wise I neuer held. That howing once escaped peril near. Would afterwards afresh the sleeping you'll rear. This night too late his manhood and his might. I did assay, that me right dearly cost. Na list I for revenge provoke new fight. Na for light ladies lo, that soon is lost. The Hotspur youth so scorning to be crossed. Take then to you this dame of mine, quoth he. And I without your peril or your cost. Will challenge yond same other for my fee. So forth he fiercely pricked, that one him scarce could see. The warlike Britoness her son addressed. And with such vencuth welcome did so. Her feigned paramour, her forced guest. That being forced his saddle son to low. Himself he did of his new ludiso. And made himself then sample of his folly. Which done, she passed forth not taking low. And left him now as sad, as whilome illy. Well warned to beware with whom he dared to dally. Which when his other company beheld. They to his succor ran with ready aid. And finding him nable once to weld. They reared him on horseback, and stayed. Till on his way they had him forth connuade. And all the way with wondrous grief of mynd. And shame, he showed himself to be dismayed. More for the low which he had left behind. Than that which he had to Sir Artegall resigned. Nathless he forth did march well as he might. And made good semblance to his company. Dissembling his disease and ill plight. Till that ere long they chanced to espy. Two other knights, that towards them did ply. With speedy course, as bent to charge them new. Whom when as Blandamore approaching nie. Perceived to be such as they seemed in view. He was full wa, and gone his former grief renew. For one of them he perfectly descried. To be Sir Scudamore, by that he bore. The god of Lu with wings displayed wide. Whom mortally he hated Euremore. Both for his worth, that all men did adore. And eke because his Lu he won by right. Which when he thought, it grewed him full sore. That through the bruises of his former fight, he now vnable was to wreak his old despite. For thy, he thus to Paradal bespake. Fair sir, of friendship let me now you pray, that as I late adventured for your sake, the hurts whereof me now from Batel stay, ye will me now with like good turn repay. And I justify my cause on yonder night. Ah sir, said Paradal, do not dismay yourself for this, myself will for you fight. As ye ha done for me, the left hand rubs the right. With that he put his spurs into his steed, with spear in rest, and toward him did fare, like shaft out of a bow preventing speed. But Scudamore was shortly well aware of his approach, and gone himself prepare him to receive with entertainment meet. So furiously they met, that either bare the other down vendor their horses' feet, that what of them became, Themselus did scarcely weet. As when two billows in the Irish Sonda forcibly dryuen with contrary tides do meet together, each aback rebounds with roaring rage, and dashing on all sides, that filleth all the sea with foam, divides the doubtful current into Giaour's ways. So fell those two in spite of both their prides. But Scudamore himself did soon praise, and mounting light his foe for lying long braze, who rolled on an heap lay still and swound, all careless of his taunt and bitter rail, till that the rest him seeing lie on ground, ran hastily, to weet what did him ail, where finding that the breath gone him to fail, with bussy care they strow him to awake, and doffed his helmet, and vended his mail. So much they did, that at the last they break his slumber, yet so mazed, that he nothing spake. Which when as Blandamore beheld, he said, False fate our Scudamore, that hast by sleight and foule adjuvantage this good knight dismayed. A knight much better than thyself behight. Well fallis it thee that I am not in plight this day to wreak the damage by thee dawn. Such is thy wont, that still when any knight is weak Ned, then thou doest him hour on. So hast thou to thyself false honour often won. He little answered, but in manly heart his mighty indignation did forbear, which was not yet so secret, but some part thereof did in his frowning face appear, like as a gloomy cloud, the which doth bear an hideous storm, is by the northern blast quite o'erblown, yet doth not pass so clear, but that it all the ski doth o'ercast with darkens dread, and threatens all the world to wast. Ah gentle knight, then false Duessa said, why do ye strive for ladies lo so sore, whose chief desire is lo and friendly aid mongst gentle knights to nourish your more? Ne be ye wroth Sir Scudamore therefore, that she your lo list lo another knight? Ne do yourself dislike a whit the more, for lo is free, and led with self-delight. Ne will enforced be with maesterdom or might. So false Duessa, but violate thus both foolish knights, I can but laugh at both, that strive and storm with stir outrageous, for her that each of you alike doth loath, and lose another, with whom now she go th in luily wise, and sleeps, and sports, and plays. Whilst both you hear with many a cursed oath swear she is yours, and stir vp bloudy phrase to win a willow bough, whilst other wears the bays. Vile hag, said Scudamore, why dost thou lie, and foully seek'st a virtuous wight to shame? Fond knight, said she, the thing that with this eye I saw, why should I doubt to tell the same? Then tell, quoth Blandamore, and fear no blame. Tell what thou saw'st, maulger whoso it hears. I saw, quoth she, a stranger knight, whose name I wot not well, but in his shield he bears. That well I wot, the heads of many broken spears. I saw him haul your amort at will. I saw him kiss, I saw him her embrace. I saw him sleep with her all night his fill. All Monnier nights, and Monnier by in place. That present were to testify the case. Which when as Scudamore did hear, his heart was thrilled with inward grief, as when in chase the Parthian strikes a stag with shuring dart. The beast astonished stands in midst of his smart. So stood Sir Scudamore, when this he heard. No word he had to speak for great dismay. But looked on Glossy grim, who walks afeard of outrage for the words, which she heard say. Albeven true she wist them by assay. But Blandamore, when as he did espy his change of cheer, that anguish did bewray. He walks full blithe, as he had got thereby. And gone thereat to triumph without victory. Lo recreant, said he, the fruitless end of thy vain boast, and spoil of lo misgotten, whereby the name of knighthood thou dost shend. And all true lowers with dishonour blot ten. All things not rooted well, will soon be rotten. Fy false knight, then false Duessa cried. Unworthy life that lo with guile hast gotten. Be thou, where e'er thou do go or ride. Loathed of ladies all, and of all knights defied. But Scudamore for passing great despite stayed not to answer, scarcely did refrain. But that in all those knights and ladies' sight, he for revenge had guiltless Glossy slain. But being past, he thus began amain. False traitor squire, false squire, of falsest knight. Why doth mine hand from thine orange abstain? Whose lord hath done my lo this foule despite? Why do I not it wreak, on thee now in my might? Discourteous, disloyal Britomart. Untrue to God, and to man nighest. What vengeance do can equal thy desart? That hast with shameful spot of sinful lust defilled the pledge committed to thy trust? Let VGLY shame and endless infamy colour thy name with foule reproaches rust. Yet thou false squire his fault shalt dear abye, and with thy punishment his penance shalt supply. The aged dame him seeing so enraged, was dead with fear, nathless as need required. His flaming fury sought to ha assuaged with sober words, that sufferance desired, till time the trial of her truth expired. And Euremore sought Britomart to clear, but he the more with furious rage was fired. And thrice his hand to kill her did preer, and thrice he drew it back, so did at last forbear. Canto 2. Blandamore wins false Florimel. Paridel for her strius. They are accorded, agape. Doth lengthen her sons lose. Firebrand of hell first Tiwandi in Flegeton. By thousand furies, and from thence out thrown into this world, to work confusion, and set it all on fire by force Fnonoan, is wicked discord, whose small sparks once blown, none but a god or godlike man can slake. Such as was Orpheus, that when strife was grown amongst those famous imps of Greece, did take his silver harp in hand, and shortly friends them make. Or such as that celestial psalmist was, that when the wicked fiend his lord tormented with heavenly notes, that did all other paw, the outrage of his furious fit relented. Such music is wise words with time consented to moderate stiff minds, disposed to strive. Such as that prudent Romain well innuented, what time his people into parties did reue, them reconciled again, and to their homes did drive. Such versest wise Glossy to that wrathful knight, to calm the tempest of his troubled thought. Yet Blandamore with terms of foule despite, and Paridel her scorned, and set at naught, as old and crooked and not good for aught. Both they'ven wise, and wareless of the Yule, that by Themselus to Themselus is wrought, through that false witch, and that foule aged droll. The one a fiend, the other an incarnate duel, with whom as they thus rode accompanied, they were encountered of a lusty night. that had a goodly lady by his side, to whom he made great dalliance and delight. It was to weet the bold Sir Pharaoh hight, he that from braggadocio whilome reft, the snowy Florimel, whose bowtie bright made him see me hap pie for so glorious theft. Yet was it in due trial but a wandering weft, which when as bland amour, whose fancy light was always flitting as the wowering wind, after each bowtie, that appeared in sight, beheld, eftsoons it pricked his wanton mind, with sting of lust, that reasons I did blind, that to Sir Paridel these words he sent. Sir Knight, why ride ye dumpish thus behind? Since so good fortune doth to you present so fair a spoil, to make you ioyous merriment. But Paridel that had too late a trial of the bad issue of his counsel vain, list not to hark, but made this fair denial. Last turn was mine, well prode to my pain. This now be yours, God send you better gain. Whose scoffed words he taking half in scorn, fiercely forth pricked his steed as in disdain against that knight, ere he him well could torna, by means whereof he hath him lightly overborne, who with the sudden stroke astonished sore, upon the ground a while in slumber lay, the whiles his lue away the other bore, and shewing her, did Paridel bray. Lo, sluggish knight, the victor's hap pie pray. So fortune friends the bold, whom Paridel, seeing so fair indeed, as he did say, his heart with secret ennui gone to swell, and inly grudge at him, that he had sped so well. Nathless proud man himself the other deemed, howing so peerless paragon I got. For sure the fairest Florimel him seemed, to him was fallen for his hap pie lot, whose like Aliu on earth he weened not. Therefore he her did court, did sorrow, did woo, with humblest suit that he imagine mot. And all things did does, and all things doey, that might her look prepare, and liking win thereto. She in regard thereof him recompensed, with golden words, and goodly countenance, and such fond fores sparingly dispensed. Sometimes him blessing with a light eye glance, and coy looks tempering with loose dalliance. Sometimes estranging him in sterner wise, that howing cast him in a foolish trance. He seemed brought to bed in paradise, and proud himself most full, in what he seemed most wise. So great a mistress of her art she was, and perfectly practised in woman's craft, that though therein himself he thought to paw, and by his false allurements wily draught, had thousand women of their love bereft. Yet now he was surprised, for that false sprite, which that same which had in this for me engraft, was so expert in ury subtle sleight, that it could outreach the wisest earthly wight. Yet he to her did daily sorrows more, and daily more deceived was thereby. Yet Paridel him envied therefore, as seeming plast in soul felicity. So blind is lust, false colours to descry. But ate soon discouring his desire, and finding now fit opportunity, to stir VP strife, twixt lope and spite and ire, did priorly put coals into his secret fire. By sundry means thereto she pricked him forth, now with remembrance of those spiteful speeches, now with opinion of his own more worth, now with recounting of like former breaches, made in their friendship, as that hag him teaches. And ewer when his passion is allayed, she it rewears and new occasion reaches, that on a time as they together weighed, he made him open challenge, and thus boldly said, too boastful bland amour, too long I bear the open wrongs thou doest me day by day. Well knowst thou, whe we friendship first did swear, the quenent was, that ury spoil or prey should equally be shard betwixt verses tway. Where is my part then of this lady bright, whom to thyself thou takest quite away? Render therefore therein to me my right, or answer for thy wrong, as shall fall out in fight. Exceeding wroth thereat was bland amour. And gone this bitter answer to him make. Too foolish Paradell, that fairest flower. Wouldst gather fain, and yet no pains wouldst take. But not so easy will I her forsake. This hand her won, this hand shall her defend. With that they gone their suring spears to shake. And deadly points at either's breast to bend. Forgetful each to ha bene you or other's friend. Their fiery steeds with so tamed force did bear them both to fell Orange's end. That both their spears with pitiless remorse through shield and mail, and habarion did wend. And in their flesh a griesly passage rend. That with the fury of their own affret each other horse and man to ground did send. Where lying still a while, both did forget the perilous present stound, in which their loos were set. As when two warlike brigandines at sea, with murderous weapons armed to cruel fight, do meet together on the watery Lea. They stem eke other with so fell despite, that with the shock of their own heedless might, their wooden ribs are shaken nigh asunder. They which from shore behold the dreadful sight of flashing fire, and hear the ordnance thunder, do greatly stand amazed at such unwonted wonder. At length they both started in amaze, as men awaked rashly out of dream, and round about themselves a while did gaze, till seeing her, that Florimel did semet, in doubt to whom she victory should deem. Therewith their dulled sprites they edged anew, and drawing both their swords with rage extreme, like two mad mastiffs each on other flew. And shields did share, and mails did rash, and helms did hew. So furiously each other did assail, as if their souls they would at once rent. Out of their breasts, that streams of blood did rail adown, as if their springes of life were spent. That all the ground with purple blood was sprent, and all their armors stained with bloody gore. Yet scarcely once to breath would they relent. So mortal was their malice and so sore become of feigned friendship which they vowed afore. And that which is for ladies most befitting, to stint all strife, and foster friendly peace, was from those dames so faerie and so unfitting, as that instead of praying them surcease, they did much more their cruelty increase, bidding them fight for honor of their low, and rather die than ladies cause release. With which vain terms so much they did the moo, that both resolute the last extremities to pro. There they I ween would fight until this day. Had not a squire, Ewan he the squire of dames, by great adventure trowelled that way, who seeing both bent to so bloody games, and both of old well knowing by their names, drew nigh, to weet the cause of their debate, and first laid on those ladies thousand blames, that did not seek to appease their deadly hate, but gazed on their harms, not pitying their estate. And then those knights he humbly did beseech, to stay their hands, till he a while had spoken, who looked a little vp at that his speech, yet would not let their battle so be broken, both greedy fears on other to be wroken. Yet he to them so earnestly did call, and them coniered by some well-known token, that they at last their wrathful hands let fall, content to hear him speak, and glad to rest withal. First he desert their cause of strife to see. They said, it was for love of Florimel. Ah, gentle knights, quoth he, how may that be? And she so faerie astray, as none can tell. Fond squire, full angry then said Paradell, sayest not the lady there before thy face? He looked back, and her adduising well, weened as he said, by that her outward grace, that fairest Florimel was present there in place. Glad man was he to see that Ioia's sight, for none aliu but Ioid in Florimel, and lowly to her loting thus behight. Fairest of fair, that fairness doest excel. This hap pi day I ha to greet you well. In which you safe I see, whom thousand late misdoubted lost through mischief that befell. Long may you Leoa in health and happy state. She little answered him, but lightly did agrate. Then turning to those knights, he gone anew. And you Sir Blandamour and Paridel, that for this lady present in your view, who raised this cruel war and outrage fell. Certes me seemes bene not adused well, but rather ought in friendship for her sake to io in your force, their forces to repel, that seek perforce her from you both to take, and of your gotten spoil their own triumph to make. Thereat Sir Blandamour with countenance stern, all full of wrath, thus fiercely him bespake. Read thou, squire, that I the man may learn, that dare fro me think Florimel to take. Not one, quoth he, but many do partake herein, as thus. It lately so befell, that Saturn a girdle did take, well known to appertain to Florimel, which for her sake he wore, as him beseemed well. But when as she herself was lost and gone, full many knights, that lewd her like deer, thereat did greatly grudge, that he alone that lost fair lady's ornament should wear. And gone therefore close spite to him to bear, which he to shun, and stop vile envy's sting, hath lately caused to be proclaimed each where. A solemn feast, with public tourneying, to which all knights with them their ladies are to bring. And of them all she that is fairest found, shall haw that golden girdle for reward. And of those knights who is most stout on ground, shall to that fairest lady be preferred. Since therefore she herself is now your ward, to you that ornament of hers pertains, against all those, that challenge it to guard, and saw her honor with your venturous pains. That shall you win more glory, than ye here find gains. When they the reason of his words had hard, they gone abate the rancor of their rage, and with their honors and their lose regard, the furious flames of malice to assuage, though each to other did his faith engage, like faithful friends thenceforth to Iowan in one, with all their force, and battle strong to wage, gainst all those knights, as their professed foe. That chailing God and Florimel, saw they alone. So well accorded forth they rode together, in friendly sort, that lasted but a while. And of all old dislikes they made fair weather. Yet all was forged and spread with golden foil, that vendor it hid a hate and hollow guile. Ne certes can that friendship long endure, how you are gay and goodly be the style, that doth ill cause or you'll end inure. For virtue is the band, that bindeth hearts most sure. Thus as they marched all in close disguise, of feigned low, they chanced to overtake two knights, that linked rode in loyally wise, as if they secret counsels did partake. And each not far behind him had his make, to weet, two ladies of most goodly hew, that twixt themselves did gentle purpose make. Mindful both of that discordful crew, the which with speedy pace did after them pursue, who as they now approached nigh at hand, deeming them doughty as they did appear, they sent that squire afore, to understand what mote they be, who viewing them more near, returned ready news, that those same were two of the prowest knights in Faerie London, and those two ladies their two lowers dear, courageous Cambel, and stout Telamond, with Canacee and Cambine linked in loyally bond, whilome as antique stories tell en versus. Those two were foes the felonest on ground, and battle made the dreadest dongerous, that ewer shrilling trumpet did resound, though now their acts be nowhere to be found, as that renowned poet them compiled, with warlike numbers and heroic sound. Dan Chaucer, well of English defiled, on fame's eternal bead-roll worthy to be filed. But wicked time that all good thoughts doth waste, and works of noblest wits to not outwear, That famous monument hath quite defaced, and robbed the world of treasure and less dear. The which mote ha enriched all verses here. O cursed eld the cankerworm of writs! How may these rhymes, so rude as doth appear, hope to endure, sith works of humanly wits are quite devoured, and brought to naught by little bits? Then pardon, O most sacred happy spirit, that I thy labours lost may thus reweal, and steal from thee the meed of thy due merit, that none durst ewer whilst thou wast alieu, and being dead in vain yet many strive, ne dare I like, but through infusion sweet of thine own spirit, which doth in me surreal, I follow here the footing of thy feet, that with thy meaning so I may the rather meet. Cambel's sister was Faerie Queene, that was the learnedst lady in her days, well seen in Uri science that mote be, and Uri secret work of nature's ways, in witty riddles, and in wise soothsays, in power of herbs, and tunes of beasts and buds, and, that augmented all her other praise, she modest was in all her deeds and words, and wondrous chaste of life, yet lewd of knights and lords. Full many lords, and many knights her lewd, yet she to none of them her liking lent, ne ewer was with fond affection moved, but arguelled her thoughts with goodly gurnment, for dread of blame and honour's blemishment. And eke to her looks a law she made, that none of them once out of order went, but like to wary sentinels well stayed, still watched on Uri side, of secret foes afraid. So much the more as she refused to lue, so much the more she lewd was and sought, that oftentimes in quiet strife did moo amongst her lowers, and great quarrels wrought, that oft for her in bloudy arms they fought, which when as Cambel, that was stout and wise, perceived would breed great mischief, he bethought how to prevent the peril that mote rise, and turned both him and her to honour in this wise. One day, when all that troop of warlike wooers assembled were, to weet whose she should be, all mighty men and dreadful daring doers, the harder it to make them well agree. Amongst them all this end he did decree, that of them all, which lue to her did make, they by consent should chose the stoutest three, that with himself should combat for her sake, and of them all the victor should his sister take. Bold was the challenge, as himself was bold, and courage full of haughty hardiment, a proud oft in perils manifold, which he attued to his great ornament, but yet his sisters skilled to him lent most confidence and hope of happy speed, conceived by a ring, which she him sent, that mongst the Monnier virtues, which we read, had power to staunch all wounds, that mortally did bleed. Well was that ring's great virtue known to all, that dread thereof, and his redoubt might, did all that youthly rout so much appall, that none of them durst undertake the fight. More wise they ween to make of lo delight, than life to hazard for fair ladies' look, and yet uncertain by such outward sight, though for her sake they all that peril took, whether she would them lue, or in her liking brook. Amongst those knights there were 3 brethren bold. 3 bolder brethren newer were born of one mother in one happy mould, born at one burden in one happy morn, thrice happy mother, and thrice happy morn, that bore 3 such not to be fond. Her name was Agape whose children wern all 3 as one, the first hight Primand, the second Diamond, the youngest Trimand. Stout Primand, but not so strong to strike. Strong Diamond, but not so stout a knight. But Trimand was stout and strong alike. On horseback veest Trimand to fight, and Primand on foot had more delight. But horse and foot knew Diamond to wield. With curt axe veest Diamond to smite, and Trimand to handle spear and shield. But spear and curt axe both vsd Primand in field. These three did look each other dearly well. And with so firm a affection were allied. As if but one soul in them all did dwell. Which did her power into 3 parts divide. Like 3 fair branches budding far and wide. That from one root deriod their vital sap. And like that root that doth her life wide. Their mother was, and had full blessed hap. These 3 so noble babes to bring forth at one clap. Their mother was a fay, and had the skill of secret things, and all the power as of nature. Which she by art could vs even to her will. And to her cerus bind each luing creature. Through secret understanding of their feature. Thereto she was right fair, when so her face. She list discour, and of goodly stature. But she as fays are wont, in priui place. Did spend her days, and loved in forests wild to space. There on a day a noble youthly knight. Seeking adventures in the Saluage wood. Did by great fortune get of her the sight. As she sate careless by a crystal flood. Combing her golden locks, as seemed her good. And nowheres upon her laying hold. That strow in vain him long to ha withstood. Oppressed her, and there, as it is told. Got these 3 luily babes. That proved 3 choppions bold. Which she with her long fostered in that wood. Till that to ripeness of man's state they grew. Then shewing forth signas of their father's blood. They lewd arms, and knighthood did and so. Seeking adventures, where they any knew. Which when their mother saw, she gone to doubt. Their safety, least by searching dongers knew. And rash prooking perils all about. Their days mote be abridged through their courage stout. Therefore desirous end of all their days. To know, and them enlarge with long extent. By wondrous skill, and many hidden ways. To the 3 fat all sisters' house she went. Faerie vendor ground from tract of lewing went. Down in the bottom of the deep abyss. Where Demogorgon in dull darkness pent. Faerie from the view of gods and Hohen's bliss. The hideous chaos keeps, their dreadful dwelling is. There she them found, all sitting round about. The direful distaff standing in the mid. And with wearied fingers drawing out. The lines of life, from lewing knowledge hid. Sad Clotho held the rock, the whiles the thrid. By griesly Lachesis was spun with pain. That cruel Atropos eftsoons vended. With cursed knife cutting the twist in twain. Most wretched men, whose days depend on thrids so vain. She them saluting, there by them sate still. Beholding how the thrids of life they span. And when at last she had beheld her fill. Trembling in heart, and looking pale and wan. Her cause of coming she to tell began. To whom fierce Atropos, bold Fay, that durst. Come see the secret of the life of man. Well worthy thou to be of Ioue accursed. And eke thy children's thrids to be asunder burst. Whereat she sore afraid, yet her besought. To grunt her boon, and rigour to abate. That she might see her children's thrids forth brought. And know the measure of their vetmost date. To them ordained by eternal fate. Which Clotho grunting, shewed her the same. That when she saw, it did her much amati. To see their thrids so thin, as spiders' frame. And eke so short, that seemed their ends out shortly came. She then began them humbly to entreat. To draw them longer out, and better twine. That so their lewes might be prolonged late. But Lachesis thereat gone to repine. And said, Fond dame that deem'st of things ween. As of humane, that they may altered be. And chonged at pleasure for those imps of thine. Not so. For what the fates do once decree. Not all the gods can change, nor Ioue himself can free. Then since, quoth she, the term of each man's life. For naught may lessened nor enlarged be. Grunt this, that when ye shred with fat all knife. His line, which is the eldest of the 3. Which is of them the shortest, as I see. Eftsoons his life may passe into the next. And when the next shall likewise ended be, that both their lose may likewise be annexed. Unto the third, that his may so be trebly wexed. They grunt it, and then that careful Fae departed thence with full contented mynd. And coming home, in warlike fresh array, them found all three according to their kynd. But unto them what destiny was assigned, or how their lose were eked, she did not tell. But Euremore, when she fit time could afwynd, she warned them to tend their safeties well, and lo each other dear, what ewer them befell. So did they surely during all their days. And neuer discord did amongst them fall, which much augmented all their other praise. And now to increase affection natural, in lieu of Canasee they I and all. Upon which ground this same great battle grew. Great matter growing of beginning small. The which for length I will not here perso, but rather will reserve it for a canto new. Canto 3. The battle twixt three brethren, with Cambel for Canasee, Cambina with true friendship's bond. Doth their long strife agree? Oh, why do wretched men so much desire to draw their days into the vetmost date? And do not rather wish them soon expire, knowing the misery of their estate, and thousand perils which them still await, tossing them like a boat amid the main, that every hour they knock at death's gate. And he that hap seemes and least in pain, yet is as nigh his end, as he that most doth plain. Therefore this Fae I hold but fond and vain, the which in seeking for her children three long life, thereby did more prolong their pain. Yet whilst they lewd none did ewer see more hap creatures, than they seem to be, nor more ennobled for their courtesy, that made them dearly lewd of each degree, no more renowned for their jewelry, that made them dreaded much of all men Faerie and Nie. These three that hardy challenge took in hand, for Canasee with Cambel for to fight. The day was set, that all might understand, and pledges pawned the same to keep aright. That day, the dreadest day that lewing white, did you receive pawn this world to shine, so soon as Hohen's window shewed light. These warlike champions all in armor shine, assembled were in field, the challenge to define. The field with lists was all about enclosed, to bar the prease of people Faerie away. And at one side 6 judges were disposed, to view and deem the deeds of arms that day. And on the other side in fresh array, Fair Canasee upon a stately stage, was set, to see the fortune of that fray, and to be seen, as his most worthy wage, that could her purchase with his lose ado entered gage. Then entreed Cambel first into the list, with stately steps, and fearless countenance, as if the conquest his he surely wist. Soon after did the brethren 3 adjuvants, in brow airy and goodly aim nance, with scutcheons gilt and banners broad displayed, and marching thrice in warlike ordnance, thrice loted lowly to the noble maid. The while shrill trumpets and loud clarions sweetly played, which done the doughty challenger came forth, all armed to point his challenge to abet, gainst whom Sir Primand with equal worth, and equal arms himself did forward set. A trumpet blew, they both together met, with dreadful force, and furious intent, careless of peril in their fears affret, as if that life to loss they had forelent, and cared not to spare, that should be shortly spent. Right practic was Sir Primand in fight, and throughly skilled in vse of shield and spear. No less a proud was Cambelo's might, no less his skill in weapons did appear, that hard it was to ween which harder were. Full many mighty strokes on either side were sent, that seemed death in them to bear. But they were both so watchful and well aid, that they oided were, and vainly by did slide. Yet one of many was so strongly bent by Primand, that with lucky glance through Cambel's shoulder it warily went, that forced him his shield to disadjuance. Much was he grued with that graceless chance. Yet from the wound no drop of blood there fell, but wondrous pain, that did the more enhance his haughty courage to adungement fell. Smart daunts not mighty hearts, but makes them more to swell. With that his poignant spear he fierce entered, with doubled force close underneath his shield, that through the mails into his thigh it entred, and there arresting, ready way did yield for blood to gush forth on the grassy field, that he for pain himself an outright preer, but to and fro in great amazement reeled, like an old oak whose pith and sap is sere, at puff of Uri storm doth stagger here and there, whom so dismayed when Cambel had espied. Again he drew at him with double might, that not mote stay the steel, till in his side the mortal point most cruelly impite, where fast and fixed, whilst he sought by sleight it forth to rest, the staff asunder brake, and left the head behind, with which despite he all enragged, his shuring spear did shake, and charging him afresh thus felly him bespake. Lo, fate are there thy meed to thee take, the meed of thy mischallenge and abet, not for thine own, but for thy sister's sake. Ha, I thus long thy life to thee let, but to forbear doth not forego the debt. The wicked weapon heard his wrathful vow, and passing forth with furious affret, pierced through his buer quite into his brow, that with the force it backward forced him to bow. Therewith asunder in the midst it brast, and in his hand naught but the truncheon left, the other half behind yet sticking fast. Out of his headpiece Cambel fiercely reft, and with such fury back at him it heft, that making wave to his dearest life, his weazened pipet through his gorget cleft. Thence streams of purple blood issuing rife, let forth his weary ghost and made an end of strife. His weary ghost assoiled from fleshly band, did not as others wont, directly fly into her rest in Pluto's greasely land. Nay, into air did vanish presently. Nechonged was into a star in sky, but through traduction was Eftsun's dear Yud, like as his mother prayed the destiny into his other brethren, that's Suruyud, in whom he lewd anew, of former life deprived, whom when on ground his brother next beheld, though sad and sorry for so holy sight, yet loath to his sorrow did not yield, but rather stirred to vengeance and despite, through secret feeling of his generous sprite, rushed fiercely forth the battle to renew, as in reursion of his brother's right, and challenging the virgin as his due. His foe was soon addressed, the trumpets freshly blew. With that they both together fiercely met, as if that each meant other to door, and with their axes both so sorely bet, that neither plate nor mail, whereas their power they felt, could once sustain the hideous store. But rewed were like rotten wood asunder, whilst through their rifts the ruddy bloud did shore, and fire did flash, like lightning after thunder, that filed the lookers on a taunts with ruth and wonder, as when two tigers pricked with hunger's rage, ha by good fortune found some beast's fresh spoil, on which they wean their famine to assuage, and gain a feast full guerdon of their toil. Both falling out do stir vp strife full broil, and cruel battle twixt themselves do make, whiles neither lets the other touch the soil, but either stains with other to partake. So cruelly these knights strow for that lady's sake. Full many strokes, that mortally were meant, the whiles were interchonged twixt them two, yet they were all with so good werriment, or warded, or oided and let go, that still the life stood fearless of her foe, Till Diamond disdaining long delay. Of doubtful fortune wowering to and fro. Resolute to end it one or other way. And hoed his murderous axe at him with mighty sway. The dreadful stroke in case it had areaed. Where it was meant, so deadly it was meant. The soul had sure out of his body reued. And stinted all the strife incontinent. But Cambel's fate that fortune did pruent. Foreseeing it at hand, he swore it aside. And so gave wave to his fell intent. Who missing of the mark which he had aid. Was with the force nigh felled whilst his right foot did slide. As when a vulture greedy of his prey. Through hunger long, that heart to him doth lend. Strikes at an heron with all his body's sway. That from his force seemes not may it defend. The wary fowl that spies him toward bend. His dreadful souse oids, its shunning light. And mocketh him his wing in vain to spend. That with the weight of his own wieldless might. He falleth nigh to ground, and scarce recurreth flight. Which fair adventure when Cambello spied. Full lightly, ere himself he could recower. From Donger's dread toward his naked side. He can let dry you at him with all his power. And with his axe him smote in Yulhour. That from his shoulders quite his head he reft. The headless trunk, as heedless of that stower. Stood still a while, and his fast footing kept. Till feeling life to fail, it fell, and deadly slept. They which that piteous spectacle beheld. Were much amazed the headless trunk to see. Stand VP so long, and weapon vain to weld. Vnweeting of the fates Dyween decree. For live succession in those brethren three. For notwithstanding that one soul was reft. Yet, had the body not dismembred be. It would ha lewd, and reud eft. But finding no fit seat, the lifeless course it left. It left. But that same soul, which therein dwelt. Straight entreing into Telamond, him filed. With double life, and grief, which when he felt. As one whose inner parts had been thrilled. With point of steel, that close his heart-bloud spiled. He lightly leapt out of his place of rest. And rushing forth into the empty field. Against Cambello fiercely him addressed. Who him affronting soon to fight was ready pressed. Well mote ye wonder how that noble knight. After he had so often wounded been. Could stand on foot, now to renew the fight. But had ye then him forth advancing seen. Some newborn wight ye would him surely ween. So fresh he seemed and so fierce in sight. Like as a snake, whom weary winter's teen hath worn to naught, now feeling summer's might. Casts off his ragged skin and freshly doth him dight. All was through virtue of the ring he wore. The which not onely did not from him let one drop of blood to fall, but did restore his weak-kned powers, and dulled spirits wet. Through working of the stone therein I set. Else how could one of equal might with most against so many no less mighty met? Once think to match three such on equal cost. Three such as able were to match a puissant host. Yet not thereof was Telamond adread. Ne desperate of glorious victory. But sharply him assailed, and sore bestead. With heaps of strokes, which he at him let fly. As thick as hail forth poured from the ski. He stroke, he soused, he foined. He hewed, he lashed. And did his iron brand so fast apply. That from the same the fiery sparkles flashed. As fast as water sprinkles gainst a rock are dashed. Much was Cambello daunted with his blows. So thick they fell, and forcibly were sent. That he was forced from Donger of the throes. Back to retire, and somewhat to relent. Till heat of his fierce fury he had spent. Which when for want of breath gone to abate. He then afresh with new encouragement. Did him assail, and mightily amadi. As fast as forward erst, now backward to retrate. Like as the tide that comes fro th ocean main. Flows VP the Shannon with contrary force. And uerling him in his own reign. Dryus back the current of his kindly course. And makes it see me to haw some other source. But when the flood is spent, then back again. His borrowed waters forced to redisperse. He sends the sea his own with double gain. And tribute eke withal, as to his surain. Thus did the batel vary to and fro. With Diur's fortune doubtful to be deemed. Now this the better had, now had his foe. Then he half vanquished, then the other seemed. Yet victors both them Selous always esteemed. And all the while the disentrailed blood. Adown their sides like little Reuer stremmed. That with the wasting of his vital flood. Sir Trimond at last full faint and feeble stood. But Cambel still more strong and greater grew. Ne felt his blood to wast, any power as emperished. Through that rings virtue, that with vigor new. Still when as he enfeebled was, him cherished. And all his wounds, and all his bruises garished. Like as a withered tree through husband's toil. Is often seen full freshly to haw flourished. And fruitful apples to haw borne a while. As fresh as when it first was planted in the soil. Through which adjuvantage, in his strength he rose. And smote the other with so wondrous might. That through the seam, which did his hauberk close. Into his throat and life it pierced quite. That down he fell as dead in all men's sight. Yet dead he was not, yet he sure did die. As all men do, that lose the luing sprite. So did one soul out of his body fly. Into her nashu home from mortal misery. But nathless whilst all the lookers on. Him dead behight, as he to all appeared. All nawares he started VP anon. As one that had out of a dream been reared. And fresh assailed his foe. Who half afeared. Of Th Vencuth sight, as he some ghost had seen. Stood still amazed, holding his idol sweared. Till howling often by him stricken been. He forced was to strike, and saw himself from teen. Yet from thenceforth more warily he fought. As one in fear the Stygian gods to offend. Ne followed on so fast, but rather sought. Himself to saw, and Donger to defend. Then life and labor both in vain to spend. Which Trimond pursuing, weened sure. He gone to faint, toward the battle's end. And that he should not long on foot endure. A signa which did to him the victory assure. Whereof full blithe, eftsoons his mighty hand. He heaved on high, in mind with that same blow. To make an end of all that did withstand. Which Cambel seeing come, was nothing slow. Himself to saw from that so deadly throw. And at that instant reaching forth his sword. Closed underneath his shield, that scarce did show. Stroke him, as he his hand to strike purred. In Th armpit full, that through both sides the wound appeared. Yet still that dire full stroke kept on his way. And falling wholly on Cambello's crest. Strook him so hugely, that in swoon he lay. And in his head an hideous wound impressed. And sure had it not happily found rest. Upon the brim of his broad-plated shield. It would ha cleft his brain down to his breast. So both at once fell dead upon the field. And each to other seemed the victory to yield. Which when as all the lookers on beheld. They weened sure the war was at an end. And judges rose, and marshals of the field. Broke VP the lists, their arms away to rend. And Canacee gone wail her dearest friend. All suddenly they both started light. The one out of the swound, which him did blend. The other breathing now another sprite. And fiercely each assailing, gone afresh to fight. Long while they then continued in that wise. As if but then the battle had begun. Strokes, wounds, wards, weapons, all they did despise. Ne either card to ward, or peril shone. Desirous both to haw the battle done. Ne either cared life to saw or spill. No which of them did win, any which were won. So weary both of fighting had their fill, that life itself seemed loathsome, and long safety ill. Whilst thus the case in doubtful balance hung, then sure to whether side it would incline. And all men's eyes and hearts, which there among stood gazing, filled were with rueful tyne, and secret fear, to see their fate all fine. All suddenly they heard a troublous noise, that seemed some perilous tumult to design, confused with women's cries, and shouts of boys, such as the troubled theatres ofttimes annoys. Thereat the champions both stood still a space, to weten what that sudden clamour meant. Lo, where they spied with speedy whirling pace, one in a chariot of strange firmament, towards them driving like a storm outsent. The chariot decked was in wondrous wise, with gold and many a gorgeous ornament, after the Persian monarch's antique guise, such as the maker's self could best by art devise. And drawn it was, that wonder is to tell, of two grim lions, taken from the wood, in which their power all others did excel, now made forget their former cruel mood, to be their rider's hest, as seemed good. And therein sate a lady passing fair, and bright, that seemed born of angels' brood, and with her bow-tie bounty did compare, whether of them in her should ha the greater share. Thereto she learned was in magic leer, and all the arts, that subtle wits discover, howing therein been trained many a year, and well instructed by the Fae her mother, that in the same she far excelled all other, who understanding by her mighty art, of ill plight, in which her dearest brother now stood, came forth in haste to take his part, and pacify the strife, which caused so deadly smart. And as she passed through unruly priace of people, thronging thick her to behold, her angry team breaking their bonds of peace, great heaps of them, like sheep in narrow fold, for haste did run, in dust enrolled, that thorough rude confusion of the rout. Some fearing shrieked, some being harmed hooed, some laughed for sport, some did for wonder shout, and some that would see me wise, their wonder turned to doubt. In her right hand a rod of peace she bore, about the which two serpents wherein wound, entrailed mutually in luily lore, and by the tails together firmly bound, and both were with one oliu garland crowned, like to the rod which Maia's son doth wield, wherewith the hellish fiends he doth confound. And in her other hand a cup she held, the which was with nepenthe to the brim filled. Nepenthe is a drink of serene grace, devised by the gods, for to assuage heart's grief, and bitter gall away to chase, which stirs anguish and contentious rage. Instead thereof sweet peace and quiet age, it doth establish in the troubled mind. Few men, but such as sober are and sage, are by the gods to drink thereof ascend. But such as drink, eternal happiness do find. Such famous men, such worthies of the earth, as Ioue will ha adjuanced to the ski. And they're made gods, though born of mortal birth, for their high merits and great dignity, are wont, before they may to Hoenn fly, to drink hereof, whereby all cares forepast are washed away quite from their memory. So did those old heroes hereof taste, before that they in bliss amongst the gods were placed. Much more of price and of more gracious power is this, than that same water of Ardennes, the which Rinaldo drunk in Happy Hour, described by that famous Tuscane penne. For that had might to change the hearts of men, fro lo to hate, a change of you'll choice. But this doth hatred make in lo to bren, and holy heart with comfort doth rejoice. Who would not to this virtue rather yield his voice? At last arraying by the list's side, she with her rod did softly smite the rail, which straight flew ope, and gave her way to ride. Eftsoons out of her cock she gone a wail. And pacing fairly forth, did bid all highly. First to her brother, whom she lewd dear. That so to see him made her heart to quail. And next to Cambel, whose sad rueful chear made her to change her hew. And hidden look appear. They lightly her requite, for small delight. They had as then her long to entertain. And eft them turned both again to fight. Which when she saw, down on the bloudy plain, herself she threw, and tears gone shed amain. Amongst her tears a mixing prayers meek. And with her prayers reasons to restrain. From bloudy strife, and blessed peace to seek. By all that to them was dear, did them beseek. But when as all might not with them prole, she smote them lightly with her powerful wand. Then suddenly as if their hearts did fail, their wrathful blades down fell out of their hand. And they like men astonished still did stand. Thus whilst their minds were doubtfully distraught. And mighty spirits bound with mightier band. Her golden cup to them for drink she rout. Whereof full glad for thirst, eke drunk an hearty draught. Of which so soon as they once tasted had. Wonder it is that sudden change to see. Instead of strokes, each other kissed glad. And luily halsed from fear of treason free. And plighted hands for ewer friends to be. When all men saw this sudden change of things. So mourned all foes so friendly to agree. For passing Ioe, which so great marule brings. They all gone shout aloud, that all the Hohen rings. All which, when gentle Canacee beheld. In hast she from her lofty chair descended. To weet what sudden tidings was befelled. Where when she saw that cruel war so ended. And deadly foes so faithfully affriended. In luily wise she gone that lady greet. Which had so great dismay so well amended. And entertaining her with curtsies meet. Professed to her true friendship and affection sweet. Thus when they all accorded goodly were. The trumpets sounded, and they all arose. Thence to depart with glee and gladsome share. Those warlike champions both together chose. Homeward to march, themselves there to repose. And wise Cambina taking by her side. Fair Canacee, as fresh as morning rose. Into her cock remounting, home did ride. Admired of all the people. And much glorified. Where making Ioia's feast the ire days they spent. In perfect low, devoid of hateful strife. All eyed with bands of mutual couplement. For Telamond had Canacee to wife. With whom he led a long and happy life. And Cambel took Cambina to his fear. The which as life were each to other lief. So all alike did low, and lewd were. That since their days such lowers were not found elsewhere. Canto 4. Saturaine makes a tournament. For Lou of Florimel. Britomart wins the prize from all. And Artegall doth quell. It often fouls, as here it erst befell. That mort all foes do turn to faithful friends. And friends professed are chonged to foemen fell. The cause of both their minds depends. And end of both likewise of both their ends. For enmity, that of no ill proceeds. But of occasion, with occasion ends. And friendship, which a faint affection breeds. Without regard of good, dies like ill-grounded seeds. That well, mees, appears, by that of late. Twixt Cambel and Sir Telamond befell. As als by this, that now a new debate. Stirred VP twixt Scudamore and Paradell. The which by course befalls me here to tell. Who howing those two other knights espied. Marching afore, as ye remember well. Sent forth their squire to haw them both descried. And eke those masked ladies riding them beside. Who back returning, told as he had seen. That they were doughty knights of dreaded name. And those two ladies, their two loos seen. And therefore wished them without blot or blame. to let them passe at will, for dread of shame. But bland amour full of vainglorious sprite, and rather stirred by his discordful dame, upon them gladly would ha proved his might. But that he yet was sore of his late luckless fight. Yet nigh approaching, he them foul bespake, disgracing them, himself thereby to grace. As was his wont, so weening way to make. To ladies low, whereso he came in place. And with lewd terms their lowers to deface. Whose sharp procment them incensed so sore, that both were bent to avenge his sage base. And gone their shields addressed them selous afore. For ill deeds may better than bad words be bore. But fair Cambina with persuasions myld did mitigate the fierceness of their mode. That for the present they were reconciled. And gone to trade of deeds of arms abroad. And strange adventures, all the way they rode. Amongst the which they told, as then befell, of that great tourney, which was blazed broad. For that rich girdle of fair Florimel, the prize of her, which did in bowtie most excel. To which folky mote they all with one consent. Sith each of them his lady had him by, whose bowtie each of them thought excellent. Agreed to trowel, and their fortunes try. So as they passed forth, they did espy. One in bright arms, with ready spear in rest. That toward them his course seemed to apply. Gainst whom Sir Paradell himself addressed. Him weening, ere he nigh approcht to Horep rest. Which each other seeing, gone his course relent. And vaunted spear eftsoons to disadjuance. As if he naught but peace and pleasure meant. Now fall'n into their fellowship by chance. Whereat they shewed courteous countenance. So as he rode with them accompanied, his ruing eie did on the lady glance. Which bland amour had riding by his side. Who sure he weened, that he somewhere tofore had eyed. It was to weet that snowy Florimel. Which Pharaoh late from Braggadocio won. Whom he now seeing, her remembered well. How howing reft her from the witch's son. He soon her lost, wherefore he now begun to challenge her anew, as his own prize. Whom formerly he had in battle won. And proffer made by force her to reprise. Which scornful offer, bland amour gone soon despise. And said, Sir Knight, sith ye this lady claim, whom he that hath, were loath to lose so light. For so to lose a lady, were great shame. Ye shall her win, as I ha done in fight. And lo she shall be placed here in sight. Together with this hag beside her set. That whoso wins her, may her ha by right. But he shall ha the hag that is a bet. And with her always ride, till he another get. That offer pleased all the company. So Florimel with 8 forth was brought. At which they all gone laugh full merrily. But Braggadocio said, he noyer thought. For such an hag, that seemed worse than not. His person to emperil so in fight. But if to match that lady they had sought. Another like, that were like fair and bright. His life he then would spend to justify his right. At which his vain excuse they all gone smile. As scorning his venomly cowardice. And Florimel him foully gone rewile. That for her sake refused to enterprise. The battle, off read in so knightly wise. And ate eke proact impriuli. With lieu of her, and shame of such misprise. But not he card for friend or enemy. For in base mind nor friendship dwells nor enmity. But Cambel thus did shut VP all in highest. Brow knights and ladies, certes ye do wrong. To stir VP strife, when most versus needeth rest. That we may versus resolve both fresh and strong. Against the tournament which is not long. When whoso list to fight, may fight his fill. Till then your challenges ye may prolong. And then it shall be tried, if ye will. Whether shall ha the hag, or hold the lady still. They all agreed, so turning all to game. And pleasant board, they passed forth on their way. And all that while, whereso they rode or came, that masked mock night was their sport and play. Till that at length upon th appointed day, unto the place of tournament they came, where they before them found in fresh array, Monier a brow knight, and Monier a dainty dame, assembled, for to get the honour of that game. There this fair crew arraying, did die wide them selus asunder, bland amour with those of his, on th one, the rest on th other side. But boastful braggadocio rather chose for glory vain their fellowship to lose, that men on him the more might gaze alone. The rest them selus in troops did else dispose, like as it seemed best to every one. The knights in couples marched, with ladies linked atone. Then first of all forth came Sir Satyrane, bearing that precious relic in an ark of gold, that bad eyes might it not profane, which drawing softly forth out of the dark, he open showed, that all men it mote mark. A gorgeous girdle, curiously embossed with pearl and precious stone, worth many a mark. Yet did the workmanship fare passer the cost. It was the same, which lately Florimel had lost. That same aloft he hung in open view, to be the prize of bow tie and of might. The which eftsoons discovered, to it drew the eyes of all, allard with close delight, and hearts quite robbed with so glorious sight, that all men threw out vows and wishes vain. Thrice happy lady, and thrice happy knight, them seemed, that could so goodly riches gain, so worthy of the peril, worthy of the pain. Then took the bold Sir Satyrane in hand an huge great spear, such as he wont to wield, and vauncing forth from all the other band of knights, addressed his maiden-headed shield, shewing himself all ready for the field, gainst whom there singled from the other side a Paynim knight, that well in arms was skilled, and had in many a battle oft been tried. Hight Brunchual the bold, who fiercely forth did ride. So furiously they both together met, that neither could the other's force sustain, as two fierce bulls, that strive the rule to get of all the herd, meet with so hideous main, that both rebutted, tumble on the plain. So these two champions to the ground were felled, wherein amazed they both did long remain, and in their hands their idle tronchions held, which neither able were to wag, or once to weld. Which when the noble Pharamond espied, he pricked forth in aid of Satyrine, and him against Sir Blandamour did ride, with all the strength and stiffness that he can. But the more strong and stiffly that he ran, so much more sorely to the ground he fell, that on an heap were tumbled horse and man, unto whose rescue forth rode Paridel. But him likewise with that same spear he eke did quell, which Braggadocio seeing, had no will to hasten greatly to his party's aid. Albe his turn were next, but stood there still, as one that seemed doubtful or dismayed. But Trimond half wroth to see him stayed, sternly stepped forth, and rout away his spear, with which so sore he Pharamond assayed, that horse and man to ground he quite did bear, that neither could enhast themselves again preer. Which to Enge, Sir Duin him did dight, but with no better fortune than the rest. For him likewise he quickly down did smite, and after him Sir Douglas him addressed, and after him Sir Paleomord forth pressed. But none of them against his strokes could stand, but all the more his praise increased. For either they were left upon the land, or went away sore wounded of his hapless hand. And now by this, Sir Satyrane abrade out of the swoon, in which too long he lay, and looking round about, like one dismayed, when as he saw the merciless affray, which doughty Trimond had wrought that day, unto the noble knights of Maidenhead, his mighty heart did almost rend in tway. For very gall, that rather wholly dead, Himself he wished ha been, then in so bad a stead. Eftsoons he gone to gather VP around his weapons, which lay scattered all abroad. And as it fell, his steed he ready found, on whom remounting, fiercely forth he rode, like spark of fire that from the anvil glowed. There where he saw the valiant Telamond chasing, and laying on them holy load, that none his force were able to withstand. So dreadful were his strokes, so deadly was his hand. With that, at him his beam-like spear he aimed, and thereto all his power and might applied. The wicked steel for mischief first ordained, and howing now misfortune got for guide, stayed not, till it areaed in his side, and therein made a very griesly wound, that streams of blood his armor all bed-eyed. Much was he daunted with that dire full stound, that scarce he him felled from falling in a sound. Yet as he might, himself he soft withdrew out of the field, that none perceived it plain. Then gone the part of Calingers anew, to range the field, and victor-like to reign, that none against them Batel durst maintain. By that the gloomy union on them fell, that forced them from fighting to refrain, and trumpets sound to cease did them compel. So Saturain that day was judged to bear the bell. The morrow next the tourney gone anew, and with the first the hardy Saturain appeared in place, with all his noble crew. On t'other other side, full many a warlike swain assembled were, that glorious prize to gain. But mongst them all, was not Sir Telamond, v'nable he knew Batel to darraign, through gruance of his late received wound. That doubly did him grow, when so himself he found. Which Cambel seeing, though he could not salue ne dunvendu, yet for to salue his name, and purchase honour in his friend's behalue, this goodly counterfaisance he did frame. The shield and arms well known to be the same, which Telamond had worn, and wears to white, and to his friend wist, for doubt of blame, if he misdid, he on himself did dight, that none could him discern, and so went forth to fight. There Saturain lord of the field he found, triumphing in great Ioe and Iolite, gainst whom none able was to stand on ground. That much he gone his glory to envy, and cast t'enge his friend's indignity. A mighty spear eftsoons at him he bent, who seeing him come on so furiously, met him midway with equal hardiment, that forcibly to ground they both together went. They VP again themselves can lightly rear, and to their tried swords themselves betake, with which they wrought such wondrous marvels there, that all the rest it did amazed make, ne any dared their peril to partake. Now cuffling close, now chasing to and fro, now hurtling round adjuvantage for to take, as two wild boars together grappling go, chafing and foaming choler each against his foe. So as they coursed, and tourneyed here and there, it chanced Sir Saturain his steed at last, whether through foundering or through sodian fear, to stumble, that his rider nigh he cast, which vantage Cambel did pursue so fast, that ere himself he had recoured well, so sore he soused him on the compassed creast, that forced him to low his lofty cell, and rudely tumbling down vendor his horse feet fell. Lightly Cambello leapt down from his steed, for to ha rent his shield and arms away, that whilome wont to be the victor's meed. When aldenwares he felt an hideous sway of many swords, that load on him did lay. 100 knights had him enclosed round, to rescue Saturain out of his prey. All which at once huge strokes on him did pound, in hope to take him prisoner, where he stood on ground. He with their multitude was not dismayed, but with stout courage turned upon them all, and with his brandiron round about him laid, of which he dealt large almas, as did befall, like as a lion that by chance doth fall into the hunter's twall, doth rage and roar, in royal heart disdaining to be thrall. But all in vain, for what might one do more? They ha him taken capture, though it grew him sore. Whereof when news to Telamond was brought, there as he lay, his wound he soon forgot. And starting VP, straight for his armor sought. In vain he sought, for there he found it not. Cambello it away before had got. Cambello's arms therefore he on him threw, and lightly issued forth to take his lot. There he in troop found all that warlike crew, leading his friend away, full sorry to his view. Into the thickest of that knightly press he thrust, and smote down all that was between. Carried with Pharaohan zeal, any did he cease. Till that he came, where he had Cambel seen, like captive thrall 2 other knights atween. There he amongst them cruel hawk makes, that they which lead him, soon enforced been, to let him loose, to saw their proper stakes. Who being freed, from one a weapon fiercely takes. With that he drives at them with dreadful might, both in remembrance of his friend's late harm, and in reungement of his own despite. So both together drew a new alarm, as if but now the battle waxed warm, as when 2 greedy warriors do break by force into an herd, far from the husband farm. They spoil and ruin without all remorse. So did these 2 through all the field their foes enforce. Fiercely they followed on their bold emprise, till trumpets' sound did warn them all to rest. Then all with one consent did yield the prize to Telamond and Cambel as the best. But Telamond to Cambel it relished, and Cambel it to Telamond transferred. Each laboring to adjuance the other's jest, and make his praise before his own preferred. So that the doom was to another day differed. The last day came, when all those knights again assembled were their deeds of arms to shew. Full many deeds that day were shewed plain. But Satyrane buoy all the other crew, his wondrous worth declared in all men's view. For from the first he to the last endured, and though some while fortune from him withdrew, yet more his honor he recurred, and with unwearied power his party still assured. No was there knight that thought of arms, but that his vitmost prowess there made known, that by their many wounds, and careless harms, by sheward spears, and swords all vendor strowen, by scattered shields was easy to be showen. There might ye see loose steeds at rand and ron, whose luckless riders late were o'erthrown, and squires make haste to help their lords fordon. But still the knights of Maidenhead the better won, till that there entreed on the other side a stronger knight, from whence no man could read. In quiet disguise, full hard to be descried. For all his armor was like saluage weed, with woody moss bedight, and all his steed with oaken lows attrapped, that seemed fit for saluage white, and thereto well agreed. His word, which on his ragged shield was writ, saluages sans finesse, shewing secret wit. He at his first incoming, charged his spear at him, that first appeared in his sight. That was to weet, the stout Sir Sanglier, who well was known to be a valiant knight, a proud oft in many a perilous fight. Him at the first encounter down he smote, and bore beyond his crupper quite. And after him another knight, that oat Sir Brianer, so sore, that none him life behote. Then ere his hand he reared, he o'erthrew soon knights one after other as they came. And when his spear was bruised, his sword he drew, the instrument of wrath, and with the same fared like a lion in his bloody game, hewing, and slashing shields, and helmets bright, and beating down, what nigh him came. That one gone shun his dreadful sight, no less than death itself, in dongerous affright. Much wondered all men, what, or whence he came, that did amongst the troops so tyrannize, and each of other gone inquire his name. But when they could not learn it by no wise, most answerable to his wild disguise, It seemed, him to term the Saluage knight. But certes his right name was otherwise. Though known to few, that Artegall he hight. The doughtiest knight that lived that day, and most of might. Thus was Sir Satyrane with all his band. By his sole manhood and achievement stout. Dismayed, that none of them in field durst stand. But beaten were, and chased all about. So he continued all that day throughout. Till evening, that the sun gone downward bend. Then rushed forth out of the thickest rout. A stranger knight, that did his glory shend. So not may be esteemed happy till the end. He at his entrance charged his powerful spear. At Artegall, in midst of his pride. And therewith smote him on his vambriere. So sore, that tumbling back. He down did slide. O you ere his horse's tail above astride. Whence little lust he had to rise again. Which Cambel seeing, much the same enude. And ran at him with all his might and main. But shortly was likewise seen lying on the plain. Whereat full inly wroth was Telamond. And cast t'avenge the shame done to his friend. But by his friend himself eke soon he fawned. In no less need of help, than him he weened. All which when bland amour from end to end. Beheld, he walks there with displeased sore. And thought in mind it shortly to amend. His spear he feutred, and at him it bore. But with no better fortune, than the rest afore. Full many others at him likewise ran. But all of them likewise dismounted were. Ne certes wonder, for no power of man could bide the force of that enchanted spear. The which this famous Britomart did bear. With which she wondrous deeds of arms achieved. An hour through, what ewer came her near. That all those stranger knights full sore agreed. And that late weaker band of Calingers relude. Like as in summer's day when raging heat doth burn the earth, and boiled rewers dry. That all brute beasts forced to refrain fro meat. Do hunt for shade, where shrouded they may lie. And missing it, fain from Themselus to fly. All travellers tormented are with pain. A watery cloud doth o'ercast the ski. And poureth forth a sudden shower of rain. That all the wretched world recomforteth again. So did the warlike Britomart restore the prize, to knights of Maidenhead that day. Which else was like to ha been lost, and bore the praise of prowess from them all away. Then shrilling trumpets loudly gone to bray. And bade them loe their labours and long toil. To Ioia's feast and other gentle play. Where beauty's prize should win that precious spoil. Where I with sound of tromp will also rest a while. Canto 5. The ladies for the girdle strive. Of famous Florimel. Scudamour coming to Care's house. Doth sleep from him expel. It hath been through all ages you are seen. That with the praise of arms and jewelry. The prize of bow tie still hath ironed been. And that for reason's special priority. For either doth on other much rely. For he me see me's most fit the fair to sorrow. That can her best defend from villainy. And she most fit his sorrows doth desire. That fairest is and from her faith will noyer swearu. So fitly now here cometh next in place. After the proof of prowess ended well. The contours of beauty's serene grace. In which to her that doth the most excel. Shall fall the girdle of fair Florimel. That many wish to win for glory vain. And not for virtuous vse, which some do tell. That glorious belt did in itself contain. Which ladies ought to lure. And seek for to obtain. That girdle gay the virtue of chaste lure. And who true, to all that did it bear. But whosoever contrary doth pro. Might not the same about her middle wear. But it would loose, or else asunder tear. Whilome it was, as fairies won't report. Dame Venus girdle, by her steamed dear. What time she vsd to Leoa in wily sort. But laid aside, when so she vsd her looser sport. Her husband Vulcan whilome for her sake. When first he lewd her with heart entire. This precious ornament they say did make. And wrought in Lemno with unquenched fire. And afterwards did for her lose first hire. Jew it to her. For you were to remain. Therewith to bind lascivious desire. And loose affections straitly to restrain. Which virtue it for you were after did retain. The same one day, when she herself disposed. To visit her bellowed paramour. The god of war, she from her middle loosed. And left behind her in her secret bower. On Acidalian mount, where many an hour. She with the pleasant graces wont to play. There Florimel in her first age's floor. Was fostered by those graces, as they say. And brought with her fro thence that goodly belt away. That goodly belt was Cestus hight by name. And as her life by her esteemed dear. No wonder then, if that to win the same. So many ladies sought, as shall appear. For peerless she was thought, that did it bear. And now by this their feast all being ended. The judges which thereto selected were. Into the Martian field adown descended. To deem this doubtful case, for which they all contended. But first was question made, which of those knights that lately tourneyed, had the wager won. There was it judged by those worthy wights. That Saturain the first day best had done. For he last ended, howing first begun. The second was to Triman behight. For that he sowed the victor from Fordon. For Cambel victor was in all men's sight. Till by mishap he in his foeman's hand did light. The third day's prize unto that stronger knight. Whom all men termed Knight of the Hebene Spear. To Britomart was joined by good right. For that with puissant stroke she down did bear. The Saluage Knight, that victor was Wylar. And all the rest, which had the best afore. And to the last when conquered did appear. For last is deemed best. To her therefore. The fairest lady was adjudged for paramour. But thereat greatly grudged Artegall. And much repined, that both of victors meed. And eke of honour she did him forestall. Yet mote he not withstand, what was decreed. But inly thought of that despiteful deed. Fit time to await onged for to be. This being ended thus, and all agreed. Then next ensowed the paragon to see. Of beauty's praise, and yield the fairest her due fee. Then first Cambello brought into their view. His fair Cambina, coored with a veal. Which being once withdrawn, most perfect hew. And passing bow-tied did eftsoons rewheel. That Abel was weak hearts away to steal. Next did Sir Triman into their sight. The face of his dear Caniseven heal. Whose beauty's beam eftsoons did shine so bright. That dazzled the eyes of all, as with exceeding light. And after her did Paradel produce. His false Duessa, that she might be seen. Who with her forged bowtie did seduce. The hearts of some, that fairest her did wean. As Diur's wits affected Dior's been. Then did Sir Pharamond unto them shew. His Lucida, that was full fair and sheen. And after these 100 ladies appeared in place, the which each other did outgo. All which whoso dare think for to enchase. Him needeth sure a golden pen I ween. To tell the feature of each goodly face. For since the day that they created been. So many humanly faces were not seen. Assembled in one place, any he that thought. For Chian Folke to portrait beauty's queen. By view of all the fairest to him brought. So many fair did see. As here he might ha sought. At last the most redoubt Britannis. Her Louisly Amrit did open shew. Whose face discoured, plainly did express. The humanly portrait of bright angels hew. Well weened all, which her that time did view. That she should surely bear the bell away. Till Blandamour, who thought he had the true. And very Florimel, did her display. the sight of whom once seen did all the rest dismay. For all afore that seemed fair and bright, now base and contemptible did appear, compared to her, that shone as Phoebe's light, amongst the lesser stars in union clear. All that her saw with wonder rawest ware, and weened no mortal creature she should be, but some celestial shape, that flesh did bear. Yet all were glad their Florimel to see, yet thought that Florimel was not so fair as she, as guileful goldsmith that by secret skill, with golden foil doth finely o'er spread some baser metal, which commend he will unto the vulgar for good gold inst. He much more goodly gloss thereon doth shed, to hide his falsehood, than if it were true. So hard, this idol was to be ard, that Florimel herself in all men's view, she seemed to passe, so forged things do fairest shew. Then was that golden belt by dome of all grunt to her, as to the fairest dame, which being brought, about her middle small, they thought to gird, as best it her became, but by no means they could it thereto frame. For ewer as they fast netted, it loosed, and fell away, as feeling secret blame. Full oft about her wast she it enclosed, and it as oft was from about her wast disclosed, that all men wondered at the vincuth sight, and each one thought, as to their fancies came, but she herself did think it done for spite, and touched was with secret wrath and shame, therewith, as thing doized her to defame. Then many other ladies likewise tried, about their tender loins to knit the same, but it would not on none of them abide. But when they thought it fast, eftsoons it was tied, which when that scornful squire of dames did view, he loudly gone to laugh, and thus to iest. Alas for pit tie that so fair a crew, as like cannot be seen from east to west, cannot find one this girdle to enuest. Fie on the man, that did it first enuent. To shame versus all with this, vngirt blessed. Let noyer lady to his lure sent, that hath this day so many so vehemently shent. Thereat all knights gone laugh, and ladies lower, till that at last the gentle Amrit likewise essayed, to pro that girdle's power, and howing it about her middle set, did find it fit, withouten breach or let. Whereat the rest gone greatly to ennui. But Florimel exceedingly did fret, and snatching from her hand half angrily the belt again, about her body gone it tie. Yet nathamore would it her body fit, yet nathless to her, as her due right. It yielded was by them, that judged it, and she herself adiaged to the knight, that bore the Hebene spear, as one in fight. But Britomart would not thereto assent, na her own Amrit forego so light. For that strange dame, whose beauty's wonderment she less esteemed, than each other's virtuous government. Whom when the rest did see her to refuse, they were full glad, in hope themselves to get her. Yet at her choice they all did greatly muse. But after that the judges did err at her, unto the second best, that lewd her better. That was the Saluage knight, but he was gone, in great displeasure, that he could not get her. Then was she judged Trimond his one. But Trimond lewd Canacee, and other none. Though unto Saturn she was adiaged, who was right glad to gain so goodly meed. But bland Amour thereat full greatly grudged, and little praised his labours you'll speed, that for to win the saddle, lost the steed. No less thereat did Paridel complain, and thought to appeal from that, which was decreed, to single combat with Sir Satyrane. Thereto him eight stirred, new discord to maintain. And eke with these, full many other knights, she through her wicked working did incense her to Demond, and Calange as their rights, Desirud for their perils recompense. Amongst the rest with boastful vain pretense, stepped Braggadocio forth, and as his thrall, her claimed, by him in Batel one long sends. Whereto herself he did to witness call. Who being asked, accordingly confessed all. Thereat exceeding wroth was Saturn. And wroth with Saturn was bland amour. And wroth with bland amour was Ariuan. And at them both Sir Paridel did lure. So altogether stirred VP Strifle Stour. And ready were new Batel to darraign. Each one professed to be her paramour. And vowed with spear and shield it to maintain. Ne judge's power, any reason's rule mote them restrain. Which troublous stir when Saturain ouized. He gone to cast how to appease the same. And to accord them all, this means doized. First in the midst to set that fairest dame. To whom each one his Callan should disclaim. And he himself his right would eke release. Then Luke to whom she voluntary came. He should without disturbance her possess. Sweet is the lure that comes alone with willingness. They all agreed, and then that snowy maid was in the midst placed among them all. All on her gazing wished, and vowed, and prayed. And to the Queen of Bowtie close did call. That she to their portion might befall. Then when she long had looked upon each one. As though she wished to please them all. At last to Braggadocchio self alone. She came of her accord, in spite of all his phone. Which when they all beheld they chaffed and ragged. And walks nigh mad for very heart's despite. That from revenge their wiles they scarce aswagged. Some thought from him her to reft by might. Some proffer made with him for her to fight. But he not cared for all that they could say. For he their words as wind esteemed light. Yet not fit place he thought it there to stay. But secretly from thence that night her bore away. They which remained, so soon as they perceived that she was gone, departed thence with speed. And followed them, in mind her to road. From Whitefen worthy of so noble meed. In which poor suit how each one did succeed. Shall else be told in order, as it fell. But now of Britomart it here doth need. The hard adventures and strange haps to tell. Since with the rest she went not after Florimel. For soon as she them saw to discord set. Her list no longer in that place abide. But taking with her Louili Amrit. Upon her first adventure forth did ride. To seek her lewd, making blind lo her guide. Vnlucky maid to seek her enemy. Vnlucky maid to seek him far and wide. Whom, when he was to herself most nie. She through his late disguise could him not descry. So much the more her grief, the more her toil. Yet neither toil nor grief she once did spare. In seeking him, that should her pain assoil. Whereto great comfort in her sad misfare. Was Amrit, companion of her care. Who likewise sought her lower long miswent. The gentle Scudamore, whose heart while are. That strifeful hag with jealous discontent. Had filed. That he to fell Reuing was fully bent. Bent to revenge on blameless Britomart. The crime, which cursed eight kindled erst. The which like thorns did prick his jealous heart. And through his soul like poisoned arrow pursed. That by no reason it might be rehearsed. For aught that glossy could or do or say. For I the more that she the same rehearsed. The more it gowled, and grewed him night and day. That not but dire revenge his anger mote defray. So as they trowled, the drooping night. Coored with cloudy storm and bitter shore. That dreadful seemed to Uri lewing white. Upon them fell, before her timely hour. That forced them to seek some court bower. Where they might hide their heads in quiet rest. And shroud their persons from that stormy store. Not far away, not meet for any guest. They spied a little cottage, like some poor man's nest. Vendor a steep hillis side it placed was. There where the mouldred earth had calved the bank. And fast beside a little brook did paw. Of mud dye water, that like puddle stank. By which few crooked sallows grew in ranka. Whereto approaching nigh, they heard the sound of many iron hammers beating ranka, and answering their weary turns around. That seemed some blacksmith dwelt in that desert Grudi. There entreing in, they found the goodman's self, full busily into his work abent, who was to weet a wretched wearish elfie, with hollow eyes and raw-boned cheeks forspent, as if he had in prison long been a pent. Full black and greasely did his face appear, besmirred with smoke that nigh his eyesight blent, with rugged beard, and hoary shagged hair, the which he neither wont to comb, or comely shiar. Rude was his garment, and to rags all rent. Ne better had he, any for better cared. With blistered hands amongst the cinders brent, and fingers filthy, with long nails impaired, right fit to rend the food, on which he fared. His name was Care, a blacksmith by his trade, that neither day nor night from working spared, but to small purpose iron wedges made, those beaten quiet thoughts, that careful minds enuade, in which his work he had 6 seruins pressed, about the anvil standing Euremore, with huge great hammers, that did neither rest, from heaping strokes, which thereon soused sore, all 6 strong grooms, but one then other more, for by degrees they all were disagreed. So likewise did the hammers which they bore, like bells in greatness orderly succeed, that he which was the last, the first did far exceed. He like a monstrous giant seemed in sight, far passing Brontius, or Pinacman great, the which in Lipari do day and night frame thunderbolts for Iou's avengeful threat. So dreadfully he did the anvil beat, that seemed to dust he shortly would it dry you. So huge his hammer and so fierce his heat, that seemed a rock of diamond it could rehew, and rend asunder quite, if he thereto list stry you. Sir Scudamore their entreing, much admired the manner of their work and weary pain, and howing long beheld, at last inquired the cause and end thereof, but all in vain. For they for naught would from their work refrain, ne let his speeches come to their ear. And eke the breathful bellows blew amain, like to the northern wind, that none could hear. Those pensifeness did moo, and sighs the bellows wear, which when that warrior saw, he said no more, but in his armor laid him down to rest. To rest he laid him down upon the floor, whilome for venturous nights the bedding best, and thought his weary limbs to horrid rest. And that old aged dame, his faithful squire, her feeble iance laid eke down to rest, that needed much her weak age to desire, after so long a trowel, which them both did tire. There lay Sir Scudamore long while expecting, when gentle sleep his holy eyes would close, oft chonging sides, and oft new place electing, where better seemed he mote himself repose. And oft in wrath he thence again prose, and oft in wrath he laid him down again. But wheresoe'er he did himself dispose, he by no means could wished ease obtain. So Uri place seemed painful, and eke changing vain. And Euremore, when he to sleep did think, the hammer's sound his senses did molest. And Euremore, when he began to wink, the bellows' noise disturbed his quiet rest, ne suffered sleep to settle in his breast. And all the night the dogs did bark and howl about the house, at scent of stranger guest. And now the crowing cock, and now the owl, loud shrieking him afflicted to the very soul. And if by fortune any little nap upon his holy eyelids chanced to fall, eftsoons one of those villains him did rap upon his headpiece with his iron maul, that he was soon awaked therewithal, and lightly started VP as one afraid, or as if one him suddenly did call. So oftentimes he out of sleep abrade, and then lay musing long, on that him ill apaid. So long he mused, and so long he lay, that at the last his weary sprite oppressed, With fleshly weakness, which no creature may long time resist, gave place to kindly rest. That all his senses did full soon arrest. Yet in his soundest sleep, his daily fear, his idle brain gone busily molest, and made him dream those two disloyal were the things that day most minds, at night do most appear. With that, the wicked Carl the maester smith a pair of red-hot iron tongs did take out of the burning cinders, and therewith Vender his side him nipped, that forced to wake. He felt his heart for very pain to quake, and started VP longed for to be on him, the which his quiet slumber break. Yet looking round about him none could see. Yet did the smart remain, though he himself did flee. In such disquiet and heart-fretting pain, he all that night, that too long night did passe. And now the day out of the ocean main began to peep above this earthly mass, with pearly dew sprinkling the morning grass. Then VP he rose like holy lump of lead, that in his face, as in a looking glass, the signs of anguish one mote plainly read, and guessed the man to be dismayed with jealous dread. Unto his lofty steed he clomb anon, and forth upon his former voyage fared, and with him eke that aged squire atone, who whatsoe'er peril was prepared, both equal pains and equal peril shared, the end whereof and dongerous euant shall for another canticle be spared. But here my weary team nigh year spent shall breath itself awhile, after so long a went. Canto 6. Both Scudamore and Artegall do fight with Britomart. He sees her face, doth fall in low, and soon from her depart. VV had equal torment to the grief of mind, and pining anguish hid in gentle heart, that inly feeds itself with thoughts unkind, and nourisheth her own consuming smart. What medicine can any leech's art yield such a sore, that doth her gruents hide, and will to none her malady impart? Such was the wound that Scudamore did gride, for which Dan Phoebus' self cannot a salue provide, who howling left that restless house of care. The next day, as he on his way did ride, full of melancholy and sad misfare, through misconceit, all nowheres espied an armed knight Vender a forest side, sitting in shade beside his grazing steed, who soon as them approaching he descried, gone towards them to prick with eager speed, that seemed he was full bent to some mischievous deed, which Scudamore pursuing, forthwith wed to whore encountered him in equal race. But soon as each other nigh approaching, viewed the arms he bore, his spear he gone abase, and void his course, at which so sudden case he wondered much. But each other thus can say, Ah, gentle Scudamore, unto your grace I me submit, and you of pardon pray, that almost had against you trespassed this day. Whereto thus Scudamore, small harm it were, for any knight, upon a venturous night, without displeasance for to pro his spear. But read you, sir, sith ye my name ha height, what is your own, that I mote you requite? Certes, said he mote as now excuse me from discouring you my name aright. For time yet serus that I the same refuse. But call ye me the Saluage Knight, as others vse. Then this, Sir Saluage Knight, quoth he, arid. Or do you here within this forest one? That seemeth well to answer it to your weed? Or haw ye it for some occasion done? That rather seemes, sith no in arms ye shone. This other day, said he, a stranger knight, shame and dishonour hath to me done, on whom I wait to wreak that foule despite. When you or he this way shall passe by day or night, shame be his meed, quoth he, that meaneth shame. But what is he, by whom ye shamed were? A stranger knight, said he, known by name, but known by fame, and by an Hebene spear. With which he all that met him, down did bear. He in an open tourney lately held. Fro me the honour of that game did rear. And howing me all weary erst, down felled. The fairest lady reft, and ewer since withheld. When Scudamore heard mention of that spear, he wist right well, that it was Britomart. The which from him his fairest lo did bear. Though gone he swell in ewery inner part. For fell despite, and gnaw his jealous heart. That thus he sharply said. Now by my head. Yet is not this the first knightly part, which that same knight, whom by his launce I read, hath done to noble knights, that many makes him dread. For lately he my lo hath fro me reft, and eke defiled with foule villainy the sacred pledge, which in his faith was left, in shame of knighthood and fidelity, the which ere long full dear he shall abbe. And if to that end by you decreed, this hand may help, or succour aught supply, it shall not fail, when so ye shall it need. So both to wreak their wraths on Britomart agreed. Whiles thus they communed, lo far away, a knight soft riding towards them they spied, attired in foreign arms and strong array, who when they nigh approached, they plain descried to be the same, for whom they did abide. Said then Sir Scudamore, Sir Saluage knight, let me this crow, sith first I was defied, that first I may that wrong to him requite. And if I hap to fail, ye shall recure my right. Which being yielded, he his threatful spear gone feuter, and against her fiercely ran. Who soon as she him saw approaching near, with so fell rage, herself she lightly gone to dight, to welcome him, well as she can. But entertained him in so rude a wise, that to the ground she smote both horse and man. Whence neither greatly hasted to arise, but on their common harms together did doze. But Artegall beholding his mischance, new matter added to his former fire, and eft entering his steel-headed lance, against her rode, full of despidious ire, that naught but spoil and vengeance did require. But to himself his felonious intent, returning, disappointed his desire. Whiles nowheres his saddle he forewent, and found himself on ground in great amazement. Lightly he started VP out of that stound, and snatching forth his direful deadly blade, did leap to her, as doth an eager hound, thrust to an hind within some court glade, whom without peril he cannot enuade. With such fell greediness he her assailed, that though she mounted were, yet he her made to jew him ground, so much his force prevailed, and shun his mighty strokes, gainst which no arms auld. So as they coursed here and there, it chanced that in her wheeling round, behind her crest, so sorely he her strook, that thence it glaunced adown her back, the which it fairly blessed from foule mischance. Any did it ewer rest, till on her horse's hinder parts it fell, where biting deep, so deadly it impressed, that quite it chwnd his back behind the cell, and to alight on foot her all gates did compel. Like as the lightning brand from Ryuan ski, thrown out by angry Ioue in his vengeance, with dreadful force phallus on some steeple high, which battering, down it on the church doth glance, and tears it all with terrible mischance. Yet she no whit dismayed, her steed forsook, and casting from her that enchanted lance, into her sword and shield her son betook, and therewithal at him right furiously she strook. So furiously she strook in her first heat, whiles with long fight on foot he breathless was, that she him forced backward to retreat, and yield unto her weapon way to paw, whose raging rigour neither steel nor bras could stay, but to the tender flesh it went, and poured the purple blood forth on the gra, that all his mail yerived, and plates urent, shewed all his body bare unto the cruel dent. At length when as he saw her hasty heat, Abate, and panting breath begin to fail. He through long sufferance growing now more great, rose in his strength, and gone her fresh assail, heaping huge strokes, as thick as shore of hail, and lashing dreadfully at every part, as if he thought her soul to disentrail. Ah, cruel hand, and thrice more cruel heart, that work'st such wreck on her, to whom thou dearest art. What iron courage ewer could endure, to work such outrage on so fair a creature, and in his madness think with hands impure, to spoil so goodly workmanship of nature, the maker self-resembling in her feature? Certes some hellish fury, or some fiend, this mischief framed, for their first lose defeature, to bath their hands in blood of dearest friend, thereby to make their lose beginning, their lose end. Thus long they tracked, and traversed to and fro, sometimes pursuing, and sometimes persuade. Still as adjuvantage they espied thereto, but toward Thn Sir Artegall renewed his strength still more, but she still more decrued. At last his luckless hand he hoed on high, howing his forces all in one accrued, and therewith stroke at her so hideous lie, that seemed not but death mote be her destiny. The wicked stroke upon her helmet chanced, and with the force, which in itself it bore, her ventail shard away, and thenceforth glanced adown in vain, any harmed her any more. With that her angel's face, unseen afore, like to the ruddy morn appeared in sight, dawed with silver drops, through sweating sore, but somewhat redder, than beseemed aright, through toilsome heat and labor of her weary fight. And round about the same, her yellow hair, howling through stirring loosed their wonted band, like to a golden border did appear, framed in goldsmith's forge with cunning hand. Yet goldsmith's cunning could not understand, to frame such subtle wire, so shiny clear, for it did glister like the golden sand, the which Pactolus with his waters sheer, throws forth upon the rewage round about him near. And as his hand he vp again did rear, thinking to work on her his veetmost rack, his powerless arm benumbed with secret fear, from his revengeful purpose shrunk aback, and cruel sword out of his fingers slack, fell down to ground, as if the steel had sense, and felt some ruth, or sense his hand did lacka, or both of them did think, obedience, to do to so die ween a beauty's excellence. And he himself long gazing thereupon, at last fell humbly down upon his knee, and of his wonder made religion, weening some heavenly goddess he did see, or else weeding, what it else might be, and pardon her besought his error frail, that had done outrage in so high degree. Whilst trembling horror did his sense assail, and made eke member quake, and manly heart to quail. Nathless she full of wrath for that late stroke, all that long while felt her wrathful hand, with fell intent, on him to bene yoke. And looking stern, still ere him did stand, threatening to strike, unless he would withstand, and bade him rise, or surely he should die. But die or Leoa for naught he would stand, but her of pardon prayed more earnestly, or wreak on him her will for so great injury, which when as Scudamore, who now abraid, beheld, whereas he stood not far aside, he was therewith right wondrously dismayed, and drawing nigh, when as he plain descried, that peerless pattern of Dame Nature's pride, and heavenly image of perfection, he blessed himself, as one sore terrified, and turning his fear to faint devotion, did worship her as some celestial vision. But Glossy, seeing all that chanced there, well weeting how their heir are to assoil, full glad of so good end, to them drew near, and her saluted with seemly bellicoil, Ioius to see her safe after long toil. Then her besought, as she to her was dear, to grunt unto those warriors truce a while, Which yielded, they their buers vp did rear. And shewed themselves to her, such as indeed they were. When Britomart with sharp osful eye beheld the luily face of Artegall, tempered with sternness and stout majesty, she gone eftsoons it to her mind to call, to be the same which in her father's hall long since in that enchanted glass she saw, therewith her wrathful courage gone appall, and haughty spirits meekly to adaw, that her enhanced hand she down can soft withdraw. Yet she it forced to haw again felled, as feigning choler, which was turned to cold. But ewer when his visage she beheld, her hand fell down, and would no longer hold the wrathful weapon gainst his countenance bold. But when in vain to fight she oft essayed, she armed her tongue, and thought at him to scold. Nathless her tongue not to her will obeyed, but brought forth speeches myld, when she would haw missaid. But Scudamore now walks an inly glad, that all his jealous fear he false had found, and how that hag his low abused had, with breach of faith and loyalty and sound, the which long time his good heart did wound. He thus bespake: Certes, Sir Artegall, I owe to see you lout so low on ground, and now become to Leoa a lady's thrall, that whilome in your mind wont to despise them all. Soon as she heard the name of Artegall, her heart did leap, and all her heartstrings tremble, for sudden ioe, and secret fear withal, and all her vital powers with motion nimble. To succour it, themselves gone there assemble, that by the swift recourse of flushing blood, right plain appeared, though she it would dissemble, and feign still her former angry mood, thinking to hide the depth by troubling of the flood. When Glossy thus gone wisely knit, ye gentle knights, whom fortune here hath brought, to be spectators of this vencuth fit, which secret fate hath in this lady wrought, against the course of kind, any meruale not. Now thenceforth fear the thing that hitherto hath troubled both your mindies with idle thought, fearing lest she your lose away should woo. Feared in vain, sith means ye see there wants thereto. And you, Sir Artegall, the Saluage knight, henceforth may not disdain, that woman's hand hath conquered you anew in second fight. For whilome they ha conquered sea and land, and Hoenn itself, that not may them withstand. Na henceforth be rebellious to lo. That is the crown of knighthood, and the band of noble minds dear yud from above, which being knit with virtue, noyer will remove. And you fair lady knight, my dearest dame, relent the rigour of your wrathful will, whose fire were better turned to other flame, and wiping out remembrance of all ill. Grant him your grace, but so that he fulfill the penance, which ye shall to him impart. For Lowers Hoenn must passe by sorrow's hell. Thereat full inly blushed Britomart, but Artegall close smiling ioed in secret heart. Yet durst he not make lo so suddenly, ne think th affection of her heart to draw from one to other so quite contrary. Besides her modest countenance he saw so goodly growe, and full of princely awe, that it his ranging fancy did refrain, and looser thoughts to lawful bounds withdraw, whereby the passion grew more fierce and fain, like to a stub-born steed whom strong hand would restrain. But Scudamore whose heart twixt doubtful fear and feeble hope hung all this while suspense, desiring of his amoret to hear some glad full news and sure intelligence, her thus bespake: But sir, without offence, mote I request you tidings of my lo, my amoret, sith you her freed fro thence, where she captured long, great woes did pro, that where ye left, I may her seek, as doth behow. To whom thus Britomart: Certes, Sir Knight, what is of her become, or whether reft, I cannot to you area aright. For from that time I from enchanters theft her freed, in which ye her all hopeless left. I her preserved from peril and from fear. And more from villainy her kept. Newer was their wight to me more dear than she, and even to whom I more true lo did bear. Till on a day as through a desert wild, we trowled, both weary of the way. We did alight, and sate in shadow myld, where fearless I to sleep me down did lay. But when as I did out of sleep Aubrey, I found her not, where I her left whilier, but thought she wandered was, or gone astray. I called her loud, I sought her far and near, but nowhere could her find, nor tidings of her hear. When Scudamore those holy tidings heard, his heart was thrilled with point of deadly fear. Nay in his face or blowed or life appeared, but senseless stood, like to amazed stare, that yet of mortal stroke the stone doth bear. Till glossy thus, fair sir, be not dismayed with needless dread, till certainty ye hear. For yet she may be safe though somewhat strayed. It's best to hope the best, though of the worst afraid. Nathless he hardly of her cheerful speech did comfort take, or in his troubled sight shewed change of better cheer, so sore a breach that sudden news had made into his sprite. Till Britomart him fairly thus behight. Great cause of sorrow certes sir ye haw. But comfort take, for by this hoen's light, I vow, you dead or luing not to low, till I her find, and wreak on him that her did row. Therewith he rested, and well pleased was. So peace being confirmed amongst them all, they took their steeds, and forward thence did paw unto some resting place, which mote befall. All being guided by Sir Artegall, where goodly solace was unto them made, and daily feasting both in bower and hall, until that they their wounds well healed had, and weary limbs recurred after late sage bad. In all which time, Sir Artegall made way unto the loo of noble Britomart, and with meek Sarus and much suit did lay continual siege unto her gentle heart, which being whilome launched with luily dart, more eth was new impression to receive. How ewer she her pained with womanish art, to hide her wound, that none might it perceive. Vain is the art that seeks itself for to deceive. So well he wooed her, and so well he wrought her, with fair entreaty and sweet blandishment, that at the length to a bay he brought her, so as she to his speeches was content to lend an ear, and softly to relent. At last through many vows which forth he poured, and many oaths, she yielded her consent to be his loo, and take him for her lord, till they with marriage meet might finish that accord. Though when they had long time there taken rest, Sir Artegall, who all this while was bound upon an hard adventure yet in quest, fit time for him thence to depart it found, to follow that, which he did long propound. And unto her his congee came to take, but her therewith full sore displeased he found, and loath to lo her late betrothed make, her dearest lo full loath so shortly to forsake. Yet he with strong persuasions her assuaged, and won her will to suffer him depart, for which his faith with her he fast engaged, and thousand vows from bottom of his heart, that all so soon as he by wit or art could that achieve, whereto he did aspire, he to her would speedily reurt. No longer space thereto he did desire, but till the horned moon 3 courses did expire, with which she for the present was appeased, and yielded low, how ewer malcontent she inly were, and in her mind displeased. So early in the morrow next he went forth on his way, to which he was abent, no wight him to attend, or way to guide, as whilome was the custom ancient. Mongst knights, when on adventures they did ride, saw that she algates him a while accompanied, and by the way she sundry purpose found, of this or that, the time for to delay, and of the perils whereto he was bound. The fear whereof seemed much her to affray. But all she did was but to wear out day. Full oftentimes she low of him did take. And eft again dewised somewhat to say. Which she forgot, whereby excuse to make. So loath she was his company for to forsake. At last when all her speeches she had spent, and new occasion failed her more to find, she left him to his fortune's government. And back returned with right holy mind. To Scudamore, who she had left behind. With whom she went to seek fair Amrit. Her second care, though in another kind. For virtue's onely sake, which doth beget true love and faithful friendship, she by her did set. Back to that desert forest they retired, where sorry Britomart had lost her late. There they her sought, and Uri where inquired, where they might tidings get of her estate. Yet found they none. But by what hapless fate, or hard misfortune she was thence connuade, and stolen away from her bellowed mate, were long to tell. Therefore I here will stay, until another tide, that I it finish may. Canto 7. Amrit rapt by greedy lust. Belphoebe sows from dread. The squire her lose, and being blamed, his days in dole doth lead. Reet God of Lo, that with thy cruel darts doest conquer greatest conquerors on ground, and sets thy kingdom in the captive hearts of kings and Keisars, to thy Cerus bound. What glory, or what guerdon hast thou found in feeble ladies tyranning so sore, and adding anguish to the bitter wound, with which their lose thou lanchedst long afore, by heaping storms of trouble on them daily more? So whilome didst thou to fair Florimel, and so to noble Britomart. So doest thou now to her, of whom I tell, the Luili Amrit, whose gentle heart thou martyrest with sorrow and with smart, in saluage forests, and in deserts wide, with bears and tigers taking holy part, withouten comfort, and withouten guide. That pit tie is to hear the perils, which she tried, so soon as she with that brow Britoness had left that tournament for beauty's prize. They trowled long, that now for weariness, both of the way, and warlike exercise, both through a forest riding did does, to light, and rest their weary limbs awhile. Their holy sleep the eyelids did surprise, of Britomart after long tedious toil, that did her past pains in quiet rest assoil. The whiles fair Amrit, of not afeard, walked through the wood, for pleasure, or for need, when suddenly behind her back she heard one rushing forth out of the thickest weed, that ere she back could turn to taken heed, had nowheres her snatched VP from ground. Feebly she shrieked, but so feebly indeed, that Britomart heard not the shrilling sound. There where through weary trowel she lay sleeping so deep, it was to weet a wild and saluage man. Yet was no man, but onely like in shape, and eke in stature higher by a span, all o'ergrown with hair, that could awape an hardy heart, and his wide mouth did gape, with huge great teeth, like to a tusked boar. For he lewd all on rawin and on rape of men and beasts, and fed on fleshly gore, the signa whereof yet stained his blouty lips afore. His neither lip was not like man nor beast, but like a wide deep poke, down hanging low, in which he wont the relics of his feast, and cruel spoil, which he had sparred, to stow. And ear at his huge great nose did grow, full dreadfully empurpled all with bloud, and down both sides 2 wide long ears did glow, and rout down to his waist, when VP he stood, more great than ears of elephants by Indus flood. His wast was with a wreath of yewy green, and girt about, any other garment wore. For all his hair was like a garment seen, and in his hand a tall young oak he bore, whose knot-tie snags were sharp-ned all afore, and beathed in fire for steel to be instead. But whence he was, or of what womb bore, of beasts, or of the earth, I ha not read. But certes was with milk of wolves and tigers fed. This VGLY creature in his arms her snatched, and through the forest bore her quite away, with briars and bushes all to rent and scratched. Ne care he had, any pit tie of the prey, which many a night had sought so many a day. He stayed not, but in his arms her bearing, ran, till he came to th end of all his way, unto his coffare from all people's hearing. And there he threw her in, not feeling, any not fearing. For she dear lady all the way was dead. Whilst he in arms her bore, but when she felt herself down soused, she waked out of dread, straight into grief, that her dear heart nigh swelt, and eft gone into tender tears to melt. Then when she looked about, and nothing found, but darkness and dread horror, where she dwelt, she almost fell again into a swound. No wist whether a bush she were, or vender ground. With that she heard some one close by her side, sighing and sobbing sore, as if the pain her tender heart in pieces would die wide. Which she long listening, softly asked again, what Mr. White it was that so did plain? To whom thus answered was, ah wretched wight, that seeks to know another's grief in vain, weeding of thine own like hapless plight. Self to forget to mind another, is our sight. I me, said she, where am I, or with whom? Among the living, or among the dead? What shall of me ven happy maid become? Shall death be th end, or aught else worse, Ariad? Ven happy maid, then answered she, whose dread, when tried, is less than when thou shalt it try. Death is to him, that wretched life doth lead, both grace and gain, but he in hell doth lie, that lose a loathed life, and wishing cannot die. This dismal day hath the Acadia made, and vassal to the vilest wretch Aliu, whose cursed sage and ungodly trade the Hoans abhor, and into darkness dry you. For on the spoil of women he doth leoa, whose bodies chaste, when you are in his power, he may them catch, unable to gainstrew you. He with his shameful lust doth first deflower, and afterwards themselves doth cruelly door. Now 20 days, by which the sons of men die wide their works, ha passed through hue and sheen, since I was brought into this doleful den, during which space these sorry eyes ha seen sown women by him slain, and eaten clean. And now no more for him but I alone, and this old woman here remaining been, till thou camest hither to augment our moan. And of verses 3 tomorrow he will sure eat one. Ah dreadful tidings which thou doest declare. Quoth she, of all that ewer hath been a known, full many great calamities and rare, this feeble breast endured hath, but none equal to this, where you or I ha gone. But what are you, whom like unlucky lot hath linked with me in the same shenatone? To tell, quoth she, that which ye see, needs not. A woeful wretched maid, of God and man forgot. But what I was, it irks me to rehearse. Daughter unto a lord of high degree, that I oid in happy peace, till fate's perverse with guileful look did secretly agree to overthrow my state and dignity. It was my lot to love a gentle swain, yet was he but a squire of low degree. Yet was he meet, unless mine I did feign, by any lady's side for leman to ha lain, but for his meanness and disparagement. My sire, whom he too dearly well did love, unto my choice by no means would assent, but often did my folly foul reprove. Yet nothing could my fixed mind remove, but whether willed or nilled friend or foe, I me resolute the veatmost end to pro, and rather than my lo abandon so, both sire, and friends, and all for ewer to forego. Thenceforth I sought by secret means to work time to my will, and from his wrathful sight to hide th intent, which in my heart did lurk, till I thereto had all things ready dight. So on a day of meeting to wight, I with that squire agreed away to flit, and in a priory place, betwixt verses height, within a gruy appointed him to meet, to which I boldly came upon my feeble feet. But ah ven happy hour me thither brought, for in that place where I him thought to find, there was I found, contrary to my thought, of this accursed carle of hellish kind, the shame of men, and plague of womankind, who trussing me, as eagle doth his prey, me hither brought with him, as swift as wind, where yet untouched till this present day, I rest his wretched thrall, the sad Emilia. Ah sad Emilia, then said Amrit, thy rueful plight I pity as mine own. But read to me, by what dues or wit hast thou in all this time, from him known thine honour sound, though into thraldom thrown? Through help, quoth she, of this old woman here, I ha so done, as she to me hath shown. For you were when he burnt in lustful fire, she in my stead supplied his bestial desire. Thus of their yoles as they did discourse, and each did other much bewail and moan. Lo where the villain's self, their sorrow's source, came to the caw, and rolling thence the stone, which want to stop the mouth thereof, that none might issue forth, came rudely rushing in, and spreading o'er all the floor alone, gone dight himself into his wonted sin. Which ended, then his bloudy banquet should begin. Which when as fearful Amrit proceeded, she stayed not the veatmost end thereof to try, but like a ghastly gelt, whose wits are rode, ran forth in hast with hideous outcry, for horror of his shameful villainy. But after her full lightly heaved prose, and her pursued as fast as she did fly. Full fast she flies, and Faerie afore him goes, ne feels the thorns and thickets prick her tender toes. Nor hedge, nor ditch, nor hill, nor dale she stays, but o'erleaps them all, like roebuck light, and through the thickest makes her nighest ways. And more when with regardful sight, she looking back, espies that greasely white. Approaching nigh, she gins to mend her pace, and makes her fear a spur to hast her flight. More swift than Myrrh or Daphne in her race, or any of the Thracian nymphes in Saluage chase. Long so she fled, and so he followed long. No luing aid for her on earth appears, but if the Hoans help to redress her wrong, moved with pity of her plenteous tears, it fortuned Belphoebe with her pairs, the woody nymphs, and with that Luili boy, was hunting then the libbards and the bears, in these wild woods, as was her wonted Ioe, to banish sloth, that oft doth noble Mindes annoy. It so befell, as oft it fouls in chase, that each of them from other sundred were, and that same gentle squire Ariad in place, where this same cursed Cadeu did appear, pursuing that fair lady full of fear. And now he her quite o'ertaken had, and now he her away with him did bear. Vender his arm, as seeming wondrous glad, that by his grinning laughter mote Faerie off be rad. Which dreary sight the gentle squire espying, doth has to cross him by the nearest way, led with that woeful lady's piteous crying, and him assails with all the might he may. Yet will not he the Luili spoil down lay, but with his craggy club in his right hand, defends himself, and sows his gotten prey. Yet had it been a right hard him to withstand, but that he was full light and nimble on the land. Thereto the villain veest craft in fight. For ewer when the squire his yowlin shook, he held the lady forth before him right, and with her body, as a buckler, broke the puissance of his intended stroke. And if it chanced, as needs it must in fight, whilst he on him was greedy to be roke, that any little blow on her did light. Then would he laugh aloud, and gather great delight. Which subtil slight did him encumber much. And made him oft, when he would strike, forbear. For hardly could he come the carle to touch. But that he her must hurt, or hazard near. Yet he his hand so carefully did bear, that at the last he did himself attain. And therein left the pike head of his spear. A stream of coal-black blood thence gushed amain, that all her silken garments did with blood bestain. With that he threw her rudely on the floor, and laying both his hands upon his glow, with dreadful strokes let dry you at him so sore, that forced him fly aback, himself to saw. Yet he therewith so felly still did row, that scarce the squire his hand could once prear. But for adjuvantage ground unto him gay, tracing and traversing, now here, now there. For bootless thing it was to think such blows to bear. Whilst thus in battle they embusied were, Belphoebe wronging in that forest wide, the hideous noise of their huge strokes did hear, and drew thereto, making her ear her guide. Whom when that they approaching nigh espied, with bow in hand, and arrows ready bent, he by his former co-mate would not bide, but fled away with ghastly derriment, well knowing her to be his death's sole instrument. Whom seeing fly, she speedily pursued, with winged feet, as nimble as the wind. And ewer in her bow she ready shewed, the arrow, to his deadly mark descend. As when Latona's daughter cruel Kinda, in vengement of her mother's great disgrace, with fell despite her cruel arrows Tinda, gainst woeful Niobe's venhappy race, that all the gods did moan her miserable case. So well she sped her and so far she vaunted, that ere to his hellish den he rout, ewen as he ready was there to haw on trade, she sent an arrow forth with mighty draught, that in the very door him hour caught, and in his nape arrowing, through it thrilled his greedy throat, therewith in two distraught, that all his vital spirits thereby spiled, and all his hairy breast with gory blood was filed. Whom when on ground she growling saw to rowl, she ran in haste his life to haw bereft. But ere she could him reach, the sinful soul, howling his carrion course quite senseless left, was fled to hell, surcharged with spoil and theft. Yet ere him she there long gazing stood, and oft admired his monstrous shape, and oft his mighty limbs, whilst all with filthy bloud. The place their hour flown, seemed like a Sodane flood. Thenceforth she passed into his dreadful den, where naught but darksome dreariness she found. Ne creature saw, but hearkened now and then some little whispering, and soft groaning sound. With that she asked, what ghosts their vendor ground lay hid in horror of eternal night? And bade them, if so be they were not bound, to come and shew themselves before the light. Now freed from fear and danger of that dismal wight. Then forth the sad Aemilia iswed, yet trembling Eury iant through former fear. And after her the hag, there with her mewed, a foule and loathsome creature did appear, a leman fit for such a lower deer, that mowed Belphoebe her no less to hate, then for to rue the others Hoichear, of whom she gone inquire of her estate, who all to her at large, as hap Ned, did relate. Thence she them brought toward the place, where late she left the gentle squire with Amrit. There she him found by that new Louisly mate, who lay the whiles in swoon, full sadly set, from her fair eyes wiping the dewy wet, which softly stilled, and kissing them atween, and handling soft the hurts, which she did get. For of that carle she sorely bruised had been. Als of his own rash hand one wound was to be seen, which when she saw, with so dane glancing eye, her noble heart with sight thereof was filed, with deep disdain, and great indignity, that in her wrath she thought them both haw thrilled. With that self-arrow, which the carle had killed, yet held her wrathful hand from vengeance sore. But drawing nigh, ere he her well beheld, "Is this the faith?" she said, and said no more, but turned her face, and fled away for evermore. He seeing her depart, arose vp light, right sore aggrieved at her sharp reproof, and followed fast, but when he came in sight, he durst not nigh approach, but kept aloof, for dread of her displeasure's veetmost proof. And evermore, when he did grace entreat, and framed speeches fit for his behoof, her mortal arrows she at him did threat, and forced him back with foul dishonour to retreat. At last when long he followed had in vain, yet found no ease of grief, nor hope of grace. Into those woods he turned back again, full of sad anguish, and in holy case, and finding there fit solitary place for woeful wight, chose out a gloomy glade, where hardly I mote see bright Hohen's face, for mossy trees, which covered all with shade, and sad melancholy, there he his cabin made. His wonted warlike weapons all he broke, and threw away, with vow to vse no more. Na thenceforth ewer strike in battle stroke, na ewer word to speak to woman more. But in that wilderness, of men forlore, and of the wicked world forgotten quite, his hard mishap in dolor to deplore, and wast his wretched days in woeful plight. So on himself to wreak his folly's own despite, and eke his garment, to be thereto meet, he wilfully did cut and shape anew, and his fair locks, that wont with ointment sweet, to be embalmed, and sweat out dainty dew, he let to grow and greasely to concrew, then combed, then curled, and carelsely venched, that in short time his face they overgrew, and ere all his shoulders did dispread, that who he whilome was, neath was to be read. There he continued in this careful plight, wretchedly wearing out his youthly years, through wilful penury consumed quite, that like a pine ghost he soon appears, for other food than that wild forest bears. Na other drink there did he ewer tast, then running water, tempered with his tears, the more his weakened body so to wast, that out of all men's knowledge he was worn at last. For on a day, by fortune as it fell, his own dear Lord Prince Arthur came that way, seeking adventures, where he mote hear tell. And as he through the wandering wood did stray, howing espied this cabin far away, he to it drew, to weet who there did one, weening therein some holy hermit lay, that did resort of sinful people shone, or else some woodman shrouded there from scorching sun. Arraying there, he found this wretched man, spending his days in dolor and despair, and through long fasting waxen pale and wan, all o'ergrown with rude and rugged hair, that albeit his own dear squire he were, yet he him knew not, any allies at all, but like strange wight, whom he had seen nowhere, saluting him, gone into speech to fall, and pity much his plight, that lewd like outcast thrall. But to his speech he answered no whit, but stood still mute, as if he had been dumb. Ne signa of sense did shew, any common wit, as one with grief and anguish workum, and to every thing did answer mum. And ewer when the prince to him spake, he lauded lowly, as did him become, and humble homage did to him make, midst sorrow shewing Ioya's semblance for his sake, at which his vencuth guise and sage quaint. The prince did wonder much, yet could not guess the cause of that his sorrowful constraint, yet weened by secret signs of manliness, which close appeared in that rude brutishness, that he whilome some gentle swain had been, trained vp in feats of arms and knightliness, which he observed, by that he him had seen, to weld his naked sword, and try the edges keen, and eke by that he saw on every tree, How he the name of one in Ground had, which likely was his liefest lo to be, for whom he now so sorely was bestad, which was by him Belphoebe rightly rad. Yet who was that Belphoebe, he any wist. Yet saw he often how he wexed glad, when he had heard, and how the ground he kissed, wherein it written was, and how himself he blissed. Though when he long had marked his demeanor, and saw that all he said and did, was vain, no aught mote make him change his wonted tenor, no aught mote ease or mitigate his pain, he left him there in languor to remain, till time for him should remedy provide, and him restore to former grace again, which for it is too long here to abide. I will defer the end until another tide. Canto 8. The gentle squire recurs grace, squander her guests doth stain, Corflambeau chausseth placidas, and is by Arthur slain. W.L. said the wise man, now proud true by this, which to this gentle squire did happen late, that the displeasure of the mighty is, then death itself more dread and desperate, for not the same may calm any mitigate, till time the tempest do thereof delay, with suffrance soft, which rigor can abate, and haw the stern remembrance whipt away, of bitter thoughts, which deep therein infixed lay, like as it fell to this venhappy boy, whose tender heart the fair Belphoebe had, with one stern Luke so daunted, that no Ioe, in all his life, which afterwards he lad, he ewer tasted, but with penance sad, and pensive sorrow pinned and wore away, ne ewer laughed, any once shewed countenance glad, but always wept and wailed night and day, as blasted bosom through heat doth languish and decay, till on a day, as in his wonted wise, his duel he made, there chanced a turtle dewy, to come, where he his dolours did does, that likewise late had lost her dearest lo, which loss her made like passion also pro, who seeing his sad plight, her tender heart, with dear compassion deeply did emo, that she gone moan his desert smart, and with her doleful accent bear with him apart, she sitting by him as on ground he lay, her mournful notes full piteously did frame, and thereof made a lamentable lay, so sensibly compiled, that in the same him seemed oft he heard his own right name, with that he forth would pour so plenteous tears, and beat his breast worthy of such blame, and knock his head, and rend his rugged hears, that could ha pursed the hearts of Tigrace and of beers. Thus long this gentle bird to him did vse, withouten dread of peril to repair, unto his one, and with her mournful muse, him to recomfort in his greatest care, that much did ease his mourning and misfare, and every day for guerdon of her song, he part of his small feast to her would share, that at the last of all his woe and wrong, companion she became, and so continued long, upon a day as she him sate beside, by chance he certain miniments forth drew, which yet with him as relics did abide, of all the bounty, which Belphoebe threw on him, whilst goodly grace she did him shew. Amongst the rest a jewel rich he found, that was a ruby of right perfect hew, shaped like a heart, yet bleeding of the wound, and with a little golden shen about it bound. The same he took, and with a ribbon new, in which his lady's colours were, did bind about the turtle's neck, that with the view did greatly solace his engried mind. All nowheres the bird, when she did find herself so decked, her nimble wings displaid, and flew away, as lightly as the wind, which so dane accident him much dismayed, and looking after long, did mark which way she strayed. But when as long he looked had in vain, yet saw her forward still to make her flight, his weary eie returned to him again, full of discomfort and disquiet plight, that both his Yule he had lost so light, and eke his dear companion of his care. But that sweet bird departing, flew forth right through the wide region of the wastful air, until she came where wand his belfried fair. There found she her, as then it did betide, sitting in court shade of arbours sweet, after late weary toil, which she had tried in saluage chase, to rest as seemed her meet. There she alighting, fell before her feet, and gone to her mournful plaint to make, as was her wont, thinking to let her weet the great tormenting grief, that for her sake her gentle squire through her displeasure did partake. She her beholding with attentive eye, at length did mark about her purple breast that precious Yule, which she formerly had known right well with coloured ribbands drayest. Therewith she rose in hast, and her addressed, with ready hand it to her reft away. But the swift bird obeyed not her behest, but swore it aside, and there again did stay. She followed her, and thought again it to essay. And ewer when she nigh approached, the dewy would flit a little forward, and then stay, till she drew near, and then again remove, so tempting her still to pursue the prey, and still from her escaping soft away, till that at length into that forest wide she drew her far, and led with slow delay. In thn she her to that place did guide, whereas that woeful man in languor did abide. Eftsoon she flew to his fearless hand, and there a piteous ditty new dewised, as if she would ha made him understand his sorrow's cause to be of her despist, whom when she saw in wretched weeds disguised, with hairy glib deformed, and measure face, like ghost late risen from his groue agrized, she knew him not, but pitied much his case, and wished it were in her to do him any grace. He her beholding, at her feet down fell, and kissed the ground on which her soul did tread, and washed the same with water, which did well from his moisty eyes, and like two streams proceed. Yet spake no word, whereby she might areate what Mr. White he was, or what he meant. But as one daunted with her presence dread, only few rueful looks into her sent, as messengers of his true meaning and intent. Yet nathamore his meaning she ard, but wondered much at his so selcouth case, and by his person's secret seemlyhead, well weened, that he had been some man of place, before misfortune did his hew deface. That being mowed with ruth she thus bespake, Ah woeful man, what hoen's hard disgrace, or wrath of cruel wight on thee urake, or self-disliked life doth thee thus wretched make? If hoen, then none may it redress or blame, sith to his power we all are subject born. If wrathful wight, then foul rebuke and shame be theirs, that ha so cruel thee forlorn. But if through inward grief or wilful scorn of life it be, then better do adieus. For he whose days in wilful woe are worn, the grace of his Creator doth despise. That will not vse his gifts for thankless niggardise. When so he heard her say, eftsoons he brake his sodane silence, which he long had pent, and sighing inly deep, her thus bespake. Then ha they all themselves against me bent. For hoen, first author of my languishment, envying my too great felicity, did closely with a cruel one consent, to cloud my days in doleful misery, and make me loathe this life, still longing for to die. Nay any but yourself, O dearest dread, hath done this wrong, to wreak on worthless wight your high displeasure, through misdeeming bred, that when your pleasure is to deem aright, ye may redress, and me restore to light. Which sorry words her mighty heart did mate, with mild regard, to see his rueful plight, that her inburning wrath she gone abate, and him received again to former forest state, in which he long time afterwards did lead an happy life with grace and good accord, fearless of fortune's change or envy's dread. And eke all mindless of his own dear lord. The noble prince, who ne'er heard one word of tidings. What did to him betide? Or what good fortune did to him afford? But through the endless world did wander wide, him seeking Euremore, yet nowhere him descried. Till on a day as through that wood he rode, he chanced to come where those two ladies late, Emilia and Amrit abode, both in full sad and sorrowful estate. The one right feeble through the Yule rate of food, which in her duress she had found. The other almost dead and desperate, through her late hurts, and through that hapless wound, with which the squire in her defence her sore astound. Whom when the prince beheld, he gone to rue the Yule case in which those ladies lay. But most was moved at the piteous view of Amrit, so near to decay, that her great donger did him much dismay. Eftsoons that precious liquor forth he drew, which he in store about him kept alway, and with few drops thereof did softly dew her wounds, that to strength restored her son anew. Though when they both recurred were right well, he gone of them inquire, what you'll guide them thither brought, and how their harms befell. To whom they told all, that did them betide, and how from thraldom vile they were tied. Of that same wicked carle, by virgin's hand, whose blouty course they shewed him there beside. And eke his caw, in which they both were bond. At which he wondered much, when all those signas he fond. And Euremore he greatly did desire to know, what virgin did them thence venbind. And oft of them did earnestly inquire, where was her one, and how he mote her find. But when as not according to his mind, he could outlearn, he them from ground did rear. No sorrows loathsome to a gentle kind, and on his warlike beast them both did bear, himself by them on foot, to succor them from fear. So when that forest they had passed well, a little cottage far away they spied, to which they drew, ere night upon them fell. And entreing in, found none therein abide, but one old woman sitting there beside, upon the ground in ragged rude attire, with filthy locks about her scattered wide, gnawing her nails for fellness and for ire, and thereout sucking venomy to her parts entire. A foule and loathly creature sure in sight, and in conditions to be loathed no less, for she was stuffed with rancor and despite. VP to the throat, that oft with bitterness it forth would break, and gush in great excess, pouring out streams of poison and of gall, gainst all, that truth or virtue do profess, whom she with leasings lewdly did miscall, and wickedly backbite, her name men squander call. Her nature is all goodness to abuse, and cause less crimes continually to frame, with which she guiltless persons may accuse, and steal away the crown of their good name. Ne ewer knight so bold, any ewer dame, so chaste and loyal lewd, but she would strive with forged cause them falsely to defame. Ne ewer thing so well was done alieu, but she with blame would blot, and of due praise deprive. Her words were not, as common words are meant, t'express the meaning of the inward mind, but noisome breath, and poisonous spirit sent from inward parts, with cankered malice lind, and breathed forth with blast of bitter wind, which passing through the ears, would pierce the heart, and wound the soul itself with grief and kind. For like the stings of aspies, that kill with smart, her spiteful words did prick, and wound the inner part. Such was that hag, meet to host such guests, whom greatest princes court would welcome fain. But need, that answers not to all requests, bade them not look for better entertain. And eke that age despised niceness vain, inured to hardness and to homely fare, which them to warlike discipline did train, and manly limbs endured with little care, against all hard mishaps and fortuneless misfare. Then all that yearning welcomed with cold and cheerless hunger, they together spent. Yet found no fault, but that the hag did scold and rail at them with grudgeful discontent, for lodging there without her own consent. Yet they endured all with patience mild, and to rest themselves all onely lent, regardless of that queen so base and vilda, to be nighestly bland, and bitterly rewilda. Hear well I ween, when as these rhymes be read, with misregard, that some rash-witted wight, whose looser thought will lightly be misled, these gentle ladies will misdeem too light. For thus conversing with this noble knight, sith now of days such temperance is rare, and hard to find, that heat of youthful sprite, for aught will from his greedy pleasure spare. More hard for hungry steed to abstain from pleasant lar. But antique age yet in the infancy of time, did Leoa then like an innocent, in simple truth and blameless chastity. Na then of guile had made experiment, but void of vile and treacherous intent, held virtue for itself in sovereign awe. Then loyal Lo had royal regiment, and each to his lust did make a law, from all forbidden things his liking to withdraw. The lion there did with the lamb consort, and eke the dewy sate by the falcon's side. Ne each of other feared fraud or tort, but did in safe security abide, withouten peril of the stronger pride. But when the world walks old, it walks war old, whereof it height, and howing shortly tried. The trains of wit, in wickedness walks bold, and dared of all sins the secrets to unfold. Then bow tie, which was made to represent the great creator's own resemblance bright, to abuse of lawless lust was lent, and made the bait of bestial delight. Then fair grew foule, and foule grew fair in sight, and that which want to vanquish God and man, was made the vassal of the victor's might. Then did her glorious floor wex dead and wan, despised and trodden down of all that ueran. And now it is so utterly decayed, that any bud thereof doth scarce remain. But if few plants preserved through humanly aid, in prince's court do hap to sprout again, dewed with her drops of bounty sovereign, which from that goodly glorious floor proceed, sprung of the ancient stock of princes' strain, now only remnant of that royal breed, whose noble kind at first was sure of humanly seed, though soon as day discowered Hohen's face, to sinful men with darkens hourdite, this gentle crew gone from their eyelids chase the drowsy humor of the dampish night, and did themselves to their irony dight. So forth they yode, and forward softly paced, that them to view had been a and vencuth sight. How all the way the prince on foot pace traced, the ladies both on horse, together fast embraced. Soon as they thence departed were afore that shameful hag, the slander of her sex, them followed fast, and them rewiled sore. Him calling the them whores, that much did vex his noble heart. Thereto she did annex false crimes and facts, such as they noyer meant, that those two ladies much ashamed did wex. The more did she pursue her lewd intent, and railed and ragged, till she had all her poison spent. At last when they were passed out of sight, yet she did not her spiteful speech forbear, but after them did bark, and still backbite, though there were none her hateful words to hear. Like as a cur doth felly bite and tear the stone, which passed stronger at him through, so she them seeing past the reach of ear, against the stones and trees did rail anew, till she had dulled the sting, which in her tongue's end grew. They passing forth kept on their ready way, with easy steps so soft as foot could stride, both for great feebless, which did oft assay fair Amrit, that scarcely she could ride, and eke through holy arms, which sore annoyed the prince on foot, not wanted so to fare. whose steady hand was fain his steed to guide. And all the way from trotting hard to spare. So was his toil the more that was his care. At length they spied, where towards them with speed a squire came galloping, as he would fly, bearing a little dwarf before his steed, that all the way full loud for aid did cry, that seemed his shrikes would rend the brassen ski. Whom after did a mighty man perso, riding upon a dromedare on high, of stature huge, and horrible of hew, that would ha mazed a man his dreadful face to view. For from his fearful eyes two fiery beams, more sharp than points of needles did proceed, shooting forth far away two flaming streams, full of sad power, that poisonous bale did breed, to all that on him looked without good heed, and secretly his enemies did slay, like as the basilisk of serpent's seed, from powerful eyes close venom doth connuy into the looker's heart, and killeth far away. He all the way did rage at that same squire, and after him full many threatenings threw, with curses vain in his avengeful ire. But none of them, so fast away he flew, him took, before he came in view. Where when he saw the prince in armor bright, he called to him aloud, his case to rue, and rescue him through succor of his might, from that his cruel foe, that him pursued in sight. Eftsoons the prince took down those ladies twain, from lofty steed, and mounting in their stead, came to that squire, yet trembling Uri vain, of whom he gone inquire his cause of dread, who as he gone the same to him ariad. Lo, hard behind his back his foe was pressed, with dreadful weapon aimed at his head, that to death had done him redressed, had not the noble prince his ready stroke repressed, who thrusting boldly twixt him and the blow, the burden of the deadly brunt did bear, upon his shield, which lightly he did throw. O ere his head, before the harm came near, nathless it fell with so despidious drear, and hoy sway, that hard to his crown, the shield it drow, and did the cooring rear. Therewith both squire and dwarf did tumble down into the earth, and lay long while in senseless swoon. Whereat the prince full wrath, his strong right hand in full avengement hode VP on high, and stroked the pagan with his steely brand, so sore, that to his saddle bow thereby he bowed low, and so a while did lie, and sure had not his massy iron mace betwixt him and his hurt been happily, it would ha cleft him to the girding place. Yet as it was, it did astonish him long space. But when he to himself returned again, all full of rage he gone to curse and swear, and vow by Mahound that he should be slain. With that his murderous mace he VP did rear, that seemed not the souse thereof could bear, and therewith smote at him with all his might. But ere that it to him approached near, the royal child with ready quick foresight did shun the proof thereof and it oided light. But ere his hand he could recure again, to ward his body from the baleful stound, he smote at him with all his might and main, so furiously, that ere he wist, he found his head before him tumbling on the ground. The whiles his babbling tongue did yet blaspheme, and curse his God, that did him so confound. The whiles his life ran forth in bloudy stream, his soul descended down into the Stygian ream, which when that squire beheld, he walks full glad, to see his foe breath out his sprite in vain. But that same dwarf right sorry seemed and sad, and howled aloud to see his lord there slain, and rent his hair and scratched his face for pain. Then gone the prince at leisure to inquire of all the accident, there hapned plain, and what he was, whose eyes did flame with fire. All which was thus to him declared by that squire. This mighty man, quoth he, whom you ha slain, of an huge Gontes whilome was bred, and by his strength rule to himself did gain. Of many nations into thraldom led. And mighty kingdoms of his force aided. Whom yet he conquered not by bloody fight. Na hosts of men with banners broad dispread. But by the power of his infectious sight. With which he killed all, that came within his might. Ne was he ewer vanquished afore. But ewer vanquished all, with whom he fought. Ne was there man so strong, but he down bore. No woman yet so fair, but he her brought. Into his bay, and captured her thought. For most of strength and bowtie his desire. Was spoil to make, and wast them to naught. By casting secret flakes of lustful fire. From his false eyes, into their hearts and parts entire. Therefore Corflambeau was he called aright. Though nameless there his body now doth lie. Yet hath he left one daughter that is hight. The fair Poana. Who seems outwardly. So fair, as ewer yet saw luing eie. And were her virtue like her bowtie bright. She were as fair as any vendor ski. But she Juan is to vain delight. And eke too loose of life, and eke of lo too light. So as it fell there was a gentle squire. That lewd a lady of high parentage. But for his mean degree might not aspire. To match so high, her friends with counsel sage. Dissuaded her from such a disparage. But she, whose heart to lo was wholly lent. Out of his hands could not redeem her gage. But firmly following her first intent. Resolute with him to wend, gainst all her friends' consent. So twixt themselves they pointed time and place. To which when he according did repair. And hard mishap and disointerest case. Him chanced. Instead of his Emilia fair. This giant son, that lies there on the lair. An headless heap, him nawares there caught. And all dismayed through merciless despair. Him wretched thrall to his dong eon brought. Where he remains. Of all them secured and them sought. This giant's daughter came upon a day. Into the prison in her iolious glee. To view the thralls, which there in bondage lay. Amongst the rest she chanced there to see. This Louisly swain the squire of low degree. To whom she did her liking lightly cast. And wooed him her paramour to be. From day to day she wooed and prayed him fast. And for his lo him promised liberty at last. He though affied to a former lo. To whom his faith he firmly meant to hold. Yet seeing not how thence he mote remo. But by that means, which fortune did enfold. Her grunt lo, but with affection cold. To win her grace his liberty to get. Yet she him still detains in capture hold. Fearing least if she should him freely set. He would her shortly lo, and former lo forget. Yet so much forward she to him hath height. Above the rest, that he sometimes may space. And walk about her gardens of delight. Howing a keeper still with him in place. Which keeper is this dwarf, her dearling base. To whom the keys of Ewery prison door. By her committed be, of special grace. And at his will may whom he list restore. And whom he list reserve, to be afflicted more. Whereof when tidings came to mine ear. Full inly sorry for the Pharaoh's zeal. Which I to him as to my soul did bear. I thither went where I did long conceal. Myself, till that the dwarf did me rewheel. And told his dame, her squire of low degree. Did secretly out of her prison steal. For me he did mistake that squire to be. For Noyer too so like did luing creature see. Then was I taken and before her brought. Who through the likeness of my outward hew. Being likewise beguiled in her thought. Gone blame me much for being so true. To seek by flight her fellowship t'eschew. That lewd me dear. As dearest thing aliu. Thence she commanded me to prison new. Whereof I glad did not gainsay nor strive. But suffered that same dwarf me to her dong eon drive. There did I find mine onely faithful friend. In holy plight and sad perplexity. Whereof I sorry, yet myself did bend him to recomfort with my company. But him the more agreed I found thereby. For all his ioe, he said, in that distress, was mine and his Emilia's liberty. Emilia well he lewd, as I mote guess. Yet greater low to me than her he did profess. But I with better reason him outwised, and shewed him how through error and misthought of our like persons eth to be disguised, or his exchange, or freedom might be wrought. Whereto full loath was he, any would for aught consent, that I who stood all fearless free, should wilfully be into thraldom brought, till fortune did perforce it so decree. Yet whereof at last, he did to me agree. The morrow next about the wonted hour, the dwarf called at the door of Amias, to come forthwith to his lady's bower. Instead of whom forth came I Placidas, and then discerned, forth with him did paw. There with great iance and with gladsome glee, of fair Poana I received was, and oft embraced, as if that I were he. And with kind words accoyed, vowing great love to me, which I, that was not bent to former low, as was my friend, that had her long refused, did well accept, as well it did be how, and to the present need it wisely vsd. My former hardness first I fair excused, and after promised large amends to make. With such smooth terms her error I abust, to my friend's good, more than for mine own sake, for whose sole liberty I lieu and life did stake. Thenceforth I found more favour at her hand, that to her dwarf, which had me in his charge, she bade to lighten my too holy band, and grunt more scope to me to walk at large. So on a day as by the flowery marge of a fresh stream I with that elfie did play, finding no means how I might verses enlarge. But if that dwarf I could with me connuay, I lightly snatched him vp, and with me bore away. Thereat he shrieked aloud, that with his cry, the tyrant self came forth with yelling bray, and me pursued, but nathamore would I forego the purchase of my gotten prey. But Hall perforce him hither brought away. Thus as they talked, lo were nigh at hand those ladies too yet doubtful through dismay. In presence came, desirous t' understand tidings of all, which there had hapned on the land, where soon as sad Emilia did espy her capsulaur's friend, young Placidas. All mindless of her wonted modes tie, she to him ran, and him with straight embrace enfolding said, and lose yet Amias? He lose, quoth he, and his Emilia lose. Then less, said she, by all the woe I paw, with which my weaker patience fortune prose. But what mishap thus long him fro myself removes? Then gone he all this story to renew, and tell the course of his captivity, that her dear heart full deeply made to rue, and sigh full sore, to hear the misery, in which so long he merciless did lie. Then after many tears and sorrows spent, she dear besought the Prince of Remedy, who thereto did with ready will consent, and well performed, as shall appear by his eunt. Canto 9. The squire of low degree released, Poana takes to wife. Britomart fights with many knights. Prince Arthur stints their strife. Hard is the doubt, and difficult to deem, when all three kinds of lo together meet, and do dispart the heart with power extreme. Whether shall weigh the balance down to wheat, the dear affection to kindred sweet, or raging fire of lo to womankind, or zeal of friends combined with virtues meet. But of them all the band of virtuous mind, me seemes the gentle heart should most assured bind. For natural affection soon doth cess, and quenched is with Cupid's greater flame. But faithful friendship doth them both suppress, and them with maestring discipline doth tame, through thoughts aspiring to eternal fame. For as the soul doth rule the earthly mass, And all the ceruse of the body frame. So low of soul doth low of body passe. No less than perfect gold surmounts the meanest brass. All which who list by trial to assay, shall in this story find a proud plain, in which these squires true friendship more did sway, than either care of parents could refrain, or low of fairest lady could constrain. For though Poana were as fair as morn, yet did this trusty squire with proud disdain, for his friend's sake her off-read for scorn, and she herself her sire, of whom she was a-born. Now after that Prince Arthur grunt had, to yield strong succour to that gentle swain, who now long time had lien in prison sad. He gone adoes how best he mote darraign that enterprise, for greatest glory's gain. That headless tyrant's trunk he reared from ground, and howing ymt the head to it again. Upon his swall beast it firmely bound, and made it so to ride, as at Aliu was found. Then did he take that chaste squire, and laid before the rider, as he capture were, and made his dwarf, though with unwilling aid, to guide the beast, that did his master bear, till to his castle they approached near. Whom when the watch, that kept continual ward, saw coming home, all void of doubtful fear, he running down, the gate to him barred, whom straight the prince ensuing, in together fared. There he did find in her delicious boor, the fair Poana playing on a rote, complaining of her cruel paramour, and singing all her sorrow to the note, as she had learned readily by rote, that with the sweetness of her rare delight, the prince half rapt, began on her to dote, till better him bethinking of the right, he her wears attached, and capture held by might. Whence being forth product, when she perceived her own dear sire, she called to him for aid. But when of him no answer she received, but saw him senseless by the squire stayed, she weened well, that then she was betrayed. Then gone she loudly cry, and weep, and wail, and that same squire of treason to braid. But all in vain, her plaints might not prule. None there was to rescue her, any none to bail. Then took he that same dwarf, and him compelled to open to him the prison door, and forth to bring those thralls, which there he held. Thenceforth were brought to him above a score of knights and squires to him known afore, all which he did from bitter bondage free, and to former liberty restore. Amongst the rest, that squire of low degree came forth full weak and wan, not like himself to be, whom soon as fair Emilia beheld, and Placidas, they both to him ran, and him embracing fast betwixt them held, striving to comfort him all that they can, and kissing oft his visage pale and wan. That fair Poana them beholding both, gone both envy, and bitterly to ban, through Aeolus' passion weeping inly wroth, to see the sight perforce, that both her eyes were loath. But when a while they had together been, and joyously conferred of their case, she, though full oft she both of them had seen asunder, yet not ewer in one place, began to doubt, when she them saw embrace, which was the capture squire she lewd so dear, deceived through great likeness of their face, for they so like in person did appear, that she neath discerned, whether where, and eke the prince, when as he them eyed, their like resemblance much admired there, and mazed how nature had so well disguised her work, and counterfeit herself so near, as if that by one pattern seen somewhere, she had them made a paragon to be, or whether it through skill, or error were. Thus gazing long, at them much wondered he. So did the other knights and squires, which him did see. Then gone they ransacked that same castle strong, in which he found great store of hoarded treasure, the which that tyrant gathered had by wrong, and tortious power, without respect or measure. Upon all which the Briton prince made seashore. And afterwards continued there a while. To rest himself, and solace in soft pleasure. Those weaker ladies after weary toil. To whom he did die wide part of his purchased spoil. And for more Ioe, that capture lady fair. The fair Poana he enlarged free. And by the rest did set in sumptuous chire. To feast and frolic. Nathamore would she. Shew gladsome countenance nor pleasant glee. But grued was for loss both of her sire. And eke of lordship, with both land and fee. But most she touched was with grief entire. For loss of her new loo. The hope of her desire. But her the prince through his well-wonted grace. To better terms of mildness did entreat. From that foul rudeness, which did her deface. And that same bitter Corsiu, which did eat her tender heart, and made refrain from meat. He with good thews and speeches well applied. Did mollify, and calm her raging heat. For though she were most fair, and goodly died. Yet she it all did mar with cruelty and pride. And for to shut vp all in friendly lo. Sith lo was first the ground of all her grief. That trusty squire he wisely well did move. Not to despise that dame, which lewd him lief. Till he had made of her some better prief. But to accept her to his wedded wife. Thereto he offered for to make him chief. Of all her land and lordship during life. He yielded, and her took, so stinted all their strife. From that day forth in peace and ioious bliss. They lewd together long without debate. Ne priuit yar, any spite of enemies. Could shake the safe assurance of their state. And she whom nature did so fair create. That she mote match the fairest of her days. Yet with lewd lose and lust intemperate. Had it defast, thenceforth reformed her ways. That all men much admired her change, and spake her praise. Thus when the prince had perfectly compiled these pairs of friends in peace and settled rest. Himself, whose mind did trowel as with Kilda. Of his old lo, consowed in secret breast. Resolute to pursue his former quest. And taking lo of all, with him did bear. Fair Amrit, whom fortune by bequest had left in his protection while are exchanged out of one into another fear. Fear of her safety did her not constrain. For well she wist now in a mighty hond. Her person laid in peril, did remain. Who able was all dongers to withstand. But now in fear of shame she more did stand. Seeing herself all solely secureless. Left in the victor's power, like vassal bond. Whose will her weakness could no way repress. In case his burning lust should break into excess. But cause of fear sure had she none at all. Of him, who goodly learned had of yore. The course of loose affection to forestall. And lawless lust to rule with reason's lore. That all the while he by his side her bore. She was as safe as in a sanctuary. Thus many miles they two together wore. To seek their lose dispersed dolorously. Yet neither shewed to other their heart's priority. At length they came, where as a troop of knights. They saw together skirmishing, as seemed. 6 they were all full of fell despite. But 4 of them the battle best beseemed. That which of them was best, mote not be deemed. Those 4 were they, from whom false Florimel by braggadocio lately was redeemed. To wheat, stern Droan, and lewd Claribel. Lolowish bland Amour, and lustful Paradel. Droan's delight was all in single life. And to ladies lo would lend no leisure. The more was Claribel enraged rife. With faeruant flames, and lewd out of measure. So eke lewd bland Amour, but yet at pleasure. Would change his liking. And new lemons pro. But Paradel of lo did make no treasure. But lusted after all, that him did moo. So dolorously these 4 disposed were to lo. But those 2 other which beside them stood. were Britomart and gentle Scudamore, who all the while beheld their wrathful mood, and wondered at their implacable stour, whose like they ne'er saw till that same hour. So dreadful strokes each did at other driew, and laid on load with all their might and power, as if that Uri dint the ghost would reue out of their wretched courses, and their lose depriu. As when Dan Aeolus in great displeasure, for loss of his dear love by Neptune hent, sends forth the winds out of his hidden treasure, upon the sea to wreak his fell intent. They breaking forth with rude vnrollement, from all four parts of Hohendoe rage full sore, and toss the deeps, and tear the firmament, and all the world confound with wide uproar, as if instead thereof they chaos would restore. 'Cause of their discord, and so fell debate, was for the lure of that same snowy maid, whom they had lost in tournament of late, and seeking long, to weet which way she strayed, met here together, where through Ludv braid of eight and Duessa they fell out, and each one taking part in other's aid. This cruel conflict raised thereabout, whose dangerous success depended yet in doubt. For sometimes Paridel and Blandamore the better had, and bet the others back. Eftsoons the others did the field recour, and on their foes did work full cruel rack. Yet neither would their fiend-like fury slack, but euremore their malice did augment, till that neath they forced were for lacka of breath, their raging rigour to relent, and rest themselves for to recur spirits spent. They're gone they change their sides, and new parts take. For Paridel did take to Droon's side, for old despite, which now forth newly brake, gainst Blandamore, whom always he annoyed, and Blandamore to Claribel relied. So all afresh gone former fight renew, as when two barks, this carried with the tide, that with the wind, contrary courses so. If wind and tide do change, their courses change anew. Thenceforth they much more furiously gone fare, as if but then the battle had begun. Na helmets bright, any hauberk strong did spare, that through the cliffs the vermil bloud outspawn, and all adown their ruin sides did ron. Such mortal malice, wonder was to see, in friends professed, and so great outrage done. But sooth is said, and tried in each degree, faint friends when they fall out, most cruel foemen be. Thus they long while continued in fight, till Scudamore, and that same Briton maid, by fortune in that place did chance to light, whom soon as they with wrathful eie bewrayed, they gone remember of the foul braid, the which that Britoness had to them done, in that late tourney for the snowy maid, where she had them both shamefully fordone, and eke the famous prize of beauty from them won. Eftsoons all burning with a fresh desire of fell revenge, in their malicious mood, they from themselves gone turned their furious ire, and cruel blades yet steaming with what bloud, against those two let driew, as they were wood, who wondering much at that so dane fit, yet not dismayed, them stoutly well withstood. Ne yielded foot, any once aback did flit, but being doubly smitten likewise doubly smit. The warlike dame was on her part assayed, of Claribel and Blandamore atone, and Paridel and Droon fiercely laid at Scudamore, both his professed foe. Four charged two, and two surcharged one. Yet did those two themselves so browly bear, that the other little gained by the loan, but with their own repaid duly wear. And surely withal, such gain was gotten dear. Full oftentimes did Britomart essay to speak to them, and some in parlance moo, but they for not their cruel hands would stay, ne lend an ear to aught, that might be how, as when an eager mastiff once doth pro the task of bloud of some injured beast, no words may rate, nor rigour him remove from greedy hold of that his bloudy feast. So little did they hearken to her sweet beheast. Whom when the Briton Prince of Faerie beheld, with odes of sauve n'equal match oppressed, his mighty heart with indignation swelled, and inward grudge filed his heroic breast. Eftsoons himself he to their aid addressed, and thrusting fierce into the thickest priace, die whited them, how you are loath to rest, and would them fain from battle to surcease, with gentle words persuading them to friendly peace. But they so far from peace or patience were, that all at once at him gone fiercely fly, and lay on load, as they him down would bear, like to a storm, which hoers vendor ski, long here and there, and round about doth sty, at length breaks down in rain, and highly, and sleet, first from one coast, till naught thereof be dry, and then another, till that likewise fleet, and so from side to side till all the world it weet. But now their forces greatly were decayed, the prince yet being fresh and touched afore, who them with speeches mild gone first dissuade, from such foule outrage, and them long forbore, till seeing them through sufferance heartened more, himself he bent their furies to abate, and laid at them so sharply and so sore, that shortly them compelled to retrate, and being brought in donger, to relent too late. But now his courage being throughly fired, he meant to make them know their folly's prize, had not those to him instantly desired, t'assuage his wrath, and pardon their misprise, at whose request he gone himself adoes, to stay his hand, and of a truce to treat, in milder terms, as list them to do's, mongst which the cause of their so cruel heat, he did them ask, who all that past gone repeat, and told at large how that same errant night, to weet fair Britomart, them late had foiled, in open tourney, and by wrongful fight, both of their public praise had them despoiled, and also of their private lose beguiled, of too full hard to read the harder theft, but she that wrongful challenge soon assoiled, and shewed that she had not that lady reft, as they supposed, but her had to her liking left, to whom the prince thus goodly well replied, certes sir knight, ye see men much to blame, to rip vp wrong, that battle once hath tried, wherein the honour both of arms ye shame, and eke the low of ladies foule defame, to whom the world this franchise ewer yielded, that of their lose choice they might freedom claim, and in that right should by all knights be shielded, gainst which me seemes this war ye wrongfully ha wielded. And yet, quoth she, a greater wrong remains, for I thereby my former lo ha lost, whom seeking ewer since with endless pains, hath me much sorrow and much trowel cost. I me to see that gentle maid so tossed. But Scudamore then sighing deep, thus said, certes her loss ought me to sorrow most, whose right she is, where ewer she be strayed, through many perils won, and many fortunes weighed. For from the first that I her lo professed, unto this hour, this present luckless hour, I noyer I oed happiness nor rest, but thus turmoiled from one to other store, I wast my life, and do my days doer, in wretched anguish and incessant woe, passing the measure of my feeble power, that luing thus, a wretch and luing so, I neither can my lo, and yet my life forego. Then good Sir Claribel him thus bespake, now were it not Sir Scudamore to you, dislike full pain, so sad a task ye to take, mote we entreat you, sit this gentle crew, is now so well accorded all anew, that as we ride together on our way, ye will recount to verses in order due, all that adventure, which ye did assay, for that fair lady's lo, past perils well apay. So gone the rest him likewise to require. But Britomart did him importune hard, to take on him that pain, whose great desire he glad to satisfy, himself prepared, to tell through what misfortune he had fared, in that achievement, As to him befell. And all those dongers to them declared. Which sit they cannot in this canto well. Comprised be, I will them in another tell. Canto 10. Scudamore doth his conquest tell. Of virtuous Amrit. Great Venus' temple is described. And Lour's life forth set. Rue he it said, what ewer man it said. That lo with gall and honey doth abound. But if the one be with the other weighed. For ewery dram of honey therein found. A pound of gall doth e'er it redound. That I too true by trial ha proud. For since the day that first with deadly wound. My heart was launched, and learned to ha lewd. I neuer ioid hour, but still with care was mood. And yet such grace is join them from above. That all the cares and yoke which they meet. May not at all their setled mindies remove. But see me gainst common sense to them most sweet. As boasting in their martyrdom meet. So all that ewer yet I ha endured. I count as naught, and tread down vendor feet. Since of my lo at length I rest assured. That to disloyalty she will not be allured. Long were to tell the trowel and long twall. Through which this shield of lo I late ha won. And purchased this peerless beauty's spoil. That harder may be ended, than begone. But since ye so desire, your will be done. Then hark ye gentle knights and ladies free. My hard mishaps, that ye may learn to shun. For though sweet lo to conquer glorious be. Yet is the pain thereof much greater than the fee. What time the fame of this renowned prize flew first abroad, and all men's ears posseist. I howing arms then taken, Don Oz. To win me honor by some noble jest. And purchase me some place amongst the best. I boldly thought, so young men's thoughts are bold. That this same brow emprise for me did rest. And that both shield and she whom I behold. Might be my lucky lot, sith all by lot we hold. So on that hard adventure forth I went. And to the place of peril shortly came. That was a temple fair and ancient. Which of great Mother Venus bare the name. And Faerie renowned through exceeding fame. Much more than that, which was in Paphos built. Or that in Cyprus, both long since this same. Though all the pillars of the one were gilt. And all the others palment were with ueri spilt. And it was seated in an island strong. Abounding all with delice most rare. And walled by nature gainst innuators wrong. That none mote ha access, nor inward fare. But by one way, that passage did prepare. It was a bridge built in goodly wise. With curious corbs and pendants growen fair. And arched all with porches, did arise. On stately pillars, framed after the Doric guise. And for defence thereof, on th other end. There reared was a castle fair and strong. That warded all which in or out did wend. And flanked both the bridge's sides along. Gainst all that would it feign to force or wrong. And therein won 20 valiant knights. All 20 tried in war's experience long. Whose office was, against all manner wights. By all means to maintain that castle's ancient rights. Before that castle was an open plain. And in the midst thereof a pillar placed. On which this shield, of many sought in vain. The shield of Lu, whose guerdon me hath graced. Was hanged on high with golden ribbands laced. And in the marble stone was written this. With golden letters goodly well enchased. Blessed the man that well can vse his bliss. Vivos ewer be the shield, fair Amrit be his. Which when I read, my heart did inly earn. And pant with hope of that adventure's hap. Ne stayed further news thereof to learn. But with my spear upon the shield did rap. That all the castle ringed with the clap. Straight forth issued a knight all armed to proof. And Browley mounted to his most mishap. Who staying not to question from aloof. Ran fierce at me, that fire glanced from his horse's hoof. Whom boldly I encountered, as I could. And by good fortune shortly him conceded. Eftsoons out sprung 2 more of equal mould. But I them both with equal hap defeated. So all the 20 I likewise entreated. And left them groaning there upon the plain. Then pressing to the pillar I repeated the rede thereof for guerdon of my pain. And taking down the shield, with me did it retain. So forth without impediment I passed. Till to the bridge's Veeder gate I came. The which I found sure locked and chained fast. I knocked, but no man answered me by name. I called, but no man answered to my claim. Yet I pursued still to knock and call. Till at the last I spied within the same. Where one stood peeping through a cruise small. To whom I called aloud, half angry therewithal. That was to weet the porter of the place. Unto whose trust the charge thereof was lent. His name was Doubt, that had a double face. One forward looking, other backward bent. Therein resembling Janus ancient. Which hath in charge the ingate of the year. And more his eyes about him went. As if some prode peril he did fear. Or did misdoubt some ill, whose cause did not appear. On one side he, on other sate delay. Behind the gate, that none her might espy. Whose manner was all passengers to stay. And entertain with her occasions sly. Through which some lost great hope heedily. Which noyer they recur might again. And others quite excluded forth, did ly. Long languishing there in pitied pain. And seeking often in trance, afterwards in vain. Me when as he had priorly espied. Bearing the shield which I had conquered late. He kenned it straight, and to me opened wide. So in I passed, and straight he closed the gate. But being in, delay in close await. Caught hold on me, and thought my steps to stay. Feigning full many a fond excuse to prate. And time to steal, the treasure of man's day. Whose smallest minute lost, no riches render may. But by no means my way I would forslow. For aught that you or she could do or say. But from my lofty steed dismounting low. Passed forth on foot, beholding all the way. The goodly works, and stones of rich assay. Cast into sundry shapes by wondrous skill. That like on earth no where I reckon may. And underneath, the rewer rolling still. With murmur soft, that seemed to soothe the workman's will. Thenceforth I passed to the second gate. The gate of good desert, whose goodly pride. And costly frame, were long here to relate. The same to all stood always open wide. But in the porch did more abide. An hideous giant, dreadful to behold. That stopped the entrance with his spacious stride. And with the terror of his countenance bold. Full many did affray. That else fain enter would. His name was Donger dreaded Ouer all. Who day and night did watch and duly ward. From fearful cowards, entrance to forestall. And faint heart fools. Whom shew of peril hard. Could terrify from fortune's fair adward. For oftentimes faint hearts at first espial. Of his grim face, were from approaching scarred. Unworthy they of grace, whom one denial. Excludes from fairest hope, withouten further trial. Yet many doughty warriors, often tried. In greater perils to be stout and bold. Durst not the sternness of his look abide. But soon as they his countenance did behold. Began to faint, and feel their courage cold. Again some other, that in hard assays. Were cowards known, and little count did hold. Either through gifts, or guile, or such like ways. Crept in by stooping low, or stealing of the cays. But I though meanest man of many mo. Yet much disdaining to him to lout. Or creep between his legs, so in to go. Resolute him to assault with manhood stout. And either beat him in, or dry you him out. Eftsoons adjuancing that enchanted shield. With all my might I gone to lay about. Which when he saw, the glayu which he did wield, he gone forth with Teawall, and waved to me yield. So as I entred, I did backward look, for fear of harm, that might lie hidden there. And lo his hind parts, whereof heed I took, much more deformed fearful vgly were, than all his former parts did erst appear. For hatred, murther, treason, and despite, with many mo lay in ambushment there, awaiting to entrap the wareless wight, which did not them pruent with vigilant foresight. Thus howing past all peril, I was come within the compasse of that island space, the which did seem even to my simple doom, the onely pleasant and delightful place, that ewer trodden was of footing's trace. For all that nature by her mother wit could frame in earth, and for me of substance base, was there, and all that nature did omit, art playing second nature's part, supplied it. No tree, that is of count, in greenwood grows, from lowest juniper to cedar tall. No floor in field, that dainty odor throws, and decks his branch with blossoms o'er all. But there was planted, or grew natural, nor sense of man so coy and curious nice, but there mote find to please itself withal, nor heart could wish for any cayent dus. But there at present was, and did freely sense entice, in such luxurious plenty of all pleasure, it seemed a second paradise to guess, so lavishly enricht with nature's treasure, that if the happy souls which do possess Elysian fields, and Leoa in lasting bless, should happen this with luing eye to see, they soon would loathe their lesser happiness, and wish to life returned again to be, that in this iolious place they mote ha ions free, fresh shadows, fit to shroud from sunny ray, fair lawns, to take the sun in season due, sweet springs, in which 1,000 nymphs did play, soft rumbling brooks, that gentle slumber drew, high-reared mounts, the lands about to view, low-looking dales, disloyed from common gaze, delightful bowers, to solace lowers true, false labyrinths, fond runners' eyes to daze, all which by nature made did nature self amaze, and all without were walks and alleys dight, with joers trees, enranged in ewen rankas, and here and there were pleasant arbors pight, and shady seats, and sundry flowering banks, to sit and rest the walkers' weary shanks. And therein 1,000 pares of lowers walked, praising their God, and yielding him great thanks. Ne ewer aught but of their true lose talked, ne ewer for rebuke or blame of any balked. All these together by themselves did sport their spotless pleasures, and sweet lose content. But far away from these, another sort of lowers linked in true heart's consent, which lewd not as these, for like intent, but on chaste virtue grounded their desire, far from all fraud, or feigned blandishment, which in their spirits kindling zealous fire, brow thoughts and noble deeds did more aspire. Such were great Hercules, and Hylas dear, true Iona then, and dogged trusty tried, stout Theseus, and Pirithous his fear, Pylades and Orestes by his side, Myld Titus and Gesippus without pride, Damon and Pythias whom death could not soar. All these and all that Ewer had been a tide, in bands of friendship, there did Leoa for Ewer, whose lose although decayed, yet lose decayed Noyer, which when as I, that Noyer tasted bliss, nor hap Pyhower, beheld with gazeful eye, I thought there was none other Hoen than this, and gone their endless happiness and why, that being free from fear and jealousy, might frankly there their lose desire possess. Whilst I through pains and perilous party, was forced to seek my life's dear patroness. Much dearer be the things, which come through hard distress. Yet all those sights, and all that else I saw, might not my steps withhold, but that forthright. Unto that purposed place I did me draw. Whereas my lo was lodged day and night. The temple of great Venus, that is height. The queen of Bowtie. And of Lo the mother. There worshipped of Uri luing white. Whose goodly workmanship far past all other. That Ur were on earth, all were they set together. Not that same famous temple of Diane. Whose height all Ephesus did our see. And which all Asia sought with vows profane. One of the world's soon wonders said to be. Might match with this by many a degree. Nor that. Which that wise king of Uri framed. With endless cost, to be Almighty's see. Nor all that else through all the world is named. To all the heathen gods, might like to this be claimed. I much admiring that so goodly frame. Unto the porch approcht, which open stood. But therein sate an amiable dame. That seemed to be of very sober mood. And in her semblant shewed great womanhood. Strange was her tire. For on her head a crown. She wore much like unto a Danisk hood. Poudred with pearl and stone, and all her gown. And wowen was with gold, that rout full low adown. On either side of her, 2 young men stood. Both strongly armed, as fearing one another. Yet were they brethren both of half the blood. Begotten by 2 fathers of one mother. Though of contrary natures each to other. The one of them hight Lo, the other Hate. Hate was the elder, Lo the younger brother. Yet was the younger stronger in his state. Then elder, and him mastered still in all debate. Nathless that dame so well them tempered both. That she them forced hand to Iowan in hand. Alba that hatred was there too full loath. And turned his face away, as he did stand. Unwilling to behold that Louisly band. Yet she was of such grace and virtuous might. That her commandment he could not withstand. But bit his lip for felonious despite. And gnashed his iron tusks at that displeasing sight. Concord she cleaped was in common rede. Mother of blessed peace, and friendship true. They both her twins, both born of Huonly seed. And she herself likewise Diuinly grew. The which right well her works Diween did shew. For strength, and wealth, and happiness she lends. And strife, and war, and anger does subdue. Of little much, of foes she mocketh friends. And to afflicted minds sweet rest and quiet sends. By her the Hoen is in his course contained. And all the world in state Venmoud stands. As their almighty Maker first ordained. And bound them with innumerable bands. Else would the waters o'erflow the lands. And fire dew the air, and hell them quite. But that she holds them with her blessed hands. She is the Norse of pleasure and delight. And unto Venus grace the gate doth open right. By her eye entreating half dismayed was. But she in gentle wise me entertained. And twixt herself and Lo did let me paw. But hatred would my entrance ho restrained. And with his club me threatened to ha brained. Had not the lady with her powerful speech. Him from his wicked will neath refrained. And other eke his malice did impeach. Till I was throughly past the peril of his reach. Into the inmost temple thus I came. Which fuming all with frankincense I found. And odors rising from the altar's flame. Upon 100 marble pillars round. The roof VP high was reared from the ground. All decked with crowns, and chains, and girlands gay. And 1,000 precious gifts worth many a pound. The which sad lowers for their vows did pay. And all the ground was strowed with flores, as fresh as May. 100 altars round about were set. All flaming with their sacrifices fire. That with the steam thereof the temple sweat. Which rude in clouds to Hoen did aspire. And in them bore true lowers vows entire. And eke 100 brass and cauldrons bright. To bath in Ioe and amorous desire. Uri of which was to a damsel height. For all the priests were damsels, in soft linen dight. Right in the midst the goddess self did stand, upon an altar of some costly mass, whose substance was neath to understand. For neither precious stone, nor dureful brass, for shining gold, nor mouldering clay it was, but much more rare and precious to esteem, pure in aspect, and like to Christ all glass. Yet glass was not, if one did rightly deem, but being fair and brickle, likest glass did see me. But it in shape and bow-tight did excel all other idols, which the heathen adore. Faerie passing that, which by surpassing skill Phidias did make in Paphos isle of yore, with which that wretched Greek, that life forlore, did fall in low, yet this much fairer shined, but covered with a slender veil afore, and both her feet and legs together twined, were with a snake, whose head and tail were fast co-bind. Because why she was covered with a veil was hard to know, for that her priests the same from people's knowledge labored to conceal. But sooth it was not sure for womanish shame, nor any blemish which the work mote blame. But for, they say, she hath both kinds in one, both male and female, both vendor one name. She sire and mother is herself alone, begets and eke conceives, any needeth other none. And all about her neck and shoulders flew a flock of little loos, and sports, and ioys, with nimble wings of gold and purple hew, whose shapes seemed not like to terrestrial boys, but like to angels playing humanly toys. The whilst their eldest brother was away, Cupid their eldest brother, he enjoys the wide kingdom of Lu with lordly sway, and to his law compels all creatures to obey. And all about her altar scattered lay great sorts of lowers piteously complaining, some of their loss, some of their lose delay, some of their pride, some paragons disdaining, some fearing fraud, some fraudulently feigning, as every one had cause of good or ill, amongst the rest some one through lose constraining, tormented sore, could not contain it still, but thus brake forth, that all the temple it did fill. Great Venus, Queen of bow-tie and of grace, the Ioe of gods and men, that vendor ski, doest fairest shine, and most adorn thy place, that with thy smiling look doest pacify the raging seas, and mak'st the storms to fly. Thee goddess, thee the winds, the clouds do fear, and when thou spreadst thy mantle forth on high, the waters play and pleasant lands appear, and Hoans laugh, and all the world shews Ioius Chayar. Then doth the Dedale earth throw forth to thee, out of her fruitful lap abundant flores, and then all luing whites, soon as they see the spring break forth out of his lusty bowers, they all do learn to play the paramours. First do the merry birds, thy pretty pages, priorly pricked with thy lustful powers, chirp loud to thee out of their lowy cages, and thee their mother call to cool their kindly rages. Then do the saluage beasts begin to play their pleasant frisks, and loath their wonted food. The lions roar, the tigers loudly bray, the raging bulls rebellow through the wood, and breaking forth, dare tempt the deepest flood, to come where thou doest draw them with desire. So all things else, that nourish vital blood, soon as with fury thou doest them inspire, in generation seek to quench their inward fire. So all the world by thee at first was made, and daily yet thou doest the same repair. No aught on earth that merry is and glad, no aught on earth that luily is and fair, but thou the same for pleasure didst prepare. Thou art the root of all that Ioius is, great God of men and women, Queen of Thr, Mother of laughter, and wellspring of bliss. Oh, grunt that of my Lu at last I may not miss. So did he say, but I with murmur soft, that none might hear the sorrow of my heart, yet inly groaning deep and sighing oft. Besought her to grunt ease to my smart, and to my wound her gracious help impart. Whilst thus I spake, behold with happy eye I spied, where at the idol's feet apart, a beauty of fair damsels close did lie, waiting when as the anthem should be sung on high. The first of them did see me of riper years, and grower countenance than all the rest. Yet all the rest were eke her equal pairs, yet to her obeyed all the best. Her name was vive womanhood, that she expressed by her sad semblant and demeanour wise. For steadfast still her eyes did fixed rest, ne roved at random after gazers' guise, whose luring baits ofttimes do heedless hearts entice. And next to her sate goodly shamefastness, ne ewer durst her eyes from ground preer, ne ewer once did look vp from her des, as if some blame of Yule she did fear, that in her cheeks made roses oft appear, and her against sweet cheerfulness was placed, whose eyes like twinkling stars in union clear, were decked with smiles, that all sad humours chased, and darted forth delights, the which her goodly graced. And next to her sate sober modes tie, holding her hand upon her gentle heart, and her against sate comely courtesy, that to every person knew her part, and her before was seated hourthwart. Soft silence, and submiss obedience, both linked together noyer to dispart. Both gifts of God not gotten but from thence, both guerlands of his saints against their foes' offence. Thus sate they all around in seemly rate, and in the midst of them a goodly maid, ewen in the lap of vive womanhood there sate, the which was all in lily white arrayed, with silver streams amongst the linen strayed, like to the morn, when first her shining face hath to the gloomy world itself bewrayed. That same was fairest amart in place, shining with beauty's light, and hewenly virtue's grace, whom soon as I beheld, my heart gone throb, and weighed in doubt, what best were to be done. For sacrilege me seemed the church to rob, and folly seemed to loathe the thing done, which with so strong attempt I had begun, though shaking off all doubt and shamefast fear, which ladies low I heard had noyer one. Mongst men of worth, I to her stepped near, and by the lily hand her laboured vp to rear. Thereat that foremost matrone me did blame, and sharp rebuke, for being ouer bold, saying it was to night unseemly shame, upon a recluse virgin to lay hold, that to Venus Ceruses was sold. To whom I thus, nay but it fitteth best, for Cupid's man with Venus made to hold, for ill your goddess Ceruses are drayest by virgins, and her sacrifices let to rest. With that my shield I forth to her did show, which all that while I closely had conselled, on which when Cupid with his killing bow, and cruel shafts emblazoned she beheld, at sight thereof she was with terror quelled, and said no more, but I which all that while, the pledge of faith, her hand engaged held, like wary hind within the weed eye soil, for no entreaty would forego so glorious spoil, and your more upon the goddess face. Mine eye was fixed, for fear of her offence, whom when I saw with amiable grace, to laugh at me, and fall o'er my pretence, I was emboldened with more confidence, and not for niceness nor for envy sparing, in presence of them all forth led her thence, all looking on, and like astonished staring, yet to lay hand on her, not one of all them daring. She often prayed, and often me besought, sometime with tender tears to let her go, sometime with witching smiles, but yet for naught, that you or she to me could say or do, could she her wished freedom fro me woo. But forth I led her through the temple gate, by which I hardly passed with much ado. But that same lady which me friend late, in entrance, did me also friend in my retrate. No less did Donger threaten me with dread, When as he saw me, maugre all his power, that glorious spoil of bowtie with me lead. Then Cerberus, when Orpheus did recour, his leman from the Stygian princes boor. But Eurymore my shield did me defend, against the storm of Eury dreadful stour. Thus safely with my loe I thence did wend. So ended he his tale, where I this canto end. Canto 11. Marinel's former wound is healed. He comes to Proteus' hall, where Thames doth the Medway wed, and feasts the sea gods all. Bvt for pit tie that I ha thus long left a fair lady languishing in pain. Now well away, that I ha done such wrong, to let fair Florimel in bands remain. In bands of loe, and in sad thraldom's chain, from which unless some humanly power her free, by miracle, not yet appearing plain, she lenger yet is like captured to be. That ewen to think thereof, it inly pities me. Here need you to remember, how erewhile Vnlully Proteus, missing to his mind, that virgin's loe to win by wit or wile, her threw into a dong eon deep and blind, and there in chains her cruelly did bind, in hope thereby her to his bent to draw. For when as neither gifts nor graces kind, her constant mind could move at all he saw, he thought her to compel by cruel tie and awe. Deep in the bottom of an huge great rock, the dongion was, in which her bound he left, that neither iron bars, nor brassen lock, did need to guard from force, or secret theft, of all her lowers, which would her whore reft. For walled it was with wows, which ragged and roared, as they the cliff in pieces would ha cleft. Besides 10,000 monsters foulée abhorred, did wait about it, gaping greasily all beggored. And in the midst thereof did horror dwell, and darkness dread, that noyer viewed day, like to the baleful house of lowest hell, in which old Styx her aged bones alway, old Styx the grand aim of the gods, doth lay. There did this luckless maid soon months abide, ne ewer yuning saw, any morning's ray, ne ewer from the day the night descried, but thought it all one night, that did no hours die wide. And all this was for lieu of Marinel, who her despised, ah who would her despise? And women's loe did from his heart expel, and all those ioys that weak mankind enties. Nathless his pride full dearly he did price, for of a woman's hand it was Euroke, that of the wound he yet in languor lies, ne can be cured of that cruel stroke, which Britomart him gay, when he did her provoke. Yet Faerie and near the nymph his mother sought, and many salus did to his sore apply, and many herbs did vse. But when as not, she saw could ease his rankling malady, at last to Tryphon she for help did hie. This Tryphon is the sea god's surgeon hight, whom she besought to find some remedy, and for his pains a whistle him behight. That of a fish's shell was wrought with rare delight, so well that leech did hark to her request, and did so well employ his careful pain, that in short space his hurts he had redressed, and him restored to healthful state again, in which he long time after did remain. Therewith the nymph his mother, like her thrall, who sore against his will did him retain, for fear of peril, which to him mote fall, through his too venturous prowess prode ouer all. It fortuned then, a solemn feast was there, to all the sea gods and their fruitful seed, in honor of the spousals, which then were, betwixt the Medway and the Thames agreed. Long had the Thames, as we in records read, before that day her wooed to his bed. But the proud nymph would for no worldly meed, nor no entreaty to his loe be led, till now at last relenting, she to him was wed. So both agreed, that this their bredale feast should for the gods in Proteus' house be made, to which they all repaired, both most and least. Oswell which in the mighty ocean trade, As that in Riur swim, or brooks do wade. All which not if 100 tongues to tell. And 100 mouths, and voice of brass I had. And endless memory, that mote excel. In order as they came, could I recount them well. Help therefore, O thou sacred imp of Ioue. The Norseling of Dame Memory his dear. To whom those rawls, laid VP in Hohenabo. And records of antiquity appear. To which no wit of man may come in near. Help me to tell the names of all those floods. And all those nymphs, which then assembled were. To that great banquet of the watery gods. And all their sundry kinds, and all their hid abodes. First came great Neptune with his three-forked mace. That rules the seas, and makes them rise or fall. His dewy locks did drop with brine apace. Vendor his diadem imperial. And by his side his queen with coronal. Fair Amphitrite, most diuinely fair. Whose Uri shoulders wherein coored all. As with a robe, with her own silure hair. And decked with pearls, which Indian seas for her prepare. These marched Faerie afore the other crew. And all the way before them as they went. Triton his trumpet shrill before them blew. For goodly triumph and great iolument. That made the rocks to roar, as they were rent. And after them the royal issue came. Which of them sprung by lineal descent. First the sea gods, which to Themselus do claim. The power to rule the billows, and the wows to tame. Phorcys, the father of that fat all brood. By whom those old heroes won such fame. And Glaucus, that wise Southsays understood. And tragic Eno's son, the which became a god of seas through his mad mother's blame. Now hight Palamon, and his sailor's friend. Great Brontes, and Astrius, that did shame himself with incest of his kin contend. And huge Orion, that doth tempests still portend. The rich Tietus, and Eurytus long. Neleus and Peleus Luili brethren both. Mighty Chrysor, and Caicus strong. Eurypylus, that calms the water's wrath. And fair Euphemus, that upon them go th. As on the ground, without dismay or dread. Fierce Eryx, and Alybius that know th. The water's depth, and doth their bottom tread. And sad Aesopus, comely with his hoary head. There also some most famous founders were. Of puissant nations, which the world possiest. Yet sons of Neptune, now assembled here. Ancient Ogyges, even th ancientest. And Inachus renowned above the rest. Phoenix, and Aeon, and Pelasgus old. Great Belus, Phaeax, and Agenor best. And mighty Albion, father of the bold. And warlike people, which the Britain islands hold. For Albion the son of Neptune was. Who for the proof of his great puissance. Out of his Albion did on dry foot paw. Into old Gaul, that now is cleaped France. To fight with Hercules. That did adjuance. To vanquish all the world with matchless might. And there his mortal part by great mischance. Was slain, but that which is th immortal sprite. Lose still, and to this feast with Neptune's seed was dight. But what do I their names seek to rehearse? Which all the world haw with their issue filed. How can they all in this so narrow verse contained be, and in small compasse hild? Let them record them, that are better skyled. And know the monuments of past times. Only what needeth, shall be here fulfilled. T'express some part of that great equipage. Which from great Neptune do dear their parentage. Next came the aged Ocean, and his dame. Old Tethys, th oldest too of all the rest. For all the rest of those two parents came. Which afterward both sea and land possiest. Of all which Nereus th eldest, and the best. Did first proceed. Then which none more of pride. Ne more sincere in word and deed professed. Most void of guile, most free from foul despite. Doing himself, and teaching others to do right. Thereto he was expert in prophecies, and could the leaden of the gods unfold. Through which, when Paris brought his famous prize, the fair Tindered Lasse, he him foretold, that her all Greece with many a champion bold should fetch again, and finally destroy proud Priam's town. So wise is Nereus old, and so well skilled, nathless he takes great Ioe. Ofttimes amongst the wanton nymphs to sport and toy. And after him the famous Reuers came, which do the earth enrich and beautify. The fertile Nile, which creatures new doth frame. Long Rhodanus, whose source springs from the ski. Fair Ister, flowing from the mountains high. Dywene Scamander, purpled yet with blood of Greeks and Trojans, which therein did die. Pactolus glistering with his golden flood. And Tigris fierce, whose streams of none may be withstood. Great Ganges, and immortal Euphrates. Deep Indus, and meander intricate. Slow Peneus, and tempestuous Phasides. Swift Rhene, and Alpheus still immaculate. Oaraxes, feared for great Cyrus' fate. Tibris, renowned for the Romanes' fame. Rich Oranice, though but known late. And that huge Reuer, which doth bear his name. Of warlike Amazons, which do possess the same Ioe on those warlike women, which so long can from all men so rich a kingdom hold. And shame on you, O men, which boast your strong and valiant hearts, in thoughts less hard and bold. Yet quail in conquest of that land of gold. But this to you, O Britons, most pertains, to whom the right hereof itself hath sold. The which for sparing little cost or pains, lose so immortal glory, and so endless gains. Then was there heard a most celestial sound of dainty music, which did next and so. Before the spouse, that was Arion crowned, who playing on his harp, to him drew the ears and hearts of all that goodly crew. That Ewan yet the dolphin, which him bore through the Aegean seas from pirates' view, stood still by him astonished at his lore. And all the raging seas for Ioe forgot to roar. So went he playing on the watery plain. Soon after whom the Luili bridegroom came, the noble Thames, with all his goodly train. But him before there went, as best became, his ancient parents, namely th ancient Thame. But much more aged was his wife than he. The Oza, whom men do Isis rightly name. Full weak and crooked creature seemed she, and almost blind through eld, that scarce her way could see. Therefore on either side she was sustained of two small grooms, which by their names were Hight, the Churn, and Charwell, two small streams, which pained them lose her footing to direct aright, which failed oft through faint and feeble plight. But Thame was stronger, and of better stay, yet seemed full aged by his outward sight, with head all hoary, and his beard all grey, dawed with silver drops, that trickled down alway. And eke he somewhat seemed to stoop afore, with bowed back, by reason of the load, an ancient holy burden, which he bore, of that fair city, wherein make abode so many learned imps, that should abroad, and with their branches spread all Brittany. No less than do her elder sisters brood. Ioe to you both, ye double nursery. Or arts, but Oxford thine doth fame most glorify. But he their son full fresh and illy was, all decked in a robe of watchet hew, on which the wows, glittering like crystal glass, so cunningly enwowen were, that few could weenen, whether they were false or true. And on his head like to a coronet he wore, that seemed strange to common view, in which were many torres and castles set, that it encompassed round as with a golden fret. Like as the mother of the gods, they say, in her great iron chariot wants to ride. When to Iou's palace she doth take her way. Old Cybele, arrayed with pompous pride, wearing a diadem embattled wide, with 100 turrets, like a turban. With such an one was Thames beautified. That was to weet the famous Troynuant, in which her kingdom's throne is chiefly resident. And round about him many a pretty page, attended duly, ready to obey all little rewers, which owe vassalage to him, as to their lord, and tribute pay. The chalky kennet, and the Thetis grey, the Moorish coal, and the soft sliding green, the wanton lee, that oft doth lose his way, and the still Darent, in whose waters clean 10,000 fishes play, and deck his pleasant stream. Then came his neighbour Flouds, which nigh him dwell, and water all the English soil throughout. They all on him this day attended well, and with meat Cerus waited him about. None disdained low to him to lout. No, not the stately Suren grudged at all. Ne storming Humber, though he looked stout. But both him honoured as their principal, and let their swelling waters low before him fall. There was the speedy Tamar, which divides the Cornish and the Dunish confines, through both whose borders swiftly down it glides, and meeting Plym, to Plymouth thence declines. And Dart, nigh chalked with sands of tinny mines, but on marched in more stately path, proud of his adamants, with which he shines, and glisters wide, as owls of wondrous Bath. And Bristow fair, which on his wows he builded hath. And there came Stour with terrible aspect, bearing his 6 deformed heads on high, that doth his course through Blandford plains direct, and washeth Winborne meads in season dry. Next him went Wileborn with passage sly, that of his wiliness his name doth take, and of himself doth name the shire thereby. And Mole, that like a new sling mole doth make his way still vendor ground, till Thames he o'ertake. Then came the Rother, decked all with woods, like a wood god, and flowing fast to Rhy. And Stour, that parteth with his pleasant floods the eastern Saxons from the southern New York. And Clare, and Harwich both doth beautify. Him followed Yar, soft washing Norwich wall, and with him brought a present Ioefully of his own fish unto their festual, whose like none else could shew, the which they ruffins call. Next these the plenteous ooze came far from land, by many a city, and by many a town, and many rewers taking vendor hand into his waters, as he passeth down the Cle, the Wer, the Grant, the Stour, the Rown. Thence doth by Huntingdon and Cambridge flit my mother Cambridge, whom as with a crown he doth adorn, and is adorned of it, with many a gentle muse, and many a learned wit. And after him the fat all Welland went, that if old Saw is true, which God forbid, shall drown all Holland with his excrement, and shall see Stamford, though now homely hid, then shine in learning, more than Ewer did, Cambridge or Oxford, England's goodly beams. And next to him the Nene down softly slid, and bounteous Trent, that in himself enseems both 30 sorts of fish, and 30 sundry streams. Next these came Tyne, along whose stony bank that Romain monarch built a Brossan wall, which mote the feebled Britons strongly flank against the Picts, that swarmed o'er all, which yet thereof Gwalsur they do call. And Tweed the limit betwixt Logris land and Albany, and Eden though but small, yet often stained with blood of many a band of Scots and English both, that tined on his strand. Then came those 6 sad brethren, like forlorn, that whilome were, as antique fathers tell, 6 valiant knights, of one fair Nymphea born, which did in noble deeds of arms excel, and won there, where now York people dwell. Still Vre, swift Werf, and owes the most of might High swale, and quiet nide, and troublous skell. All whom a Scythian king, that Humber hight, slew cruelly, and in the Reuer drowned quite. But passed not long, ere Brutus warlike son Locrinus them onged, and the same date, which the proud Humber to them had done, by equal dome repaid on his own pate. For in the self-same Reuer, where he late had drenched them, he drowned him again, and numbed the Reuer of his wretched fate, whose bad condition yet it doth retain, oft tossed with his storms, which therein still remain. These after, came the stony shallow loan, that to old Lancaster his name doth lend, and following D, which Britons long agone did call Dywene, that doth by Chester tend, and Conway which out of his stream doth send plenty of pearls to deck his dames withal, and Lindis that his pikes doth most commend, of which the ancient Lincoln men do call. All these together marched toward Proteus hall. Now thence the Irish Reuers absent were, sith no less famous than the rest they be, and Iowan in neighborhood of kingdom near. Why should they not likewise in lieu agree, and Iowe likewise this solemn day to see? They saw it all, and present were in place, though I them all according their degree cannot recount, nor tell their hidden race, nor read the saluage canditildes, trice, thorough which they pace. There was the Liffey rolling down the Lea, the sandy Slane, the stony Aubrian, the spacious Shannon spreading like a sea, the pleasant Boyne, the fishy fruitful Ban, swift Onidduff, which of the Englishman is Cal the black water, and the Liffey deep, sad Troyes, that once his people Ueran, strong Allo Tumling from Slologer steep, and Mullamine, whose wows I whilom taught to weep. And there the three renowned brethren were, which that great giant Blomius begot, of the fair nymph Russa wandering there. One day, as she to shun the season what vendor Slublum in shady Gruy was got, this giant found her, and by force deflowered, whereof conceiving, she in time forth brought these three fair sons, which being these forth powered, in three great Reuers ran, and many countries scoured. The first, the gentle shore that making way by sweet Clonmel, adorns rich Waterford. The next, the stub-born Nura, whose waters grey by fair Kilkenny and Rossapont board. The third, the goodly Barrow, which doth hoard great heaps of salmons in his deep bosom. All which long sundered, do at last accord to Iowan in one. Ere to the sea they come, so flowing all from one, all one at last become. There also was the wide embade Mayor, the pleasant Bandon crowned with many a wood, the spreading Lee, that like an island fair encloseth Cork with his dooded flood, and baleful Hour, late stained with English blood, with many more, whose names no tongue can tell. All which that day in order seemly good did on the Thommies attend, and waited well to do their due full service, as to them befell. Then came the bride, the Luili Medua came, clad in a vesture of Nonoan gear, and Vencuth fashion, yet her well became, that seemed like silver, sprinkled here and there, with glittering spangs, that did like stars appear, and wowed pawn, like water chamelot, to hide the metal, which yet Uri wear, bewrayed itself, to let men plainly wot it was no mortal work, that seemed and yet was not. Her goodly locks adown her back did flow into her waist, with flores bescattered, the which ambrosial odors forth did throw to all about, and all her shoulders spread as a new spring. And likewise on her head a chaplet of sundry flowers she wore, from vendor which the dewy humour shed did trickle down her hair, like to the hoar congealed little drops, which do the morn adore. On her two pretty handmaids did attend, One called the Thes, the other called the Crane. Which on her waited, things amiss to mend. And both behind felt her spreading train. Vendor the which, her feet appeared plain. Her silver feet, fair washed against this day. And her before their paced pages twain. Both clad in colours like, and like array. The Doon and eke the Frith, both which prepart her way. And after these the sea nymphs marched all. All goodly damsels, decked with long green hair. Whom of their sire Nereides men call. All which the ocean's daughter to him bear. The grey Aid Doris, all which 50 are. All which she there on her attending had. Swift Proto, mild Eucrate, Thetis fair. Soft Spio, sweet Eudor, saw sad. Light Doto, wanton Glossy, and Galeen glad. White hand Unica, proud Dynamene. Ioius Talia, goodly Amphitrite. Luili Pasithe, kind Eulamine. Lift good Simatho, and sweet Melody. Fairest Pharusa, Phao lily white. Wondred Agau, Pores, and Nicaea. With Erato that doth in Lu delight. And Panope, and wise Protomedia. And snowy necked Doris, and milk-white Galathea. Speedy Hippotho, and chaste Actia. Large Lysianassa, and Pronea sage. Eugor, and light Pontoporia. And she, that with her least word can assuage the surging seas, when they do sorest rage. Cymodos, and stout Autono. And Niso. And Ione well in age. And seeming still to smile, Glauconome. And she that height of many heasts Polynome. Fresh Alameda, decked with girland green. Hyponio, with salt-bedewed rests. Laumedia, like the Christall sheen. Liagor, much praised for wise behests. And Samathe, for her broad snowy breasts. Simo, Eupomp, and Themist Iest. And she that virtue lose and vice detests. Euarna, and Minope true in trust. And Nemertia learned well to rule her lust. All these the daughters of old Nereus were. Which ha the sea in charge to them assigned. To rule his tides, and surges to preer. To bring forth storms, or fast them to bind. And sailors saw from wrecks of wrathful wind. And yet besides 3,000 more there were. Of th ocean seed, but Ious and Phoebus kind. The which in floods and fountains do appear. And all mankind do nourish with their waters clear. The which, more eath it were for mortal wight. To tell the sands, or count the stars on high. Or aught more hard, than think to reckon right. But well I wot, that these which I descry. Were present at this great solemnity. And there amongst the rest, the mother was. Of luckless Marinel Cymodos. Which, for my muse herself now tired has. Then to an other canto I will urpas. Canto 12. Marin for Lua Florimel. In languor wastes his life. The nymph his mother getteth her. And jures to him for wife. Oh, what an endless work ha I in hand. To count the sea's abundant progeny. Whose fruitful seed Faerie posseth those in land. And also those which one in th azure sky. For much more eath to tell the stars on high. Alba they endless see me in estimation. Then to recount the sea's posterity. So fertile be the clouds in generation. So huge their numbers, and so numberless their nation. Therefore the antique wizards well innuented. That Venus of the foamy sea was bred. For that the seas by her are most augmented. Witness th exceeding fry, which there are fed. And wondrous shoals, which may of none be read. Then blame me not, if I ha erred in count. Of gods, of nymphs, of reuers yet read. For though their numbers do much more surmount. Yet all those same were there, which erst I did recount. All those were there, and many other more. Whose names and nations were too long to tell. That Proteus house they filed Ewan to the door. Yet were they all in order, as befell, according their degrees disposed well. Amongst the rest, was fair Cymodos, the mother of unlucky Marinell, who thither with her came, to learn and see the manner of the gods when they at banquet be. But for he was half mortal, being bred of mortal sire, though of immortal womb, he might not with immortal food be fed, no with eternal gods to banquet come, but walked abroad, and round about did roam, to view the building of that Vencuth place, that seemed like unto his earthly home, where, as he to and fro by chance did trace, there unto him betid a disoentrous case, vendor the hanging of an hideous cleef. He heard the lamentable voice of one, that piteously complained her careful grief, which noyer she before disclosed to none, but to herself her sorrow did bemoan, so feelingly her case she did complain, that ruth it moved in the rocky stone, and made it see me to feel her gruous pain, and oft to groan with billows beating from the main. Though vain I see my sorrows to unfold, and count my cares, when none is nigh to hear, yet hoping grief may lessen being told, I will them tell though to no man near. For Hohen that unto all lends equal ear, is far from hearing of my holy plight, and lowest hell, to which I lie most near, cares not what you'ls hap to wretched wight, and greedy sees dough in the spoil of life delight. Yet lo the seas I see by often beating, dough pierce the rocks, and hardest marble wears, but his hard rocky heart for no entreating will yield, but when my piteous plaints he hears, is hardened more with my abundant tears. Yet though he noyer list to me relent, but let me waste in woe my wretched years, yet will I noyer of my low repent, but I owe that for his sake I suffer prisonment. And when my weary ghost with grief outworn, by timely death shall win her wished rest, let then this plaint unto his ears be borne, that blame it is to him, that arms professed, to let her die, whom he might ho redrest. There did she pause, inforsaid to place, unto the passion, that her heart oppressed. And after she had wept and wailed a space, she gone afresh thus to renew her wretched case. Ye gods of seas, if any gods at all, ha care of right, or ruth of wretches wrong, by one or other way me woeful thrall, deliver hence out of this dungeon strong, in which I daily dying am too long. And if ye deem me death for looing one, that lose not me, then do it not prolong, but let me die and end my days atone, and let him leo of mlud, or lo himself alone. But if that life ye to me decree, then let me leoa, as lowers ought to do, and of my lives dear lo bellud be. And if he shall through pride your dumvendu, do you by duress him compel thereto, and in this prison put him here with me. One prison fittest is to hold versus two. So had I rather to be thrall, than free. Such thraldom or such freedom let it surely be. But O vain iagement, and conditions vain, the which the prisoner points unto the free. The whiles I him condemn, and deem his pain. He where he list goes loose, and laughs at me. So you are loose, so you are happy be. But where so loose or happy that thou art? Know Marinell that all this is for thee. With that she wept and wailed, as if her heart would quite ha burst through great abundance of her smart. All which complaint when Marinell had heard, and understood the cause of all her care, to come of him, for sing her so hard. His stub-born heart, that noyer felt misfare, was touched with soft remorse and pity rare. That ewen for grief of mind he oft did groan, and inly wish, that in his power it were her to redress, but since he means found none, he could no more but her great misery bemoan. Thus whilst his stony heart with tender ruth was touched, and mighty courage mollified, Dame Venus saw that tameth stub-born youth, With iron bit, and mocketh him abide. Till like a victor on his back he ride. Into his mouth his maestring bridle threw. That made him stoop, till he did him bestride. Then gone he make him tread his steps anew. And learn to loe, by learning Lour's pains to rue. Now gone he in his good min does. How from that dungeon he might her enlarge. Some while he thought, by fair and humble wise. To produce self to sue for her discharge. But then he feared his mother's former charge. Gainst women's loe. Long join him in vain. Then gone he think, perforce with sword and targe. Her forth to fetch, and produce to constrain. But soon he gone such folly to forethink again. Then did he cast to steal her thence away. And with him bear, where none of her might know. But all in vain, for why he found no way. To enter in, or issue forth below. For all about that rock the sea did flow. And though to his will she join were. Yet without ship or boat her thence to row. He wist not how her thence away to bear. And donger well he wist long to continue there. At last when as no means he could e'en went. Back to himself he gone return the blame. That was the author of her punishment. And with vile curses, and reproachful shame. To damn himself by Uri you'll name. And deemed worthy or of loe or life. That had despised so chaste and fair a dame. Which him had sought through trouble and log strife. Yet had refused a god that her had sought to wife. In this sad plight he walked here and there. And roamed round about the rock in vain. As he had lost himself, he wist not where. Oft listening if he mote her hear again. And still bemoaning her unworthy pain. Like as an hind whose calf is fall'n wears. Into some pit, where she him hears complain. 100 times about the pit side fares. Right sorrowfully mourning her borrowed cares. And now by this the feast was throughly ended. And Uri one gone homeward to resort. Which seeing Marinell, was sore offended. That his departure thence should be so short. And lo his look in that sea-walled fort. Yet durst he not his mother disobey. But her attending in full seemly sort. Did march amongst the many all the way. And all the way did inly mourn, like one astray. Being returned to his mother's bower. In solitary silence far from white. He gone record the lamentable store. In which his wretched loe lay day and night. For his dear sake. That ill deserted that plight. The thought whereof empierced his heart so deep. That of no worldly thing he took delight. Ne daily food did take, any nightly sleep. But pyned, and, mourned, and languished, and alone did weep. That in short space his wonted cheerful hew. Gone fade, and luily spirits dead quite. His cheekbones raw, and ei pits hollow grew. And brawny arms had lost their known might. That nothing like himself he seemed in sight. Ere long so weak of limba, and sick of loe. He walks, that langer he notes stand pright. But to his bed was brought, and laid a bow. Like rueful ghost, nable once to stir or moo. Which when his mother saw, she in her mind. Was troubled sore, and he wist well what to ween. Ne could by search nor any means outfind. The secret cause and nature of his teen. Whereby she might apply some medicine. But weeping day and night, did him attend. And mourned to see her loss before her eyne. Which grewed her more, that she it could not mend. To see an helpless yule, double grief doth lend. Not could she read the root of his disease. No ween what Mr. Malady it is. Whereby to seek some means it to appease. Most did she think, but most she thought amiss. That same former fat all wound of his. Whilier by Tryphon was not throughly healed. But closely rankled vendor th orifice. Least did she think, that which he most concealed. That loe it was. Which in his heart lave ruled. Therefore to Tryphon she again doth hast. And him doth chide as false and fraudulent. That failed the trust, which she in him had placed. To cure her son, as he his faith had lent. Who now was fall'n into new languishment. Of his old hurt. Which was not throughly cured. So back he came to her patient. Where searching Uri part, her well assured. That it was no old sore, which his new pain procured. But that it was some other malady. Or grief known, which he could not discern. So left he her withouten remedy. Then gone her heart to faint, and quake, and earn. And inly troubled was, the truth to learn. Then to himself she came, and him besought. Now with fair speeches, now with threatening stern. If aught lay hidden in his good thought. It to reveal, who still her answered, there was not. Nathless she rested not so satisfied. But lowing watry gods, as booting not. Unto the shiny Hoenn in haste she hied. And thence Apollo king of leeches brought. Apollo came. Who soon as he had sought. Through his disease, did by and by out find. That he did languish of some inward thought. The which afflicted his engried mind. Which lo he read to be, that leads each lewing kind. Which when he had to his mother told. She gone thereat to fret, and greatly grow. And coming to her son, gone first to scold. And chide at him, that made her miss below. But afterward she gone him soft to shrow. And woo with fair entreaty, to disclose. Which of the nymphs his heart so sore did mew. For sure she weened it was some one of those. Which he had lately seen, that for his love he chose. Now less she feared that same fat all read. That warned him of women's lo beware. Which being meant of mortal creatures' seed. For lo of nymphs she thought she need not care. But promised him, what ewer white she wear. That she her lo to him would shortly gain. So he her told, but soon as she did hear. That Florimel it was, which wrought his pain. She gone afresh to chafe, and grew in Uri vain. Yet since she saw the strait extremity. In which his life unluckily was laid. It was no time to scan the prophecy. Whether old Proteus true or false had said. That his decay should happen by a maid. It's late in death of Donger to a Duais. Or lo forbid him, that is life denied. But rather gone in troubled mind Duais. How she that lady's liberty might enterprise. To Proteus' self to so she thought it vain. Who was the root and worker of her woe. Nor to any meaner to complain. But to great King Neptune's self did go. And on her knee before him falling low. Made humble suit unto his majesty. To grunt to her, her son's life, which his foe. A cruel tyrant had presumptuously. By wicked doom condemned, a wretched death to die. To whom God Neptune softly smiling, thus. Daughter me see me's of double wrong ye plain. Gainst one that hath both wronged you, and versus. For death t'adward I ween did appertain. To none, but to the sea's sole sovereign. Read therefore who it is, which this hath wrought. And for what cause, the truth discover plain. For noyer white so you'll did or thought. But would some rightful cause pretend, though rightly not. To whom she answered, then it is by name. Proteus, that hath ordained my son to die. For that a waft, the which by fortune came. Upon your seas, he claimed as proper tie. And yet nor his inequity. But yours the waft by high prerogatio. Therefore I humbly crow your majesty. It to repluy, and my son repry you. So shall you by one gift saw all versus 3 aliu. He grunted, and straight his warrant made. Vendor the sea god seal authentical. Commanding Proteus straight to enlarge the maid. Which wandering on his seas imperial. He lately took, and sit hence kept as thrall. Which she receiving with meet thankfulness. Departed straight to Proteus therewithal. Who reading it with inward loathfulness. Was good to restore the pledge, he did possess. Yet durst he not the warrant to withstand. But to her delured Florimel, whom she receiving by the lily hand, admired her bow tie much, as she mote well. For she all luing creatures did excel. And was right Iolius, that she gotten had so fair a wife for her son Marinell. So home with her she straight the virgin lad, and shewed her to him, then being sore bestad. Who soon as he beheld that angel's face, adorned with all divine perfection, his cleared heart eftsoons away gone chase. Sad death, reud with her sweet inspection, and feeble spirit inly felt refection. As withered weed through cruel winter's time, that feels the warmth of sunny beams' reflection. Lifts VP his head, that did before decline, and gins to spread his leaf before the fair sunshine. Right so himself did Marinell preer, when he in place his dearest lute did spy. And though his limbs could not his body bear, na former strength returned so suddenly, yet cheerful signas he shewed outwardly. No less was she in secret heart affected, but that she masked it with mode's tie, for fear she should of likeness be detected, which to another place I low to be perfected. Here, in 1609, the end of the 4th book. Book 5. The Legend of Artegall, or of Justice. So oft as I with state of present time the image of the antique world compare, when as man's age was in his freshest prime, and the first blossom of fair virtue bare, such oddities I find twixt those and these which are, as that, through long continuance of his course, me seems the world is run quite out of square, from the first point of his appointed source, and being once amiss grows daily worse and worse. For from the golden age, that first was named, it's now at erst become a stony one. And men themselves, the which at first were framed of earthly mould, and formed of flesh and bone, are now transformed into hardest stone. Such as behind their backs, so backward bred, were thrown by Pyrrha and Deucalion. And if then those may any worse be read, they into that ere long will be degendered. Let none then blame me, if in discipline of virtue and of soul vices lore, I do not for me them to the common line of present days, which are corrupted sore, but to the antique VSE, which was of yore, when good was onely for itself desired, and all men sought their own, and none no more. When Iestus was not for most meed outhired, but simple truth did reign, and was of all admired. For that which all men then did virtue call, is now called vice. And that which vice was height, is now height virtue, and so versest of all. Right now is wrong, and wrong that was is right. As all things else in time are chonged quite. No wonder. For the Hohen's revolution is wandred far from where it first was pight. And so do make contrary constitution of all this lower world, toward his dissolution. For whoso list into the Hohen's luke, and search the courses of the rolling spheres, shall find that from the point, where they first took their setting forth, in these few thousand years, they all are wandred much, that plain appears. For that same golden fleecy ram, which bore Phrixus and Helle from their stepdame's fears, hath now forgot, where he was plast of yore. And should read hath the bull, which fair Europa bore. And eke the bull hath with his bow-bent horn so hardly butted those two twins of Ioue, that they haw crushed the crab, and quite him borne into the great Nemoian lion's gruy. So now all range, and do at randon rue, out of their proper places far away. And all this world with them amiss do move, and all his creatures from their course astray, till they are at their last ruinous decay. Na is that same great glorious lampy of light, that doth illumine all these lesser fires. In better case, any keeps his course more right. But is miscarried with the other spheres. For since the term of 1400 fires, that learned Ptolemy his height did take, he is declined from that mark of theirs, nigh 30 minutes to the southern lake. That makes me fear in time he will verses quite forsake. And if to those Egyptian wizards old, which in star read were wont ha best insight, faith may be Juan, it is by them told, that since the time they first took the sun's height, 4 times his place he shifted hath in sight, and twice hath risen, where he now doth west, and west twice, where he ought rise aright. But most is Mars amiss of all the rest, and next to him old Saturn, that was wont be best. For during Saturn's ancient reign it said, that all the world with goodness did abound. All lewd virtue, no man was afraid of force, any fraud in white was to be found. No war was known, no dreadful trumpet sound. Peace universal reigned mongst men and beasts, and all things freely grew out of the ground. Aestus sate high Audared with Selema feasts, and to all people did die wide her dread behests. Most sacred virtue she of all the rest, resembling God in his imperial might, whose sovereign power is herein most expressed, that both to good and bad he dealeth right, and all his works with Aestus hath bedight. That power he also doth to princes lend, and makes them like himself in glorious sight, to sit in his own seat, his cause to end, and rule his people right, as he doth recommend. Dread sovereign goddess, that doest highest sit in seat of iagement, in th Almighty's stead, and with magnific might and wondrous wit, doest to thy people righteous domariad, that furthest nations feas with awful dread. Pardon the boldness of thy basest thrall, that dare discourse of so Diwena read, as thy great Aestus praised O you all, the instrument whereof lo hear thy Artegall. Canto 1. Artegall trained in Aestus lore, Irena's quest persuade. He doeth avenge on Sanglier, his ladies bloud and brood. Hoff virtue then were held in highest price, in those old times, of which I do entreat. Yet then likewise the wicked seed of vice began to spring, which shortly grew full great, and with their boughs the gentle plants did beat. But you are more some of the virtuous race, rose VP, inspired with heroic heat, that cropped the branches of the scient base, and with strong hand their fruitful rankins did deface. Such first was Bacchus, that with furious might all east before Ventum did hour on, and wrong repressed, and established right, which lawless men had formerly fordone. Their Aestus first her princely rule begon. Next Hercules his like ensample shewed, who all the West with equal conquest won, and monstrous tyrants with his club subdued. The club of Aestus dread, with kingly power endued. And such was he, of whom I ha to tell, the champion of true Aestus Artegall, whom, as ye lately mote remember well, and hard adventure, which did then befall, into redoubt peril forth did call. That was to succor a distressed dame, whom a strong tyrant did nighestly thrall, and from the heritage, which she did claim, did with strong hand withhold. Grantorto was his name. Wherefore the lady, which Arena hight, did to the Faerie Queene her way address, to whom complaining her afflicted plight, she her besought of gracious redress. That sovereign queen, that mighty empress, whose glory is to aid all suppliants poor, and of weak princes to be patroness, chose Artegall to right her to restore. For that to her he seemed best skilled in righteous lore. For Artegall in Aestus was brought, ewen from the cradle of his infancy, and all the depth of rightful dom was taught by fair Astrea, with great industry. Whilst here on earth she lewd mortal eye, For till the world from his perfection fell into all filth and foule iniquity, Astrea here mongst earthly men did dwell, and in the rules of Aestus them instructed well. Whiles through the world she walked in this sort. Upon a day she found this gentle child amongst his pares playing his childish sport, whom seeing fit, and with no crime defilda, she did allure with gifts and speeches mild, to wend with her. So thence him foray she brought into a caw from company Exilda, in which she norseled him, till years he rout, and all the discipline of Aestus there him taught. There she him taught to weigh both right and wrong, in equal balance with due recompense, and equity to measure out along, according to the line of conscience, when so it needs with rigor to dispense. Of all the which, for want thereof mankind, she caused him to make experience. Upon wild beasts, which she in woods did find, with wrongful power oppressing others of their kind. Thus she him trained, and thus she him taught, in all the skill of deeming wrong and right, until the ripeness of man's years he rout, that ewen wild beasts did fear his awful sight, and men admired his uerling might. Ne any lewd on ground, that durst withstand his dreadful heast, much less him match in fight, or bide the horror of his wreakful hand, when so he list in wrath lift vp his steely brand. Which steely brand, to make him dreaded more, she gave to him, gotten by her sleight, an earnest search, where it was kept in store, in Iou's eternal house, unwist of white, since he himself adversest in that great fight against the Titans, that whilome rebelled gainst highest Hoenn. Chrysor it was hight, Chrysor that all other swords excelled, well proud in that same day, when Ioue those giants quelled. For of most perfect metal it was made, tempered with adamant amongst the same, and garnished all with gold upon the blade, in goodly wise, whereof it took his name, and was of no less virtue, than of fame. For there no substance was so firme and hard, but it would pierce or clow, whereso it came. Ne any armor could his dint outward, but wheresoe'er it did light, it throughly shard. Now when the world with sin gone to abound, Astrea loathing languor here to space, mongst wicked men, in whom no truth she found, returned to Hoenn, whence she deried her race, where she hath now an everlasting place, mongst those 12 signas, which nightly we do see, the Hoenn's bright shining baudric to enchase, and is the Virgin, sixth in her degree, and next herself her righteous balance hanging be. But when she parted hence, she left her groom, an iron man, which did on her attend, always, to execute her steadfast doom, and willed him with Artegall to wend, and do what ewer thing he did intend. His name was Talus, made of iron mold, immovable, resistless, without end, who in his hand an iron flail did hood, with which he threshed out falsehood, and did truth unfold. He now went with him in this new inquest, him for to aid, if aid he chanced to need, against that cruel tyrant, which oppressed the fair Irena with his foule misdeed, and kept the crown in which she should succeed. And now together on their way they been, when as they saw a squire in squalid weed, lamenting sore his sorrowful sad time, with many bitter tears shed from his blood-red eyne, to whom as they approached, they espied a sorry sight, as ewer seen with eye, an headless lady lying him beside, in her own blood all wallowed woefully, that her gay clothes did in discolour dye. Much was he moved at that rueful sight, and flamed with zeal of vengeance inwardly. He asked, who had that dame so foully dight, or whether his own hand, or whether other wight. Ah, woe is me, and well away, quoth he, bursting forth tears, like springs out of a bank. That you or I this dismal day did see. Full faerie was I from thinking such a prank. Yet little loss it were, and mickle thank. If I should grunt that I ha done the same. That I mote drink the cup, whereof she drank. But that I should die guilty of the blame. The which another did, who now is fled with shame. Who was it then, said Artegall, that wrought? And why? Do it declare to me true. A knight, said he, if knight he may be thought. That did his hand in lady's bloud embrew. And for no cause, but as I shall you shew. This day as I in solace sate hereby. With a fair lo, whose loss I now do rue. There came this knight, howling in company. This luckless lady, which now here doth headless lie. He, whether mine seemed fairer in his eye. Or that he wexed weary of his own. Would change with me, but I did it deny. So did the ladies both, as may be known. But he, whose spirit was with pride blown. Would not so rest contented with his right. But howling from his courser her down thrown. Fro me reft mine away by lawless might. And on his steed her set. To bear her out of sight. Which when his lady saw, she followed fast. And on him catching hold, gone loud to cry. Not so to low her, nor away to cast. But rather of his hand besought to die. With that his sword he drew all wrathfully. And at one stroke cropped off her head with scorn. In that same place, whereas it now doth lie. So he my lu away with him hath borne. And left me here, both his and mine own lu to mourn. Ariad, said he, which way then did he make? And by what marks may he be known again? To hope, quoth he, him soon to our take. That hence so long departed, is but vain. But yet he pricked oue yonder plain. And as I marked, bore upon his shield. By which it's easy him to know again. A broken sword within a bloody field. Expressing well his nature, which the same did wield. No sooner said, but straight he after sent. His iron page, who him pursued so light. As that it seemed above the ground he went. For he was swift as swallow in her flight. And strong as lion in his lordly might. It was not long, before he took. Sir Sanglier, so cleaped was that knight. Whom at the first he guessed by his look. And by the other marks, which of his shield he took. He bade him stay, and back with him retire. Who full of scorn to be commanded so. The lady to alight did eft require. Whilst he reformed that fancy will fo. And straight at him with all his force did go. Who mowed no more therewith, than when a rock is lightly stricken with some stone's throw. But tlo him leaping, lent him such a knock. That on the ground he laid him like a senseless block. But ere he could himself recure again. Him in his iron paw he seized had. That when he whacked out of his wearless pain. He found himself, whist, so ill bestad. That limb he could not wag. Thence he him lad. Bound like a beast appointed to the stall. The sight whereof the lady sore adrad. And feigned to fly for fear of being thrall. But he her quickly stayed, and forced to wend withal. When to the place they came, where Artegall. By that same careful squire did then abide. He gently gone him to demand of all. That did betwixt him and that squire betide. Who with stern countenance and indignant pride. Did onswear, that of all he guiltless stood. And his accuser thereupon defied. For neither he did shed that lady's bloud. Nor took away his lu, but his own proper good. Well did the squire perceive himself too weak. To onswear his defiance in the field. And rather chose his challenge off to break. Than to approve his right with spear and shield. And rather guilty chose himself to yield. But Artegall by signes perceiving plain. That he it was not, which that lady killed. But that strange knight, the fairer lu to gain. Did cast about by sleight the truth thereout to strain. And said, now sure this doubtful cause is right. Can hardly but by sacrament be tried. Or else by ordeal, or by bloody fight. That ill perhaps mote fall to either side. But if ye please, that I your cause decide. Perhaps I may all further quarrel end. So ye will swear my iagement to abide. Thereto they both did frankly condescend. And to his doom with listful ears did both attend. Sith then, said he, ye both the dead deny. And both the looing lady claim your right. Let both the dead and looing equally. Do it be betwixt you here in sight. And each of either take his share aright. But Luke who does dissent from this my rede. He for a 12 months day shall in despite. Bear for his penance that same lady's head. To witness to the world, that she by him is dead. Well pleased with that doom was Sanglier. And off read straight the lady to be slain. But that same squire, to whom she was more dear. When as he saw she should be cut in twain. Did yield, she rather should with him remain. Aliou, than to himself be shared dead. And rather than his love should suffer pain. He chose with shame to bear that lady's head. True lo despiseth shame, when life is called in dread. Whom when so willing Artegall pursued. Not so thou squire, he said, but thine I deem. The looing lady, which from thee he rode. For worthy thou of her doest rightly see me. And you, sir knight, that lo so light esteem. As that ye would for little lo the same. Take here your own, that doth you best beseem. And with it bear the burden of defame. Your own dead lady's head, to tell abroad your shame. But Sanglier disdained much his doom. And sternly gone repine at his behest. No would for aught obey, as did become. To bear that lady's head before his breast. Until that Talus had his pride repressed. And forced him, maulger, it vp to rear. Who when he saw it bootless to resist. He took it vp, and thence with him did bear. As rated spaniel takes his burden vp for fear. Much did that squire Sir Artegall adore. For his great Iestus, held in high regard. And as his squire him off-read Urimore. To Sorrow, for want of other meet reward. And wend with him on his adventure hard. But he thereto would by no means consent. But lowing him forth on his irony fard. No wight with him but onely Talus went. They two enough to encounter an whole regiment. Canto 2. Artegall hears of Florimel. Does with the pagan fight. Him slays, drowns Lady Munera. Does race her castle quite. And aught is more honourable to a knight. Ne better doth beseem brow chulry. Than to defend the feeble in their right. And wrong redress in such as wend awry. Whilome those great heroes got thereby. Their greatest glory, for their rightful deeds. And place Deseret with the gods on high. Herein the noblesse of this knight exceeds. Who now to perils great for Iestus' sake proceeds. To which as he now was upon the way. He chanced to meet a dwarf in hasty course. Whom he required his forward hast to stay. Till he of tidings mote with him discourse. Loath was the dwarf, yet did he stay perforce. And gone of sundry news his store to tell. As to his memory they had recourse. But chiefly of the fairest Florimel. How she was found again, and spoused to Marinell. For this was Dunny, Florimel's own dwarf. Whom howing lost, as ye ha heard whilier. And finding in the way the scattered scarf. The fortune of her life long time did fear. But of her health when Artegall did hear. And safe return, he was full inly glad. And asked him where, and when her bredale chayar should be solemnized, for if time he had. He would be there, and honour to her spousal add. Within 3 days, quoth he, as I do hear. It will be at the castle of the Strand. What time if not me let, I will be there. To do her service, so as I am bond. But in my way a little here beyond. A cursed cruel Saracen doth one. That keeps a bridge's passage by strong hond. And many errant knights hath therefore done. That makes all men for fear that passage for to shun. What Mr. White, quoth he, and how far hence? Is he, that doth to travellers such harms? He is, said he, a man of great defence. Expert in battle and in deeds of arms. And more emboldened by the wicked charms, with which his daughter doth him still support. Howing great lordships got and goodly farms. Through strong oppression of his power extort. By which he still them holds, and keeps with strong effort. And daily he his wrongs increaseth more. For Noyer White he lets to passe that way. O you ear his bridge, all be he rich or poor. But he him makes his passage penny pay. Else he doth hold him back or beat away. Thereto he hath a groom of Yulguis, whose scalp is bare, that bondage doth bewray. Which palls and pills the poor in piteous wise. But he himself upon th rich doth tyrannize. His name is hight Polenti, rightly so. For that he is so puissant and strong. That with his power he all doth urgo. And makes them subject to his mighty wrong. And some by sleight he eke doth underfong. For on a bridge he custometh to fight. Which is but narrow, but exceeding long. And in the same are many trapped fowls pight. Through which the rider down doth fall through our sight. And underneath the same a river flows. That is both swift and dangerous deep withal. Into the which whomso he overthrows. All destitute of help doth headlong fall. But he himself, through practice swall. Leaps forth into the floud, and there essays. His foe confused through his sodain fall. That horse and man he equally dismays. And either both them drowns, or traitorously slays. Then doth he take the spoil of them that will. And to his daughter brings, that dwells thereby. Who all that comes doth take, and therewith fill. The coffers of her wicked treasury. Which she with wrongs hath heaped vp so high. That many princes she in wealth exceeds. And purchased all the Count Ray lying New York. With the revenue of her plenteous meeds. Her name is Munera, agreeing with her deeds. Thereto she is full fair, and rich attired. With golden hands and silver feet beside. That many lords ha her to wife desired. But she them all despiseth for great pride. Now by my life, said he, and God to guide. None other way will I this day betake. But by that bridge, whereas he doth abide. Therefore me thither lead. No more he spake. But thitherward forthright his ready way did make. Unto the place he came within a while. Where on the bridge he ready armed saw. The Saracen, awaiting for some spoil. Who as they to the passage gone to draw. A villain to them came with skull all raw. That passage money did of them require. According to the custom of their law. To whom he answered wroth, Lo there thy hire. And with that word him strook, that straight he did expire. Which when the pagan saw, he waxed wroth. And straight himself into the fight addressed. No was Sir Artegall behind, so both. Together ran with ready spears in rest. Right in the midst, whereas they breast to breast. Should meet, a trap was let 10 down to fall. Into the floud, straight leapt the Carlton blessed. Well weening that his foe was fallen withal. But he was well aware, and leapt before his fall. There being both together in the floud. They each at other tyrannously flew. No aught the water cooled their what blowed. But rather in them kindled choler new. But there the paynim, who that vse well knew. To fight in water, great advantage had. That oftentimes him nigh he overthrow. And eke the courser, whereupon he rad. Could swim like to a fish, whiles he his back best rad. Which oddies when as Sir Artegall espied. He saw no way, but close with him in hast. And to him driving strongly down the tide. Upon his iron collar griped fast, that with the strength his wes and nigh he brast. There they together strow and struggled long, either the other from his steed to cast. Ne ewer Artegall his gripple strong, for anything wold slack, but still upon him hong. As when a dolphin and a seal are met in the wide champion of the ocean plain, with cruel shoaf their courages they whet, the maesterdom of each by force to gain, and dreadful bataille twixt them do darraign. They snuff, they snort, they boyus, they rage, they roar, that all the sea disturbed with their train doth free with foam above the surges hoar. Such was betwixt these two the troublesome prore. So Artegall at length him forced forsake his horse's back, for dread of being drowned, and to his handy swimming him betake. Eftsoons himself he from his hold boned, and then no odes at all in him he found. For Artegall in swimming skilful was, and durst the depth of any water sound. So ought each knight, that vse of peril has, in swimming be expert through waters forced to paw. Then very doubtful was the war's uint. Uncertain whether had the better side. For both were skilled in that experiment, and both in arms well trained and throughly tried. But Artegall was better breathed beside, and towards th end, grew greater in his might, that his faint foe no longer could abide his puissance, any bear himself bright. But from the water to the land betook his flight. But Artegall pursued him still so near, with bright chrysor in his cruel hand, that as his head he gone a little rear, above the brink, to tread upon the land, he smote it off, that tumbling on the strand, it bit the earth for very fell despite, and gnashed with his teeth, as if he banned high God, whose goodness he despaired quite, or cursed the hand, which did that vengeance on him dight. His core was carried down along the lee, whose waters with his filthy bloud it stained. But his blasphemous head, that all might see, he pitched upon a pole on high ordained, where many years it afterwards remained, to be a mirror to almighty men, in whose right hands great power is contained, that none of them the feeble ouren, but always do their power within highest compass pen. That done, unto the castle he did wend, in which the Paynim's daughter did abide, guarded of many which did her defend, of whom he entrance sought, but was denied, and with reproachful blasphemy defeed, beaten with stones down from the battlement, that he was forced to withdraw aside, and bade his seruant Talus to enuent, which way he enter might, without endangerment. Eftsoons his page drew to the castle gate, and with his iron flail at it let fly, that all the warders it did sore amadi, the which erewhile spake so reproachfully, and made them stoop, that looked erst so high. Yet still he bet, and bounced upon the door, and thundered strokes thereon so hideous lie, that all the piece he shaked from the floor, and filled all the house with fear and great roar, with noise whereof the lady forth appeared upon the castle wall, and when she saw the dongerous state, in which she stood, she feared the sad effect of her near overthrow, and gone entreat that iron man below, to cease his outrage, and him fair besought, sith neither force of stones which they did throw, nor power of charms, which she against him wrought, might otherwise prole, or make him cease for aught. But when as yet she saw him to proceed, venmoed with prayers, or with piteous thought, she meant him to corrupt with goodly meed, and caused great sacks with endless riches fraught, unto the battlement to be brought, and powered forth o'er the castle wall, that she might win some time, though dearly bought, whilst he the gathering of the gold did fall. But he was nothing mowed, nor tempted therewithal, but still continued his assault the more, and laid on load with his huge iron flail, that at the length he has rent the door, and made way for his maester to assail, who being entreed, not did then avail. For white, against his power themselves to rear. Each one did fly, their hearts began to fail, and hid themselves in corners here and there. And eke their dame half dead did hide herself for fear. Long they her sought, yet nowhere could they find her. That sure they weened she was escaped away. But Talus, that could like a limehound wind her, and all things secrete wisely could bewray, at length found out, whereas she hidden lay. Vendor and heap of gold. Thence he her drew, by the fair locks, and foully did array, withouten pity of her goodly hew. That Artegall himself her seamless plight did rue. Yet for no pity would he change the course of Iestis, which in Talus' hand did lie, who rudely haled her forth without remorse, still holding VP her suppliant hands on high, and kneeling at his feet submissively. But he her suppliant hands, those hands of gold, and eke her feet, those feet of silver try, which sought righteousness, and Iestis sold, chopped off, and nailed on high, that all might the behold. Herself then took he by the splendor wast, in vain loud crying, and into the flood. O the castle wall adown her cast, and there her drowned in the dirty mud. But the stream washed away her guilty blood. Thereafter all that mucky pelf he took, the spoil of people's ill-gotten good, the which her sire had scrapped by hook and crook, and burning all to ashes, parted down the brook. And lastly all that castle quite he razed, ewen from the soul of his foundation, and all the hohen stones thereof defaced, that there mote be no hope of reparation, nor memory thereof to any nation. All which when Talus throughly had performed, Sir Artegall vended the old fashion, and wicked customs of that bridge reformed, which done, to his former irony he retorned, in which they measured mickle weary way, till that at length nigh to the sea they drew, by which as they did trowel on a day, they saw before them, far as they could view, full many people gathered in a crew, whose great assembly they did much admire, for noyer there the like resort they knew. So towards them they coasted, to inquire what things so many nations met, did their desire. There they beheld a mighty giant stand upon a rock, and holding forth on high an huge great pair of balance in his hand, with which he boasted in his circuitry, that all the world he would weigh equally, if aught he had the same to counterpoise. For want whereof he weighed vanity, and filed his balance full of idle toys. Yet was admired much of fools, women, and boys. He said that he would all the earth take, and all the sea, doited each from either. So would he of the fire one balance make, and one of air, without or wind, or weather. Then would he balance hoen and hell together, and all that did within them all contain. Of all whose weight, he would not miss a feather. And Luke what surplus did of each remain, he would to his own part restore the same again. For why, he said they all vnequal were, and had encroached upon others' share. Like as the sea, which plain he shewed there, had worn the earth, so did the fire the air. So all the rest did others' parts impair. And so were realmes and nations run awry, all which he undertook for to repair. In sort as they were formed anciently, and all things would reduce to equality. Therefore the vulgar did about him flock, and cluster thick into his leasings vain, like foolish flies about an honey crock, in hope by him great benefit to gain, and controlled freedom to obtain. All which when Artegall did see, and hear, how he misled the simple people's train, in stainful wise he drew to him near, and thus to him spake, without regard or fear. Thou that presumes to weigh the world anew, And all things to an equal to restore. Instead of right me see me's great wrong dost shew. And far above thy forces pitch to soar. For ere thou limit what is less or more, in every thing, thou oughtest first to know. What was the poise of every part of yore? And look then how much it doth overflow. Or fail thereof, so much is more than I is to trow. For at the first they all created were. In goodly measure, by their Maker's might. And weighed out in balances so near, that not a dram was missing of their right. The earth was in the middle centre pight, in which it doth immovable abide. Hemmed in with waters like a wall in sight. And they with air, that not a drop can slide. Al which the Hoans contain, and in their courses guide. Such humanly iestis doth among them reign. That every one do know their certain bound. In which they do these many years remain. And mongst them al no change hath yet been found. But if thou now shouldst weigh them new in pound, we are not sure they would so long remain. All change is perilous, and all chance consound. Therefore lo off to weigh them all again, till we may be assured they shall their course retain. Thou foolish Elfie, said then the giant wroth, sayest not, how badly all things present be, and each estate quite out of order go th. The sea itself doest thou not plainly see, encroach upon the land there vendor thee, and th earth itself how daily it's increased, by all that dying to it turned be. Were it not good that wrong were then surceased, and from the most, that some were joined to the least. Therefore I will throw down these mountains high, and make them lull with the lowly plain. These towering rocks, which reach into the ski, I will thrust down into the deepest main. And as they were, them equalize again. Tyrants that make men subject to their law, I will suppress, that they no more may reign. And lordings curb, that commons oua. And all the wealth of rich men to the poor will draw. Of things unseen how canst thou deem aright? Then answered the righteous Artegall, sit thou misdeemst so much of things in sight. What though the sea with wows continual do eat the earth, it is no more at all. Ne is the earth the less, or lesseth aught. For whatsoever from one place doth fall, is with the tide into another brought. For there is nothing lost that may be found, if sought. Likewise the earth is not augmented more, by all that dying into it do fade. For of the earth they formed were of yore. How ewer gay their blossom or their blade do flourish now, they into dust shall vade. What wrong then is it, if that when they die, they turn to that, whereof they first were made? All in the power of their great Maker lie. All creatures must obey the voice of the Most High. They leoa, they die, like as he doth ordain. Ne ewer any asketh reason why. The hills do not the lowly dales disdain. The dales do not the lofty hills envy. He mocketh kings to sit in sovereignty. He mocketh subjects to their power obey. He pulleth down, he setteth vp on high. He jures to this, from that he takes away. For all we ha is his, what he list do, he may. What ewer thing is done, by him is done. Ne any may his mighty will withstand. Ne any may his sovereign power shone. No loose that he hath bound with steadfast band. In vain therefore doest thou now take in hand, to call to count, or weigh his works anew, whose counsel's depth thou canst not understand. Sith of things subject to thy daily view, thou doest not know the causes, nor their courses due. For take thy balance, if thou be so wise, and weigh the wind, that vendor Hoan doth blow. Or weigh the light, that in the east doth rise. Or weigh the thought, that fro man's mind doth flow. But if the weight of these thou canst not show, weigh but one word which from thy lips doth fall. For how canst thou those greater secrets know, that doest not know the least thing of them all? Ill can he rule the great, that cannot reach the small. Therewith the giant much abashed said, that he of little things made reckoning light. Yet the least word that ewer could be laid within his balance, he could weigh aright. Which is, said he, more holy than in weight. The right or wrong, the false or else the true. He answered, that he would try it straight. So he the words into his balance threw. But straight the winged words out of his balance flew. Wroth waxed he then, and said, that words were light. No would within his balance well abide. But he could honestly weigh the wrong or right. Well then, said Artegall, let it be tried. First in one balance set the true aside. He did so first. And then the false he laid into each other scale, but still it down did slide. And by no mean could in the weight be stayed. For by no means the false will with the truth be weighed. Now take the right likewise, said Artegall. And counterpise the same with so much wrong. So first the right he put into one scale. And then the giant strow with puissance strong. To fill the other scale with so much wrong. But all the wrongs that he therein could lay. Might not it pace, yet did he labor long. And swat, and choft, and prode ewery way. Yet all the wrongs could not a little right down lay. Which when he saw, he greatly grew in rage. And almost would his balances ha broken. But Artegall him fairly gone assuage. And said, be not upon thy balance roken. For they do not but right or wrong betoken. But in the mind the dome of right must be. And so likewise of words, the which be spoken. The ear must be the balance, to decree. And judge, whether with truth or falsehood they agree. But set the truth and set the right aside. For they with wrong or falsehood will not fare. And put two wrongs together to be tried. Or else two falses, of each equal share. And then together do them both compare. For truth is one, and right is ewer one. So did he, and then plain it did appear. Whether of them the greater were a tone. But right sate in the midst of the beam alone. But he the right from thence did thrust away. For it was not the right, which he did seek. But rather strow extremities to weigh. Th one to diminish, th other for to eke. For of the mean he greatly did misleek. Whom when so lewdly minded Talus found. Approaching nigh to him cheek by cheek. He shouldered him from off the higher ground. And down the rock him throwing, in the sea him drowned. Like as a ship, whom cruel tempest drives. Upon a rock with horrible dismay. Her shattered ribs in thousand pieces reuse. And spoiling all her gears and goodly ray. Does make herself misfortune's piteous prey. So down the cliff the wretched giant tumbled. His battered balances in pieces lay. His timbered bones all broken rudely rumbled. So was the high aspiring with huge ruin humbled. That when the people, which had thereabout long wait, saw his sudden desolation. They gone to gather in tumultuous rout. And mutinying, to stir VP Soul faction. For certain loss of so great expectation. For well they hoped to ha got great good. And wondrous riches by his innuation. Therefore resoluing to revenge his blood. They rose in arms, and all in battle order stood. Which lawless multitude him coming to. In warlike wise, when Artegall did view. He much was troubled, and he wist what to do. For loath he was his noble hands t'embroil. In the base blood of such a rascal crew. And otherwise, if that he should retire. He feared least they with shame would him perso. Therefore he Talus to them sent, to inquire the cause of their array, and truce for to desire. But soon as they him nigh approaching spied. They gone with all their weapons him assay. And rudely stroke at him on ewery side. Yet not they could him hurt, any aught dismay. But when at them he with his flail gone lay. He like a swarm of flies them o'erthrow. Ne any of them durst come in his way. But here and there before his presence flew, and hid Themselus in holes and bushes from his view. As when a falcon hath with nimble flight flown at a flush of ducks, forby the brook, the trembling fool dismayed with dreadful sight of death, the which them almost o'ertook, do hide Themselus from her Astonian Luke, amongst the flags and court round about. When Talus saw they all the field forsook, and none appeared of all that rascal rout, to Artegall he turned, and went with him throughout.